Chapter 1. My destiny lies in my own hands, not yours. In the grand hall of the Yu Dynasty Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man draped in a resplendent golden dragon robe wore a scowl, his fists clenched tightly as he cast a cold gaze upon the rebellious son kneeling outside the door. Beside him sat an exquisite woman, adorned in elegant attire, her expression cold and detached, even displaying a hint of disappointment in her son's shortcomings. Nearby, a young prodigy exuded an air of confidence, his attire bold and striking, yet his demeanor bore an unmistakable arrogance that a young girl, dressed in flowing white garments, wept inconsolably. Li Changsheng, bewildered, withdrew his gaze, and before he could process his confusion, a torrent of memories surged into his mind like a revolving lantern. Have I traversed time? He pondered, recalling that just a moment ago, he had been tightening screws in a factory. Suddenly, a surge of sparks erupted from aged wiring, and a steel beam above him loosened and began to fall. In that critical moment, he had pushed his father, who was also engaged in the task of fastening screws, out of harm's way, only to be struck himself. His father had named him Changsheng, hoping that his frail and sickly child would live a long life. Alas, fate had other designs. Is this what it means to traverse time? He mused. At least his father had been saved, and their bond in the previous life was not in vain. Now, he found himself kneeling before a magnificent palace, its opulent architecture exuding an air of solemnity. So, is my turn to take center stage? Li Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. He considered himself a seasoned enthusiast of online literature. In the past, protagonists often began as objects of ridicule, rising from their humble beginnings through arduous training. Presently, however, the trend favored an invincible start. He envisioned a life of affluence, indulgence, and power, reveling in the company of beautiful women while wielding dominion over the world. How exhilarating that prospect seemed. Yet suddenly he thought, wait, what is happening? Upon absorbing these memories, he discerned something amiss. His father, the emperor of the Yu Dynasty, was known as the god of war in the eastern wilderness. The head of the illustrious Li family, a lineage steeped in a millennia of martial tradition, Li Yuan was one of the few peak powerhouses of the age. He had established the Yu Dynasty to safeguard mankind's northern borders against the incursions of barbaric alien races, having once led an army of 100,000 against a million foes, achieving resounding victories that earned him worldwide acclaim. He was a ruler adored by his subjects, revered as the guardian of humanity's northern realm. However, within Li Changsheng's recollections, this admirable emperor, loyal friend, devoted husband, and respected adversary was regrettably not a good father. 2 decades prior, when the Yu Dynasty was not yet the formidable power it had become, internal factions were rampant while external battles against demonic forces resulted in continuous defeats. The empire teetered on the brink of collapse. 5-year-old Li Changsheng found himself thrust onto the negotiating table by this very father. He was offered as a hostage to the barbaric tribes in exchange for 20 years of peace along the borders, a pact that would become known as the Prince's Treaty. Accompanied by the protectors of his formidable family, he journeyed to the alien tribes as a hostage. Yet, upon arrival, those guardians departed, leaving the 5-year-old utterly alone and vulnerable. Li Changsheng endured 19 years of torment at the hands of the barbaric tribes, who unleashed their hatred from the war upon him. Had it not been for the mysterious woman, who appeared to him in his final year like a spirit butterfly, offering clandestine assistance, he would have perished under their abuse. At long last, the 20-year term had expired. The original host was filled with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited reunion of his family. He had a father, a mother, a younger brother, a younger sister, a grandfather, and a grandmother. However, upon his return, he discovered that his princely residence had been usurped by his brother. His father, preoccupied with state affairs, was unavailable, and his mother, ailing, could not be seen. The brother, once his shadow, coldly instructed a eunuch to find him a stable as a temporary refuge. When the original prince dared to speak out, he was publicly beaten by the eunuch. His frail body, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, could scarcely endure such treatment, forcing him to plead for mercy. The eunuch demanded that the original prince crawl beneath him before he would relent. Having endured abuse since childhood, with no one to protect him, he had learned to submit to survive. Thus, enduring this humiliating act, the dignified prince reduced to crawling beneath the eunuch's garments. This rendered him a laughingstock. Residing in the stable for nearly half a year, he remained neglected. Starving for days, he had to beg the palace maids for scraps to survive, yet those who had helped him mysteriously disappeared. Former close aides of the prince merely glanced at him before dismissing him entirely. At last, he was approached by a sister he had never met, who claimed to have just learned of his return and wished to welcome him. However, Before he could even enjoy a morsel of cake, he was accused of trespassing into the inner palace to spy on his sister while she bathed and was subsequently bound. He was brought here to face judgment, as the crime of peering at a princess in the bath was too serious to be overlooked, being a matter of family disgrace that required the emperor's personal scrutiny. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, and Li Changsheng was punished to kneel at the entrance, forced to watch the family dine. After they finished, he would slowly be judged for his barbaric behavior as a prince. Ultimately, after enduring hunger for several days, the original prince succumbed to starvation before their eyes. This led to Li Changsheng, a humble worker from Blue Star, being transported into this world. Who is Li Changsheng? He is a child who grew up under the loving care of his father. Though his family was poor, he lacked for nothing in love. He understood the distinction between love and indifference. He viewed his 20 years as a hostage prince as a farce. His brother and sister lived in luxury, guided by esteemed teachers, attended by servants, and protected by powerful guardians. And what of him? He was enslaved by a savage tribe, at least granted a meager meal. So that is it. Ha ha ha. The original prince, having been separated from his parents, could not fathom the concept of parental love. He believed that by enduring continuous suffering, happiness would eventually be his reward. You may rest easy, you suffer for me, and I shall avenge you. Coming to this realization, Li Changsheng bitterly smiled as he tasted despair. Yet, to the Li family, his appearance was a source of great annoyance. A beast who spied on his sister bathing, lacking the decency to repent, whining about hunger like a beggar who had not eaten in centuries. How could a member of the esteemed Yu dynasty present himself as such a stable prince? Now, there he sat, foolishly smiling, a disgrace indeed. With a swift motion, a teacup struck Li Changsheng's forehead. Though merely a casual throw, it left him bloodied and bruised. The eunuchs and guards on either side shuddered slightly. The emperor's wrath was known to bring death. You wretched creature, do you still dare to laugh? The overwhelming presence of authority enveloped him, causing his hair to dishevel and making him stumble backward, nearly suffocated by the pressure of a peak warrior's might. Yet, this wrath was solely directed at him. His imperial father thoughtfully avoided his younger siblings to prevent any unintended harm. Didn't you just claim you were going to starve? And now you find the strength to laugh. The Li family has cultivated through generations a lineage that has withstood the test of time, guarding the northern frontiers of humanity. Each member is akin to a dragon among men, a great hero, a remarkable figure. Look at yourself. After 20 years of idleness in the capital, you've returned for half a year, spending your days in leisure, beating eunuchs and palace maids, hiding corpses, and sneaking out to indulge in debauchery. And to top it off, you've set your sights on your own sister? Li Changsheng listened, bewildered. Was this aimed at him? His suppressed rage surged within him. Who had cast such slander upon him? Is this foolish old man blind? Can he not see the tormented body that has endured for 20 years, still capable of so much? Li Yuan, do you think I'm putting on an act? Yet, upon seeing the smug demeanor of his brother, Li Chengjian, everything became clear. Having been granted a second chance at life, Li Changsheng would not endure any injustice. He was about to retort and vindicate himself when, ding, life choice system loading complete. Wait, a system? Li Changsheng suppressed his fury, contemplating that had this system arrived any later, he would have confronted the first war god of the eastern wilderness heathen. He gazed once more at the system before him. Critical life juncture, choices unlocked. Chapter 2. You are incompetent and should abdicate in favor of the worthy. Critical life juncture, choices unlocked. Choice 1. Confess, vow to repent, and strive to become the child that his parents envision. Enduring humiliation as a deposed prince still counts as living. Reward, supreme bone. Admit fault? Bow down. Endure this baseless accusation. Choice 2. Remain silent, exercise patience, and bear all of this, allowing his father to eventually remember his unjust plight and investigate. Reward, heart of the tortoise, enabling one to internally digest all grievances, injustices, and bullying, fostering a self-optimistic outlook. Tortoise? Upon reading the second option, Li Changsheng rolled his eyes. You are the tortoise. Your entire family is tortoises. That if he had previously been criticized for his slow pace at work, enduring daily reprimands from his supervisor, would he have continued to endure for a meager salary of 5,000 a month? Having been given a second life, he could not tolerate even the slightest grievance. Pass, pass, pass. Choice 3. Tear off the facade, vehemently denounce their hypocrisy, refuse to accept this baseless slander, and renounce the royal family. He would rather forsake the title of prince for the sake of freedom. Reward, celestial demon relic. Contemplating the 3 paths of life. How should he choose? The first reward, supreme bone, though appealing, required him to obediently conform to the image of a good child as envisioned by his parents. The second? You are a tortoise, your entire family is tortoises. But the third option resonated deeply with Li Changsheng. Life is like a stick of incense, while humanity strives for dignity. I, Li Changsheng, have spent 20 years as a hostage in the barbaric tribes, with no shame towards the people of the Yu dynasty, nor to the Li family. From this moment forth, I shall live for myself. Ding. Choice successful. Obtain Celestial Demon Relic. Received a starter pack for pursuing one's own life path. Please check your inventory. Oh, a life starter pack as well. Li Changsheng felt a surge of joy, realizing that he no longer had to fret about the safety of his life. Almost instantly, he sensed the presence of a small, walnut-like relic within him, continuously emanating energy. This revitalized his previously weakened body, alleviating his hunger. Li Changsheng marveled inwardly. What a formidable heavenly demon relic, capable of self-operation. Just as he was about to unveil the grand gift of life, a sharp voice interrupted him. Rebellious child, do you still not repent? Do you think that by remaining silent, you can evade your sins? At the rebuke, Li Changsheng lifted his head, his gaze turning piercing and cold. This single glance momentarily stunned both Li Yuan and Empress Zhao Xuanji. How could this rebellious son dare to regard them with such audacious defiance? They regarded him with disdain, seeing him as a scrawny monkey, a pathetic semblance of a slave. Were it not for the blood oath confirming his lineage, they would have believed that some foreign tribe had returned them a mere impostor. The neglect from his parents and the scorn from his siblings had persisted for 20 years, a continuous absence of contact. Li Changsheng understood his superfluousness within this family. They had grown accustomed to their four-person household, and his sudden return disrupted their harmonious existence. He recalled a pair of renowned brothers from his previous life, named Xiang Zhua and Xiang Yu, who seemed to share a similar plight, favored by one parent over the other. Ha ha ha! He laughed ruefully before stating with fury, Repent? What have I done wrong that demands my repentance? Do you still consider me a descendant of a Li family? Even the barbarous tribes recognize that I am merely a pawn for negotiation that I fortuitously returned. Yet have you made any public announcement of my homecoming? Are you worried that the populace will learn that the success of 20 years ago was due to this prince standing before you, not your so-called prowess as a war god? Li Changsheng's unexpected retort plunged the atmosphere in the palace into an icy silence. And one anticipated such a rebuttal from him, striking a sensitive nerve within the emperor. Li Yuan was taken aback by his son's audacity, never expecting him to question the merits of his achievements as the war god of the northern borders. His dissatisfaction with the prince reignited. Impudent wretch, we are discussing your voyeurism of your sister's bath and the violation of palace maidens. Furthermore, sending you to the barbarous tribes was for the sake of the common good, a duty of the royal family. As long as you're the crown prince of the Yu dynasty, you shall not perish at most, you will endure some hardships. Haven't you returned now? Li Changsheng was momentarily speechless, incredulous at such reasoning. All the benefits of righteousness and honor were reaped by them, while he bore the burdens alone. Was it truly as simple as you have returned now? Yet, he quickly found solace in his detachment from their affairs. He sought to extricate himself from the royal family. Ridiculous. Do not lay the blame of your son's misdeeds upon me. As the esteemed crown prince, I have endured for 20 years upon my return. Have you even looked my way? I was relegated to the stables, subjected to the humiliation of eunuchs. Did you know that? Which may brought me food, only to mysteriously vanish the next day. A pathetic attempt at framing me? As an emperor, you failed to see such blatant incompetence. It would be wise for you to abdicate and allow someone more capable to take your place. Silence enveloped the palace, a silence so profound it was almost suffocating. Who would dare to suggest that the emperor of Yu abdicate? Was this not a call for rebellion? Even the scheming second prince Li Changjian was taken aback, his heart swelling with unrestrained joy. Oh, wide and wide, dear elder brother, you truly are foolish, courting your own demise. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan was indeed furious, rising from his seat and reaching out with a fierce grip. With formidable strength, he seized Li Changsheng, drawing him close and gripping his throat. Unfilial son, do you aspire to rebel? However, upon closer inspection, Li Yuan noticed the numerous wounds, scars, and burns that marred Li Changsheng's body, hidden beneath his garments aside from his hands and face. There was scarcely a patch of unblemished skin. It was only due to his clothing that the extent of Li Changsheng's suffering over the past 2 decades was concealed now. As his attire was slightly lifted, the truth was laid. Bare. One could only imagine the life Li Changsheng had endured over those 20 years. Suddenly, Li Yuan released his grip, pushing Li Changsheng 5 paces away, his expression darkening as confusion seized his heart. He spoke. In these past 6 months, the floods in Jiangnan have kept me preoccupied. It was unavoidable that I could not summon you as a son and a subject. You should understand my burdens. Yet, they all claim that you spied on Yuan while she bathed. Are they all unjust in their accusations? Gasping for breath after nearly being choked to death, Li Changsheng quickly regained his composure, drawing upon the energy of the heavenly demon relic. Having experienced life's trials, he saw through the situation clearly. Such parental favoritism was not a blessing after all. He had traversed into this world, rendering emotional ties nearly meaningless. Li Changsheng could not be bothered to explain, wishing only to expedite the conclusion of this encounter. He retorted with irritation, Yes, it was all my doing. I am unworthy to be a scion of the Li family, unworthy to don this princely dragon robe. I beseech the emperor to demote me to a commoner. Henceforth, let our ties be severed, and we remain as strangers. His words plunged the room into silence once more. The second prince, Li Changjian, could no longer suppress the smile that danced on his face. He had coveted the throne for 20 years. When the crown prince returned, he had been consumed with dread now. It was evident that a slave raised among barbarians was nothing but a foolish waste. Everyone present could discern that Li Changsheng's remarks were a self-destructive jest. Empress Zhao Xuanji felt a deep disappointment. She never anticipated that her once obedient and courteous eldest son would grow into such a defiant and venomous rogue, confronting his parents with such hostility. He had become a debauched prince, accused of spying on his own sister's bath, committing heinous acts against palace maidens, and indulging in the company of courtesans. And he would not even acknowledge his misdeeds. Her younger son, Li Changjian, was known for his honesty. Could he ever lie? Comparing him to her younger son only deepened her disillusionment. Her younger son was intelligent and exceptional, acclaimed by ministers, and even lauded by elders from revered martial arts sanctuaries. This year, he had even been named the Holy Son of the Vantian Holy Temple, with an immeasurable future ahead. By contrast, the disappointing Li Changsheng was utterly repugnant. Zhao Xuanji, maintaining her composure, implored, Do you truly wish to forsake even your mother? Acknowledge your father's authority, admit your mistakes, vow to amend your ways, and abandon the barbaric habits you acquired. Let us consider this matter resolved. You are no longer a child, you must act with maturity. You have been back for half a year. I had your brother arrange your return. Is that not a form of acceptance? Li Changsheng scoffed. To seize my princely residence and force me to reside in the stables, this is what you call acceptance? Li Changjian interjected. I meticulously cleaned a palace for the crown prince, who insisted on residing in the stable. You say he has grown accustomed to sleeping there. What am I to do? I sent the eunuch to invite you inside, yet you not only assaulted my attendant, but also claimed that you were the one who was beaten. Mother, I am the one wrong here. At this moment, the sobbing Li Yuan chimed in. I was aware of the crown prince's suffering upon his return and recognized his discomfort. That is why I specifically invited him here, intending to offer him proper guidance. But who would have thought he would invade my harem and spy on me while bathing? Mother, father, you must stand up for me. Emperor Li Yuan gestured around, displaying a look of exasperation. Look at your brother and sister. They are so well-behaved and understanding. They do not hold your brutish tendencies against you. Do not create unnecessary disturbances. Li Changsheng rolled his eyes. Let all be destroyed. I am weary. Chapter 3. I shall sever all ties with you. Li Changsheng gazed at his formidable family, his brow furrowed in disdain. He cast a glance at his haughty father, his mother, who looked upon him with contempt, and the second prince who had schemed against him, further solidifying his belief that his choices were justified. What is the essence of unreasonable disturbance? For your grand ambitions, I have endured the trials of being a hostage for 2 decades, to be born and not nurtured. Yet branded as the unreasonable one? Am I not the crown prince of the Yu dynasty? Have I not sacrificed 20 years for you? Indeed, you are correct. I am steeped in flaws, lacking an understanding of royal etiquette. Unlike my younger brother, who has enjoyed luxurious garments and sumptuous meals since childhood, guided by esteemed mentors, replete with treasures of heaven and earth, free from the worries of cold or hunger, and untouched by punishment. I am superfluous. If I depart, it is to grant you all a harmonious existence. I am magnanimous, allowing you to attain the illustrious title of a wise ruler and virtuous empress. These words struck a painful chord with Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji. How could they justify expelling the crown prince, who had just returned after 2 decades of sacrifice? In the eyes of the world, he is the god of war of the northern frontier, the most magnificent sovereign of the Yu dynasty. How could he bear any blemish? How base! You too, in your youth, have studied the teachings of sages. How have you succumbed to the selfishness of the barbaric, defying your parents? Li Yuan's face flushed with anger, Had he not just seen the myriad wounds adorning Li Changxing's body, he would have undoubtedly struck this rebellious son with a resounding blow. The grand hall of the palace was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Zhao Xuanji, infuriated, clasped her chest, lamenting how her eldest son could utter such heinous words. If these words were to spread, they would tarnish the royal reputation and disgrace the Li family's honor. Her esteemed reputation as a mother of the realm would also be irrevocably shattered. Li Changxing wished to avoid these despicable individuals. He rose and made his way towards the door, feeling that he could no longer endure the confines of the palace. The second prince stood up, seething with anger, and exclaimed, "Who permitted you to leave? You exhibit a shocking lack of decorum. Kneel before me." Li Changxing felt enveloped by an aura of murderous intent. Turning around, he beheld his younger brother, who had once wept and pleaded for him not to depart, now letting out a scornful cold snort. Kneel? A prince actually dared to command the crown prince to kneel before him? It seems this world has indeed become quite surreal. Li Changxing mockingly pointed at Li Qingjian and laughed heartily. "Look at this, your beloved youngest son, well-read and reasonable. How dare he command the crown prince to kneel? Is he not crude?" Upon hearing these words, Li Chengjian's expression stiffened, aware that he had acted hastily. Yet, he glanced at his parents, who remained silent, and proudly straightened his chest. Upon witnessing this, Li Changxing felt a similar disappointment. Indeed, those who are favored often display an audacious confidence. Li Changxing scoffed. "What qualifications do you have to lecture me? Raised as you were in an ivory tower. Without the support of your family, you are worth nothing. Do you truly believe yourself to be innately superior? If our roles were reversed, you would pale in comparison to me tenfold." His words directly dismissed Li Qingjian's years of effort, igniting a fury within him. He bellowed, "What do you consider yourself? A prince? A prince of the stables? A prince of ineptitude? You bear no resemblance to the prince of the Yu dynasty. You are unworthy." With that, he struck out at Li Changxing in front of everyone. Li Changxing was caught off guard, a reaction he had anticipated, and it infuriated him further. Without regard for their brotherly bond, Li Qingjian unleashed a powerful blow to Li Changxing's chest. The force sent Li Changxing soaring out of the door, akin to a kite severed from its string. Pain coursed through his body, and he felt as though he were falling apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Chengjian, you!" From his elevated position, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Xuanji, however, stood up and rushed to grasp Li Chengjian, urging, "Do not act impulsively." Yet, on the ground, Li Changxing lay there, bloodied and disheveled, with no one coming to his aid. The celestial demon relic within Li Changxing sensed the imminent peril to his life, continuously releasing demonic energy to aid in his recovery, sustaining his very breath. Yet, Li Changxing, with unwavering resolve, stood up once more, resembling a stubborn newborn donkey. He fell, only to rise again, repeatedly. Despite his trembling legs, he refused to bend the knee. Zhao Xuanji wished to step forward for a closer look, but upon seeing Li Changxing regain his footing, she hesitated. "Changxing, are you all right? Please, do not come closer." Li Changxing called out, halting his mother's advance. "With this strike, I sever all ties with you." Zhao Xuanji, witnessing the agony and resentment etched upon Li Changxing's face, felt a profound sorrow and confusion. She had never wished him harm. So why did he harbor such animosity towards her, his mother? Yet, the look he cast upon her, akin to that of an adversary, was unbearable for her to accept, as it was her own child who had once dwelled within her womb. Li Changxing gasped for breath, inhaling deeply. Li Qingjian, having undergone rigorous training since childhood under the tutelage of esteemed masters, and being a distinguished disciple of a sacred place, how could he possibly be outmatched? Yet, Li Changxing endured as a proton slave for 2 decades, and it is only through the protection of the heavenly demon relic that he could withstand such trials. Upon witnessing Li Changxing still drawing breath, Li Yuan merely admonished, "Chengjian, you have acted rashly." Li Changxing continued to stride outward, tauntingly remarking, "A prince, resorting to open assassination of the crown prince over a mere disagreement, merely dismisses it as a moment of impulse. Splendid. Truly a paragon of refinement and decorum. You should rejoice. Your years of painstaking cultivation of your youngest son have borne fruit, surpassing me and fulfilling your wishes." Each sardonic statement rendered the imperial family speechless. Zhao Xuanji, frustrated by his lack of ambition, interjected, "Changxing, your father and I have never contemplated such a notion. We wish for your well-being. Mother is aware of the debts owed to you over the years. Please do not act this way. Grant mother an opportunity for recompense." As Zhao Xuanji spoke, tears unknowingly welled in her eyes. Had she not longed for her eldest son throughout these years? Yet, The perilous wilderness of the 10,000 Great Mountains posed a grave danger. Even if she ventured forth, her demise could be imminent, leaving her youngest son and daughter without a mother. She had prayed for Li Changxing's safe growth, hoping he would endure hardships and return obedient and understanding. Little did she expect that a mere delay in visiting him would lead to such turmoil. "Wipe away your crocodile tears," Li Changxing scoffed as he reached the palace gates, leaving a trail of crimson footprints behind him. Li Yuan, filled with rage, no longer wished to behold this ungrateful child. The ghastly scars adorning Li Changxing's body had once again unsettled him. Li Yuan shouted loudly, "Come forth! Bring forth this disrespectful Li Changxing!" Suddenly, Li Changxing turned around and roared, "May the emperor declare the crown prince." This rebuke resonated like thunder from the heavens, a fierce tiger's roar that silenced the crowd, leaving them too intimidated to breathe. Li Changxing's fury was fully realized within him. Li Yuan, filled with indignation, clutched his chest as a surge of pent-up energy coursed chaotically through him. For so many years, no one had dared to confront him at the pinnacle of the Yu dynasty, challenging his supreme authority. This rebellious son was the first to do so. Frustrated and exasperated, he bellowed, "Do not concern yourselves with him. Let him depart. If he wishes to leave, then let him leave." Li Changxing continued his journey, utterly oblivious to the pathways of the imperial palace. The maidens, eunuchs, and concubines he encountered along the way kept their distance, retreating with haste. However, the celestial relic of the demon continuously emanated energy, fortifying his life force to an extraordinary degree. Upon reaching the Xuanwu Gate, Li Changxing sensed that his injuries had mended, and his body regained some strength, though he was on the brink of fainting from hunger. Suddenly, 8 individuals appeared before him, bearing a sedan chair that carried an elderly man. Li Changxing remarked, "A good dog does not obstruct the path." The elderly man in the sedan chair promptly disembarked, cautiously scrutinizing the prince's majestic python robe, and inquired, "Your Highness, do you still remember this old minister?" Chapter 4, The Necessity of Replacing the Elders with the Young, Prince's Grand Tutor, Xiang Long. Li Changxing reminisced about the past, recalling his former mentor. Xiang Long paid his respects to the crown prince, immediately kneeling and bowing his head. As he raised his gaze, tears streamed down his aged face. "Your Highness, you have endured much suffering, yet you have finally returned. Old has waited 20 long years, and it was not in vain." It turned out he was one of the remnants of the crown prince's faction. Yet, how many members of that faction still remained? They had long since dispersed. This old man, however, was steadfast, having pledged his loyalty in the past and maintaining it for a lifetime. To Li Changxing, he was undoubtedly a devoted minister. However, over the years, everyone had mocked Xiang Long for his obstinacy and foolishness. Associating with the crown prince seemed a futile endeavor, as former close aides had already transferred their allegiance to the second prince. Nevertheless, at that moment, Li Changxing felt an overwhelming hunger. He spoke, "Xiang Taifu, I am famished. Do you have any food on hand?" Xiang Long was taken aback. Could it be that the crown prince was still hungry? He rummaged through his pockets and found a makeshift bun and a water pouch. Starved, Li Changxing savored a bite of the bun and a sip of pure water, experiencing a taste of heaven. He had not eaten for 3 days, and even during his time as a hostage, there had been little to savor. This bun was the finest meal he had enjoyed in 20 years. Xiang Long inquired, "Your Highness, I have heard that you have returned for half a year. Why have you not contacted your old during this time?" Li Changxing, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, spoke, "Elder Xiang, I am no longer the crown prince. I am grateful for your sustenance, and in the future, I shall repay your kindness. It is best for you to seek another path." Xiang Long was perplexed. Had he not just returned? The crown prince had served as a hostage for the Yu dynasty for 2 decades, rendering tremendous service, and he was meant to inherit the throne. The emperor had not declared the crown prince's removal, so why utter such despondent words? After his meal, Li Changxing regained some strength. Xiang Long offered his sedan chair to Li Changxing, saying, "Your Highness, where do you wish to go? I, your loyal servant, shall escort you." Li Changxing remarked, "We shall leave this imperial palace." Xiang Long furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced, instructing, "Prepare the palanquin." The palanquin advanced under the watchful eyes of the palace's adept guardians, then veered towards the residence of the Grand Tutor, the Xiang family. Upon confirming Li Changxing's destination, the guardians swiftly returned to the palace to relay the news. As dusk descended, Li Changxing began to feel fatigued. With a loyal and steadfast old minister to support him, he decided to stay for the night. Having traversed from the Blue Star, his memories were steeped in the life of a submissive slave. Leaving him unfamiliar with the Yu dynasty, in the vast expanse of the human realm. To seek vengeance, he must first augment his strength and comprehend this new world. He hesitated to revisit his past, for each recollection seemed to revive the pain of his scars. It felt as though the memories of the past 20 years were dragging him into a chasm of darkness and endless torment. For now, let us explore the grand gift of life that awaits me. Li Changxing was not without confidence. In the face of life's choices, he had severed ties with sentimentality. Yet he was presented with a remarkable boon. In the solitude of his chamber, he commanded the system, activate the life initiation grand gift. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the supreme magical art, the Taishu Demon God Scripture. Congratulations, you have received a celestial demon transformation elixir. Congratulations, you have obtained a life-saving blood demon. These three gifts were of paramount importance, particularly the transformation elixir, a pinnacle of alchemical mastery in this realm, which he had previously encountered among the tribes of the wildlands. Individuals with abysmal talents, congenital illnesses, or those whose foundational paths were irrevocably damaged could consume this elixir and restore their vitality, perhaps even emerging stronger than before. As the system manifested as a radiant light, these three items materialized upon the table. Li Changxing's current physical form, burdened by the toll of 5 labors and 7 injuries, has long forfeited the qualifications for cultivation, leaving him but a mere shadow of his former self. This elixir is perfectly suited to his condition. He shall consume it first. With a swallow, the pill dissolves instantaneously. In a mere quarter of an hour, Li Changxing's body begins its remarkable transformation. A delicate white mist coalesces into silken strands, enveloping him in a cocoon. He feels a tingling sensation coursing through his flesh and bones, as if his internal organs are undergoing a rebirth. Half an hour later, a hand emerges, breaking through the confines of the cocoon that stands taller than a man. Li Changxing felt as though he had been reborn. The lingering pains throughout his body had vanished, breathing had become effortless, and even the fracture in his left foot had healed. The only imperfection in this transformation was that it had altered his inner self. Li Changxing's entire body bore no trace of normal skin. The grotesque scars and burns were indelible. Li Changxing contemplated. It is already a remarkable fortune to restore his inner self. One must not be overly greedy in life. The blood demon could transform into an exact replica of himself with just a drop of blood. Such a miraculous treasure must be a unique artifact of this martial arts realm, serving primarily as a means of preserving life in critical moments. Li Changxing carefully secured it. Ultimately, what Li Changxing anticipated the most was the Taishu Demon God Scripture. This supreme demonic art, when paired with his heavenly demon relic, would complement each other exquisitely. Upon opening the demonic technique, the characters began to dance and writhe as if they were living beings, burrowing into Li Changxing's mind. Within the span of an hour, he had mastered the demonic art, as though it were an innate understanding. The technique had transformed into an unreadable scripture. Li Changxing marveled at the unparalleled demonic art, which was indeed not easily divulged. This practice encompassed not merely the cultivation of power, but also possessed 3 formidable techniques: soul-searching, bloodlust, and the ability to seize one's abilities. The crux of its effectiveness lay in the existence of Li Changxing's heavenly demon relic. After cultivating for a week, he no longer needed to exert effort, as the system would autonomously refine itself, akin to a heartbeat, sustaining a unique cultivation mechanism. Li Changxing was filled with ecstatic joy. The celestial demon relic, I have indeed made the right choice. In this world, the cultivation of martial arts is categorized into various realms: the body refinement realm, the Sea of Qi realm, the martial master realm, the martial sovereign realm, the martial king realm, the martial lord realm, the martial emperor realm, the martial saint realm, the martial venerable realm, and the martial supreme realm. These are collectively known as the 10 realms of martial arts, with each realm further divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Generally, upon reaching the martial emperor realm, one is already considered a formidable figure among humanity. For instance, Emperor Li Yuan of the Yu dynasty stands at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. In contrast, his brother Li Qingyin, despite indulging in abundant resources over the years, has only attained the late stage of the martial master realm. Upon mastering the techniques, the body naturally engages in cultivation. Li Changxing was able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. At this moment, within the imperial study of the palace, the emperor cast aside a pile of memorials advocating for the abolition of the crown prince. The crown prince had been taken away by the esteemed Grand Tutor Xiang. Empress, how do you propose we address this rebellious son? The ministers are already engaged in discussion. Since ascending the throne, I have vanquished the realms, repelling barbaric tribes from the north and subduing the demonic forces from the west. It is through these endeavors that we have attained the present strength of the great Yu. Why must he, as the crown prince, compel me so? If the people of the world were to witness the crown prince of the Yu dynasty behaving in such a rascally manner, would it not be a disgrace? The empress. Zhao Xuanji grasped his arm and spoke softly, Your Majesty, Chongqing is indeed ill-suited for the role of crown prince, though Qingjian has not explicitly expressed it. His covetousness for the Eastern Palace is evident. However, regarding Chongqing, we have undeniably wronged him, and it is imperative that we make amends. Li Yuan let out a cold snort. If he possessed even half the understanding and capability of the second prince, I would not harbor such thoughts. Zhao Xuanji, witnessing this, quickly retorted, After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Yet, matters of state cannot be treated as trifles, nor should they be swayed by emotions. I perceive this as an opportune moment. Should Chongjian ascend to the position of crown prince, perhaps he would harbor less animosity towards Chongqing. At that time, I shall take Chongqing under my wing and guide him properly, ensuring he sheds his undesirable habits. This would prevent the royal family from being tarnished and spare the Li clan from disgrace, as well as shield Your Majesty from the ignominy of having to depose the crown prince. Your Majesty, what do you think? Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Your Majesty, we shall proceed as you suggest. This will serve as a lesson for him, a reminder of the consequences of defiance. He will remain by your side to cultivate his skills, and his needs shall not be neglected. What grievances could he possibly harbor? At tomorrow's court assembly, let the ministers deliberate on this matter. He will always be my son. He cannot simply sever ties with me at his whim. Chapter 5. From this day forward, I shall no longer endure. As the sun rose and the roosters crowed, Li Chongqing awakened from a deep slumber within the residence of the esteemed Xiang Taifu. Sitting cross-legged, he felt as light as a swallow, his limbs invigorated, and his spirit markedly transformed. As he moved his arms and legs, his joints resonated with a sound akin to popping beans. Had he truly achieved the refinement of the body stage in just one night? Li Chongqing, through the acuity of his memory, discerned that he had reached the initial stage of the Qi realm. This remarkable transformation was attributable not only to the efficacy of the transformation elixir, but also to the merits of the heavenly demon relic, which incessantly honed and elevated Li Chongqing's physique. The condensation of energy into Qi is an achievement that many toil for 4 or 5 years to attain. Li Chongqing, step forth and present yourself before the palace. Suddenly, a sharp, brash voice pierced the air from outside, exuding an air of arrogance. Li Chongqing's mind conjured the visage of a most loathsome individual, the eunuch who had tormented him during his 6 months back at the palace. Of course, the mastermind behind it all was his brother, Li Qingjian. Yet the executor was equally detestable. Outside the door, the esteemed Minister Xiang expressed his discontent. Eunuch Shi, how dare you utter the crown prince's name so freely? A resounding slap echoed through the air. Minister Xiang, you are so foolish that even the most skilled physician could not save you. You cannot even choose sides properly. TSK, we detest ignorance. Do you comprehend? You, a eunuch, dare to strike a minister of the court? Ha ha ha. Do not think that your position as the powerless crown prince's tutor grants you immunity. I have struck the crown prince himself, even making him crawl beneath my legs. Xiang Long, this crown prince is a burden reviled by all. Do you know what is to be discussed in today's court? What is to be discussed? The abolition of the elder and the elevation of the younger. To install the second prince, Li Qingjian, as crown prince. Ha ha ha. Minister Xiang, this is the culmination of 20 years of waiting. No, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The laws of our ancestors cannot be altered. At this moment, Li Chongqing emerged. The eunuch, upon seeing him, wore a face of disdain and contempt. He raised his chin and flippantly declared, Li Chongqing, the emperor summons you to court. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his sleeve, Li Chongqing revealed a kitchen knife. In one decisive motion, he brought it down, striking the eunuch's shoulder directly. Blood splattered across the floor. Ah, how dare you strike me? The eunuch exclaimed in disbelief. After months of humiliation, even forcing the cowardly crown prince to crawl between his legs, he could hardly fathom that such an act of violence could be committed in public. Li Chongqing was utterly unafraid. Previously, he had been unable to defend himself, merely due to his frail original form, having neither practiced martial arts nor having the strength to stand upright from hunger. However, after a night of transformation, Li Chongqing had ascended to the realm of Qi cultivation. A mere eunuch, ignorant of martial arts, could easily be dealt with. The other young eunuchs stood there, bewildered. Such an occurrence had never happened before, leaving them at a loss for what to do. You, the prince of the horse stables, should not presume that we fear you. Master Shi, despite his injuries, sought to suppress Li Changsheng once more. He was a trusted eunuch of the second prince, who now boasted numerous allies, both inside and outside the court, enjoying the emperor's favor. This useless prince had only just provoked the emperor's wrath the previous night. Should he harm someone here, the second prince would surely protect him. Yet, when Master Shi threw a punch, Li Changsheng effortlessly subdued him. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed. Ah! 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 Master Shi collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. He could not fathom how, after just one night, this worthless prince had acquired such power. With a series of sharp slaps, Li Changsheng unleashed his fury upon this eunuch. Once satisfied, he pressed his other hand against Master Shi's head. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation you inflicted upon me. With that, he reversed his magical technique and began to extract Master Shi's soul. A thread of his 3 souls and 7 spirits was drawn out. Bloodthirsty, through his palm, an unending stream of Master Shi's vitality was absorbed, transforming it into his own power, thereby accelerating his cultivation. In an instant, Master Shi morphed into a desiccated corpse. Subsequently, his spirit was bound to a tattered cloth, doomed to eternal suffering, with the potential for his soul to be tormented at any moment. Doused in water, exposed to the sun, pierced by knives, or boiled, these were the tortures of hell. The onlookers were petrified by the horrifying scene before them. Was this not the method of demons? Yet, it mattered not. Soon, those eunuchs who had bullied Li Changsheng would meet the same fate. 5 eunuchs in total were ensnared within the tattered cloth. The prince? Xiang Long trembled with unease. Li Changsheng let out a deep breath, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. He said, Grand Tutor, you have not wronged me, and thus I shall not harm you. I will not stand in your way. If you wish to expose me, then do so. In any case, I am prepared to depart. As for this wretched crown prince, let those who wish to assume the role do so. Of course. The latter statement was merely a jest. The crown prince, Xiang Long, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he knelt on the ground. He proclaimed, martial arts are akin to weaponry. While weapons may protect the innocent and vanquish foes, they can also incite rebellion against authority. So too does the practice of martial arts possess this duality. I am no antiquated fool. Those eunuchs who overstep their bounds deserve to face the sword. As the law dictates, Li Changsheng was taken aback. The elder's thoughts were surprisingly progressive, unbound by convention. Xiang Long continued, advising the prince to enter the palace and evade this calamity for the time being. The imperial capital was rife with spies and guards. If you do not exit the city gates, you risk being apprehended and, at that point, it would be tantamount to defying the imperial edict, leading to further charges. It seemed to follow such reasoning. In the past, during his time in the savage tribes, Li Changsheng had also attempted to flee. However, he was invariably discovered before he could even breach the gates of the tribe. Ding! A pivotal moment in life. The choice is presented. Option 1. Escape directly and roam the world, disengaging from the conflicts of the Yu dynasty royal family, striving for independent existence. Reward: profound-level martial art, the divine step technique. Option 2. Expose the true nature of the second prince. The throne shall never be surrendered willingly, infuriating them. Reward: a vial of truth elixir. He gazed at the 2 life choices before him. Li Changsheng was indeed indifferent to the position of the crown prince. However, he harbored a keen interest in infuriating Li Qingjian and thwarting their ambitions. Upon further reflection, the idea of leaving without a trace proved to be quite challenging. Not to mention the formidable experts of the Yu dynasty, the various government officials, and the practitioners of the Li clan. He was utterly unfamiliar with the Yu dynasty. Lacking even a single map, the prospect of escaping was exceedingly difficult. This Xian-level martial art was rather unimpressive. Entering the palace was a strategic retreat, as it presented a greater likelihood of survival. Very well, I shall enter the palace and see what they have to say. In the grand hall of the Yu dynasty, civil and military officials were arranged in 2 rows. Li Yuan sat majestically upon the imperial throne, exuding an air of regal authority. Beside him were the queen, who shared in the governance, and the second prince. Zhao Xuanji, though she held the title of queen, was the daughter of the renowned sword king and belonged to the illustrious Zhao family, a prominent lineage associated with the sacred domain. In this era of prosperity for the Yu dynasty, the Zhao family played a significant role. Occasionally, she would attend court alongside Emperor Yu, and none among the officials harbored any dissent. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present for your consideration. Li Yuan waved his hand, granting permission. The crown prince has returned to the country for half a year, yet he neglects state affairs and disregards the esteemed laws and rituals of our great Yu. Recently, rumors have emerged of his clandestine escapades with courtesans, a scandal that tarnishes our national dignity. I concur, as the crown prince. He is neither a warrior capable of wielding a spear against foes, nor a scholar who can restore peace and order to the realm. He fails to alleviate your majesty's burdens and sets no example for the royal family. I further assert that the crown prince is devoid of virtue, ability, achievements, and initiative. He embodies the four deficiencies of a prince and, therefore, ought to be dismissed. Some oblivious officials appeared bewildered. What is the purpose of today's gathering? Wait. When did the crown prince return? How could they be so uninformed? Has he truly been back for half a year? Shouldn't a welcoming ceremony have been held first? The officials exchanged meaningful glances, realizing that a significant event was undoubtedly about to unfold. Li Yuan suddenly bellowed, boldly insolent. The crown prince has been held as a hostage in the barbaric tribes for 2 decades, and upon his return, you seek to depose him. What is your true intention? How can the crown prince be deemed unworthy, incompetent, and without merit? In an unexpected turn, dozens of officials knelt before him in unison, imploring, Your Majesty, please discern the truth and summon the crown prince to the court for questioning. The others, unaware of the underlying motives, remained silent. It was clear to all present. They were merely spectators to a grand spectacle. Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside the grand hall. It was Li Chongqing, mocking, Is this a farce you have orchestrated? A decision already made, yet you wish to perform a grand show? Chapter 6, My second son, are you not delighted? The officials were taken aback. In the great Yu Hall, someone had entered without awaiting summons. Yet, the figure was clad in a python robe, bearing a striking resemblance to the current emperor of Yu. No, he resembled more closely the divine maiden of the First Holy Land, Xuanji, though somewhat frail in appearance. Whispers rippled through the assembly, could this be the crown prince, who had returned in secrecy after half a year? On the throne, Li Yuan's countenance darkened. The audacity of his eldest son to disregard protocol and enter unbidden was not merely a breach of decorum. It was a blatant display of disrespect towards his father and the emperor. A rebellious son. Your Majesty, temper your rage. An elderly minister, the crown prince's tutor, Xiang Long, interjected as he crawled onto the floor, bowing deeply. There are those who conspire to harm the crown prince. His impetuous entry was driven by fear for his life. Had he arrived even a moment later, he might have met a tragic fate. Immediately, an official retorted with indignation, preposterous. In our great Yu, where peace and prosperity reign, who would dare to lay a hand on the royal family? Xiang Long swiftly responded. A handful of treacherous eunuchs dared to launch a surprise attack on the crown prince before my very eyes, only to be met with my swift retribution. Li Chongqing felt a stir within. This old man was actually taking the blame for him. What a selfless act of loyalty. Since they had arrived, it would be far more exhilarating to seize the position of the crown prince and then flee to distant lands. The second prince, in a fit of rage, bellowed, Xiang Long, His Majesty merely sent Shao Shizi to summon the crown prince for court. Do you dare to take his life? Li Chongqing scoffed. If Master Shi intends to take my life, shall I not retaliate? Minister Xiang has rendered meritorious service in guarding the palace. I beseech your Majesty to bestow him with rewards. The second prince promptly denied. Little Shi has been a seasoned eunuch for many years, exhibiting utmost caution and a profound understanding of court etiquette. He has never erred in his dealings, and it is widely acknowledged that he is a commendable steward wherever he is. How can he suddenly be branded a murderer in your presence? With no evidence to support such claims, you are merely slandering his character. What a masterful display of eloquence. Li Chongqing felt that the eunuch was intentionally arranged by Li Chongjian to humiliate him, provoking him to act. However, Li Chongqing was indifferent to it. He retorted, You have twisted the truth and spread rumors more than once or twice. When seeking to impose a crime, what lack of pretext is there? Li Chongjian vehemently rebuked. Crown Prince, it is unmistakably you who have committed the heinous act of murdering the palace maid, indulging in debauchery and disregarding the principles of governance. Now, even the imperial messenger is to be silenced. Do you not harbor intentions of rebellion? Li Chongqing rolled his eyes, regarding the individual before him as utterly foolish. The same tiresome rhetoric was being repeated, merely an attempt to oust him. If only he could express his thoughts candidly, he might even consider conceding. Yet, in this moment, he resolutely refused. As the quarrel between the two princes escalated, the second prince exchanged a knowing glance with his close aide, who promptly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the crown prince is devoid of virtue, capability, merit, and action. He has committed heinous acts, such as the murder of palace maids and the assault on imperial messengers, brazenly intruding upon the court. How can such a person be entrusted with the Eastern Palace? I propose that we establish the second prince, who is both wise and talented, as the rightful heir. Following this, more than 20 court officials knelt in unison to echo the plea. We beseech your majesty to appoint the second prince as the heir apparent. He is exceptionally gifted, humble in demeanor, and possesses a commendable reputation both domestically and abroad. He is the more suitable candidate for this esteemed position, for the future of Du, for the stability of the realm, and for the welfare of the people. Let us dethrone the elder and elevate the younger. Within the court, at least 100 officials, 1/4 of the assembly, were advocating for this change, among them several military leaders. Xiang Long cried out, "Your Majesty, the ancestral laws must not be altered. The crown prince has served as a hostage for 20 years, enduring trials and demonstrating commendable character. Such slanderous remarks, lacking verification, cannot be taken lightly lest we invite ridicule from the world." An unsettling silence enveloped the court. Despite the existence of warriors capable of defying gravity and manipulating the elements, the deeply entrenched feudal mindset of many dynasties remained potent. One could not act recklessly without incurring divine retribution. Li Changsheng was acutely aware that everything was merely a performance. It was nothing more than donning the yellow robe and being pressured by the officials, a reluctant measure. He, Yu Huang, was innocent. It was merely a conflict among his sons, the fault lying with the officials, leaving him unblemished. Just yesterday, there had been a great uproar, and today it was all arranged? Could it be a spur-of-the-moment decision? Regardless of whether others believed it, he certainly did not. Li Changsheng speculated that the absence of any developments during his 6-month return might indicate that he had been orchestrating the matter of deposing the heir and establishing the young prince during this period. Beside the high seat, Li Qingjian wore a conspicuous smile. "Oh, Crown Prince, soon you will undoubtedly demand that I present evidence. However, rest assured that this prince has meticulously prepared everything over these past 6 months. There shall be no errors. Every aspect of your actions has been anticipated by me, even the demise of Xiao Shizi at your hands. In truth, whether you killed him or not, he was destined to perish. Yet your involvement only serves to enhance the situation." Suddenly, Li Yuan struck the dragon throne with great force, unleashing a tremendous aura of martial sovereignty. Impudence! The Emperor of Yu unleashed a powerful hand from afar, causing the dozens of officials who petitioned for the deposition of the heir to vomit blood. Xiang Taifu is correct. The crown prince has served as a hostage for 20 years and has rendered significant contributions to the Yu dynasty. How could one so easily be deposed? I do not believe the accusations against the crown prince. I shall investigate thoroughly to restore his honor. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Long's tense brow relaxed. The emperor remains enlightened. Yet, in the next moment, more officials knelt down. "We humbly beseech your majesty, for the sake of the great Yu state, to consider the deposition of the heir and the establishment of the young prince." As more officials continued to kneel, even the few who had remained oblivious soon followed suit. The situation had truly escalated into a collective pressure from the officials. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan was infuriated and exclaimed vehemently, You are forcing me into a corner. Do you comprehend the sacrifices the crown prince has made for the greater good of Du? My ministers are aware. Since you understand, are you contemplating rebellion? The crown prince is the legitimate firstborn heir. When he ventured into the barbaric tribes as a pledge, I vowed that he would return as the crown prince. By coercing me in this manner, are you not compelling me to become a man of broken promises, subject to ridicule from the world? Li Yuan, with an imposing demeanor, thunderously reprimanded, causing ominous storm clouds to gather over the imperial capital and fierce winds to rage outside the palace, heralding an atmosphere of impending doom. Yet, Li Changsheng remained expressionless, urging the court officials to continue their charade. Xiang Long spoke further, Your Majesty, in your wisdom, why do the ministers press so aggressively? However, the faction aligned with the second prince persisted in their counsel, stating, Your Majesty, we are willing to sacrifice our lives for the sake of the great Yu state. Should you disagree, I shall dash my head against this court pillar. Upon finishing his words, the minister rose and, with a sudden motion, struck his head against a nearby column, collapsing unconscious and staining the court with blood. Your Majesty, for the sake of the state, for the glory of great Yu. The other ministers bowed their heads once more in reverence. Li Yuan let out a heavy snort, his dragon crown swaying with his imposing aura, emanating an undeniable air of authority and majesty. You are forcing a palace coup upon me. You are trapping me in injustice. Li Yuan sat back down, and beside him, Empress Zhao Xuanji remarked, "Your Majesty, why not inquire how the Crown Prince intends to justify himself?" Li Yuan sighed and remarked, "Very well. Your Highness, what is your position on this matter? What do you wish to express? This has already been concluded in my mind, hasn't it? Yet you still demand that I provide a defense? I shall argue with you, you insolent wretch." Li Changxing smiled and said, "Have we finished? Excellent. I concur with the opinions of the esteemed officials and the Emperor." Before he could finish, the supporters of the second prince hurriedly leaped forward to rebuke him, exclaiming, "How audacious! Though you hold the title of Crown Prince, what gives you the right to express agreement?" The officials turned in astonishment. Shouldn't the Crown Prince at this moment be denying any wrongdoing and striving to safeguard his position? The imperial couple exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly perplexed by this audacious youth. They had expected to expend considerable effort, yet he had so readily acquiesced. Li Changxing continued, "My dear second brother, I have indeed agreed." "I trust you are quite pleased now?" "Vulgar." Several ministers angrily rebuked him. "In the court, you dare to utter such foul words? The Crown Prince, associated with barbaric tribes, is truly uncultured and shows no respect for propriety." Li Changxing scoffed. "What? Isn't Li Chengjian ranked second? Isn't he my beloved younger brother? Isn't he simply my second? He can become the Crown Prince. Isn't he pleased? Just look at the smile on his face that he cannot conceal." The officials remarked, "Oh, second prince, do temper your smile a bit. The position of Crown Prince has not yet been formally bestowed upon you. But I have a condition." Li Changxing suddenly said with a playful grin. At the mention of the word "but," the crowd furrowed their brows. What trick does this young man intend to play? Chapter 7. Are you incapable of playing this game? Li Changxing produced a Jinyan pill. This extraordinary pill, when ingested, compels the consumer to reveal their true words for the span of 1 hour. I implore the future Crown Prince, Li Chengjian, to partake of this pill and restore my honor. The crowd erupted in astonishment, questioning whether the Crown Prince had lost his senses, as he so carelessly suggested that the second prince should consume a mere pill. Li Changjian scoffed, "Do you wish to poison me? How could such a potion exist in this world? Brother, I have always held you in high regard. Why must you resort to fratricide?" Li Changxing was acutely aware that Li Chengjin would not capitulate easily. Suddenly, he seized a civil official, the one who had vociferously clamored for the abolition of the elder in favor of the younger, and who was undoubtedly among the earliest supporters of the second prince. The official, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What are you intending to do?" Li Changxing remarked, "Your master is feeling insecure. Let his lackeys take the first trial." With a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, Li Changxing administered a truth pill to the official. The official swallowed the pill, yet exhibited no peculiarities. The onlookers gazed in bewilderment, uncertain of the Crown Prince's intentions. In a world where such miraculous elixirs exist, was there truly a need for torture and interrogation? Their skepticism was palpable. Li Changxing immediately inquired, "Who is responsible for the recent scandal involving the tragic demise of the palace maidens?" The answer came forth. It was none other than the second prince, who, incensed by the maidens surreptitiously delivering meals to the Crown Prince, had taken it upon himself to commit this heinous act, all the while framing the Crown Prince for the crime. As for the scandal surrounding the visit to courtesans, it was orchestrated under the orders of the second prince, who commanded us to disseminate such rumors within the imperial city, aiming to tarnish the Crown Prince's reputation and create a foundation for his own ascension. The court officials were thrown into an uproar. The Minister of Rights, having revealed such truths, hurriedly covered his mouth in fear, his face betraying his alarm. He himself was bewildered. Why had he divulged everything the moment he spoke? The second prince, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Minister Liu, have you lost your senses?" Minister Liu, at a loss for words, could only lament his inability to restrain himself. Li Changxing inquired once more, "What underhanded tactics has my second son employed in his bid for the throne?" As Lord Liu began to respond, intending to assert that the second prince had done nothing, his words unexpectedly transformed into, "The second prince has indeed bribed palace maids and eunuchs to fabricate evidence. Over the past 6 months, he has suppressed news of the Crown Prince's return to the palace and coordinated with others to orchestrate various schemes to compel the Crown Prince to abdicate. The second prince even mentioned that if your majesty suddenly, Empress Yu struck." With a swift motion, she fatally struck Lord Liu, the Minister of Rights, from a distance. Li Yuan, filled with indignation, rebuked, "How dare you sow discord in the court?" Silence enveloped the assembly, where mere whispers could be heard. In the court, where a life had been lost, Emperor Yu's fury was palpable, marking a grave matter indeed. The ministers trembled in fear, too apprehensive to utter another word. Li Chongqing regarded this display of intimidation as mere theatrics, dismissing it without concern. Li Yuan could never publicly slay the crown prince in the court, especially considering that this was merely a conflict between him and the second prince. Li Chongqing picked up the vial and said, "I still have 4 truth pills left. My dear friend, do you dare to consume one?" Li Qingjian was struck with fear, his complexion turning pale. How could the crown prince possess such an extraordinary elixir? Could it be that Xiang Long provided it to him? Well, Xiang Long, despite being suppressed so harshly over the years, still possesses such means. I shall remember this grievance. Upon observing the situation, Xiang Long promptly remarked, "Your Majesty, your keen insight is greatly appreciated. The crown prince has returned to the palace besmirched by slander. There must be something amiss, and I advise a thorough investigation into the matter." Li Yuan immediately declared, "Approved. Order the Ministry of Justice to investigate forthwith who is slandering my 2 imperial sons, attempting to instigate discord between them." The Minister of Justice responded loudly, "I shall obey your command." Humph, is this matter to be swept under the rug? I have been wronged, yet you turn a blind eye when it concerns Li Chongjian. You merely speak of an investigation. Damn it, the Minister of Justice was among those who once knelt pleading for the abolition of the eldest in favor of the youngest. It comes as no surprise, Li Chongqing remains calm, having anticipated this. Xiang Long added, "Since the crown prince has committed no transgressions and has served as the hostage of Dayu for 20 years, ensuring peace in the northern borders, such a significant contribution must be proclaimed nationwide. We should welcome the crown prince into the Eastern Palace, appoint both civil and military mentors, select a crown princess, and educate him in governance, preparing him to be a worthy heir." Xiang Long expounded upon a plethora of benefits for the crown prince, leaving the officials in the court feeling alarmed. "Xiang Long, you truly grow bolder with age." The anxious second prince, in a fit of frustration, sought his mother's aid. With the tarnish on Li Chongqing's reputation now absent, the notion of abolishing the eldest in favor of the youngest lacks legitimacy. If forced through, it would amount to coercing the accomplished Li Chongqing to abdicate. This would not only invite ridicule and scorn from the populace, but would also leave an indelible stain on his future reign as emperor. The couple seated in the high seats cast increasingly disappointed and disdainful glances at Li Chongqing. Why can't Li Chongqing comprehend the difficulties faced by those who assume the role of parents? Is the position of a crown prince truly of such paramount importance? Clearly, you have served as a mere servant for 2 decades, possessing no skills, lacking any foundation within the court, and displaying a profound ignorance of governance. Why then must you covet this title? It seems that this eldest son has been corrupted by the barbaric tribes of foreign lands. Not only is he selfish and self-serving, but he also revels in the pursuit of power, devoid of any vision or grandeur. The second prince, in stark contrast, is obedient. Simultaneously, he has become more resolute in his conviction to dethrone the eldest in favor of the younger. This rebellious son, if he remains in the position of crown prince, may very well drive one to despair. The empress remarked, "Your Majesty, I suggest we deliberate on this matter at a later date. Our objectives for today have not been met, and Li Yuan must devise alternative strategies." The empress then inquired, "What wisdom do you possess?" Zhao Xuanji responded, "Perhaps we should allow the crown prince to undergo some practical training, thereby enabling the ministers to witness his capabilities." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, the crown prince has been a hostage for 20 years. What skills does he possess? None at all. Assigning him even the simplest of tasks could lead to a cacophony of errors, resulting in a multitude of issues. Achieving success and establishing a legacy is fraught with challenges. Yet exposing his shortcomings would be as effortless as grasping a handle. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing realized that his opportunity had arrived. He intended to seize the position of crown prince in a legitimate manner before departing from the Great Yu. He was aware that ultimately, these unfeeling parents would bequeath the throne to the second prince, but he could not allow them to do so comfortably. He aimed to ensure that the second prince ascended the throne under the scorn of the populace. Do you not desire the illustrious title of the eternal emperor? I shall withhold it from you. What? Are you not going to perform? Alas, how disappointing to waste the precious truth elixir I prepared. If you dare not consume it, shall I find another minister willing to partake? Who wishes to indulge? Li Chongqing approached the ministers, holding a vial of medicine. The ministers, in fright, covered their mouths and scurried away. It is said that while one may indulge in the consumption of various things, words should not be spoken recklessly. Lu Shangshu's body had yet to cool. TSK, so it is you who wish to play again, yet now you find yourselves unable to do so? The empress reprimanded, Chongqing. Have you not caused enough chaos? Zhao Xuanji sighed in resignation. She had initially intended to strip Li Chongqing of his title as crown prince and guide him closely towards reform. However, his rebellious nature proved to be a formidable challenge. The matters of the state rest upon your father and upon the esteemed ministers. You have been a hostage for 20 years, lacking understanding of cultivation and etiquette. How can you comprehend governance? As the crown prince, you ought to consider the welfare of Dayu and alleviate your father's burdens. At last, it was Zhao Xuanji's turn to speak. Xiang Taifu quickly interjected, Your Majesty, the crown prince possesses exceptional talent, with slight guidance from us elders. He can swiftly become adept in state affairs, and matters of cultivation will also pose no difficulty. I believe he deserves a chance. Li Chongqing patted Minister Xiang on the shoulder and remarked, Alas, Minister Xiang, if you continue to serve in this manner, you shall surely be oppressed to the point of demise. Li Yuan suddenly erupted in fury. Unfilial son, what nonsense are you spouting? Throughout my life, I have acted with utmost integrity. I have never coerced anyone. If you possess any true ability, who would dare to depose you? What do you have to show for yourself? Behold, you openly disdain me. Li Chongqing immediately declared, I beseech Father Emperor to grant permission for me to venture to the frontier. I am willing to wield a 3-foot-long blade to expand the territories of Dayu and to prove that as the crown prince, I possess the capability to defend our nation. The assembly was perplexed. How could he, who had so fervently clung to his title as crown prince, now hasten towards the battlefield seeking peril? The second prince struggled to contain his expression, nearly betraying a smile at this unexpected turn. In Chapter 8, Deceiving the old father to tears, upon entering the palace, Li Chongqing had conferred with the esteemed Chancellor Xiang regarding the current political landscape. Mastering information is of utmost importance. Although peace reigned within the borders of Dayu, the Western Front faced the looming threat of the demonic clans, with sporadic conflicts arising. Meanwhile, territorial disputes with Dafeng along the Eastern Front have led to frequent skirmishes. Recently, Dafeng has been plagued by floods, resulting in a poor harvest, and has sought grain from Dayu. Should Dayu refuse assistance, the two nations may once again find themselves at war. Moreover, this is an era dominated by martial prowess, where military generals hold significant importance. The civil service is governed by a rigorous examination system, while martial affairs culminate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This year, the tournament shall be held within the realm of Dayu. Akin to hosting the Olympics at great expense, nations are prepared to invest heavily to recruit promising young talents who shine at this prestigious event. Thus, during his journey, Li Chongqing had already devised his escape plan, to head to the frontier and seize military power. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In an instant, he discerned Li Chongqing's intentions. This young man seeks to flee the imperial city. Li Yuan scoffed. You lack understanding of cultivation. Are you not afraid of dying in battle? Li Chongqing, showcasing his acting prowess, declared, In response to Father Emperor, I would rather die gloriously in battle than be wrongfully executed on baseless charges. At the very least, I have fought for the great Yu, and I shall die without regret. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was this rebellious son truly born with a traitorous spirit? Who in the great Yu could unjustly accuse you? This was nothing but a roundabout way of insulting. A minister then rose and spoke. The crown prince is the heir apparent. If our dynasty were to lose even the heir in battle, would it not render us a laughingstock in the eyes of the world for lacking capable leaders? Li Chongqing's intention to escape the imperial city is exceedingly apparent, and many can easily discern it. If he wishes to depart, he should leave the position of crown prince behind. Li Chongqing turned to the speaker and inquired, Who are you? I am Su Mingxi, the Marquis of Jiulu, concurrently serving as the Minister of War. Beside him, Xiang Taifu discreetly added, His daughter is the consort of the second prince. Ah, so he is the father-in-law of the second prince, Li Chongqing remarked. The words of the Marquis of Jiulu are misguided, a manifestation of ignorance. Oh, I would be most intrigued to hear what profound insights the crown prince has gleaned from the barbaric tribes, Su Mingxi retorted with a hint of mockery. Laughter erupted within the court. Indeed, the Marquis of Jiulu, a man of vast knowledge and exceptional martial prowess, was a paragon of scholarship in his time. He had once laid down his pen to take up arms, achieving significant military accomplishments, and stood as a pillar of the nation. His wisdom was not easily dismissed by just anyone. Li Chongqing stood tall and resolute, declaring with unwavering conviction, the common folk of Dayu can protect their homes and defend their nation, as the crown prince. I must set an example for all under heaven. Which descendant of the Li clan is not a hero, a paragon of valor? My father. The war god of the eastern wilderness has no unworthy offspring. To question my capabilities is to cast doubt upon the lineage of my father. How dare you? The Duke of Julu, incensed, felt the color drain from his face. Upon the alteration of the concept concerning Li Chongqing, it was as if one aimed to annihilate his entire lineage. Witnessing this, the esteemed Taifu Xiang furiously admonished, Duke of Julu, how dare you? You audaciously questioned the royal bloodline. Today you dare to challenge the crown prince. Tomorrow you may summon the courage to question the second prince, and the day after that, you might even dare to defy his majesty. What is your true intention? Li Chongqing raised his eyebrows and remarked, Xiang Taifu, what a splendid duet you have performed. The Duke of Julu quickly interjected, your servant did not intend that. I am merely concerned for the safety of the crown prince. Li Chongqing exclaimed in fury. It was you who just claimed I could not alleviate my father's concerns, and now you obstruct my efforts to do so. What is it that you truly desire from me? His words resonated powerfully, plunging the entire court into a profound silence, as they found themselves ensnared in a web of contradictions. The Duke of Julu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the prince's sharp intellect. However, upon glancing at the Grand Tutor Xiang beside him, he concluded that this was the work of Xiang himself. In his heart, the Duke cursed Xiang Long. Do you still harbor hopes of rising through the prince's favor? How foolish. Li Chongqing completely seized the initiative. Observing the silence of those around him, he exclaimed, why the silence? Are you all at a loss for words? Zhao Xuanji, witnessing the prince's audacious demeanor after merely gaining a fleeting advantage in conversation, regarded him with disdain. Your Highness, she remarked, after enduring 2 decades of hardship, you return only to venture to the border to seek glory? Do you not fear for your life? Li Chongqing replied, I certainly fear death. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan, with a darkened expression, expressed his disdain. A true man should never fear death. He scoffed, saying, if you fear death, then why do you still? Before Li Yuan could complete his words, Li Chongqing exclaimed loudly, military songs should resonate with the heartfelt verses of a loving father. I vow to vanquish the barbarian foes and march forth. I shall only understand the battlefield as a place to sacrifice my life for my father. For what need is there to return my body wrapped in horsehide? This is an adaptation of a frontier poem, yet Li Chongqing has modified it to express his dedication to the emperor, declaring that he shall solely focus on slaying enemies to alleviate your worries, disregarding all else. The courtiers present were deeply moved, each one recognizing his filial piety. Military songs should resonate with the heartfelt verses of a loving father. What need is there to return my body wrapped in horsehide? Even Empress, you could not help but softly recite the lines. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Had he been too harsh on his eldest son? Yu Huang took a deep breath, suppressing the glimmer of tears in her gaze. Perhaps, after enduring so much hardship, this son still yearned for his affection. He merely experienced his rebellious phase a tad later than most. It could be that last night's declaration to sever ties was, in truth, a plea for his father's love once more. Viewed in this light, everything seemed far more agreeable. Observing the silent assembly of officials and scholars, Li Chongqing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he had desired. After all, how else could one escape the capital? Li Yuan rubbed his forehead and said, in that case, let us proceed to Ningzhou. Ningzhou, located on the eastern front of Dayu, borders the realm of Dafeng. Although the two nations occasionally experience friction, they maintain diplomatic relations and engage in conflicts with considerable restraint, resulting in frequent injuries but few fatalities. Moreover, it serves as an advantageous locale for the scions of the nobility to enhance their prestige. However, Zhao Xuanji interjected, Your Majesty, if the crown prince aspires to achieve great deeds, he will find little opportunity for distinction in Ningzhou. Perhaps he should consider Yinzhou, where he can truly make a name for himself and alleviate some of your burdens. The entire court, both civil and military officials, looked up in astonishment. Yuzhou, situated on the western front, is the first line of defense against the incursions of the demonic forces. It may endure years of peace, or, when conflict arises, it can last for several years, resulting in rivers of blood and countless casualties. Yet, those who survive will find their careers advancing with astonishing rapidity, providing ample opportunities for personal growth. Li Chongqing sighed, pondering whether his parents ever considered retaining him as an option. Indeed, he felt superfluous. Nevertheless, it was a choice he had made for himself, and he accepted it. Observing the situation, Taifu Xiang promptly interjected, Your Majesty, the crown prince has yet to marry and possesses no knowledge of military affairs. Such hasty decisions are unwise. I propose that I instruct him for a period, during which we should also arrange for a consort for the crown prince, before proceeding further. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback, acknowledging that experience often surpasses youth. This suggestion from Tai Fu Xiong seemed to directly benefit Li Chongqing. The question of whether he would take to the front lines remained uncertain. As it appeared the two were merely performing a duet, Li Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, since you are insistent, I shall grant you this. Issue an edict. Appoint the crown prince as the general of the Flying Dragon. Choose a day to select the crown princess and expedite the marriage. 1 month after the grand wedding, we shall proceed to Yunzhou." Suddenly, the second prince, who was by his side, pleaded softly. Li Yuan ultimately determined the fate of Li Chongqing. Upon hearing the initial part of Emperor Yu's proclamation, Li Chongqing felt a sense of satisfaction, for he had achieved his goal. However, what followed was perplexing. Marriage? Was there a need to ensure his lineage? Given the treatment he received, would his son fare any better? "My dear second son, it seems you shall find joy in this as well." After the court session, Xiang Long wore a troubled expression. He remarked, "Your Highness, the journey to Yunzhou is fraught with peril. Why has His Majesty suddenly changed his mind?" "Alas." Li Chongqing chuckled heartily. "Your Excellency, I have long since grown accustomed to it. Perhaps emotion is but a fleeting moment. Rationality is the ultimate choice, regardless of the location. It holds the same significance for me." Xiang Long remarked, "It seems the old minister must exercise caution in selecting a suitable princess for the crown prince." Li Chongqing shook his head and said, "No, the Grand Tutor should find someone with a notoriously bad character, someone with a reputation that is utterly disreputable, preferably a shrew. I would rather be locked in with such a paragon as a good man of the Yu dynasty." Li Chongqing believed that since he was destined to flee, he ought not to bring harm to virtuous women. It would be more fitting to find a woman of ill repute. Chapter 9. I am delving into the art of house studies. After leaving the court, Li Chongqing felt quite content. His achievements were largely attributed to his royal lineage. Most importantly, he had successfully thwarted the second prince's attempts to seize the title of crown prince, which had thoroughly vexed him. "Ah, the second prince, what I have bestowed upon you is rightfully yours, yet if I choose not to grant it, you cannot usurp it." Beside him, the cautious minister Xiang remarked, "Your Highness, the faction of the second prince may be waiting for you to make a mistake, providing them with a legitimate reason to depose you. That is of little concern. I have accomplished my goal of safely departing the imperial capital," Li Chongqing replied. "Not only has he suffered a significant loss, but I have also gained immensely. However, Your Highness, I fear that the second prince and the Duke of Jiulu may become desperate. It is prudent to select a crown princess with substantial strength," the minister suggested. No, I prefer to find a notorious shrew, a venomous woman. That is precisely my taste." Li Chongqing held a strong aversion to such political unions. He was destined to depart, lest he bring misfortune upon innocent women. However, his actions appeared to Xiang Long as somewhat reckless and self-destructive. Xiang Long believed that the crown prince sought to escape the capital and lead a tranquil life in seclusion. Yet, having witnessed the crown prince's dark powers, Xiang Long dared not advise him too directly. He could only suggest obliquely, "Your Highness, we are not devoid of opportunities. If you can stand tall, many within the court would rally to your side. The current emperor is in robust health, and your prospects are indeed promising." Li Chongqing was acutely aware of the old minister's intentions. He was rather traditional, aspiring to rally towards the imperial throne, hoping to secure a position as a loyal minister and etch his name into the annals of history. However, Li Chongqing held such familial aspirations in disdain. Having long declared a severance of ties, he was unequivocally intent on fleeing. Yet, the esteemed minister Xiang incessantly chattered on, proposing alliances and scholarly pursuits, which seemed utterly superfluous. After expressing his thoughts once, he deemed it unnecessary to repeat himself. For the time being, as their objectives did not conflict, he chose to let matters unfold as they would. Li Chongqing contemplated, "I shall remain here to garner some followers, accumulate wealth for my expenditures, and with the imperial throne in tow, depart from the capital, finding solace wherever I may go. Once my formidable skills are fully realized, I can return and vex that family." Humph. As he pondered his future, he walked along the dragon steps of the palace. Suddenly, a pair of young individuals emerged from around the corner, clad in the attire of fourth-rank officials. In Diyu, women could hold official positions, but it was a privilege reserved solely for the members of the Li clan, and the numbers were exceedingly few. Although the duo wore official garb, their sleeves bore the embroidered design of blue skies and white clouds, a distinction indicating their affiliation with the Li family in the court. Having served as a hostage for 20 years, Li Changxing was hardly acquainted with many of his kin. Yet, the female official boldly addressed him, exclaiming, "Li Changxing, you are truly occupying a latrine without fulfilling your purpose. Lacking talent, virtue, and capability, DU is indeed bound to suffer because of you." The onlookers were taken aback. How could this esteemed official be so audacious? Even if it was common knowledge that she aspired to marry the second prince, her reckless defense of him was astonishing. Her brother hastily tried to restrain her, saying, "Sister, be cautious. He is, after all, a prince." What nonsense prince? A stable prince or a wretched prince? Is there truly such a disgraceful prince in the world? The esteemed Minister Xiang furiously rebuked, "Li Changxing, I shall report you to His Majesty for your insult against the prince, a crime of disrespect." The female official disdainfully raised her hand, clenched into a fist, and retorted, "Do as you please. Let us see if His Majesty pays heed to you. If the prince is dissatisfied, he may engage in a spar with me." Though she was merely a court official, the vast Li clan provided her with protection, and she was a supporter of the second prince. This signified a substantial backing, akin to that of a royal sister. Even if a conflict were to ensue, it would likely be perceived as a trivial dispute among children, warranting familial discipline rather than royal law. The most critical aspect was that she was well aware of Li Changxing's unpopularity as a prince. Minister Xiang, infuriated, was about to confront the situation. Li Changxing grasped him firmly. Both individuals possessed robust physiques and exuded a profound aura, their every movement reflecting the grace of seasoned martial artists, clad in the ceremonial attire of military officials. It was evident that one of them was a master of martial arts. However, Li Changxing had only just entered the realm of Qi Si, while the Grand Tutor, Xiang Long, lacked understanding of martial arts, finding himself at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. Li Changxing pointed at her and declared, "Elder Master Xiang, I have made up my mind. I shall marry her. Please inform His Majesty at once and request the marriage decree. Tonight, I shall render her utterly weak with delight." With that, Li Changxing strode away. Li Qianga, who had just furiously rebuked Li Changxing, felt as if struck by lightning. Although they belonged to the same Li clan, the vastness of their family meant there were numerous branches, and some had even welcomed sons-in-law through marriage. Thus, there was no issue regarding the union with Li Qianga. However, at the tender age of 18, her admiration for the second prince was well known. During her time cultivating in the world's foremost sacred land, she had followed the second prince, Li Chengjian, as if she were his devoted shadow. But now, Li Changxing's proclamation had effectively sealed her fate. Even after he had disappeared from sight, she remained frozen in place. A nearby man spoke, "Second sister, I told you, why provoke him in the first place?" Li Qianga broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Brother, I refuse. I refuse to marry this worthless man. I long to seek Brother Qingjian. The crown prince is utterly shameless." As Li Changxing settled into his seat at the residence of the esteemed Minister Xiang, he was soon summoned to the palace once again. This time, however, the eunuch who came to fetch him exhibited a greater sense of decorum, patiently allowing him to enjoy a hearty meal and rest for half an hour, all the while wearing a mournful expression. It was only when a second group of eunuchs arrived to invite him that, under the persistent encouragement of Minister Xiang, Li Changxing finally proceeded to the palace to meet the emperor. In truth, Li Changxing possessed a profound understanding of his precarious position. The emperor could easily dispose of him if he so desired. Yet, the sovereign was reluctant to tarnish his reputation with the infamy of fratricide, striving instead to maintain the faade of a benevolent father. Thus, it could be said that his safety was somewhat assured prior to his departure for the front lines. At this juncture, he felt free to court danger, fully aware that the worst consequence would merely be a scathing reprimand. But who truly cared? Upon entering the imperial study, he found members of the Li family gathered on the left, including the ever-spirited Li Qianga. At the elevated seat, Li Yuan was seething with rage, his fury palpable. "Unfilial son, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? You dare to defy the imperial decree?" Li Changxing spoke with righteous indignation. In response to father, "The son is currently engaged in the study of the art of domestic affairs and has reached a crucial juncture, which is why I am a bit late." In the imperial study, the men, women, and even the eunuchs fell into silence. Only the weeping of Li Qianga grew louder. "Vulgar." Li Yuan expressed his disdain. "Have you learned the debauchery and lawlessness of the savage tribes during your time among them?" Li Changxing maintained a solemn demeanor as he addressed, to answer the emperor, My study of the art of housing is driven by a desire for the lifelong happiness of my sister Qiange, as well as to ensure the continuation of our royal lineage. What wrongdoing have I committed? Should I be expected to emulate Prince Chengjian, who, after a mere 2 breaths, concluded his endeavors? He has yet to father an heir. If I do not strive diligently, will the Li family face extinction? Even the imperial guard passing by fell into a thoughtful silence. It is a noble duty to extend the royal family, and such aspirations cannot be dismissed lightly. Ensuring my wife's happiness is a rightful obligation, devoid of fault. It is entirely reasonable to act in haste to alleviate the emperor's burdens on the front lines. In doing so, he subtly criticized the inadequacies of the second prince, seizing the initiative. Li Qingjian was filled with rage. Li Changxing, your filthy words are unworthy of response. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. This is slander and defamation. I implore the emperor to punish the crown prince. Li Changxing smirked and suggested, why not let the ladies of the Yihong courtyard indulge in a truth elixir? Alternatively, you could consume it yourself. Upon the mention of such a formidable weapon, Li Chengjian fell into an immediate silence. This particular item was not meant for consumption, for once ingested, one would be utterly constrained. Li Changsheng immediately remarked, you see, silence is tantamount to acquiescence. Li Yuan, in a fit of rage, slammed the table and declared, enough. A dog cannot change its nature. You may consider yourself justified in this matter, but let us leave it at that. I did not summon you to discuss this sordid affair. My purpose is to address your impending marriage to Li Qiange. Exhausted and irritable, Li Yuan chose to overlook Li Changsheng's defiance. Were it not for the fact that Li Changsheng had been a hostage for 2 decades, Li Yuan would have certainly imprisoned him to temper his temperament. However, at this moment, he simply wished to expedite Li Changsheng's departure, allowing their family of 4 to return to their former tranquil life. Yet, Li Changsheng felt deeply disappointed. Had the emperor's favoritism towards his younger brother reached such an extreme? It could only be concluded that they were indeed in cahoots. Li Changxing turned to Li Qiange beside him and said, Sister Qiange, rest assured, I am thoroughly versed in the art of the 72 techniques of the chamber, and I promise you will be satisfied. Li Qiange, her face flushed and her heart racing, felt a tremor in her bosom and tightened her calves. Your Majesty, I have already found someone dear to my heart. I fear I cannot reciprocate the crown prince's affections. I implore your Majesty to take my plight into consideration. Li Qiange knelt before the emperor, pleading earnestly yet refraining from outright defiance, opting instead for a more subtle expression of her sentiments. Her heart was set on marrying Li Chengjian. How could she possibly be wed to the ineffectual Li Changxing? Such a fate would spell ruin for her entire life. Beside Li Qiange, her parents and brothers also knelt down in supplication. Master of the house, we beseech you to show mercy to our Qiange and select another suitable bride. This couple, in their desperation, directly addressed the master of the house, hoping to invoke familial authority to resolve the matter. Li Changxing replied, marriage is not obligatory. We shall not compel you. If you choose not to marry, I shall take my time in selecting someone, though the duration remains uncertain. Wouldn't you agree, heir? This statement was deliberately made for Li Chengjian to overhear. Li Changxing found the dynamics within his family to be quite extraordinary. He could freely berate Li Chengjian, who in turn would plead with their parents to achieve his goals, only for their parents to subsequently pressure him. It was utterly absurd. Since the second sibling was so easily manipulated, he decided to exploit this to a greater extent. Li Chengjian has indeed been deceived. The emperor declared in the court that the crown prince should hasten to the front lines of Yunzhou 1 month after his marriage. The crux of the matter lies not in the journey to the front, but in the marriage itself. In Li Chengjian's eyes, the crown prince sought to clip his wings. However, Li Chengjian found this notion quite ludicrous. He immediately countered, saying, Your Majesty, Qiange is my own sister. Since she has a person of affection, I believe it would be prudent to refrain from further pursuits. I do have a candidate in mind, however. Li Changxing immediately replied, I refuse. The woman you have recommended to me is surely as barren as your wife. However, my dear sister Qingge possesses ample qualities that would ensure the birth of sons. I humbly beseech His Majesty to grant me this marriage. Upon uttering these words, the imperial study fell into a profound silence. Such remarks are highly inappropriate and could lead to severe consequences. How audacious! Li Yuan, indeed, slammed the table in anger. Unfilial son, do you truly believe that I would refrain from disowning you? The others, terrified, dared not even breathe. For it was a rare sight to witness Emperor Yu in such a state of fury. Li Changsheng stood tall and declared, Of course, father dares, for in your eyes, I am not even regarded as a son. This woman has publicly humiliated me. Have you ever contemplated punishing her? Had she not acted with such disgrace, would I have troubled her? You have promised me marriage. Why, then, do you compel me to reconsider due to my younger brother's plea? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was left utterly astounded. In truth, he was fully aware of everything. It was evident that Li Changge had erred initially, and he could discern that Li Changxing intended to teach Li Changge a lesson. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he wished for Li Changxing to withdraw and exercise restraint. Li Yuan's expression fluctuated between joy and sorrow, and he thought to himself, "No, I am fair to you, brothers. I am a good father. It is you who do not understand me." Chapter 10. Both parents do this for your own good. Li Yuan was resolute and decisive in matters of state, unwavering in his commands. However, when it came to familial affairs, he found himself in an overwhelming predicament, reflecting on the time before Li Changxing's return. When familial bonds were characterized by paternal affection and filial piety, he hardly faced such complexities. Although he harbored disdain for Li Changxing, the eldest son raised in a primitive tribe, he could not overlook the contributions of his son over the past 2 decades. Touched by the sentiment encapsulated in the phrase military songs should echo the father's lullaby, he permitted Li Changxing to leave behind an heir before departing. This act aligned with the traditions of the Li family, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Moreover, while his son may not have been to his liking, there remained hope that a grandson might bring him satisfaction. Yet, the situation with the concubine continued to trouble him. Li Yuan, with a stern expression, said, "Crown Prince, have I been too lenient with you? I have already fulfilled your wishes, yet you continue to cause me trouble?" Li Changxing was taken aback. "What have I done to deserve this? I merely requested to head to the frontier to alleviate the burdens of the state. It was you, father, who insisted that I marry before I depart. Can you hold me accountable for that? You should address me as your majesty." Li Changxing smiled, for the old man had finally been provoked. "If your majesty wishes to spare me the journey to Yunzhou, might as well cast me into the celestial prison. For the mere transgression of a prince daring to covet the esteemed Lord Li Changge, it would be fitting. Then, should I unexpectedly perish within those confines, your family would surely be appeased." In the imperial study, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Over the years in Dayu, who would dare to speak so brazenly to the emperor? This prince seemed intent on courting death, awaiting the moment when the emperor could no longer endure his insolence and would disregard all decorum, casting him into the prison. Li Yuan felt an increasing headache. As the situation mirrored that of the previous night, his anger surged uncontrollably, and he could scarcely restrain the impulse to execute this rebellious son. Perhaps he could simply declare that the youth had succumbed to a sudden illness. Suddenly, Li Changxing rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms marred by burns and scars from a blade. He declared, "Come forth, you summon me to marry, yet obstruct my union. You choose and then scorn my choices. I willingly enter the celestial prison. My demise would bear no consequence to your esteemed family and would not tarnish your reputation. Send for someone to drag me away, and I trust you would find satisfaction in that." The sight of Li Changxing's scarred hands was indeed a poignant one. Li Yuan's breath suddenly became erratic. His brows furrowed deeply. Despite being the foremost war god of the eastern wilderness and a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm, his emotions were, in this moment, in turmoil. His imposing aura unexpectedly diminished. Li Yuan inquired in a deep voice, "Li Changge has disregarded the crown prince and has isolated herself for 3 days of introspection. The crown prince is to select a consort from the 7 great ducal houses and the 9 marquisates. Once you make your choice, I shall bestow the marriage." 3 days of solitary reflection? An outsider is valued more than my own son? Li Changxing smiled playfully and inquired, "Esteemed lordly, do you still have any unmarried women in your household?" The entire room fell silent, as if struck by a spell. Is Li Changxing still not satisfied? Does he still wish to cause a commotion? Li Changge's father hastily said, "Your Highness, I am willing to offer 100 taels of gold for your wedding celebration, as a token of apology for my daughter." Li Changxing let out a cold snort, acknowledging the presence of those with discernment. He spoke languidly, "Very well. I shall await your 100 taels of gold." How can a prince of such stature resort to extortion? It is truly a pitiful sight, akin to those northern barbarians who, year after year, relentlessly demand silver from the great Yu. They are indeed cut from the same cloth. Li Yuan, upon witnessing this scene, felt an even greater sense of disdain. Li Changxing departed from the imperial study when a palace maid called out to him, "Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence." Li Changsheng had recently acquired 100 taels of gold and decided to visit the empress to seek some financial gain. Upon arriving at Xinang Palace, he encountered Zhao Xuanji and his younger sister, Li Yuan'er. Upon seeing her brother, the sister could not help but express her disdain. Another unnecessary presence has arrived. Humph. With that, she flicked her small hand towards a nearby potted plant, snipping away at it with scissors while muttering, snip you, snip you. Li Changsheng did not indulge her. Chastising. A wretched person is merely pretentious. Sooner or later, you will be sent to the barbarian tribes for a marriage alliance. You. Li Yuan'er turned in astonishment, incredulous that this spineless fool dared to insult her. How dare he curse her to be married off? Has the world turned upside down? Did he wish to return to the stables? Yet, Li Changsheng had already passed her by. On the pavilion, Zhao Xuanji was enjoying tea with her daughter-in-law. The daughter of the Duke of Julu was a striking beauty, with a graceful figure and a complexion as fair as snow, a true paragon of loveliness. Adorned in resplendent red garments, she accentuated her delicate waist and ample bosom. Alas, she had yet to bear any offspring. In such a feudal dynasty, a hen that does not lay eggs cannot become a phoenix. Upon noticing Li Changsheng's arrival, Zhao Xuanji adopted a grave expression, remarking, Changsheng, I hear you had yet another quarrel with your father? Li Changsheng, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries, stated, cease this insincere act. If you genuinely wish to assist me, provide the funds. Zhao Xuanji, exhibiting a commendable candor, produced a small box. Upon opening it, it revealed an abundance of silver notes. Here are 10,000 taels for you to use in acquiring a consort. Li Changsheng unceremoniously seized the silver note, for it was rightfully hers. Why not take what is owed? Zhao Xuanji then remarked, since you have accepted it, you should choose an auspicious day to abdicate the throne and bestow the title of crown prince upon your brother. Indeed, there were conditions attached. Li Changsheng expressed his astonishment, saying, did you not send me to Yuzhou? Are you so impatient that you cannot wait for my demise on the battlefield? Zhao Xuanji retorted angrily, nonsense. Both you and Cheng Jian are my children, and I treat you equally. I merely wish for you to recognize the difficulties ahead. Once you are married and remain by my side, I shall diligently guide you to shed your barbaric habits. Li Changsheng scoffed. So it turns out that refusing to endure grievances is considered a barbaric custom. Zhao Xuanji retorted, what grievances do you speak of? Your father, the emperor, and your mother have made these arrangements for your own good. Do you truly believe you are capable of assuming the role of the crown prince? Is this still about your position as crown prince? Li Changsheng chose not to elaborate further, simply returning the money. Your Majesty, I am not in need of funds. Farewell. Stop right there. I am your mother, yet you cannot even bring yourself to address me as mother. You were never like this before. Goodness, has the FAAD finally cracked? Why can you not comprehend the sincere intentions of your mother? Must you hasten towards your demise in Yinzhou? If only you would speak up. I could intercede on your behalf. Li Changsheng inquired once more, sister. Why have I not faced any repercussions for the slanders cast upon me by you and my second brother? When shall I return to reside in my princely palace? Empress, can you intercede on my behalf? Zhao Xuanji fell into silence. She responded, Yuan'er was merely jesting with you. Her childish nature is to be expected. As the elder brother, why must you take offense? As for Qing Jian's usurpation of your residence, did not mother already clarify? The title of crown prince holds no value for you. Do you not wish to pursue your cultivation? If you remain by mother's side, she can teach you the ways of cultivation. Li Changsheng smiled. If I were to slander Li Yuan'er by suggesting she had an affair with a guard, suddenly, a short sword flew from Zhao Xuanji's sleeve, poised at Li Changsheng's throat. She displayed the cold demeanor characteristic of a formidable martial artist. However, in an instant, she realized that the person before her was her eldest son, and thus, he could not be harmed. Her hand grew weak with fear, and the sword clattered to the ground. Flustered, she stammered, no, that's not it. Changsheng's mother merely, after a moment of hesitation, Zhao Xuanji suddenly understood the hypocrisy of her stance. Protective of her offspring, her reaction was instinctive. It was something she could comprehend. Li Changsheng gently touched his neck and said, I am grateful for the Empress's mercy in sparing my life. It seems I must refrain from spreading rumors about the princess. Yet it is permissible for the princess to spread rumors about me. How splendid it is that we are treated equally. I had forgotten that I am not favored. The atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, Li Yuan'er rushed over, saying, Look how you've angered mother. Li Changsheng retorted, Can we be compared? We are a family of 4. You are merely in excess. You should remain in the wild tribes as a hostage. What purpose does your return serve? On the day you returned, there was an unpleasant odor. with your furtive eyes and repugnant demeanor. Both father and mother were distressed, only then recalling that they had such a son. Do yourself a favor and leave. This home does not welcome you. If I wronged you, so what? Father dotes on me, and what of it? What can you do? Li Changxing said calmly. That is correct. In the future, do not indiscriminately acknowledge relationships when outside. I have no connection with your family. Farewell. Chapter 11. Am I truly in the wrong? No, I am not. After Li Changxing departed, Zhao Xuanji found herself rendered speechless with rage. She pondered deeply, questioning whether she had truly erred. Her suggestion for Li Changxing to go to Yunzhou was merely a means to intimidate him. Li Changxing had endured 2 decades as a hostage in a savage tribe, suffering immensely, and it is only reasonable that he would be dissuaded from further hardship. Thus, the notion of retaining him by her side is indeed a natural proposition for someone who has long yearned for maternal affection. The convergence of these 2 conditions should have led to his acceptance, rendering the situation ideal. Yet, Li Changxing refuses to acquiesce. Not only does he decline, but he also insists on severing ties. Can one truly sever the bond of blood that flows between them? Zhao Xuanji believes that all her actions are motivated by her love for her child. As for the slanders against Li Yuan, her experiences in the stables for half a year, where she was subjected to the cruelty of eunuchs, are now behind her. She had no inkling that Li Chengjian would mishandle matters so poorly, nor could she have anticipated the rift between the 2 brothers. But can she be blamed for this? Since events have unfolded as they have, the eunuchs are now deceased. Li Changxing has incurred no losses. After all, we are all family. So let us refrain from mentioning it further. Li Changxing, as the eldest son, ought to be sensible and consider the greater good. She failed to comprehend this. She believed that Li Changxing had been corrupted by the barbarous teachings from the north. However, Zhao Xuanji, fully aware of her esteemed position as the empress revered by all and the divine maiden of the first sacred land, would never permit a rift between mother and son. How could she then face the world? How could she confront the accusations and mockery from within the Li family? Li Yuan remarked, Mother, why not simply let him go? He is utterly ignorant of cultivation and military affairs. Should he venture to Yunzhou, he would not only fail to confront the demon clan, but even the local commanders would not respect him. To take it a step further, he might even succumb to illness along the way. Zhao Xuanji furrowed her brows. Her heart in turmoil. She was torn between fearing for her eldest son's hardships and worrying about his well-being. Alas, Zhao Xuanji's inner world was now a tempest of conflicting emotions. At this moment, another troubled soul was Emperor Li Yuan. Li Yuan picked up a piece of the Shadow Stone, reflecting on the past 2 decades. Each year, the barbaric tribes of the northern frontier demanded compensation from the Great Yu for the trade deficit at the border. Due to the excessively harsh conditions, he had only consented to half of their terms. Should he acquiesce entirely, the wealth of the northern border citizens would be siphoned away, resulting in significant fiscal deficits within the Great Yu. The despicable barbarians remained unsatisfied, yet restrained by the Crown Prince Treaty, they refrained from instigating war. Nevertheless, each year, they recorded the torment inflicted upon Li Changxing using the Shadow Stone, sending the footage to him in an attempt to undermine his resolve. Li Yuan revisits his memories annually, contemplating the myriad scars and iron brands etched upon Li Changxing's form, as though they were imprinted upon his very visage. Upon receiving the memorial stone sent in the 10th year, fissures of doubt and self-reflection began to mar his resolve. What claim does he possess to the title of the foremost emperor of the eastern wilderness? He could not even safeguard his own son. In truth, he felt diminished. Less than a man, had he not resorted to using his own child as a hostage to secure peace in the northern realms. He too would have succumbed to defeat beneath the weight of relentless pressures. In his anguish and ire, he chose the path of evasion. Though such avoidance may be deemed ignoble, it proved effective. He observed his younger son, Li Chengjian, blossoming into a learned and refined individual, exhibiting remarkable poise, and thriving as a core disciple of the sacred land with commendable martial progress. In this, he regained a semblance of paternal dignity and respect. He mused that without Li Changxing, his existence would be flawless. Indeed, he gradually succumbed to a form of madness. As the 11th year dawned, he sealed away the memorial stones sent from the savage tribes, choosing to forsake their gaze. By the 20th year, he had nearly forgotten the existence of his elder son. Occasionally, he pondered whether Li Changxing's perpetual absence spared him from confronting the demons within his heart. Have I truly erred? Li Yuan gazed forlornly at the heavens and mused. No, I am not mistaken. I have rendered the Great Yu prosperous and powerful. I am indeed a sovereign of unparalleled greatness throughout the ages. It is that wayward son who has succumbed to the barbaric customs. Day in and day out, he threatens me with severance of ties. Yet I have shown him endless forbearance. Is my mercy not sufficient? He chose to seek glory on the borders. He cannot hold me accountable. Within the residence of the esteemed Minister Xiang, Li Changxing received an apology payment from the family of Li Qianga, 100 taels of gold. The purchasing power of gold remains commendable, providing him ample means to indulge in leisure for some time. Li Changxing found himself with a moment of leisure and silently began to cultivate the Taishu demon god technique, attuning himself to the progress of his power for the day. Ah, indeed, the celestial demon relic is remarkable. After an entire day of self-driven cultivation, his Qi has already begun to condense energy. Li Changxing executed a series of martial arts moves, each strike resonating with vigor. With each passing moment, his energy intensified. After some time, he noticed the return of Master Xiang. Li Changxing inquired, "Where has the Grand Tutor gone? Why is there not a single soul in your household?" Xiang Long sighed and replied, "My family has fallen victim to the treachery of Lord Su Mingxi of Julu. Since that tragic event, I have dismissed all servants. Confronting the emptiness of my home each day, which serves as a poignant reminder to inspire me to live on." Li Changxing's heart stirred with understanding. No wonder this venerable man steadfastly stood by his side. It seemed he awaited the opportunity for the crown prince to turn the tide against adversity. Li Changxing reiterated, "Grand Tutor, I shall not remain. This royal court cannot accommodate one such as myself. You ought to retire to your homeland." Xiang Long replied, "Your Highness, there are indeed alternative paths to consider should you choose not to stay. Venturing to the frontier, wielding military authority is also a viable option. The common folk proclaim that the crown prince has languished for 2 decades in the barbaric tribes, reduced to a mere servant, lacking the virtues of propriety and unable to cultivate his skills. However, I have observed that the crown prince has embraced the martial path, demonstrating decisive prowess in combat. In the court, he has vindicated his honor, surpassing his peers, a true dragon among men." The elderly man and the youth exchanged glances for a considerable time. Suddenly, Li Changxing chuckled, "Ah, you old man, your intentions are not merely inebriated revelry. Do as you wish, as long as you can keep pace with me. I seek only to gather some allies and wealth before I depart." Xiang Long promptly produced several portraits of young women, stating, "Your Majesty, I have delineated the parameters for selecting a consort, and I have conveniently procured these for you. Within the 7 great noble houses, there are many suitable maidens of marriageable age. These are their likenesses. Among the 9 marquisates, although many eldest daughters have been wed, there are numerous younger daughters available. Here is the album." Li Changxing glanced over and pointed at a lady from the Zhu Lu Ho family, remarking, "How revolting. What of the Zhu Lu Ho? She is merely a concubine, and I fear Su Mingxi would take no notice, but rather exploit her." He continued, "What is the reaction of the women from the Duxan Marquis's houses upon hearing they might be chosen by me? It is said they are in a state of constant anxiety, with most feigning illness. Furthermore, some have deliberately spread unfavorable rumors, secretly likening the crown prince to a coarse barbarian, claiming that any family who marries into the royal line will face disgrace." "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." Xiang Long looked on in confusion. "Your Highness, it would be highly advantageous to select a wife from a powerful family. Even if she remains in the capital, her influence could be significant. Marriage is akin to a second rebirth. This matter should not be taken lightly." Xiang Long viewed it as an opportunity for support. However, Li Changxing, having touched the 100 taels of gold sent by the Li Qianga family, found himself more inclined towards the pursuit of wealth. Li Changxing picked up the box of gold and gestured, "Prepare the carriage. Let us visit each household and have a word." Chapter 12. My rules are the only rules. In front of the residence of the Duke of Yu, Li Changxing expressed his intentions, seeking an audience with Duke Yu. After a brief wait, a servant of modest standing was summoned forth. Acting on the steward's instructions, he feigned ignorance of the crown prince's identity and barred him from entering the residence, attempting to thwart Li Changxing's quest for a bride. Should the emperor inquire later, he would likely face imprisonment and corporal punishment. Yet the duke's household would compensate him with a handful of silver taels. The invitation had not been presented in advance. "How could one expect me to believe you are the crown prince? The prince's carriage appears rather shabby, devoid of even a single guard. In these times, there are far too many impostors claiming noble lineage. I suggest you leave at once, or I shall not be courteous any longer." Li Changxing gazed at the individuals who had communicated for nearly half a stick of incense, only to ultimately drive him away. To add insult to injury, one of them spat a mouthful of phlegm upon him. At this juncture in life, he faced a critical decision. Choice 1. Endure the humiliation and depart, seeking the company of other noble ladies. Reward: tranquility elixir, a remedy for those consumed by rage, restoring their peace. Choice 2. Wait, holding steadfast until the Duke of U personally opens the door to greet him, demonstrating his patience for all to witness. Reward: soft armored shell. Choice 3. Strike back, unable to tolerate even the slightest affront, reminding them of the true nature of this world. Reward: essence consolidating great rejuvenation pill. I implore you, why do you linger? Off you go. Alas, the house servants of the Duke of U still wield their power with false bravado. Li Chongqing advanced directly and seized the neck of his opponent. With a sharp crack, the servant's neck snapped. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, although they looked down upon the prince's barbaric nature at that moment. Memories of the terror experienced under the rule of the savages 2 decades ago resurfaced. Li Chongqing nonchalantly tossed the person aside and declared, I will count to 3. And if you do not open the door by then, I shall force my way in. Creak. Before Li Chongqing could count, the grand doors swung open. Duke Yu hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, Your Highness, please quell your anger, quell your anger. With a sharp clap, Li Chongqing struck with a resounding slap, causing the Duke of Yu to spin on the spot, his face instantly swelling. Yet, the Duke could only endure in silence. Duke of Yu, do you dare to defy the imperial decree? Do you wish to rebel? The Crown Prince exclaimed. Your Highness, you have misunderstood this old servant. I am eternally loyal to Yu and to His Majesty. The indiscreet subordinate who offended the Crown Prince deserves the gravest punishment. Your Highness, please, step inside. Although Li Chongqing was tasked with selecting a bride, he was well aware that individuals like Duke Yu were seasoned manipulators, adept at using their words to their advantage. He also sensed several menacing auras within the room. The Duke's residence was not devoid of martial prowess. However, due to his status as the Crown Prince, they dared not act against him. It was time to discuss serious matters, as there were many families to visit, and Li Chongqing wished to avoid wasting time. He produced a small box containing 100 taels of gold and stated, This is my betrothal gift. I wish to marry your 6th daughter. I hope you will grant my request. Let your daughter come to me tonight, and in 10 months, I shall present you with a grandson. The Duke's expression darkened. You are rather impatient, are you not? Such matters are not to be taken lightly. Yet, the more Li Chongqing insisted, the more anxious the Duke became. Your Highness, my daughter, she has unfortunately contracted an illness, a rather unsavory one. An illness? A venereal disease, you mean? Not to worry. My constitution is robust enough to withstand it. The Duke, flustered, continued, In any case, I do not hold such a condition against her. Accept the betrothal gift and send her my way. Tomorrow, my father will issue a decree to bless our union, and we shall become one family henceforth. The Duke's countenance grew increasingly grim. Aligning himself with the Crown Prince was no trivial matter. It was not merely about marrying off his daughter, but also involved opposing the second prince, risking the future of his family. How would he face the scorn of the noble society in the capital for the rest of his life? How could he confront his ancestors after his death? Suddenly, the Grand Tutor, Xiang Long, approached and whispered a few words into the Duke's ear. The Duke's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him, prompting him to hastily summon someone to retrieve a small box. He returned it along with Li Chongqing's betrothal gift and, with a forced smile, said, Your Highness, as far as I know, the daughters of the Ming Duke are exceptionally beautiful and in good health, perhaps. Li Chongqing picked it up without glancing, feeling its considerable weight. Upon opening it, he was astounded to discover 200 gold coins inside. Li Chongqing gently patted the shoulder of Duke Yu and said, Duke Yu, I hope my earlier actions did not cause you any discomfort. Duke Yu quickly replied, Not at all, Your Highness. Your strikes were well placed. It is merely the negligence of my household servants. Your Highness not only struck with precision but also acted justly. Li Chongqing nodded silently. Since you believe I am acting rightly, then that suffices. You must understand that as long as I remain the Crown Prince of Dayu, if you are a barbarian, you must lie low. If you are a tiger, you must remain in repose. Indeed, Yu Gugong replied, bending his back in acquiescence. It was only after Li Chongqing had departed that several young individuals rushed out from within the room. Father, are you all right? Yu Guogong covered his aching cheek and cursed vehemently. What Crown Prince? He is nothing more than a barbarian. His mannerisms are indistinguishable from those of a savage. Oh, it hurts terribly. who claimed that the crown prince possesses the temperament of a slave, timid and fearful. Father, I suspect it was Xiang Long's idea. Indeed, Xiang Long is cunning. That crown prince has suffered for 20 years in the barbaric tribes. He could not have conceived such a malicious scheme, directly deceiving us out of 200 gold pieces. What if he sets his sights on seventh sister next? Would we not be extorted again? Yu Guogong declared, enough. Quickly take your sister to the countryside to hide for a while. Since the crown prince has accepted the 200 gold, he should be satisfied. Consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. Within the carriage, Li Chongqing toyed with a gold ingot the size of his thumb, exceedingly pleased. Ha ha. Earning money is so effortless. Your Highness, you may inadvertently offend others with your actions. The Grand Tutor's words are misguided. This sum is but a trifling amount to them. They shall be even more delighted to part with their wealth to avert calamity. I wager that the subsequent Duke and Marquis households will send money, each one more generous than the last. Do you believe it? Does not His Highness risk losing the support of these noble families? Xiang Long chuckled helplessly, as he genuinely hoped Li Chongqing would adeptly manage the relationships with these aristocratic powers. However, Li Chongqing had severed ties with the imperial family and fled without hesitation. Thus he cared little for such matters. Li Chongqing scoffed, nobility and aristocracy? Huh. Throughout history, princes and generals have taken turns in power. It matters not who assumes the mantle. The only principle I acknowledge is that my own rules are the true standards. Xiang Long trembled, gazing at Li Chongqing in disbelief. A chill running down his spine. He perceived a unique quality emanating from Li Chongqing. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Tutor Xiang Long remarked, well, I believe that demanding 200 gold coins at once is rather insufficient. Those nobles excel in amassing wealth. They would not hesitate to part with 300 gold coins from a single household. Li Chongqing was astonished. Such an astronomical figure? It was a sum he had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. Indeed, poverty had constrained his imagination. They truly were worthy of their noble status. Yet, he expressed his concern. Your Excellency, is this approach not overly unscrupulous? Prime Minister Long stroked his beard and replied, Your Highness, there are 360 paths in the world, and each one embodies the way of kings. Ha ha. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other perfectly as they journeyed towards the next destination. Li Chongqing deftly flipped his sleeve, retrieving the life choice reward, the essence condensing grand pill. This elixir, renowned for enhancing one's prowess, is considered the pinnacle of medicinal concoctions within the realm of the Qi Si. Gulp. Li Chongqing swallowed the heavenly demon relic in one gulp, allowing it to autonomously activate the void demon divine art, gradually transforming into medicinal potency. His Dantian's Qi Si began to coalesce a substantial amount of martial true Qi. In the span of half a tea time, Li Chongqing had already ascended to the mid-stage of the Qi Si realm, transitioning from the Qi Si realm to the mid-stage. Even for those with commendable talent, typically requires 1 to 2 years. Even prodigies from sacred lands, with the aid of various elixirs and spiritual herbs, would need at least 6 months. This achievement is not solely attributed to the elixir, but also underscores the superiority of Li Chongqing's cultivation technique. Li Chongqing clenched his fist, feeling the surge of his vitality and strength. He firmly believed that by continuing down this path, he would never again be subjected to bullying. Chapter 13. Does the Crown Prince not understand cultivation? Li Chongqing deliberately took a longer route, and upon arriving at the residence of the Duke of Ming, he was warmly greeted by the Duke himself. The Duke expressed his belief that his daughter possessed numerous shortcomings and was thus unworthy of marrying Li Chongqing. He even presented a modest gift of gold and jewels, hoping that Li Chongqing would consider seeking a match elsewhere. However, before Li Chongqing could utter a word, Xiang Long interjected, Your Grace, the Crown Prince holds a profound admiration for your daughter. It is well known that she embodies both wealth and grace, distinguished without being haughty. Who in the capital does not recognize her as the epitome of a refined young lady? Even Duke Yu has extolled her virtues, fervently recommending that the Crown Prince pursue her hand, noting that your esteemed family's substantial fortune would greatly benefit the Crown Prince. Li Chongqing flashed a mischievous smile, realizing that this Grand Tutor was indeed adept at diverting trouble. The Duke of Ming was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing the Duke of Yu for his malice. However, upon observing Li Chongqing's gesture of pointing with his finger, he comprehended that it was time to increase the financial incentive. Li Chongqing, an unappreciated crown prince, was on the brink of a grim fate at the frontier, in stark contrast with the highly favored second prince, with whom he shared an irreconcilable enmity. Under no circumstances could he allow his daughter to be wedded to that family. Thus, the Duke of Ming added 300 gold coins, bidding farewell with tears in his eyes. With the precedent set by the two previous dukes' households, the other noble residences followed suit with remarkable ease. Li Chongqing was not being unreasonable. He had clearly set the toll at 300 gold. Declining the offer? Are you prepared for the consequences of such a refusal? Some, unable to contain their indignation, hastily entered the palace to accuse the crown prince of immoral conduct and barbaric behavior, treating esteemed dukes and lords as if they were mere fodder. Li Yuan received these memorials from the dukes and marquises, and he was infuriated to the point of a headache. He had initially thought that narrowing down the selection of potential brides would bring about a sense of decorum. However, this fellow still managed to stir up trouble. His behavior was akin to that of a barbarian, utterly lacking in etiquette. He has tarnished the royal reputation and lost all face. Li Yuan, infuriated, exclaimed, "This ungrateful wretch has never encountered wealth, has he? His conduct resembles that of a barbarian, devoid of the dignity befitting a land steeped in the grand traditions of the great Yu. Such a person ought not to exist in this household." Beside him, Zhao Xuanji gently interjected, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Do not allow it to compromise your health. Longqing is, after all, our child. If he is truly unable to decide, let him be sent directly to Yunzhou. Allow him the freedom to choose for himself." Li Yuan also wished to expedite the departure of his son, preferring to keep his worries at bay. He said, "Very well, we shall proceed according to the queen's wishes. Should no family be able to select a crown princess, we shall set forth immediately to the frontier." Li Chongqing arrived at the last residence of the Dingwa Marquis. The Grand Tutor, Xiang Long, gazed upon the peeling vermilion of the Marquis's estate, the once proud walls now mottled and long neglected, while the entrance lanterns hung in tatters, having weathered countless years. The five-tiered steps bore a chipped corner. He remarked, "Your Highness, the Dingwa Marquis' household is filled with loyalty and valor. The men have all perished on the battlefield for the nation. Now, only a few female relatives remain, along with the sole 5-year-old heir of the main family. I advise against seeking any wealth from them." "Is that so?" Li Chongqing replied, "Let us observe further." Having visited over a dozen families in succession, darkness had now enveloped the surroundings. The aroma of dishes wafted from within. It seemed that no one in the Dingwa Marquis' residence was specifically awaiting Li Chongqing's arrival. Xiang Long gently knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a maidservant appeared, holding a bowl of rice. "Who are you? What business do you have at our Marquis' residence at this hour?" Xiang Long clasped his hands in greeting. "The Crown Prince has come to visit. Please notify your mistress at once." "The Crown Prince?" The maidservant was taken aback, and as she retreated, she called out, "Mother, elder sister, the Crown Prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, the two realized that the maidservant was, in fact, a young lady of the Dingwa Marquis' household, reduced to the state of being unable to afford even a servant. Moments later, the matriarch of the Dingwa Marquis' family, accompanied by a group of female relatives, emerged. A lovely woman clutched a small boy's hand. "Old matron, we welcome the Crown Prince," she said, acknowledging Xiang Long with respect. The matriarch, Lady Yang, along with her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, came forth to greet Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing respectfully addressed the matriarch, expressing his apologies for the intrusion. He revealed that the emperor had commanded him to seek a suitable companion, leading him to traverse the grand estates of various dukes and marquises, ultimately arriving at her household. Under the sun, there exists nothing novel. The matriarch was undoubtedly aware of the circumstances. After all, it had been over an hour since Li Chongqing had seized the first opportunity, and the actions of the Crown Prince had already stirred whispers throughout the city. Alas, with all the male members of the family lost, they relied solely on pensions for their sustenance. How could they possibly afford to placate the Crown Prince? The weight of imperial authority loomed over each subject like a blade. Just moments ago, the family had deliberated on who might begrudgingly wed the prince, raised among barbarous tribes. Suddenly, a young girl, no more than 14 or 15, interjected, declaring that her sister Wei Yong must not marry him. It was evident to all that should he journey to Yunzhou, his days would be numbered, leaving Wei Yong to mourn for a lifetime. "You must leave. You shall not take my sister Wei Yong," she exclaimed, launching a punch toward Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing furrowed his brows, realizing that this young girl possessed considerable prowess, likely at the pinnacle of the Qixi realm. The Duke of Dingwa's residence was renowned for its martial lineage, and it was evident that this girl had trained in martial arts from a young age, demonstrating commendable skill from her very first move. However, Li Chongqing's Taishu demon god technique was even more exceptional, encompassing a legacy of various martial arts. Despite the disparity in their realms, his agility surpassed hers, allowing him to counter her every move without suffering any disadvantage. The old matriarch observed for a while, her heart filled with confusion. Wasn't it said that the crown prince lacked understanding of martial arts? Yet, in comparison to Lanner, he seemed no less capable. Nevertheless, as a male, such a level of skill held little significance. Li Chongqing, being at the nascent stage of his cultivation, exhibited a certain inadequacy in his martial skills. However, as he gradually acclimated to the circumstances, he began to mount a counteroffensive. In the face of formidable energies clashing, he adeptly evaded, leveraging the advantages of his technique. He skillfully dismantled his opponent's moves, ultimately seizing Shunlan's wrist and pinning her down. Shunlan struggled momentarily, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you scoundrel, let me go." The elderly matron hastily approached, saying, "Your Highness, the young lady is but ignorant and has acted inappropriately. I beg your pardon." Li Chongqing gently pushed the person forward and released his grip, stating, "All right, esteemed matriarch, you should be well aware of my purpose here. I shall not make things difficult for you. All I require is the crown prince." Suddenly, a young woman, around 18 years of age, emerged gracefully from the side. Adorned in a flowing gauzy dress, the hem swayed softly with her every step. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. Her lips, lush and vibrant, resembled blooming peach blossoms. Her visage was as smooth as jade, with crystalline eyes, a delicate nose, and a subtly upturned cherry blossom mouth, exuding an exquisite charm of classical elegance. "I am Shun Weiyang," the commoner said, gracefully performing a respectful bow. Li Chongqing tightened his sword-like brows in displeasure, for he abhorred being interrupted. He retorted, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Shun Weiyang replied, "If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince seeks to wed a lady from the Dingwa Marquisate, I stand as the sole candidate. My elder sisters are already bound by engagement, and my younger sister is still too naive to comprehend such matters. Only I remain unbetrothed." Li Chongqing smiled with a hint of amusement. His initial intention was merely to utter a few scathing remarks and leave. Little did he expect that someone would be eager to become his bride. "They call me the Prince of the Barbarian. How can you be willing to marry someone like me? It is indeed audacious." He inquired, "Are you not afraid of me? Do you not harbor any hatred towards me?" Shun Weiyang replied, "The prince is the heir to the throne, a valuable asset of the great you for 20 years. Enduring hardships and accumulating merits, we can only hold you in reverence and awe. Indeed, those lacking in strength are often the most eloquent." The earlier nobles and lords had acted differently. They did not even bother to meet him and simply tossed him 300 gold coins to settle the matter. Li Chongqing was fortunate to encounter a person in Diyu who treated him with kindness. His mindset had considerably relaxed. The man from the Duke of Dingwa's household was also a valiant patriot, a descendant of loyalty. After a round of interactions, he felt somewhat appeased and decided to spare this family. "Very well, I shall let you all go. Taifu, here, bestow upon them a gold ingot." Taifu Xiang produced a gold ingot and handed it over. This gesture left the women of the Shun family utterly bewildered. Chapter 14. The Unease of Li Chongjian Taifu. This carriage is inadequate. It cannot bear such weight. Standing before the Taifu Xiang's residence, Li Chongqing couldn't help but comment on the carriage, which was clearly buckling under the strain, its wheels nearly collapsing. In truth, due to discrepancies in unit conversions, the weight of several thousand gold pieces, as per Li Chongqing's previous life experience, would approximate to around 100 pounds, which is indeed substantial. Having traversed among more than a dozen noble families, they had amassed quite a fortune. Yet, the old horse-drawn carriage was incapable of managing the load. "Tomorrow, procure a carriage that befits my status. The expenses shall be covered from this." Taifu Xiang responded affirmatively. Li Chongqing inquired further, "Esteemed Chancellor, it is unlikely that the Emperor will allocate any more funds to me. With the meager amount we possess, how many individuals can we possibly recruit? If we consider ordinary folk, taking into account their wages, weaponry, armor, and provisions, we could enlist approximately 1,000 men, sustaining them until we reach Yinzhou. As for more formidable warriors, perhaps 200 could be supported, including their wages and necessities, until we reach Yinzhou. Recently, the flood has displaced many people. The refugees require no wages. If we could recruit some warriors as personal guards and have them train the refugees, it would serve the dual purpose of saving funds and maintaining the combat effectiveness of our forces." "Your Highness, what a brilliant observation. By adopting this approach, we not only conserve resources, but also enhance our troops' capabilities. Let us recruit 500 refugees and 50 warriors, with an emphasis on selecting the most skilled among them. We must paint a grand picture. Your Highness, what do you mean by painting a grand picture? It is a colloquialism, suggesting that we should first embellish the benefits to the point of extravagance, instilling a sense of expectation in their hearts. Your Highness, your strategy is indeed ingenious. With a target and funding, the execution becomes significantly easier. Chancellor Xiang, with his vast knowledge and exceptional talents, will find managing finances a trivial matter. However, Li Chongqing had secured several thousand gold pieces from over a dozen noble families, constituting a substantial sum. The second prince felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing this. He did not possess such wealth. At that moment, his wife and his father-in-law, Lord Shuming of Jiulu, approached him to discuss strategies. Your Highness, the Emperor remains favorably inclined towards you. Do not act impulsively. Both father and mother emperor naturally harbor disdain for that uncouth prince. And had it not been for a trace of his bloodline, he would have perished long ago. Yet, his presence in the capital is quite irksome. Originally, there were plans to depose him during the morning court session, but an unexpected turn of events has led to rumors of my involvement in his downfall. Shuming and the princess exchanged glances, each contemplating, is this not the very situation you orchestrated? Your reluctance to consume the truth elixir is evident. Your unease is apparent to all. Shuming continued, yet, while he remains in the capital, the Emperor's covert agents are undoubtedly observing him. Even if one were to send assassins, success is not guaranteed. Li Chongjian exclaimed with indignation, I cannot fathom why. Despite the Emperor's evident disdain for the barbaric nature of this crown prince, his insubordination and disrespect, even proclaiming the severance of ties, he is still permitted to venture to the border. The Duke of Jiulu responded, even a tiger does not consume its own offspring, Li Chongjian disdainfully remarked. Let it be. If he truly cared, would he allow the crown prince to endure hardship in the barbaric tribes for 2 decades? He is ruthless. But I shall be even more ruthless. I cannot wait any longer. I yearn to take his place immediately. Only by becoming the crown prince can I find peace of mind. What if he succeeds at the northern border? Wouldn't that place me in even greater peril? Observing the agitated and strategically unsteady second prince, Lord of Jiulu sighed, realizing the underlying cause was his daughter's inability to bear children. The two had been married for over 5 years without issue. Naturally, Lord of Jiulu aspired for the Su family to ascend further, yet without a legitimate heir. He found himself obstructing the second prince from taking a concubine. Ultimately, he could only support the second prince's claim to the throne to ease their strained relationship. Otherwise, the Li family would voice their discontent, and the Su family would lose its most formidable ally. However, if Li Chongqing were to perish, then Emperor Yu would be left with but one son, Li Chongjian. This would not pose a significant problem. Yet within the imperial city, the crown prince could not be harmed. Thus, the crown prince's voluntary request to achieve merit at the northern border was, to them, exceedingly fortuitous. They merely needed to bide their time. But just moments ago, Emperor Yu had already betrothed Shun Weiyang of the Duke of Dinghua's household as the crown prince's consort. Should Shun Weiyang become pregnant, the circumstances would inevitably change. The Lord of Jiulu took a few steps and said, we cannot act against the crown prince, but we can target Shun Weiyang. If we can find someone to dishonor her, leading to her pregnancy, the emperor's marriage decree would bind her to silence for the sake of the Shun family. 10 months later, when she bears an illegitimate child, we shall reveal the truth, casting aspersions on the crown princess' fertility. Afterward, there would be no need for further action, even if the crown prince survives at the northern border. His fate would be sealed. This is known as a plan that strikes at the root of the problem. Li Qingxian's expression darkened. This scheme was ruthlessly cunning, yet it inexplicably made him feel unsettled. After all, he had no offspring with the second prince's consort. Despite the reassurances from those around him that the time had not yet come, and the blame placed upon the second prince's consort for her inability to bear children, he alone understood that the fault lay with him. He had clandestinely sought the company of numerous women in the city, yet none had conceived. He had kept this matter shrouded in secrecy, plagued by anxiety. Without an heir, his position as crown prince would be jeopardized, and he could never ascend to the throne. His father and mother might even decide to have another brother overnight, sealing his fate. He could very well end up like his elder brother, no longer favored. There could be a war on the horizon, and it might fall upon him to serve as a hostage. The mere thought sent a buzzing sensation through his mind. He recalled vividly the year he was merely 3 years old. He had witnessed the massacre perpetrated by the demon clan's experts throughout the Yu dynasty. The iron hooves of barbarian tribes ravaging the land, and various martial masters compelling his family to abdicate. He had seen his father beaten to the brink of death, cornered into a desperate act of self-sacrifice for the nation. At that moment, a minister had stepped forth, proposing that a hostage from the barbarian tribes be offered to alleviate the pressure on the Yu dynasty. Initially, his father had chosen him, the second son. The selection had not been for the crown prince at all. The barbarian tribes deemed him too insignificant to agree, which ultimately led to the crown prince being sent as a hostage for 20 years. Upon hearing her husband and father discussing how to bring disgrace upon a lady from a marquis's household, Su Fei felt an inexplicable sense of desolation. That young woman from the Shin family had once been acquainted with her. She remarked, "The Shin family is renowned for its loyalty and valor. Is this truly the right course of action?" Su Mingxi scoffed. "It is their own folly. They refuse to marry off their daughters. Why should the Shin family act contrary to the norm? If she were to bear a royal grandson, what then? Your position would be at risk. And you still concern yourself for her? Such naivety." Su Fei fell silent, chastised by her father. Li Chengjian was still hesitating. He believed that the elder brother should not return. This family did not require his presence. Li Chengjian ultimately rejected his father-in-law's suggestion, stating, "It matters not. As long as I make no mistakes, once he departs the capital, I shall have triumphed." The Marquis of Julu nodded in silence. Yet he harbored concerns regarding the crown prince's lineage, which would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Having exited the prince's residence in the imperial palace, a carriage approached the Marquis of Julu, while a martial attendant came forth to meet him. He instructed, "Find individuals from all walks of life to deal with Shun Wei Yang of the Shin family. Execute this matter with finesse. There must be no errors, and our identities must remain concealed." "Yes, my lord," the attendant replied, taking his leave to fulfill the command. Chapter 15. Your life is chosen by me at the residence of the Grand Tutor Xiang. Li Changxing now resided permanently. Although the empress summoned him to the palace, he had severed ties and declined the invitation. Consequently, whispers circulated about the crown prince's insubordination and rebellion, casting all blame upon him, leaving the emperor and empress powerless against his actions. Such is the potency of public opinion. Nevertheless, it mattered little to Li Changxing. He resolved to live life on his own terms, aware that they wished for his demise. Presently, he felt assured that with the funds acquired, once he gathered a capable force, an escape would pose no significant challenge. Despite existing in a feudal dynasty, this world differed remarkably from what he had known in his past life, for it was one imbued with martial prowess. The current emperor, Yu Huang, stood at the pinnacle of martial cultivation, capable of single-handedly challenging an entire nation. Thus, for Li Changsheng, recruiting soldiers bore a resemblance to merely acquiring a few servants, posing no threat to the emperor's reign, allowing the process to proceed smoothly. Grand Tutor Xiang provided him with a roster, listing 500 names and ages of registered refugees. These individuals possessed no land, no homes, no spouses, nor descendants, and lacking skills, they were merely young and willing to follow for a meal. However, the costs associated with recruiting martial artists were substantial. In a world centered around martial arts, the stronger the individual, the higher the price. Fortunately, the capital was replete with martial academies, making it feasible to recruit 50 martial artists of the martial master realm without excessive difficulty. The challenge lay in negotiation, after all. The initial capital was acquired through cunning, benefiting from the prince's status. However, once they departed the capital, circumstances would drastically change. In this regard, Grand Tutor Xiang advised to economize where possible. If capable individuals were unattainable, recruiting warriors at the Qi realm would suffice. Over the past few days, Li Changsheng had also familiarized himself with the martial progression of this world. Typically, commoners began their training at 5 years old, achieving the martial master realm by adulthood, which was commendable. In contrast, those from prominent families, due to access to techniques and resources, could generally attain the martial sect realm by maturity. At 25 years of age, Li Changsheng, when compared to prodigies from sacred lands and renowned talents across nations, could even reach the martial king realm. Li Changsheng contemplated, ultimately, it is one's own strength that reigns supreme. A decree has arrived, requesting the crown prince to step outside and receive it. Suddenly, a voice from the eunuchs echoed from beyond the door. Li Changsheng pondered, could it be that his father, struck by a sudden pang of conscience, had sent him to Yunzhou with silver? Or perhaps a skilled master? as the eunuchs recited the imperial decree proclaiming the betrothal of the crown prince. Li Changxing was taken aback. The emperor had actually betrothed him to the 16-year-old maiden, Shun Weiyang, from the Shin family? Was this not absurd? He was on the verge of fleeing. So why would he bring misfortune upon the young lady? Li Changsheng received the imperial decree and hurried to the Shun residence. Upon arrival, he was met by the same young maid dressed in servant attire who had previously stood guard. With an indignant glare, she cast a disapproving look at Li Changsheng, clearly displeased with her brother-in-law. The barbarian prince has arrived again. Grandmother, mother, the barbarian prince is here once more. Li Changsheng smiled, naturally choosing not to bicker with a young girl. When the matriarch emerged, she was markedly more courteous this time, her demeanor graced with a smile. The old lady declared that she had met His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Li Changxing refrained from unnecessary words and inquired, I have not requested the Emperor to betroth Shin Weiyang to me. I hope there is no misunderstanding. The matriarch explained, this is a notion of our Shin family. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, holds a prestigious position, and it would indeed be a blessing for Weiyang to ascend as the Crown Princess. Rest assured, Your Highness, that girl Weiyang has been intelligent since childhood, well-versed in literature and propriety, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Should she become the Crown Princess, she will certainly uphold her duties as a wife and manage domestic affairs diligently for Your Highness. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. The way of women? Domestic affairs? Tilting his head, he circled around the elderly matriarch and remarked, I comprehend your intention. The Shin family aims to leverage my identity for a resurgence? The matriarch of the Shin family broke into a sweat. Such matters held no merit and could not be confessed. Nay, it is merely that Weiyang has revered His Highness the Crown Prince for 2 decades, dedicating herself to the great Yu. Such a pretext would hardly convince me. The Crown Prince retorted, however, since it is your family that has proposed this, I desire to meet this Shin Weiyang. Weiyang has been procuring cosmetics and bridal attire in the eastern part of the city. In the eastern district, a carriage from the Duke of Dinghua's residence rattled along, coming to a halt before a jewelry shop. 2 exquisite and graceful women, like beauties that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall, alighted from the vehicle. The ordinary folk on either side, upon catching sight of the Duke's crest upon the carriage, instinctively retreated, wary of approaching. Dear sister-in-law, you are well versed in jewelry. Please assist me in selecting some affordable pieces. Oh, Weiyang, my dear child, why must you submit yourself to that barbaric crown prince? Your lifelong happiness does not necessitate such a sacrifice for this family. You ought to consider your own future as well. Sister-in-law, please cease. My mind is made up, and moreover, His Majesty has already bestowed the marriage. How can you bear to say such a thing? The betrothal gift is merely a single ingot of gold. The capital is rife with mockery. They say you were bought for a mere ingot, with no dowry, even having to provide your own wedding gifts. They call you worthless, unworthy. Yet who knows the burdens you bear? Shin Weiyang remained silent, acutely aware of her predicament. Yet the Shun family had fallen into financial ruin. The womenfolk largely lacked martial prowess, rendering military paths impossible, while political avenues were equally closed off. Attempts at commerce had resulted in losses that depleted their funds. With a household of over a dozen individuals, every necessity demanded financial resources. However, should she ascend to the status of crown princess, her circumstances would transform. Even if she were to live in widowhood, she would still be the crown princess, a member of the imperial family, and surely her life would improve somewhat. As the two conversed, they entered a renowned jewelry store frequented by the city's elite. Upon stepping inside, they were met with several intense gazes. Look, it's the young lady of the Shin family. I hear she has been betrothed by His Majesty and is willing to marry that barbaric crown prince. The Shin family must be desperate. They let Shin Weiyang go for a single ingot of gold. The Shin family is known for its loyalty. So much so that they would marry even that discarded crown prince. I heard the favored son of the immortal sacred land has taken a liking to Shin Weiyang. ISNT that crown prince courting death? Is this gossip credible? Shin Weiyang overheard some noble women discussing her, yet she maintained her composure. After all, beneath the emperor's gaze, the man she was to marry was the crown prince. On the surface, none could harm her. After selecting for a while, she realized that everything was far too expensive, and she could not assemble a suitable dowry for the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Suddenly, a figure clad in martial attire approached her. Miss Shun, said Li Qianga. Shin Weiyang slightly inclined her body and replied, Lordly, a pleasure to meet you. Li Qianga, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Miss Shun, you are renowned for your virtuous and gentle nature, endowed with exceptional talent. Your mastery of poetry and prose is unparalleled, and to marry that boor is indeed a grave injustice. Shen Weiyang furrowed her brow and replied emphatically, Lordly, I implore you to retract your earlier words. Please do not besmirch my future husband. The Crown Prince is a remarkable man, possessing outstanding character, noble lineage, and grand aspirations. It is a privilege for me to become his wife. The surrounding ladies of high society were taken aback, astonished that she would rush to defend the Crown Prince even before their union had been formalized. Li Qianga wore an awkward expression, as she had initially thought to empathize with the young woman she knew by vehemently condemning Li Changxing for his extortionate actions. Instead, she found herself becoming the object of ridicule. Li Qianji's demeanor shifted dramatically as she remarked, It seems you two have fallen from grace. Your judgment has indeed been clouded. Now you must purchase even the wedding supplies with your own funds. TSK, the jewelry and fine fabrics here are worth a fortune. Can you truly afford them? Shen Weiyang's expression grew awkward. She had already selected the items of the lowest tier, yet they still bore a hefty price. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Wrap all these up and send them to the Duke of Dingwu's residence. I shall cover the expenses. Chapter 16. You have once again crossed paths with my weapon. Wrap everything up, came the gentle voice that turned the heads of the onlookers. Shen Weiyang was taken aback to see Li Changxing's arrival. Confusion filled her heart as she pondered. Why would Li Changxing pay for her? The Crown Prince? Li Qianga felt a tremor in her heart and instinctively took 2 steps back, filled with trepidation. It is uncommon for members of the royal family to appear among the common folk, especially without a single protector by their side. The esteemed ladies within the shop promptly knelt down in reverence, paying their respects to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Li Qianga gazed upon the scene, her heart brimming with reluctance, yet she found herself compelled to kneel in reverence. Li Changxing spoke coldly. Just now, someone was spreading malicious rumors about my fiancée. I have already noted down the name. Prepare your coffin at home. The people around were all astonished, looking up in disbelief. This prince is indeed too ruthless. Li Changxing continued, If you believe I lack the courage, you are free to act as you wish. Spare me, your highness, spare me. A woman immediately fell to her knees, crawling forth to plead for mercy. This was prompted by the recent uproar in the city following Li Changxing's execution of the imperial eunuch, who had extorted nobles and dignitaries. It was common knowledge that this prince hailed from a barbaric tribe, leading many to associate him with savagery. In ordinary discourse, the great Yu had long portrayed the barbarian tribes as notorious for their cruelty, and thus, these women, merely the wives of officials, naively assumed that engaging in idle gossip would bear no consequences. However, they were gravely mistaken. Li Changxing hardly heard anything. He merely sought to intimidate, wishing to drive them away. To his astonishment, they actually knelt down. How astonishingly sincere of them. One wonders whether it was his terrifying presence or their timidity that led to this. Since they have willingly admitted their submission, Li Changxing must seize the opportunity to extort a handsome sum. When others denounce you as despicable and shameless, it is prudent to embrace that very nature. As my grand wedding approaches, not only do you fail to present congratulatory gifts, but you also dare to gossip behind my back. Do you truly believe there is no one to defend the Li family? Li Qianga, your servant is here. Let us sacrifice a chicken to instill fear in the remaining monkeys. Li Qianga was truly at a loss for words. She mocked the prince for his lack of education, unable to even comprehend the idiom of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Yet, she found herself in a quandary. To take action? Such a cruel scheme of using another's hand to do the deed. Should she proceed, tomorrow would surely be a spectacle. Li Changxing remarked, What? Are you not going to make a move? Did you not just claim that my fiancé has fallen from grace, ensnared by the devil? Can the 100 tales of gold from the Li family not teach you a lesson about the perils of loose words? I could take a consort, and adding a secondary wife would not be out of the question. I find that you, dear sister Qiango, would be quite suitable. Li Qianga trembled in her delicate form, consumed by anger, yet unable to conceive any means of retaliation. Why was he still hesitating? Suddenly, Li Changxing reached out. Seizing her shoulder, he channeled the Taishu demon god's art, siphoning her energy. Caught utterly off guard, Li Qianga felt her vitality and true energy rapidly drain away. Though she stood at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, not exceptionally remarkable, she was certainly distinguished among her peers. She quickly sensed something amiss. Her purple mansion's qi was being stirred by Li Changxing, causing her vitality to plummet drastically, and her cultivation level to plummet to the early stages of the martial master realm. What a terrifying technique. Across the world, there exists an abundance of methods to absorb one's power, but they all come with stringent conditions and require considerable time. Yet, within mere breaths, she found herself utterly depleted. Li Qianga had no inkling that Li Chongqing wielded unparalleled demonic prowess, further augmented by the celestial demon relic. Its might could be deemed the foremost in the contemporary world. She attempted to resist, but the mere thought of his princely status filled her with trepidation. Any act of defiance could lead to calamity. Now, all she was left with was boundless regret, lamenting her futile words. Thud. Li Qianga suddenly felt a darkness envelop her vision, and after succumbing to fatigue, she collapsed onto the ground. Li Chongqing shook his hands and rose to his feet, feeling thoroughly invigorated. His energy reservoir had greatly expanded, with an abundance of true energy flooding his dantian, and his vitality was robust, hinting at an impending breakthrough. Traditionally, the absorption and refinement of another's power often leads to backlash and instability, as the old martial arts adage suggests that haste makes waste. However, Li Chongqing felt no discomfort, for he possessed the celestial demon relic. This relic constantly assisted him in cultivating his techniques, honing his physique, and refining his true energy, ensuring a solid foundation. While others might take years to establish their groundwork, Li Chongqing was perpetually fortifying his. Within the establishment, the esteemed ladies were utterly enraptured by Li Chongqing. Some fainting in awe, too frightened to even breathe. A few began to slap themselves, hoping that their self-punishment might earn Li Chongqing's forgiveness. At that moment, Shen Weiyang spoke. Your Highness, no one is without fault. Their families serve the great you with loyalty, so I beseech you to show magnanimity. Li Chongqing tilted his head slightly and remarked, Are you to defend those who have wronged you? Shen Weiyang shook her head and replied, I do not speak on their behalf. It is simply that their crimes do not warrant death, and I wish to spare His Highness unnecessary troubles. Quite eloquent indeed. In truth, Li Chongqing harbored the desire to extort a sum. After all, his identity as a prince would lose its significance once he departed the capital. He resolved to capitalize on it while he still could. With a deliberate scoff, he said, Foolish woman, they all wish for your demise. And yet you seek to save them? Very well, I shall grant them a chance at life. My father has bestowed upon me the title of General Filong, and I am to confront the demonic forces at the front in Yunzhou. I am in dire need of manpower. Let their sons, husbands, and brothers accompany me. You must depart swiftly and ensure they are prepared. The women present were struck with despair, who would willingly send their loved ones to the brutal battleground of Yunzhou. These were the children of common folk, after all, yet they were officials of the capital. Shen Weiyang continued, Your Highness, they are predominantly scholars, lacking the strength to even grasp a chicken. I believe a ransom negotiation may yield more favorable results. Li Chongqing raised his eyebrows, realizing that the girl had discerned his thoughts. Very well. Li Chongqing descended the steps and remarked, A scholar? A scholar is of little use. He continued, Nevertheless, I shall grant you another opportunity, pay for her release. However, what amount is deemed appropriate for one individual? These noble women are not akin to the affluent families of lords and princes. Their resources may not be so plentiful. If they are unable to provide the sum, resorting to selling land or property could create significant turmoil, drawing the attention of the emperor, which would be quite difficult to manage. Shen Weiyang suggested, Perhaps we could consider this as a congratulatory gift for our wedding. Given the grandeur befitting the crown prince's marriage, I trust her family will be able to accommodate this. Li Chongqing struck the side table adorned with ornaments, causing a corner of the wooden table to splinter off. The esteemed ladies present were left in a state of stunned silence, gripped by fear. As per the instructions of the crown princess, you shall return and diligently prepare the wedding gifts for myself and the crown princess. Beside him, the second sister-in-law of the Shun family stood in disbelief, pondering how these two had not yet wed, yet were already performing a duet of sorts, their act perfectly synchronized. Yet, these individuals deserved their fate. Moments ago, they had openly mocked Shen Weiyang, and even she, living in solitude, had been ridiculed. It was only fitting that they faced repercussions. Indeed, it was a source of great satisfaction. One by one, the socialites departed. Li Chongqing gazed at a collection of wedding supplies, and, with a newly exchanged golden ticket in hand, generously purchased them. Having completed his task, he was eager to return and transcend his current realm. Suddenly, the crown prince, Shen Weiyang, stepped forward, calling out to Li Chongqing, Her delicate and exquisite features betrayed a hint of hesitation and unease. Her eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. At last, she spoke. The journey ahead is long and daunting, and I find myself in a state of trepidation. Might I request the esteemed crown prince to accompany me? Li Changsheng intended to express his busy schedule, but suddenly, the life choice system emerged before him. Key life decision. Option 1. Escort Xin Weiyang back to the Dingwa Marquisate and consent to the union of the two families. Reward. The unblemished wedding attire of Qie Feng, a set of exquisitely luxurious bridal garments. Option 2. Return to their respective homes and hasten back to break through their realms. Reward. The Dragon Tiger Fist Technique, a commendable martial art. Option 3. Bring Xin Weiyang directly to his home and impart the wisdom that one must adapt to their partner, whether they be a chicken or a dog. Reward. The Nuwa Yin-Yang Jade Pendant. True love can yield unforeseen effects. Li Changsheng pressed his lips together, pondering. What on earth is this chapter 17, the ruthless and unyielding bloodstained butcher? Li Changsheng gazed at the three options before him. Was this truly a pivotal moment in his life? Could it be that his earlier decision had touched her heart? Li Changsheng pondered. It is indeed reasonable. In such a feudal dynasty, where monarchs and ministers, as well as fathers and sons, have little choice, one might hope for amicable relations. Moreover, regarding the marriage with the Xin family, it is Li Changsheng who is in a passive position. Follow me, he gestured. Since you are to be my wife, the betrothal gifts must be reconsidered. After making his choice, Li Changsheng unexpectedly produced a pair of yin-yang jade pendants from his sleeve. Intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, clearly a matched set. While the true purpose of these items eluded him, he believed that genuine love could yield unforeseen effects, albeit in a somewhat mystical manner. Nevertheless, this was a world governed by martial prowess, which rendered it entirely plausible. Li Changsheng spoke, and the two women complied with his directive to alter their course. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Xin Weiyang extended an invitation to Li Changsheng, ostensibly to gauge his sentiments towards her. If he held any regard for her, he would certainly escort her home. Contrary to her expectations, however, Li Changsheng insisted on taking her along and even proposed to renew the betrothal gifts. This unexpected turn of events stirred something within Xin Weiyang. He appeared to be far less despicable than the rumors suggested. He seemed considerate of her dignity. As for his unscrupulous dealings, though they lacked decorum, they were merely the retribution for the gossiping women who had sullied his name. Xin Weiyang found a sense of satisfaction in this, which led her to secretly collaborate with Li Changsheng in their ruse. This not only served to punish those women, but also allowed her to profit from them. And she perceived no issue in this arrangement. She admired Li Changsheng for not sacrificing substantial gains for the sake of superficial appearances. After her family perished in service to the nation, she witnessed the women of her clan squander their resources on maintaining appearances, ultimately losing both dignity and wealth. She believed it far wiser to hold onto tangible silver rather than chase after illusory prestige. Suddenly, the coachman outside let out a startled cry. What is happening? Oh dear. Immediately, everyone sensed the carriage accelerating abruptly. Miss, there are thieves. Thieves. However, the sudden increase in speed caused the interior to sway precariously. Xin Weiyang lost her balance and was about to crash against the wooden boards. Li Changsheng, quick-witted and agile, extended his hand to pull her into his embrace. A soft gasp escaped Xin Weiyang's lips, her heart fluttering. At this age, it was her first experience being held by a man, and it was none other than the notoriously ill-famed prince. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced with an exhilarating fervor. It appeared that this prince was rather gentle, not as crude and impolite as the rumors suggested. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng felt a jolt of surprise. After 2 lifetimes of solitude, he finally savored the sweetness of a beautiful woman. Her delicate arms and legs, her wasp-like waist, and her enchanting visage, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, made his heart race as well. They exchanged a shy glance, both feeling a tinge of bashfulness. Oh dear, this is quite painful, muttered the second sister-in-law beside them. Clutching her head in silent exasperation, Li Changsheng helped the person to their feet, drew back the curtain, and inquired, "Who is there?" The man who had hijacked the carriage was clearly a martial artist from the city's dojo, rugged, robust, and exuding a fierce intensity between his brows. As he turned his gaze, he was taken aback. Oh, why is there another man? Li Changsheng delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the opponent raised an arm to block, but was soon overwhelmed by Li Changsheng's formidable strength and sent flying. This kick, however, allowed Li Changxing to swiftly assimilate Li Qiang's energy, facilitating a rapid refinement process. Beyond the Qi-Si realm lies the martial master realm, which requires the true energy of the Qi-Si to traverse the intricate network of 81 meridians. Typically, this demands a substantial accumulation of true energy within the Dantian. Yet, at this moment, every move executed by Li Changxing was imbued with the essence of the Void Demon God technique, and under the immense infusion of power, the breakthrough process accelerated remarkably. Indeed, experience breeds true understanding. Li Changxing seized the cart, but upon stopping, he found himself in a desolate area on the western outskirts of the city. Surrounding the barren land were a dozen warriors, clearly harboring ill intentions. Was it not stated that there was only a woman? How could there be a man as well? Enough chatter, let us bind him together. Before much could be said, one of the warriors charged at Li Changxing. Suddenly, as he approached, a small dagger flew forth with astonishing speed. Unperturbed, Li Changxing deftly caught the dagger by its hilt and, with a swift motion, sent it hurtling back. Whoosh! Ah! The warrior felt the sting of the blade in his thigh and exclaimed, "Be cautious, this fellow possesses some skill." Just then, out of nowhere, an assailant appeared from behind, thrusting a blade towards the back of Li Changxing's heart. Li Changxing reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing a forward roll to evade the attack. Immediately thereafter, two long spears lunged towards him. Li Changxing, due to his lack of experience, was repeatedly attacked in the initial stages. At this moment, he created some distance, which allowed him to regain his composure. Li Changxing was perplexed. This group of individuals did not appear particularly formidable. So what emboldened them to assault the carriage of the Duke of Dinghua? At that moment, the two women in the carriage let out piercing screams as the bandits lunged towards them. Shen Weiyang, however, possessed some martial skills and delivered a swift kick to the face of an overly confident brute. She seized her sister-in-law's hand and leaped from the carriage, intent on reuniting with Li Changxing. Her sister-in-law, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Weiyang, what are you doing? It's dangerous. We must flee." Yet, Shen Weiyang understood all too well that retreat was not an option at that moment. To leave now would render her marriage, or lack thereof, utterly meaningless. She called out boldly, "Do you know who we are? To dare assault us is to risk losing your heads tenfold." She sought to intimidate these ruffians of dubious origin, but they were wholly unconcerned. One of the thugs leered, "My dear, it matters not who we are. You have nowhere to escape now. Comply, and I shall treat you well." As Li Changxing observed the division between the two sides, he was about to advance when suddenly, a martial artist lunged at him from the flank, intent on subduing him. However, with a swift shift in his stance, Li Changxing evaded the attack, seizing the assailant's face with a barehanded grip. Cloud-transforming demonic technique. Seize power, bloodthirsty. In an instant, the once brawny warrior transformed into a shriveled, lifeless husk. The tremendous surge of vitality and energy also ruptured several of Li Changxing's meridians, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Who was this young man? The remaining martial artists, taken aback, questioned whether this was indeed a demonic technique. Yet, emboldened by their numbers and weaponry, they surged forward. Nevertheless, the Taishu demonic divine art is not merely a skill, but encompasses an unparalleled martial technique, replete with complementary boxing styles and weaponry mastery. Although Li Changxing had yet to master it fully, each strike he delivered allowed him to hold his ground against these opponents. The critical factor was that they were merely at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, a commendable level for ordinary individuals lacking resources or talent. However, for Li Changxing, each encounter further opened his meridians. His vitality surged, and his internal strength intensified. Bang! After exchanging 49 blows, Li Changxing successfully opened all his meridians. The heavenly demonic relic continually tempered his physique, enabling the internal energy from his purple mansion Dantian to circulate freely throughout every inch of his body. Each punch and kick became invincible. This marked the realm of a martial master. The previous 1 versus 10 skirmish, with both sides at the pinnacle of the Qi-Si, had misled them into underestimating Li Changxing's prowess. In the next moment, amidst the fray, Li Changxing's cultivation experienced a breakthrough. Another martial artist attempted a sneak attack, but Li Changxing swiftly retaliated with a punch. Crack! The assailant's hand shattered, and his shoulder could not bear the force, piercing through flesh from behind. Ah! The warrior howled in agony. With a deft movement, Li Changxing's agility made him appear almost spectral to the onlookers, moving with blinding speed. In mere moments, he had snapped the necks of over a dozen adversaries. Thud, thud. The fallen warriors hit the ground simultaneously. Li Changxing left only one survivor. That survivor, in a state of shock, was bewildered. How could one suddenly become so formidable after just having fought a fierce battle of 49 exchanges? Chapter 18. No survivors. The remaining survivor retreated step by step, filled with trepidation and unease. Li Changxing clenched his fist tightly, a sensation of power coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. The violent and bloodthirsty impulse was intoxicating, leaving him utterly unable to resist. Li Changxing cast a glance at the two women. Shen Weiyang promptly pulled her sister-in-law aside, saying, "Second sister-in-law, let us enter the car first." It was evident that she had surmised Li Changxing's intentions and cleverly sought refuge. The sole survivor, fully aware of his impending demise, drew a dagger and coldly declared, "You shall know nothing." With those words, he plunged the blade into his own throat. However, he underestimated Li Changxing and even more so, the formidable Taisu demon god technique. Li Changxing swiftly advanced, grasping the head of the captive and directly reversing the demonic technique. The blood essence transformed into threads, extracting both flesh and soul from the unfortunate victim. Soul search. A wisp of the spirit was drawn forth. Beneath the scorching sun, it felt as though he were being boiled alive, caught in a torment from which he could neither escape nor succumb. "Speak. Who commanded you to attack us?" I do not know. I was merely paid to carry out the task. Spare me, please. Who is behind you?" "The Jishan Martial Arts School arranged for us. Beyond that, I truly do not know." Li Changxing retrieved the tattered cloth that had once confined the eunuch Shi, allowing them some company. After deftly dealing with the marauding warriors, he departed with a sense of ease, unperturbed by the prospect of being implicated. It was likely that the officials, upon reaching the estate of the Duke of Dinghua and recognizing them as the victims of the ambush, would refrain from pursuing further inquiries. Arriving at the residence of the esteemed Minister Xiang, the two women remained in a state of disarray, yet inexplicably found a semblance of calm in the presence of Li Changxing. Li Changxing inquired, "Are you worried?" Shen Weiyang shook her head. Li Changxing instructed Xiang Taifu to bring forth 3 boxes of gold, stating, "This shall serve as my betrothal gift. Let us take it back together. I possess no residence. After marriage, you may continue to reside with the Shen family, or even in Xiang Taifu's abode if you prefer." As he spoke, Li Changxing presented the land deed belonging to Xiang Taifu. Xiang Taifu found himself at a loss for words. The crown prince was indeed merciless, even seizing his burial fund. However, considering that he too would accompany the crown prince to Yunzhou, he chose to remain silent, regarding it as a congratulatory gift for the couple. After a prolonged silence, Shen Weiyang finally accepted the items and inquired, "How long will the crown prince be away?" Li Changxing pondered, "How long? Surely, it would be a lifetime of not wanting to return. It is you, my foolish girl, who does not understand why you are so determined to marry me." Li Changxing remarked, "It is difficult to say. If you cannot wait, you may write to me or come to find me." Suddenly, Shen Weiyang declared with unwavering resolve, "Then I shall accompany the crown prince. I am willing to share life and death with him." Upon hearing this, Li Changxing felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that the girl was indeed one to follow her spouse, embodying the essence of tradition. Minister Xiang admonished from the side, "The crown prince's foundation is not yet solid. It is more prudent for the crown princess to lend her support from the rear. The front lines are perilous, and the crown prince may find it difficult to attend to your safety. I believe this is unwise." Shen Weiyang, being an astute young woman, immediately grasped Minister Xiang's intent and silently nodded in agreement. In the end, the Shun family returned with a dowry of 600 pieces of gold. Minister Xiang commented, "Your Highness, the celestial maiden is in need of funds. It seems that 3 chests of gold may be rather excessive." Li Changxing remarked, "She has wagered her entire life on me. A trifling amount of wealth pales in comparison. Moreover, shortly, numerous officials will present wedding gifts, which will suffice to replenish our resources. By the way, Grand Tutor, have the wedding invitations been prepared?" Grand Tutor Xiang replied, "Indeed, they have been arranged. I have also entered the palace to pay my respects, mentioning that the Crown Prince's East Palace requires vacating to facilitate the wedding arrangements. However, His Majesty indicated that the timeline is rather tight, and currently, the East Palace is occupied by the second prince, suggesting that the Crown Prince seek another residence within the palace, as there are various available options." Li Changxing had long ceased to expect affection from his biased parents or regard for his resentful brother. He declared, "What need is there to enter the palace? Here, with you, is sufficient. Did you not give me this house? Simply arrange for it, and let us wed here. Prime Minister Xiong fell silent. Since the founding of the Dayu nation, such a situation had never been witnessed. The prince's wedding, so utterly meager, was a spectacle of ridicule. Would not the prince become the subject of scorn throughout the realm? Let them laugh as they will, he retorted. For when I next enter this imperial city, I shall ensure that no one shall find amusement again. Li Changsheng was acutely aware that his position as the crown prince was anything but welcomed by the family of four, who likely reveled in the prospect of his downfall. They all perceived him as an unwarranted presence, did they not? Nonetheless, he was determined to assert his dignity. He had to maintain a semblance of respectability. In this martial world, as long as he persisted in his training and ascended to the realm of martial sovereignty, even his father would have no choice but to acknowledge him with deference. After addressing various matters, Li Changxing inquired about the soldiers accompanying him. In an effort to avert conflict, Master Xiong had recruited 300 vagrants under the guise of enlisting servants, along with 50 idle martial artists. The martial artists were all at the level of martial masters, and a substantial supply of grain and carts had been stationed at the nearest pass to the capital. As for those 50 martial artists, from which academies did they hail? Master Xiong presented a roster, meticulously documenting each martial artist's place of origin, lineage, and mentorship. Those capable of providing such information were undoubtedly reputable warriors. The swift gathering of such numbers could either signify Master Xiong's exceptional capabilities or reveal a troubling scarcity of suitable employment opportunities in the Great Yu. The former was acceptable, yet the latter posed a potential threat. Meanwhile, these 50 martial artists were diligently training at the practice grounds in the eastern outskirts. Li Changxing took the roster and promptly set off for the eastern outskirts martial arts arena. This locale typically serves as a gathering place for various escort agencies, merchants, and wandering heroes seeking assistance. Many skilled martial artists, having honed their abilities, often find themselves without a suitable path and thus spend their time idly here. Li Changxing followed the map and discovered the resting meadow where 50 individuals were located. Kong Ding. Li Changxing called out. A man named Kong Ding stood up. He was the captain selected by Minister Xiong. I am Kong Ding. And you are? I am the one you are to follow. Are you the crown prince? The commoner bows before the crown prince. The others looked on, kneeling in reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the crown prince." Li Changxing waved his hand and said, "Enough. You are all my trusted confidants now. I have just survived an assassination attempt, so prepare yourselves. Tonight, you shall accompany me to take a life." The group of martial artists exchanged glances, taken aback by the suddenness of the command. However, as they were loyal to the one who provided for them, they accepted the reasoning. As night deepened, Li Changxing seized a moment of respite. He had grown somewhat familiar with this assembly of martial artists. Each possessed commendable skills, with the most formidable among them being Kong Ding, who stood at the pinnacle of the martial master realm at the age of 30. His enlistment in the military stemmed from financial desperation, burdened by the responsibilities of an aging family and young dependents, with no better opportunities available. Even positions guarding prominent households were typically reserved for those with connections to prestigious sections. Consequently, they were often looked down upon, being practitioners from lesser martial arts schools. Nevertheless, these warriors held a deep respect for Li Changxing, acknowledging his efforts towards the stability of the two nations and his 2-decade-long role as a hostage among the barbaric tribes. They followed his orders with unwavering obedience. Li Changxing harbored aspirations of transforming these individuals with his unique insights from Blue Star. Should he successfully devise a modern military training regimen, he would possess a formidable cadre capable of safeguarding him. Observing the encroaching darkness, Li Changxing commenced orchestrating the plan for tonight's ambush. Chapter 19. You wouldn't want your father to be imprisoned, would you? Jishan Martial Arts Academy. A rather unremarkable establishment amidst the numerous martial arts institutions in the capital. Most aspiring warriors had already dispersed, leaving only the core disciples of Jishan Academy. It was rumored that the academy's master was involved with the young lady of the Shin family, who happened to be the current crown prince's consort. "Master, we have been deceived. We must flee at once," exclaimed one of the disciples. "The 15 disciples have all perished, and the authorities dare not investigate further. This venture has turned perilous. It is too late. Our lives are at stake," another disciple lamented. Within the confines of the room, the master of Jishan Academy convened with several of his most trusted disciples. They were merely an ordinary martial arts school, with the master being at most a pinnacle martial artist. Recently, they had taken on a significant assignment to abduct Shin Weiyang, the daughter of the Shin family, and tarnish her reputation in the process. Initially reluctant to undertake such a task, the master ultimately succumbed to the allure of the lucrative offer. The duke's family had scarce male heirs, and women were deemed easier to manipulate. Thus, for the sake of profit, he had ventured into dangerous territory. Alas, it had all gone awry. That was the woman of the crown prince. How could he have known that the crown prince was among them? He was merely a martial artist, oblivious to the intricacies of court politics. Rubbing his bald head, he declared, "Take all the money and retreat immediately." Before long, several disciples of Jishan Academy were seen carrying 3 large chests of belongings, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a horde of masked assailants stormed in from all directions. At the forefront, a young man commanded, "Leave no survivors, eliminate them all." The speaker was none other than Li Changxing, who had meticulously investigated Jishan Academy prior to this encounter. The advantages of numbers and strength lay firmly with him. With a swift motion, a barrage of concealed weapons was unleashed. The initial wave of the ambush felled multiple martial artists from Jishan Academy, who, upon drawing their own weapons, discovered they were laced with poison. "Who are you?" The master of Jishan Academy exclaimed in shock, grasping a banknote and seeking an alternate escape route. With his superior cultivation, he attempted to break through the encirclement with brute force. Li Changxing, however, remained fixated on him, for he was the linchpin. He alone possessed the knowledge of who had bribed him to act against Xin Weiyang. Although Li Changxing harbored no feelings for Xin Weiyang, they now found themselves in the same trench. At the very least, she had preserved her final semblance of dignity, preventing him, the prince, from becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the city. It was a matter of note that no noblewoman was willing to marry a man of his standing. This was the moment when the master of the martial arts academy vaulted over the wall. Li Changxing launched a stealthy assault from behind. The hall master turned swiftly, delivering a powerful punch, embodying the essence of the dragon and tiger, his vital energy manifesting in form. However, Li Changxing, also a martial artist of formidable caliber, withstood the blow without yielding an inch. Curse be it. The hall master realized that his adversary was not only strong but also outnumbered, and he lost the desire to engage further, hastening his departure. He presumed that everyone was gathered within the martial arts hall. Yet, as he fled into a narrow alley, a large net suddenly descended upon him, ensnaring him and dragging him to the ground. Whoosh! A concealed throwing knife pierced his thigh. Ah! The Jishan Hall master recognized that he had been poisoned and immediately cried out for help. But in the next instant, Li Changxing covered his mouth, channeling his dark arts to absorb the hall master's internal energy. Within moments, a significant portion of the Jishan Hall master's power was siphoned away. He stared in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of martial arts technique is this? He found himself utterly incapable of resistance, slowly feeling the ebb of his vitality and true energy. If he desired a swift end, he might as well comply. Otherwise, he would be reunited with his disciples in a far less pleasant manner. Li Changxing produced a tattered cloth, upon which several vengeful spirits writhed, their forms distorted and grotesque, exuding an ominous aura. The master of Jishan Pavilion was drenched in cold sweat. Was this not a clear manifestation of dark sorcery? Yet, how could an ordinary martial artist wield such power? Regret flooded the Jishan Martial Arts Institute. What sort of person had he truly offended? It was the steward of the Jiulu Marquisate. "My lord, I realize my mistakes," he pleaded. "I am merely a desperate soul. For the sake of a few coins, I beseech you to grant me another chance." Upon hearing this answer, Li Changxing immediately reached a conclusion. It was that his dear younger brother's father-in-law had sent someone to tarnish the reputation of his fiancée. Were they in collusion? Li Changxing's expression darkened. "I have yet to seek you out, yet you have come to me? There is a limit to what one can endure." Li Changxing entrusted the captured individual to Kong Ding and his entourage, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch, for he was indeed a person of considerable significance. Although the utility of this hostage remained uncertain, it was prudent to oversee him for the time being. Having resolved matters at the Jishan Martial Arts School and seizing several large chests of silver totaling over 5,000 taels, Li Changxing graciously accepted his gains. Half an hour later, adorned in a dragon robe, Li Changxing made his way to the imperial palace. The Su family, affluent and powerful, harbored formidable martial artists. Presently, Li Changxing lacked the strength to challenge the Su family directly, yet this presented an opportunity to exploit their vulnerabilities. Who knows? He might even extract a handsome sum from them. At this juncture, Li Changxing was determined to seize every opportunity. Should he manage to sway Emperor Yu and incite action against the Su family, it would not be in vain. In any case, he refused to let the situation be brushed aside. The vast expanse of the great imperial palace enveloped him, although he had entered the palace. The eunuchs and palace maids recoiled in his presence, leaving him without a guide. Li Changxing wandered aimlessly for quite some time, yet he could not find his way. Suddenly, he heard the sound of weeping emanating from a nearby courtyard. Which palace maid could be crying in the courtyard at such a late hour? Li Changxing happened to be seeking someone to inquire about directions. Who was weeping here, crying incessantly, day in and day out, only knowing how to lament? Li Changxing approached with a string of curses, and upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Heavens! Is that you, Princess Su, the daughter of Duke Jilu, the primary consort of the second prince?" Li Changxing scoffed. "What is the matter? Is marital life not harmonious?" The crown prince, consort Su, startled, hurriedly rose and stepped back, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" "This is the rear garden of the crown prince's eastern palace." Li Changxing exclaimed, "How can I not be here? I am the crown prince." Su Fei fell into silence immediately. The second prince had occupied the crown prince's east palace for many years, becoming accustomed to residing there. Li Changxing gazed at Su Fei, stepping closer and cornering her in the alcove of the pavilion. "Crown prince, may I request?" "Request what? To mount the horse? HM?" Li Changxing reached out and pinched Su Fei's delicate face, causing her to tremble in fear and remain motionless. He spoke, "Today, your father dispatched individuals from the Jishan Martial Arts School to assault my fiancée Yi, the esteemed Miss Shen Weiyang of the Shen family. Is the second prince aware of this? Are you aware?" Su Fei's body quivered. She was indeed cognizant of the situation. She never anticipated that her father would handle it so poorly, claiming that it was impossible to trace the Su family among the riffraff. Yet the crown prince managed to uncover the truth with remarkable ease. Li Changxing chuckled menacingly. "Su Fei, I trust you do not wish for your father to languish in prison?" Su Fei, trembling in fear, dared not utter a word, biting her lip as her body quaked uncontrollably. Li Changxing's gaze descended, only to discover her collar was undone, revealing that she wore nothing beneath, exposing her upper form. The delicate sheer fabric allowed the moonlight to illuminate her graceful silhouette. Su Fei felt an overwhelming sense of shame, her face flushed crimson. Yet she dared not utter a sound. She feared that even the slightest noise might alert the eunuchs and palace maids, or disturb the slumbering second prince. Any accusations she could level against Li Changxing would be futile, for her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Remove your outer garments," Li Changxing insisted. "Your Highness, please comport yourself with dignity." Su Fei could no longer suppress her resistance. Li Changxing grasped her face and shook it back and forth, saying, "When the second prince compelled me to reside in the horse stable, you were there, were you not? Did you ever contemplate this moment?" Upon hearing this, consort Su silently removed her outer garment, revealing a sheer veil beneath, accentuating her prominent curves. "Remove it further." Consort Su continued to disrobe, and with one more piece gone, she would be entirely exposed. Li Changxing took the delicate veil and ribbons from the center and remarked, "It would be of little interest to bully a mere vase. Let your father assess the worth. How much would it take to reclaim this garment of yours?" Upon hearing that Li Changxing was merely after wealth, Su Fei felt a sense of relief wash over her. She replied, "That matter was solely my father's decision. Neither the second prince nor I consented to it." Li Changxing was astonished. His younger brother had not participated at all. It was unexpected, yet it could very well be a deception. Li Changxing snorted, declaring, "Regardless of how you have treated me, I am well aware of the truth. On this dark night, amidst the howling of ghosts and wolves, is it not the second prince who is at fault?" Su Fei remained silent. "Ah, so it is indeed a matter of inability to conceive." Su Fei's expression grew awkward. Indeed, she had silently borne the weight of pressure due to her inability to bear children. Today, the second prince had taken advantage of alcohol to unleash his fury upon her. Fearful of retaliation, she could only come to the courtyard in the dead of night to weep under the moonlight. Li Changxing scoffed, "After all these years, if no child has been born, it is evident that there must be more than one woman involved. This suggests that he is incapable of fathering a child. Ha ha ha, your most cherished youngest son, ironically, cannot produce offspring. I am curious to see how you will manage in the future." Li Changxing threatened Su Fei and was about to depart. Suddenly, Su Fei grasped the sleeve of Li Changxing's robe. "Crown Prince, please." Chapter 20. "If I do not become a demon, who will become a ghost?" "Crown Prince, I implore you to assist me." "Assist you? How absurd. What reason do I have to aid you? You may languish in this deep palace at your leisure." Li Chongqing swiftly freed himself from his sleeve. Have you never witnessed a pig run, yet remain unfamiliar with the taste of pork? Li Chongjian is unable to bear children. Yet all the pressure falls squarely upon the capable consort Su. Outsiders can only extol Li Chongjian's noble character, admiring his unwavering devotion to a single love. A flawless persona. In contrast, consort Su's inability to conceive subjects her to scorn, likening her to a hen that cannot lay eggs. The days spent within the confines of the palace gradually drive her to the brink of madness. With a thud, consort Su kneels down. In truth, she has contemplated this countless times. She, too, bears her own burdens. The Li family incessantly sends her a plethora of dubious, bitter concoctions, deceptively packaged as fertility tonics, compelling her to consume them. Meanwhile, her paternal family, led by her father, the Duke of Julu, Xu Mingxi, understands the reality of her plight and does not blame her, yet publicly chastises her for her inability to produce heirs for the imperial family. In stark contrast, Li Qingjian indulges in a life of debauchery, reveling in the pleasures of the night, testing his own virility. Whenever there are no results, he returns to her with violence, striking her mercilessly. This existence has become unbearable for her. Not a single imperial physician or doctor has examined the second prince. Instead, they incessantly criticize her and force medication upon her. The notion of seeking someone else or finding an infant to impersonate has crossed her mind countless times. Yet, while she harbors a thieving heart, she lacks the audacity to act. The latter option requires cooperation from Li Chongjian. This evening, she timidly suggested finding a baby to appease the pressures from the empress and the Li clan. However, Li Chongjian reacted explosively, expelling the palace maids and eunuchs, retaliating against her with blows, and then retreating to indulge in carnal pleasures. After his indulgence, he returned to her with renewed aggression, berating her for her inability to conceive, accusing her of depriving the royal lineage and scolding her for her lack of ambition. Xu Fei has reached her limit with this existence. It is glaringly evident that she is not at fault, yet the world unilaterally condemns her. She finds herself envious of, and even admiring, the prince who dares to defy the royal family of Daiyu. He embodies the audacity she has long refrained from displaying. Yet, she lacks the courage and the means. Merely a delicate vase born of noble lineage, as Li Chongqing aptly described her. After once more suffering at the hands of the prince, a sudden surge of boldness ignited within her. She resolved to borrow his seed. Should circumstances unravel in the future, at least she would be bearing a descendant of the Li family, which might afford her some measure of protection. Otherwise, she is uncertain if she can endure until the next winter. This is both a desperate act of self-preservation and the only rational escape she perceives. With an air of vulnerability, she implores, "Your Highness, I truly cannot go on. I am destined to be beaten to death, and even if I survive, the daily consumption of 10 bowls of medicine will not allow me to live much longer." Li Chongqing had little interest in the trivial matters concerning the second prince. Just as he intended to depart, he inadvertently triggered the life choice system. Key life decision. Choice 1. I must aid my younger sibling in her suffering. Saving a life is more meritorious than erecting a 7-tiered pagoda, and granting a life earns one a share in the royal mausoleum. Reward, soul banner, undeveloped. Choice 2. Feel sympathy for consort Su, yet remain callous and walk away, indifferent to your family's affairs. Reward, 100 taels of gold. Choice 3. Make consort Su your servant, infiltrate the imperial palace on your behalf, and bestow upon the second prince a green hat. Reward, human emperor flag, undeveloped. Li Chongqing was taken aback. Could this truly be considered a pivotal moment in life? What was so crucial about it? The second option presented 100 taels of gold. And just a day prior, Li Chongqing might have been tempted. However, that was no longer a concern. Yet, what distinguished the wandering soul's banner from the imperial flag? Nevertheless, the third path stirred something within Li Chongqing. Compared to merely assisting his sister-in-law, becoming an undercover agent offered a strategic advantage should the second prince or the emperor decide to act against him. Excellent, splendid. Such a life is one I yearn to possess. Li Chongqing turned around and gazed at the kneeling Su Fei, who had dared to act boldly for once. He approached her step by step. Su Fei, feeling a twinge of fear, shrank back to the corner of the pavilion wall. It would be easy to help you, but I require you to speak the truth. As he spoke, Li Chongqing produced the truth elixir. After consuming the elixir, Su Fei's fair, oval face flushed with color. She tucked away her disheveled hair and extended her arms, bruised in several places, without much hesitation, and swallowed it down. Is this a trap? No. How do you perceive me? The crown prince defies the imperial family, exhibiting the nature of a barbarian, lacking any substantial background. It is only a matter of time before he meets his demise. Yet, I admire his courage to resist. I harbor no grievances against you. And I have never contemplated causing you harm. Li Chongqing felt a surge of amusement in his heart. This woman actually held him in esteem? Was this place truly safe? The palace maids and eunuchs had all been driven away by Li Qingjian, and he lay in a deep slumber, nursing the effects of his indulgence. Here, apart from you and me, there was no one else. Would you be willing to become my servant, to observe every move of those within the palace on my behalf? I am the daughter of a noble house. Do not overstep your bounds. You are a devil, and I am a devil. Perhaps, if you refuse. So be it. Crown Prince, do not depart. I am willing. You must swear, for this lifetime, to toil for me, to be my servant. Never to betray me. I swear, as long as the Crown Prince rescues me, I am willing to labor for him, to be his servant, never to betray him. Crown Prince, please be gentle. With the terms agreed upon, Li Chongqing did not hesitate. He removed the last garment from Consort Su, revealing her exquisite form, her curves enchanting. Yet, there were bruises adorning her body, new marks of recent blows. Li Chongqing gently lifted the thigh of Consort Su and gave it a light squeeze. Whether it was out of shyness or pain from a bruise, she emitted a soft, alluring sound. Quickly, she covered her mouth with her hand, fearful of prying ears beyond the wall. After a brief moment, intermittent muffled sounds could be heard emanating from a corner of the garden pavilion. Ding! The palace's night watchman struck the gong 3 times. It was the hour of Yin. Li Chongqing rose to assist her with her belt, glancing at the already weakened and feeble Su Fei, and said, "From now on, any news should be conveyed to the crown princess." Li Chongqing, holding the silken garments of Consort Su, turned back and said, "By the way, have your father prepare more wealth for me. I am in dire need of funds." Consort Su, drenched in sweat, looked up at Li Chongqing and inwardly cursed, "You devil. The barbarians of the north are not even a fraction as vile as you. Wickedness. Truly wickedness." Yet, Consort Su had no choice. She donned her attire and limped back into the room. Confusion clouded her mind. Half a year ago, when she first encountered him, he was a mere specter of a man, frail and battered, clinging to life. How could he have suddenly transformed into such a robust figure? Unbeknownst to her, Li Chongqing's physique had been enhanced by the demonic transformation elixir. Not only did it amplify his cultivation efficiency, but it also granted him a body of normal strength. Dragging her weary form back to her chamber, Consort Su flung herself onto the bed. She caressed her abdomen, uncertain if this time would bear fruit. Yet suddenly, a maniacal laughter erupted from her. "Ha, ha, ha. You wronged me first. So do not blame me for my betrayal thereafter." Upon leaving the imperial palace, Li Chongqing returned to the Xiang family. Initially intending to extort a sum of money, he unexpectedly gained a servant, yielding fruitful results. After a deep slumber, he awoke to the dawn of a new day. The following morning, the esteemed Minister Xiang summoned Li Chongqing. "Your Highness, the Duke of Julu requests an audience." Chapter 21. Does that ungrateful son truly not seek my favor? Li Chongqing yawned as he gazed at the imposing figure of Duke Ju, who had just unveiled a chest full of counterfeit gold. "Duke Ju, you truly are a cunning individual. While other nobles have at least afforded me, the crown prince, a semblance of respect, your gold is nothing but a sham. Though the deception is regrettable, I cannot return to confront you now, for it would be beneath my dignity. However, your audacity in sending someone to bully my fiancé is an unforgivable transgression." With that, Li Chongqing cast the box of gilded silver ingots to the ground. Duke Ju's countenance turned ashen. He had entrusted his confidant with this task, only for that confidant to refer to a trusted subordinate within his residence, who in turn sought out the housekeeper of the duke's estate. The housekeeper, in a convoluted series of events, enlisted the help of a relative. Ultimately, this relative, under the guise of the duke's authority, had engaged individuals from the Jishan martial arts school. The duke was infuriated, nearly losing his composure. Not only had the plan failed, but it had also backfired spectacularly. This morning, his daughter had come to him, reporting that Li Chongqing had wreaked havoc at the prince's residence, absconding with her undergarments and demanding ransom. Upon hearing the mention of money, Duke Ju's initial panic subsided. "Your Highness," he said, "return my daughter's garments, and name your price." Li Chongqing scoffed, "Your head." The Duke of Julu replied with a faint smile, "If you desire my death, it would be all too easy. However, even if you were to claim my life, it would not alter the reality of your unpopularity with Emperor Yu. Since you intend to flee the imperial city, it is only logical to maximize your benefits. Thus, I shall offer 1,000 taels of gold to procure my daughter's personal garments." Li Changxing silently cursed the old fox. He, too, was emboldened. It was evident that the Duke of Julu was a martial artist. He took out the delicate veil belonging to Lady Su, deliberately inhaling its fragrance, reminiscing about the soft, jade-like warmth of her presence from the previous night. "Perhaps it would be better to return this to my second brother," he mused. "I don't believe your daughter is a suitable match for him. He should find a new bride." Su Mingxi replied darkly, "Your Highness, what benefit is there in harming others while gaining nothing for oneself? You have taken the wealth, and I am left without the reason to dispel any misunderstandings." Li Changsheng remarked, "Indeed, nothing brings me greater joy than the pursuit of wealth. However, I desire a splendid wedding banquet. I implore Lord Su to extend invitations to the esteemed officials, for I wish to receive an abundance of gifts. Furthermore, I shall not host a feast." The corners of Lord Julu's mouth twitched. "Receive gifts to the point of excess? Forgo the banquet? What manner of play is this? Are you so fixated on monetary gain? It is evident that you, the crude prince raised in a primitive tribe, failed to comprehend the importance of leveraging a wedding celebration to forge closer ties with various officials. While it may seem that you are reaping substantial benefits, you are, in fact, forfeiting a far greater political capital." Yet, he remained unaware that Li Changsheng had severed all ties with the emperor and was utterly indifferent to such considerations. In order to maximize profits, Li Changsheng is undoubtedly inclined to aggressively collect contributions. However, how many individuals can he actually attract? Sending out invitations one by one would take an eternity. It would be far more efficient to have Su Mingxi orchestrate the process, summoning all officials, regardless of their rank, to come forth simple and straightforward. Li Changsheng remarked, "Do not forget, for the price of your life, 1,000 taels of gold will be required. This time, I shall verify before allowing your departure. Otherwise, the undergarments of consort Su will serve as a reminder of your insolence. You barbaric prince. You are nothing but a robber." Never had he been so threatened. Yet, Su Mingxi had no choice but to acquiesce. His boldness was insufficient to risk the life of the crown prince within the capital. Furthermore, the power of the Duke of Julu was largely derived from his daughter's marriage to the second prince, wealth through familial connections. His tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed within the ample sleeves of his official robe. There was ample time ahead. Su Mingxi swallowed his indignation and turned to present a smiling facade. "I shall comply, Your Highness. Might I inquire if the wedding date has been set?" "Tomorrow evening," replied the prince. The corner of Duke Julu's mouth twitched. Only one day's notice? Was this not a deliberate attempt to complicate matters for him? Li Changxing inquired with a smile. "Surely time is not too pressing? It wouldn't be too much trouble for the Marquis, would it? If so, I might as well confront my imperial brother directly." Su Mingxi, with a forced smile, shook his head. "There is no urgency. The old minister shall attend to it immediately," ensuring that the prince is greeted with a plethora of congratulatory gifts. With a sense of reluctance, Su Mingxi hurried away, inwardly cursing his daughter for her foolishness, wondering how she could have allowed Li Changsheng to obtain her undergarment. The fabrics of the palace were easily recognizable, especially the set of royal attire gifted by the empress, making it simple to identify as hers. When the time came, she would find it impossible to clear her name, even if she were to leap into the Yellow River. Her reputation would be tarnished, and the second prince would undoubtedly shun her, leading to the decline of the Su family. Yet, he failed to realize that Li Changsheng had already secured a hold over Su Fei. Within the palace, Emperor Yu observed the memorial presented by Xiang Taifu, his anger boiling to the point of striking the table, exclaiming, unfilial child! Unfilial child! Is it truly necessary for a mere minor official to orchestrate a wedding that would become a laughingstock for the world at large? How can he, the eldest son, be so intentional in his folly? Just then, Zhao Xuanji entered and picked up the memorial. After reviewing it, she remarked, "Chongqing is to wed the daughter of the Shen family tomorrow night. How can such a hasty arrangement be made? Shouldn't we select an auspicious date and allow the Ministry of Rites to prepare?" Emperor Yu retorted vehemently, "Humph, such barbaric customs. How could they possibly comprehend the rites of the Central Plains? I suspect he is merely captivated by the beauty of the Shen girl, acting in a most unbecoming haste." Zhao Xuanji continued, "I have heard that he has extorted funds from the lords and nobles, all to recruit soldiers. How will this grand wedding be sustained? Li Yuan let out a cold snort. When he runs out of money, he will naturally come to seek my favor. Last night, the eunuch on duty informed me that he entered the palace to pay his respects. I deliberately dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, allowing him to wander aimlessly within the palace for 2 hours. Humph. Zhao Xuanji sighed. Your Majesty, why must you do this? Perhaps this presents a splendid opportunity to enhance relations with Chongqing. Li Yuan remarked. It is he who must learn the ways of decorum. How can a father bow to his son? Am I so easily summoned at his whim? Now that he is out of funds, he comes to seek my assistance. Zhao Xuanji replied, surely we cannot allow his wedding day to pass without a single attendee. Would that not bring him great embarrassment? Li Yuandao mused. As long as he is willing to acknowledge his errors and heed my arrangements, what harm is there in granting him an opportunity? This wild temperament must be tempered. A hungry dog knows to return home. The following day, at the Xiang residence, the venerable Xiang Taifu, due to his advancing years, had already taken a portion of his wealth and departed for the nearest border town, leaving the capital. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing had engaged several farmers to tidy up the Xiang household. A resplendent red lantern hung high. Before long, Shen Weiyang's second sister-in-law arrived. Sister-in-law, have you found the person? This sister-in-law was indeed a beauty, yet her fate was rather tragic on the day she wed into the Shen family. Her husband was summoned to the front lines and had not returned in 3 years. Thus, she had been left to mourn since her marriage. She gestured towards a few armored guards accompanying her. These two are my nephews, leaders of the Wuzongjing Imperial Guard, and they have brought a contingent with them. With their presence, your wedding banquet shall be assured of safety. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince, one of the guards proclaimed, kneeling on one knee. Rise. Li Chongqing replied, casually bestowing a gold ingot to each as a token of appreciation for their efforts. However, the sister-in-law furrowed her brow, glancing around the empty room. Aside from the festive decorations, there was no one present. She leaned in and inquired, Your Highness, surely you cannot expect His Majesty and the Empress to come to such a place. The Li family cannot possibly attend, can they? Li Chongqing chuckled. They will come. Rest assured. Chapter 22. Does the Crown Prince regret it? What? They've already fled? In the small residence of the Xiang family, Lord Zhang presented gifts, 2 pairs of gold-inlaid jade phoenix ornaments. Minister Ma contributed 1,000 taels of silver. Lord Zhao offered 10 bolts of satin fabric and a shop on East Street. As dusk fell, a steady stream of guests arrived to deliver their tributes. At the entrance, Qing Tong announced each arrival with a loud voice while collecting the gifts. These officials, though not as affluent as the nobles, still brought forth valuable offerings. Su Mingxi, in her fervent quest to reclaim her daughter's personal belongings, exerted considerable effort in persuading and pressuring, successfully attracting numerous visitors for Li Chongqing. However, while the gifts arrived, the individuals themselves did not. Without a banquet set, the gift givers simply left their offerings and returned the way they came. Witnessing the continuous flow of wealth and congratulatory gifts entering through the front door and being taken away from the back, the second sister-in-law of the Shen family felt utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? The Crown Prince simply seeks to profit from the wedding. If this gets out, it would be a source of ridicule. What barbaric conduct! Cousin, did the Crown Prince instruct us to send these congratulatory gifts to the Shen family? The Shen family? Shouldn't the Crown Prince take them himself? The Crown Prince stated that these gifts are intended for the future use of the Crown Princess. Upon hearing this, the second sister-in-law felt a stir of emotion. It appeared that the Crown Prince was not solely focused on his own interests. Such a substantial sum of money could indeed alleviate the Shen family's financial predicament. Indeed, marriage serves as a lucrative endeavor. Poor Wei Yang, how she must be suffering, sighed the second sister-in-law. Yet, with the Crown Prince's own precarious situation, does he even consider Wei Yang's affairs? What is the Crown Prince truly contemplating? It remains a mystery. Meanwhile, in the grand courtyard of the Shen family, the couple bowed in reverence to heaven and earth, then to their ancestors, and finally to each other. Li Chongqing chose to hold the wedding ceremony here. Those invited were a select few relatives with a close relationship to the Shen family, making this union somewhat clandestine in nature. Li Chongqing could indeed surmise that the Shen family, now in decline, required his status to uphold their faade. He, too, needed to fulfill the obligation of establishing a family, for only then would Yu Huang permit his departure. They were merely leveraging each other as circumstances, and so be it. To the bridal chamber, the matron exclaimed loudly. Shen Weiyang was escorted back to her chamber. Li Chongqing remained to drink with the guests. However, the assembly felt somewhat discomfort. After all, he was the esteemed crown prince. Even if he was no longer favored, he should not have fallen to such a level as that of an ordinary family. This matter was still under the scrutiny of Empress Yu. After toasting the guests, Li Changsheng took his leave. Upon arriving at the Shin family's courtyard, Li Changsheng beheld an array of congratulatory gifts laid before him. He chose not to accept them, deeming them as mere pocket money for his bride. He then pushed open the door to the marital chamber. "Miss Shin," he began, "or rather, my prince, no, please refer to me as your wife." "Ah, let us forego that," he replied with a chuckle. "After all, you are not truly inclined to wed me. We are merely collaborators in this endeavor. I dare not immerse myself too deeply into the role. You have lifted my veil." Li Changsheng picked up the small red stick beside him and gently lifted Shin Weiyang's red hood. The glow of the red candle illuminated the scene, rendering it extraordinarily enchanting. Li Changsheng was immediately captivated by her beauty. Her visage was as exquisite as porcelain, smooth and delicate, flawless in every aspect, emanating an indescribable allure from each angle. Her brows were elegantly arched, and her lips were tender and inviting, radiating a unique charm that rendered one utterly enchanted. Shin Weiyang spoke softly. "Husband, you once said that one should follow the chicken if one marries a chicken, and follow the dog if one marries a dog, did you not?" With that, Shin Weiyang reached out to unfasten Li Changsheng's garment, but her hand was gently grasped by Li Changsheng. Delicate and warm, her slender fingers intertwined with his. In the modest chamber, the rapid rhythm of Shin Weiyang's heartbeat echoed in the stillness. Locking gazes for a moment, Shin Weiyang softly leaned into Li Changsheng's embrace and said, "Am I to be wed a second time? Regardless of your circumstances, I have chosen you, and I shall remain steadfast. But how can you convince me that you will cherish me, rather than treat this as a fleeting affair? If I said that from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an instant affinity, would you believe me? Perhaps it is best to let time unveil the truth." Time? Li Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Such beauty, such initiative. Li Changsheng felt an overwhelming surge of desire that he could scarcely contain. In a swift motion, he pushed Shin Weiyang onto the bed. With decisive ease, he stripped her of her garments, then grasped her chin, stating, "You initiated this. You still have time to reconsider." Shin Weiyang, blushing, turned her face away and retrieved a white cloth from behind the pillow. With a shy demeanor, she remarked, "Husband, according to tradition, one must use this to signify the loss of innocence." "My dear, you are playing with fire." Li Changsheng could no longer suppress his emotions. He lowered his head and gently kissed Shin Weiyang's neck, exploring his way downward. Shin Weiyang, lost in ecstasy, embraced his back, fully aware that she would forever be Li Changsheng's woman. In the imperial palace of Yuchao, a messenger eunuch hurried back. "Your Majesty, the crown prince's wedding has seen not a single guest in attendance." At this moment, Li Yuan was dining with his family of 4. Upon hearing such news, a sense of pride flickered within him. He scoffed, "Unworthy offspring. Even at this juncture, you do not come to seek my aid. Is it your desire to bring shame upon the Li family before the eyes of the entire world?" Li Qingjian said, "Father, please do not be angry. The crown prince has grown up among the barbarian tribes and is unfamiliar with the intricacies of etiquette. Allow me to visit him. I shall certainly persuade the crown prince to return to the palace and seek your assistance." Li Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed. It would be best to create a great uproar and ensure that this marriage does not take place. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our Li clan. This ungrateful child is driving me to my wit's end." Zhao Xuanji expressed her concerns. "Are we not pushing Changxing too hard in this matter?" Li Yuan chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, he shall come to regret opposing me." Li Chengjian received the command and, filled with joy, hurried to join the excitement. He rose to his feet, and Su Fei followed suit, the two of them proceeding one after the other. However, as a martial artist, Li Chengjian moved swiftly, showing no intention of waiting for Su Fei. Since becoming a servant to Li Changxing, Su Fei's mindset had shifted in recent days. She seemed less concerned about Li Chengjian. Her presence was solely driven by curiosity about Li Changxing. As night deepened, at the entrance of the Xiong residence, several non-duty commanders of the Imperial Guard stood watch. "The second prince has arrived," shouted a eunuch with a voice like a duck's quack. Li Chengjian emerged from the carriage to pay his respects to the second prince. While the guards promptly knelt in reverence, Li Chengjian remarked, "Why is the grand wedding of the crown prince so desolate? There are hardly any attendees." The guards exchanged perplexed glances. They were merely summoned for assistance. "The second prince, the crown prince has commanded that no one is to enter. I come here by the emperor's decree. Who dares to obstruct me?" Li Chengjian emitted a fierce rebuke, and several fully armored guards emerged from behind him. A group of individuals forcefully surged in, yet the interior was devoid of any presence. Li Chengjian was greatly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Where has everyone gone? Li Chengjian kicked open each room, finding nothing of significance. When he arrived at the final room, a red lantern hung at the entrance. Accompanied by a notice, Li Chongqing's wedding chamber, entry forbidden. Li Chengjian let out a cold laugh. Crown Prince. Could it be that the young lady of the Shin family has not arrived, leaving you to languish in solitude within? He boldly pushed open the door. However, in that very instant, a basin filled with excrement was suddenly tipped over from the crack of the door. With a splatter, it drenched Li Chengjian's head, causing the surrounding guards to flee in haste. As a putrid stench wafted through the air, Consort Su behind him could hardly contain her laughter. Clearly, this had been a deliberate act by Li Changsheng, who had anticipated that someone would come and enter. Ah, it stinks. It reeks. Ugh. Li Chengjian cried out, water. Bring me water. In the stillness of the night, Li Changsheng quietly departed from the Shun residence. Accompanied by a loyal entourage, he slipped away into the darkness, leaving the capital behind. Li Changsheng walked for a while, then turned to gaze upon the grand imperial city of Dayu, murmuring, "The next time I return, I shall have the entire city kneel in welcome." Chapter 23. The Queen's Regret in Dayu, during the court assembly. What? This is outrageous. The Crown Prince has actually wed into the Shin family? Li Yuan beheld the memorial submitted by the minister, his countenance shifting from pale to flushed with indignation. The entire court, both civil and military officials, remained silent. The Crown Prince's actions suggested a resolute intention to sever ties with the royal family, seemingly indifferent to any reputation or the favor of Emperor Yu. Yet, such a stance tarnished the emperor's own reputation. Li Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. He could not afford to have any blemish on his reputation, for he was the emperor praised by all. He would not allow any rumors of discord between father and son to arise. Li Yuan suppressed his anger and said, "Since the wedding is to be held, let it be so." He was pleased that others were eager to alleviate his burdens. "My esteemed ministers, you have all endured much during this time." The entire court of civil and military officials exchanged awkward glances. Indeed, they had been compelled to present numerous congratulatory gifts, most of which had seemingly been taken away by the Crown Prince. In truth, after Li Changsheng's departure, Li Yuan's disposition had improved. He could foresee that Li Changsheng would achieve nothing in Yunzhou and would struggle to integrate into the local powers. Thus, he could rightfully depose the Crown Prince. The gaze of all who were concerned about the heir apparent would then shift to his second son, whom he took great pride in. Li Yuan further instructed, "Inform all provinces and counties to allow passage." After the court session, Li Yuan took great pleasure in strolling through the garden. However, in stark contrast to his cheerful demeanor, Queen Zhao Xuanji wore a somber expression, for she ultimately could not keep her son by her side. This outcome was contrary to her aspirations, as she had hoped to retain Li Changsheng close at hand for proper guidance and nurturing. Li Yuan's enthusiasm was dampened as he remarked, crying, "What is there to weep about?" With newfound resolve, he declared that if he dared to sever ties, then let him depart. He was curious to see how long he could endure. "I have already sealed the news, ensuring that no unfavorable words shall escape to taint our names." Zhao Xuanji had always been compliant with her husband, yet this time, she found it exceedingly difficult to bear. As a woman, she felt a heightened sensitivity towards maternal bonds. She had once envisioned a scene of maternal kindness and filial piety, with Li Changsheng by her side, slowly cultivated to resemble a true member of the Yu dynasty. Yet, that dream lay shattered. Li Yuan, he is a piece of my flesh, not just some random stray. He departed without a word, not even a farewell, just as he had proclaimed, severing all ties. After 10 months of carrying him and nurturing him for 5 years, how could I possibly resign myself to this? You promised that your arrangements would allow him to stay. Where is he now? Li Yuan remained silent. He had indeed told his wife that he would provide no assistance to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, devoid of wealth and companionship, naturally found himself unable to persevere and was compelled to seek assistance from the palace. Once he sought help, he became dependent on them, granting them power over him. Yet, to their astonishment, Li Changsheng managed to amass considerable fortune through a marriage and departed silently. This act shattered the hearts of his parents. Was he not the finest among those I, the emperor, had sent forth? Li Yuan attempted to defend himself, stating, "Do I not grieve as well?" How could he fail to understand the necessity of humility? If only he would acknowledge his faults, I would shower him with affection. Zhao Xuanji, increasingly agitated, spoke with tears welling in her eyes, Enough, Li Yuan. Is this how you fulfill your role as a father? Or do you secretly wish for Changxing to remain lost to us? Would you rather he perish out there? Li Yuan's expression darkened. He could discern that his wife was genuinely furious. Xuanji, how could I? Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations, Zhao Xuanji interrupted. Back then, I opposed sending Changxing as a hostage. It was your thirst for power, your desire for the title of the North's greatest warrior, that led to Changxing being taken away. Do not forget that your current status owes much to him. You promised me that you would mend the relationship between the two brothers and ensure Changxing remains. I agreed to your decision to depose him, but what of my Changxing? During these past 6 months, he has endured so much humiliation. When will you compensate him for that? Perhaps I was indeed mistaken. I should not have favored Xingjian so excessively. He has already received more than enough. It is we who owe Changxing. As she spoke, Zhao Xuanji surprisingly began to reflect upon herself. With a bitter smile, she confessed, yes, I was in the wrong. Over the past 6 months, I have been preoccupied with caring for Changjian and Yuaner, placing too much trust in you. It is precisely because of my misplaced faith that I have long forgotten Changxing's existence. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Yet, gazing upon his wife's emotional turmoil and incoherent speech, he consoled her. It is my fault, entirely my fault. My queen, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not blame yourself. Zhao Xuanji coldly lifted her head, shrugged her shoulders, and made a dismissive gesture, freeing herself from Li Yuan's grasp. In a voice filled with grief and indignation, she declared, Li Yuan, Changxing cannot go to Yunzhou. My intention was merely to intimidate him. However, he must not venture there, for it is far too perilous. You must retrieve our son. The failure in his upbringing is a reflection of your shortcomings as a father. The reason Changxing has become so cold and unfeeling is due to your negligence. It is no wonder he wishes to sever ties with me. On the day of his grand wedding, you did not even make an appearance. He was even subjected to the humiliation of having filth thrown upon him by Chengjian. What shall we do when these two brothers become adversaries? You have always been preoccupied with your so-called reputation, fearing for your own dignity. Have you ever truly cared for your son? Li Yuan felt a profound sense of helplessness. He acknowledged that he had boasted before the empress about his ability to discipline the crown prince. Yet, were you not also devoid of legs, wandering aimlessly? Have you not neglected your own son, preoccupied instead with your second son and daughter? He never anticipated that among the short, he would be the most mistaken. Zhao Xuanji reminisced about Li Changxing before the age of 5, so obedient and sensible. Her heart swelled with emotion. A single tear cascaded down her cheek as she coldly declared, Li Yuan, continue to play your role as the perfect emperor. I shall seek out Changxing. He is my son, and I cannot allow him to take risks. With that, Zhao Xuanji unleashed her true energy, her form shifting as she leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of pink light that vanished within the palace. Xuanji. Li Yuan's countenance was shrouded in gloom. He had not anticipated that. Despite his annoyance with his eldest son, the departure of the latter would irrevocably alter the fabric of their family. This household remained in disarray. What was the matter with his wife? Why was she suddenly so concerned about their eldest son? Could it be a pang of conscience? The image of the scars inflicted upon Li Changxing flashed once more in Li Yuan's mind, causing his breath to quicken and his entire body to feel weak. Li Yuan staggered, leaning against the beam, his visage pale, surrendering to a profound despondency. His wife had departed, his son severed ties, and his brothers had turned against him. Was he truly so wretched? Father Emperor. At that moment, Li Chengjian entered the garden, offering support to his aged father. He had just witnessed the bitter exchange between his parents, leaving him in a state of disquiet. From his earliest memories, his family had always been harmonious, never having engaged in such fierce discord. Moreover, having been doused with filth, his indignation grew, reaching a boiling point in his fury towards the crown prince Li Changxing, wishing nothing less than to see him utterly destroyed. Cursed be Li Changxing. Were it not for his return, this family would not have encountered such turmoil. Everything was once serene, now irrevocably shattered by his presence. Li Yuan felt a slight uplift in his spirits upon seeing his second son, who had always been a source of pride for him. He was consistently so understanding, empathetic to his father's struggles. Having multiple children has its advantages. While the elder son may have become a burden, the younger one has proven to be a blessing. Li Chengjian said, Father, please do not worry. I shall go and bring mother back. Li Yuan nodded silently. All right, you may go. Upon leaving the great Yu imperial palace, Zhao Xuanji hastened towards her maternal home, the first sacred ground. Meanwhile, Li Chengjian, having received the imperial decree, did not rush to seek out his mother. Instead, he intended to indulge in some leisurely exploration while also amassing a fortune. As for the prince's fate, he held no concern for it, believing that until he reached Yunzhou, the clueless prince was destined for demise. Ultimately, he would return with a considerable sum of wealth, seamlessly inheriting the title of prince, achieving a win-win situation. Chapter 24. My blade Saint Grandfather Miss, we have arrived at the front mountain of the sacred ground. A luxurious carriage came to a halt at the outskirts of the foremost sacred ground. This area had long been populated by numerous citizens aspiring to master the martial arts, evolving into a vassal town of the first sacred ground, previously known as the Qianlong Sacred Ground. Its name signified that every disciple within the sanctum was like a concealed dragon, destined to ascend and transform into a dragon one day. Zhao Xuanji was the former saintess of the sacred ground, making this her maternal abode, her greatest source of confidence. The maid, Jianqing, drew back the curtains of the carriage, revealing Zhao Xuanji clad in pristine white, resembling a wandering heroine of the martial world. Jianqing, do you think father will forgive me? Zhao Xuanji inquired, uncertainty gnawing at her heart. Jianqing, having served Zhao Xuanji for over 20 years and now in her 30s, was also a master of martial prowess. Miss, the Blade Saint will surely understand your plight. After all, the Emperor has entrusted you with all 3 children. How could you manage alone? It is the Emperor's fault. Zhao Xuanji felt somewhat reassured. She sighed, reflecting back. If I had to endure the same grievances as Chang Sheng, I too would feel anger. I once called him magnanimous and considerate of the bigger picture. Jianqing, do you think I held him to too high a standard? As she recalled her previous indifference towards Li Changsheng, Zhao Xuanji found herself uncharacteristically empathizing with him. After all, she had been a hostage for 2 decades. Confined to a stable upon her return, deprived of affection, and stripped of her identity as saintess. This moment of introspection stirred her sympathy for Li Changsheng. Perhaps, suddenly, her maternal instincts surged forth, or perhaps she struggled to accept that it was Li Changsheng who had cast her aside. In any case, an inexplicable guilt for her past actions weighed heavily on her heart. Seeing her mistress lost in turmoil, Jianqing dutifully offered comfort. Miss, we all know that you love your children dearly. Perhaps, after experiencing the world, the prince will come to understand your heartfelt intentions. Zhao Xuanji ascended the 1,000 steps of the sacred ground, her footwork fluid and graceful, as if she leapt effortlessly up the staircase. Such is the prowess of a martial artist, ascending the mountain as if walking on flat ground. At the first sacred ground, the ancestral dragon terrace, father, an elderly man with a stooped back, sipping tea while admiring the waterfall and the scenic mountains, slowly turned around. My girl, what brings you back? Has Li Yuan been troubling you? Suddenly, the waterfall behind the old man ceased its roaring flow, and an aura of pure blade energy enveloped him, possessing the might to contend against the heavens and the earth. This man was none other than Zhao Xuanji's father, the esteemed elder of the first sacred land, Zhao Shichao. Do not be deceived by his currently gentle demeanor. He had once severed the abyss of the demon domain with a single stroke, instilling terror in the hearts of foreign foes throughout the vast wilderness. Even the Emperor Li Yuan, would tread carefully in his presence. However, he had reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm and vowed to break through this limitation before re-emerging from seclusion, refusing to step beyond the boundaries of the ageless sacred land. Thus, for nearly a century, he had immersed himself in the contemplation of martial arts within the mountains. Father, Zhao Xuanji said, her heart swelling with emotion. A daughter is like her father, and it was clear that her father genuinely cared for her. I have been an unfilial daughter, returning only after so many years. It has only been 30 years. Your return is proof that you have thrived in the Yu dynasty. Whether you come back or not is of little consequence. As a cultivator, I possess a long life. Zhao Shengqiao replied, tempering his imposing presence. He invited his daughter to take a seat and even poured tea for her personally. Why are you shedding tears? Have you suffered grievances while at the Li household? You bore children for Li Yuan, stabilizing the Yu dynasty, yet he seeks to take another concubine? Noticing his daughter's melancholy and the absence of his grandchildren, Zhao Shengqiao sensed something amiss. Furthermore, he mused that a married woman is like spilled water. Her husband's affairs are numerous. If there were not a genuine issue, why would she return to see this old man? Yet, Zhao Shengqiao found a certain delight in these circumstances. It was rare for his daughter to face adversity, granting him the opportunity to see her again and showcase his paternal affection. Father, I was wrong. I should have invited the talented martial artists to gather in the Yu dynasty to combat the barbaric wilderness. I should not have allowed Chongqing to serve as a hostage. Now, he has returned, and I have lost him again. Before she could finish, Zhao Shengchao interjected with a reprimand. You foolish child. Li Yuan cannot even manage this matter, allowing my precious daughter to suffer. But tell me, who is Chongqing? Your secret lover? After 30 years apart, and with Li Chongqing being merely 25 this year. Although Li Qingjian and Li Yuano had come to the first sacred land for cultivation and the elder had recognized them, he was unaware of the existence of another grandson. Zhao Xuanji, incensed, placed her teacup down and retorted, Father, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not that kind of woman. I am already a wife. How could I entertain two husbands? Zhao Xingqiao, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. I thought you might still be in contact with your former suitors. After all, those who pursued you back then could line up from the sacred land to the vast wilderness, yet you chose the son of my sworn enemy. With a laugh, Zhao Xingqiao inquired again, so who exactly is Chongqing? Zhao Xuanji explained, he is my eldest son. I raised him until he was 5. But Li Yuan took him as a hostage to the northern barbarian tribes for 20 years in exchange for peace in the northern territories. What? I have a grandson? The Blade Saint rose abruptly, exclaiming, does the foremost warrior of the eastern wilderness truly intend to barter his son for peace? Preposterous. Such a hollow title. How could those savages grant my grandson a life of comfort? Zhao Xuanji furrowed her brow, recalling the initial years when Li Yuan claimed that Chongqing was thriving in the barbaric tribes. In truth, I too made 2 attempts to traverse the 10,000 great mountains to visit Chongqing, but both efforts were in vain. That place, Zhao Shichao interjected. That place is rife with miasma and teeming with demons. It is no realm for ordinary folk. Your prior cultivation was insufficient, so your failure is understandable. But to suggest that one could live a good life, there is sheer nonsense. The barbarians harbor the deepest hatred for us. I suspect he is deceiving you. Zhao Xingqiao, growing more incensed, continued, and what of Li Chongqing upon his return? At this mention, Zhao Xuanji fell silent, for she too had faltered in this regard. She recounted the events of the past in detail. After hearing the entire account, Zhao Xingqiao, who had initially been pleased by his daughter's visit, was now consumed by rage. Foolishness. Have you been foolish for 30 years? Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Have Li Qingjian and Li Yuano not received enough of your affection over the years? What grave harm necessitates your constant presence? Are they made of clay? You could not visit your eldest son at the first opportunity, yet you prioritize the feelings of your second son? Oh, you are no daughter of mine if I do not feel compelled to strike you down. To send a mere 5-year-old child to a foreign land as a hostage. How could you and your husband even conceive of such a thing? With a resounding clang, Zhao Xingqiao, in a fit of fervor, unleashed his sword, Aura, severing the beams of the nearby wooden cottage and leaving deep gashes upon the distant waterfall's rocks. He was truly incensed. And what is Li Yuan doing? Managing the flooding in Jiangnan, with no time to spare. Ridiculous. Does he truly believe that all the officials of the Yu dynasty are merely idle? Must he, as the emperor, attend to everything personally? With thousands of relatives in the Li clan, does not a single one possess the foresight? If he wishes to treat someone well, must that person reside in a stable and endure the humiliation of eunuchs? Zhao Xuanji timidly replied, that eunuch has already been executed. We cannot also punish Qingjian, can we? Zhao Xingqiao bellowed, of course, we must. Li Qingjian is driven by jealousy and lacks integrity. How can you call yourself a mother? With 3 children. Fairness should be the goal. Is that so difficult to achieve? Chapter 25. The Queen silenced by reproach. Father, please do not be angry. I have come to realize my mistakes, Zhao Xuanji replied, her voice filled with sorrow. I have been remiss toward Chongqing. Zhao Xingqiao shook his head in silence. Perhaps his daughter was not merely regretting her actions, but rather fearing the loss of her grandson. Father, the priority now is to find Chongqing. He feels utterly estranged from me. Yet he lacks understanding of cultivation and the treachery of human hearts. If he is exploited, it would spell disaster. Observing his daughter, who was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Zhao Xingqiao scolded, Li Yuan cannot even keep an eye on his own child. I suspect he is deliberately allowing his son to leave. Is it not a desire to witness his demise? After enduring 2 decades of torment, you choose not to embrace him, but instead scorn him, deeming him superfluous. Rather than seeking to atone, you seek to strip him of his princely status, turning a blind eye to his plight. As parents, your actions are utterly despicable. To sever ties with you would be a mere understatement. Were I in your position, a transformation of such magnitude would be inconceivable. Zhao Xingqiao, in his frustration at your lack of ambition, raised his hand in anger. Yet, as she is his own daughter, he restrained himself. Yet, to think he has a grandson who must bear the burdens of his ineptitude for 20 long years. This couple has ensnared him in a web of deceit. Zhao Xinchao waved dismissively, instructing her to leave. I am unable to assist you here. As the revered sword saint, respected by all wielders of the blade, I cannot condone a daughter who cannot discern right from wrong. Even a tiger does not consume its young. Yet you as a couple are even less than beasts. Zhao Xuanji trembled at the harsh rebuke. She, along with her loyal servant Jinxin, promptly knelt. Father, your daughter acknowledges her errors. I should not have treated Chongqing differently, nor should I have forgotten him while indulging in the splendor of motherhood. I ought to have shown him greater forbearance. Esteemed elder, I implore you, forgive my lady. Humph, regretting now is too late, the old sword saint retorted coldly. I uphold principles over kinship. If I were to forgive you, how could I be accepted by my eldest grandson? He paused, then continued. That child is your own flesh and blood, having endured 20 years of suffering and toil. Not only must he not be deprived of luxuries, but he must also not be sent to such a perilous place as Yunzhou, especially when he has been unable to cultivate in the savage tribes. You cannot afford to be entirely unjust, nor can you offer nothing at all. Zhao Xuanji repeatedly agreed, silenced by his reprimands, only hoping her father would extend a helping hand. Zhao Xingchao remarked, this child has severed ties with you. His heart is shattered. Now he has taken flight. I fear he may never return. His heart was beset by worry and conflict. Ultimately, he resigned himself to a decision. After all, he cared deeply for his grandson. Very well, I have lingered in this humble abode long enough. After all, he is my own grandson. I shall accompany you on your journey. However, dear child, you are not young anymore. Your children have grown. You must learn the principle of moderation and strive for balance in all matters. Your father may assist you for a moment, but cannot support you for a lifetime, nor can he always clean up the messes you create. With this, Zhao Xingchao reflected deeply. He had lived for over a century, his lifelong pursuit being the quest for greater heights. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he found it increasingly difficult to break through the barriers that confined him. Now, as he re-enters the world to cultivate, he wonders if he will ever have the opportunity to fulfill this long-held aspiration. But for the sake of his descendants, he felt compelled to act thus. He lamented, had you chosen the young man from the Xianyuan family back then, or had I been adamant against your marriage to Li Yuan, perhaps we would not have faced such an outcome. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhao Xuanji's heart swelled with joy. Father, are you willing to leave seclusion? You should seek out Li Chongsheng. He will only harbor more resentment towards you. My relationship with him is that of an estranged grandparent. Although he claims to sever ties, the bond of blood is indelible. Father, I wish to accompany you. I only seek an opportunity for an explanation from Chongqing. Very well. Once you find my eldest grandson, you must heed my every instruction. Zhao Xingchao shook his garments and summoned with a gesture, Blade, come forth. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Beneath the hidden dragon water pond of the first sacred land, a torrent of water surged skyward, dispersing in all directions. The blade aura, unleashed towards the four corners, caused the entire sacred edifice to sway. Those unaware might have thought an earthquake had occurred. Yet those who knew the truth gasped in awe. Was the blade saint emerging from seclusion? Within 1,000 miles, various martial sects and esteemed powers, many of whom were formidable masters of martial arts, stepped outside to gaze upward. The dragon-shaped aura of blades amidst the clouds was the blade saint's unparalleled technique. The heavenly blade rends the heavens, standing alone to sever the strings of fate. Was the blade saint descending from the mountains? What had transpired? That ancient being had vowed not to emerge until he broke through his realm. Now, with the heavenly blade re-entering the world, it seemed that the vast wilderness would soon be unsettled. Meanwhile, oblivious to the fact that he was already on his grandfather's mind, Li Chongsheng was leading a group to a town called Nanyuan. Disguised as a merchant convoy, they naturally concealed their identities and whereabouts. On the carriage, Li Chongsheng was diligently practicing his techniques. With the aid of the celestial demon relic, his body was being tempered to perfection, and his strength was rapidly ascending. He also began cultivating martial arts techniques above the void demon god manual through his mental focus. Unlike the mastery of soul-searching, bloodthirsty, and power-stealing techniques, these martial arts were more focused on forms and techniques rather than the manipulation and transformation of true energy. With an expanded repertoire of martial arts, Li Chongqing would find himself increasingly adept in combat. Each time they set up camp to rest, He would spar with the martial masters among his entourage. Li Changshan's party was on the brink of entering the city when they observed the officials inspecting the passers-by. Everyone was required to have their faces examined before being granted passage. The crown prince, along with his esteemed tutor, approached with measured steps. Li Changshan cast a fleeting glance at him, and Xiang Taifu promptly corrected himself, saying, "My lord, he is the lord of Nanyuan City, affiliated with the Marquis of Julu, and also a supporter of the second prince. It appears he is waiting for us, likely to ascertain our movements." Li Changshan squinted as he observed the figures atop the city tower. There stood Li Qianga, along with several martial artists adorned in the attire of the Li clan. Was it the emperor himself, or perhaps the second prince? It seemed that as long as I did not meet my demise in the capital, they would feel utterly at ease. He remarked, "Even the members of the Li family have mobilized. This place is far from secure. An assassination could very well be in the offing." Xiang Taifu responded, "The servants have been toiling for 3 days and nights without respite. They're in dire need of rest. Perhaps we should consider encamping outside the city?" Li Changshan waved his hand and said, "Supplies are indeed essential. A portion will be stationed outside the city while another will enter to procure necessary provisions. Let them divide into smaller groups and enter the city in batches." Soon, the ordinary servants within the team were stationed 10 miles from the city. The 50 martial warriors transformed into 4 merchant caravans to transport grain, entering the city in succession under the guidance of the esteemed General Xiang. Meanwhile, Li Changshan cast his gaze upon a large vessel on the river outside the city. Entering the city via waterway would evade scrutiny. He and Xiang Long made their way directly towards it. Li Changshan glanced over. It was a private yacht with 3 tiers, measuring 5 meters in width and 10 meters in length. He observed a group of young men and women engaged in demonstrating martial arts, testing their skills against one another. Li Changshan leaped forward, grasping Xiang Long, and with 2 swift steps in midair, propelled himself upward. As he landed on the boat, the surrounding men and women turned their gazes towards him, their expressions tense, embodying an atmosphere of impending conflict. "I apologize for the disturbance. Please do not be alarmed. My intentions are benign. This vessel belongs to us. May I inquire as to your purpose for boarding?" He had observed their martial arts duel moments prior and, feeling a surge of competitive spirit, wished to engage in a contest with them. "Ha ha ha. What makes you think you are worthy to challenge us? Do you even know who we are?" Chapter 26. Who is this young master? Li Changshan made his entrance with a bold assertiveness, immediately inciting discontent among the surrounding young martial artists. "How audacious! What gives you the right to instruct us? Leave at once, or we shall break your legs," they exclaimed vehemently. "Pray, remain calm. Our meeting is fated, and I come bearing sincere guidance," he replied, perplexed by their harsh words. The martial artists aboard the vessel were greatly incensed. Each of them had devoted their lives to cultivation, hailing from prestigious families, and were recognized as the elite among their peers. The notion that they could be taught by a youth merely a few years their senior was preposterous. Patience is a virtue. Those who practice martial arts must shun arrogance and impatience. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rose, and the younger generation immediately fell silent. "I am Qing Shuang, a steward of the radiant light sacred land." "And you are?" she inquired. The saying goes, "Respect the robe before the person." And although Li Changshan was modestly attired, his garments had been meticulously chosen by the esteemed Minister Xiang. The fabric was of exceptional quality, unattainable in ordinary markets, reflecting the care with which Xiang treated this matter. Qing Shuang, possessing discernment, recognized the luxuriousness of his attire and deduced that his background was anything but ordinary. Despite Minister Xiang being an elderly gentleman, his demeanor and behavior exuded the poise of someone in a position of authority. She surmised that the relationship between the master and servant was of significant stature, and thus, she decided to test the waters. Li Changshan clasped his hands and said, "I am the junior Zhao Chaosheng, a wandering practitioner, who has come here for a brief respite and, in a moment of enthusiasm, have caused some disturbance." Qing Shuang let out an annoyed huff. "A moment of enthusiasm? Do you dare to tread upon this ground without the requisite skill?" She immediately called out, "Since you wish to instruct my disciple, Qing Ying." Uncertain of the other party's intentions and whether there were hidden forces at play, Qing Shuang resolved to first ascertain Li Changshan's capabilities. A young woman, approximately 19 years of age, leaped from the back row, performing a mid-air grasp directed at Li Changshan. A shadowy hand reached out towards him. Martial arts techniques vary greatly across the world, with numerous schools each possessing their own unique styles. The method of capturing from a distance is not particularly rare. Li Changsheng, grounding himself in the principles of the Tai Su demon god technique, took advantage of the 3 days of travel to refine numerous skills. With a swift motion, he deftly evaded and advanced, surreptitiously positioning himself behind the woman. In a sudden movement, he grasped her hairpin, causing her hair to cascade down in an instant. Her brows furrowed in surprise, and having lost so easily, she found herself at a loss. Had he struck her head instead of seizing her hairpin, she would have faced dire consequences. Li Changsheng handed over the hairpin, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "There are too many flaws, your movements are too antiquated, and the variations are scant." You, Chengying huffed, retreating to her seat in a sulk. This critique was even more stringent than that of her master, lacking any semblance of mercy. Li Changsheng observed his peers, all of whom had reached the martial master realm. In a contest of determination, he was confident in his victory. As for sparring techniques, they were no match for his unparalleled demonic arts. Thus, Li Changsheng harbored no fear. Meanwhile, Cheng Shuang was utterly bewildered by the agility displayed by Li Changsheng. His movements were intricate and unpredictable, executed with remarkable finesse. Even she, a keen observer, was profoundly astonished. What was most alarming was that she could not identify the technique as belonging to any particular sacred ground. Cheng Shuang pondered, could it be that a disciple of a formidable figure had come specifically to challenge the disciples of my radiant light sacred land? Suddenly, another young man stepped forward. "Allow me to take my turn. Please bestow your guidance upon me." With that, he approached with a commanding presence, arms wide open. Clearly a contender of immense physical strength. Li Changsheng skillfully countered the attack, employing the principle of yielding to overcome force, deftly using a technique that allowed him to cast his opponent aside with the lightest touch. With a thud, the young man fell face first into the dust. "I concede," he said, as Li Changsheng clasped his hands together and smiled. Having effortlessly triumphed over 2 opponents, both with a single strike, the disparity in skill was unmistakable, compelling the onlookers to take notice. At that moment, a tall and elegant young man in white, wielding a folding fan, stepped forward. His arrival sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd. "Young Master Bai is also making a move," they murmured. He was already a formidable warrior of the martial sect, while his opponent was merely at the martial master level, an evident gap in realms. It must be noted that this individual possessed some skill, yet against young Master Bai, he was destined to encounter an insurmountable challenge. "Young Master Bai, teach him a lesson and bring honor to our sacred land of Yaoguan." Li Changsheng, upon overhearing the whispers of those around him, discerned that the young man clad in white before him possessed exceptional prowess. Achieving the martial sovereign realm at such a tender age certainly indicated remarkable talent. Yet, Li Changsheng had no intention of retreating. The martial sovereign realm, in contrast to the martial master realm, unleashed a far more formidable force. Typically, it is unheard of to challenge one's betters. It is akin to an adult bullying a child, unless, of course, the child possesses some extraordinary advantage. Coincidentally, Li Changsheng was indeed that extraordinary child. Armed with the celestial demon relic, a powerful physique, and unparalleled demonic skills, he had opportunities to triumph through cunning. However, the young man surnamed Bai spoke up, asserting, "If I were to rely solely on my realm, it would be an unworthy victory. Therefore, I shall restrain my strength to the pinnacle of the martial master realm for this battle." The pinnacle of the martial master realm, indeed, surpassed Li Changsheng's current status as a beginner in the same realm by a considerable margin. Li Changsheng initially believed he would face a formidable challenge, but to his surprise, his opponent chose to restrain his own strength. He remarked, "Feel free to exert your full power." "Humph, do you harbor pride? Prove your worth by first overcoming my ultimate technique." With that, the young Master Bai leaped forward, raising his fan with one hand, while his other hand struck in rapid succession like phantoms. The air resonated with the sound of his fan strikes. Yet, in truth, these were merely the reverberations of the empty air, for Li Changsheng had deftly evaded all of his attacks. In a contest of martial prowess, when both parties are of similar caliber, the disparity in speed is minimal. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Since you cannot match my swiftness, I shall employ the techniques of the Taishu demon god's secret art to close the distance and aim 2 fingers at Bai's throat. The young Master Bai responded swiftly, drawing a small knife with his left hand to counter Li Changsheng. As the first strike had yet to return, he could not dismantle his attack in time and was left with no choice but to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. However, with a sudden change in his footwork, Li Changsheng deftly reversed his stance, reaching out to grasp and snatch the jade pendant from Bai's waist. In an instant, their bodies separated again. Though it may seem lengthy in recounting, their exchange had transpired in mere moments. Li Changsheng deftly countered the attack, seizing his opponent's jade pendant, thus securing victory. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Just 2 moves? Even young Master Bai had merely withstood 2 strikes. Such formidable skill. Who exactly is he? With such extraordinary talent. Why is his cultivation merely at the initial stage of a martial master? Indeed, why is that so? Li Changsheng handed the jade pendant to Xiang Taifu, who took it back with a nod. Young Master Bai gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, his expression a tumult of jealousy and resentment. He had always been among the best of his peers, seldom defeated. The arrival of this enigmatic individual, who had bested him in mere 2 moves, was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Who on earth are you? He inquired. Ah, there is no need for jealousy. I merely possess a certain understanding of martial arts, Li Changsheng replied. However, in terms of cultivation, my meridians are inherently blocked. I have utilized secret techniques to reach the rank of a martial master, yet I find myself unable to advance any further. With these words, Li Changsheng displayed a melancholic expression. Xiang Taifu, witnessing Li Changsheng weaving this tale, could hardly suppress a smile. It felt as though the prince was merely amusing a child. Indeed, upon hearing this, young Master Bai felt considerably relieved. It turned out that he was merely a stagnant individual incapable of breakthrough. What does it matter if your techniques brought you victory? Your cultivation has reached an impasse. In a true conflict, he remains the stronger. I concede, he admitted. Li Changsheng chuckled to himself, noting the fiery tempers of these young men. His intention was not to compete with these youthful warriors. Rather, he aimed to blend into the city aboard this vessel. As anticipated, after effortlessly securing victory in successive matches, he garnered the attention and admiration of the crowd. A strong individual commands respect wherever they go. The middle-aged woman leading the group instructed, prepare another seat. Invite this young Master Zhao and the esteemed elder to join us. Li Changsheng smoothly took his seat. Xiang Taifu felt a deep admiration, astonished that the crown prince could employ such a method to infiltrate the city, truly unexpected. At that moment, Cheng Shuang quietly withdrew and summoned a servant. She instructed, go and inquire which influential family's young scion has appeared in this vicinity. The servant complied and departed. On the ship, Li Changsheng took a seat beside the woman he had just sparred with, Cheng Ying. Li Changsheng found her pouting quite endearing and teased her. What is the matter? Are you upset, Miss Cheng? It seems I, as your elder brother, have erred. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea in place of wine. Cheng Ying raised her delicate brows and retorted, you smooth-talking charmer. My father always advised me to steer clear of men like you, who refer to themselves as brother upon merely laying eyes on a young lady. Li Changsheng lamented. Since that is the case, I shall offer my teachings to others for free. Who among you has a grievance against Miss Cheng? Cheng Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Hey, you, how can you be so unreasonable? Chapter 27. An innocent man suffers for his possessions. Ha ha ha, Miss Cheng, I was merely jesting, do not be alarmed. Li Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle at the agitated young girl. Are you flustered by those you claim to teach unwillingly? He inquired. What exactly do you desire? Cheng Ying pouted. You merely rely on your superficial skills and tricks. Once you can no longer cultivate, it won't be long before I surpass you. Li Changsheng acknowledged. Indeed. Indeed. Miss Cheng possesses boundless potential, of that there is no doubt. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Changsheng chose to remain silent. His playful banter with the young lady was primarily aimed at easing the atmosphere among the group, facilitating his successful integration into the city. Subsequently, the young individuals continued their contests, which would allow him to partake in discussions regarding the merits and demerits of martial arts techniques. Li Changsheng consistently identifies the crux of the issues at hand and aids others in rectifying their mistakes. This can be considered a form of compensation for his guidance. Naturally, he merely highlights certain aspects, elucidating them with clarity, yet refraining from excessive exposition. After numerous exchanges, many individuals have gleaned insights, resulting in a significant enhancement of their martial arts skills. Even Cheng Shuang has developed an admiration for Li Changsheng. In certain respects, confronted with his unique perspectives, she feels a sense of inadequacy. Such a person, even if unable to continue their cultivation, possesses an immeasurable value. Should he be allied with us, it would indeed be a tremendous fortune for the sacred land of Yaoguang. However, while all have benefited, the young woman seated beside him, Cheng Ying, finds herself quite vexed. Each time she engages in sparring with her peers, she is met with Li Changxing's acerbic critiques of her shortcomings. He even suggests that she lacks the aptitude for martial arts and ought to abandon her training to marry young instead, which infuriates Qingying to no end. Glancing at Li Changxing, whose expression is a blend of amusement and mischief, she retorts angrily, "You are truly insufferable. Petty. Are you even a man?" Li Changxing merely regarded her as a diversion during his time on the boat, saying, "Ah, Miss Zhang, you do not comprehend this. What I imparted to them is but a mere fraction. However, what I share with you is indeed the most comprehensive. The reason for my harsh words is to shield you from their jealousy, to protect you." Upon hearing this, Qingying could hardly contain her joy, yet she replied, "Then, there is no need to delay. I must quickly find someone to marry." Li Changxing smiled and inquired, "Is there a possibility that person could be?" Xiang Long immediately realized that Li Changxing was merely speaking fancifully, thinking to himself how adept the crown prince was at charming young ladies. Suddenly, Cheng Shuang, the team leader, approached and interrupted their conversation. "Young Master Zhao, we are disciples of the sacred land of Yaoguang. We have come here for training, and it is a fortuitous encounter for us to meet. Should you find yourself with leisure in the future, you are most welcome to visit our sacred land." With that, he presented a letter of introduction. With this document, one would be recognized as a guest of the sacred land of Yaoguang. Li Changxing accepted it and exchanged a few courteous remarks. As the boat glided along, they arrived at the dock by the city gate waterway. Here, soldiers were also conducting inspections, but upon seeing that it was a vessel from the sacred land of Yaoguang, they refrained from checking and allowed them to pass directly. Li Changxing disembarked smoothly and bid farewell to the people of the sacred land of Yaoguang. Wait a moment, a woman named Qingying suddenly approached him before his departure, saying, "This is a parting gift from my aunt to you, as a token of gratitude for your guidance earlier." Li Changxing was taken aback. It seemed that the sacred place of Yaoguang held considerable significance. "Thank you, and should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall pay a visit to the sacred place of Yaoguang." "You need not come. Your presence is unwelcome," Chang Ying retorted angrily. "Surely not. Perhaps I could offer you a few pointers instead. The next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you." Chang Ying clenched her fists in frustration, utterly unwilling to concede defeat. "In that case, I must seek you out sooner, lest I find myself unable to withstand your blows. Who cares about you?" She stormed off in a huff. Li Changxing and Xiang Taifu were strolling through the city. Xiang Taifu remarked, "Young master, Kong Ding and the others are resting at their designated locations. We shall not engage with them. Tomorrow morning, they too will depart the city." Li Changxing nodded. Master Xiang would make the necessary arrangements, thereby saving him considerable effort. He produced a silver note and said, "Go and ensure they are well fed." Master Xiang, with concern, replied, "My young master, once I depart, you shall be without anyone to attend to your needs. I will manage on my own. I shall remain here at the inn. Once you have completed your tasks, come find me." Li Changxing raised his hand and pointed ahead, revealing a delightful inn known as the Well-Eye Tavern. The two parted ways, and Li Changxing took refuge in the inn to rest. It had been 3 days since he departed from the capital. Li Changxing could indeed take a well-deserved rest. Just as he departed, Li Qianga entered the scene. She appeared somewhat frail, a consequence of having her energy siphoned away by Li Changxing, resulting in a regression of her cultivation. She approached a corner of the inn, near the seat of a man clad in the attire of a wandering cultivator, and inquired, "Brother, have you uncovered anything in the city?" The man was none other than Li Qianji, her brother. Both siblings had come in search of Li Changxing. "Nothing discovered," he replied. "Brother, he cannot possibly be faster than us. He must have infiltrated the city." Li Qiang exclaimed, a mix of urgency and indignation in her voice. "Sister, please remain calm," Li Qianji consoled. "Our family has concealed our intentions from the emperor and the Li clan in order to capture him. He cannot evade us. I shall not find peace until I see him torn to shreds. I am acutely aware that he has likely mastered demonic arts in the wild tribes, using them to drain my power without any apparent side effects. This is precisely why our family has kept our pursuit a secret, to obtain the supreme techniques he possesses. This will pave our path to prominence when we face Li Yuan. Brother, I cannot wait even a moment longer." Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated behind them. "Innkeeper, half a gene of beef, a bottle of wine, and 2 side dishes." It turned out that Li Changxing had come down to dine after securing a room, as the first floor of the inn offered a view of the outside. Despite his disguise, his voice was all too familiar to them. Li Qianga and her brother exchanged astonished expressions upon witnessing the scene. as if they had traversed a long and arduous journey only to find what they sought effortlessly. Brother. Li Qiang's pallid complexion was suddenly suffused with a vengeful crimson. She had at last discovered the scoundrel who had siphoned off her powers. She yearned to torment him mercilessly, to avenge herself and to seek retribution for the second prince. Furthermore, she was determined to seize his clandestine techniques with unwavering resolve. Li Qianji was aware that an opportunity had arisen. However, he restrained his excited sister, saying, "Sister, do not be hasty. We are uncertain of his cultivation level." Li Qiang said, "Brother, you stand at the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Why do you fear him? He possesses the ability to absorb one's power. How can I ascertain his cultivation level? What shall we do then? Employ poison. Ah, the old method. Hiki, you truly are clever, brother." Li Qianji discreetly produced a packet of poison and whispered conspiratorially, "You shall enter his chamber and place this toxin within. In an enclosed space, the substance will inevitably evaporate. And upon inhaling just a couple of breaths, he shall be utterly weakened." Li Qiang navigated the task with ease, as this was not the first time that the siblings had engaged in such an endeavor. Li Qiang located the innkeeper and, after a series of threats and bribes, learned the room number of Li Changxing. Seizing the opportunity while Li Changxing indulged in food and drink, she stealthily approached the exterior wall of his chamber. With precision, she poured a white powder, poison, through the crack of the door. "Ha ha ha, Li Changxing, did you ever imagine I would find you here? You must have known I was searching for you, that you remain oblivious to how I managed to enter the city. Yet here you are, caught in my trap. It is fate. The heavens are indeed favoring me. Others have claimed you lack understanding of cultivation, but it seems they have all been deceived by you. Fear not, for you shall perish in an obscure corner, and your formidable ability to effortlessly absorb others' power will soon become mine." Li Qiange, once adorned with a charming visage, now bore an expression of ruthless malevolence. She harbored a profound hatred for Li Changsheng, the one who siphoned away her powers, while simultaneously yearning intensely for the techniques he possessed. She was willing to go so far as to engage in fratricide. Chapter 28, He. Is this all you are capable of? Yu Zhao, the imperial capital. The tranquility of the Shen family estate had been restored. Early in the morning, Shen Weiyang gathered her long hair into an elegant updo, leaving 2 delicate strands framing her face. She approached the bedside, gazing at the pristine white sheets, gently caressing a splash of crimson upon the immaculate fabric before she tucked it away. In the days following Li Changxing's departure, she meticulously organized her personal affairs and even hired a number of servants. The gifts bestowed upon her during the wedding by various officials, along with the bride price from Li Changxing, were largely retained within the Shen family to alleviate their pressing needs. Today, she was set to leave the Shen residence and move to the modest abode of the esteemed Minister Xiang. "Sister, are you truly leaving?" A young girl clad in practice attire rushed in. It was Shen Lan, who had previously exchanged a few blows with Li Changxing. Shen Weiyang tenderly stroked her sister's head, saying, "Silly girl, your sister is now the crown princess. Remaining in the Shen family would only invite calamity." "Grandmother, I don't want sister to go," Shen Lan cried, clinging to her sister. In her eyes, her sister had been forcibly taken away by the barbaric crown prince Li Changxing, shattering her sister's future and happiness. However, the matriarch Shen tugged at Shen Lan and scolded, "Why are you causing a ruckus instead of practicing martial arts? Steward, matriarch, take this girl back to the training grounds and have her continue her practice." "Yes. No, let me go. I want sister. Woe is me, with father and mother gone. And brother lost, I want sister." Shen Lan wailed as she was dragged away. Shen Weiyang sighed, uncertain how to explain. Perhaps her sister would understand in time. The matriarch Shen grasped Shen Weiyang's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. "Child, I have troubled you." Shen Weiyang shook her head. "Grandmother, I am not troubled. In fact, I find the crown prince quite admirable." The matriarch sighed. "No matter how admirable he may be, it is of little consequence." "Alas, have you truly surrendered yourself to the crown prince?" Shen Weiyang nodded silently. "Then let us hope for an heir. Otherwise," Shen Weiyang instinctively placed a hand on her belly, recalling the fervor of the wedding night 3 days prior. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Grandmother, I believe I will conceive. He told me that when marrying a chicken, one must follow the chicken. When marrying a dog, one must follow the dog. He asked me to wait, and I shall wait." The matriarch sighed quietly, uncertain if Li Changxing would ever return. Yet, possessing a glimmer of hope was, indeed, a source of resilience. Shen Weiyang departed the Shen residence with a few servants in tow, arriving at Minister Xiang's residence without changing the sign, instructing her servants to make necessary arrangements. Suddenly, a maid approached, saying, "Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived." Shen Weiyang was taken aback. Could it be the emperor? She quickly tidied her appearance and prepared to greet the visitors, only to find that it was merely a eunuch. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess, I bring a decree. I accept the decree. By the grace of heaven, it is proclaimed that the daughter of Marquis Shun shall be the daughter-in-law of the emperor, bringing joy to the realm. A chest of gold and silver is bestowed." A lengthy proclamation followed, elaborating on familial ties, ultimately acknowledging her role as daughter-in-law, and concluding with the delivery of a box of wealth. The eunuchs departed after presenting the monetary gifts. Although she was not favored, some financial support had nonetheless been granted. However, upon opening the large box, Shen Weiyang discovered that it contained merely a single ingot of silver, weighing perhaps 3 taels. "Your Highness, these individuals must have indulged in the silver bestowed by His Majesty," one indignant servant exclaimed. "Indeed, Your Highness, we should confront them in the palace." Yet, Shen Weiyang was uncertain whether the emperor intended to humiliate her deliberately or if the eunuchs who conveyed the decree had taken it upon themselves to pilfer. Regardless of the reason, it underscored the insignificance of the crown prince and rendered her role as crown princess seemingly futile. What could Shen Weiyang do? As a married woman, yet without her husband by her side, each step she took was fraught with the potential for criticism, jeopardizing Li Changxing in the process. She declared, "We must not trouble the crown prince. We still possess some wealth, sufficient to sustain us." At that moment, in the Hualayan within Nanyuan City, Li Changxing, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, returned to his chamber to practice his skills. Upon entering, he felt a slight itch in his nose and approached the window to open it for ventilation. Gazing at the scenery of the city, he contemplated his future. The journey to Yunzhou spanned thousands of miles, a considerable distance that required careful planning. He had requested a map from Xiang Long, yet it had not materialized, leaving him to wonder whether the old man harbored ulterior motives. Li Changxing had resolved to prioritize the enhancement of his own abilities. Financial concerns also weighed heavily on his mind. His understanding of this world remained superficial, particularly regarding the intricate relationships among the various sacred places. At this moment, Li Changxing felt an overwhelming sense of purpose, as though he had a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. Creak. Suddenly, the door of the inn swung open. Entering were the siblings Li Qianga and Li Qianji, who promptly secured the door behind them. Li Changxing furrowed his brow, ready to take action to drive away the two intruders. However, upon channeling his vital energy, he discovered that he was utterly devoid of strength. His body swayed unsteadily. "There was no need to struggle, Li Changxing. You have already been poisoned. For the next 12 hours, you shall feel an overwhelming fatigue." Originally, this exquisite concoction was intended for a select few charming maidens, but now you have had the misfortune of experiencing it. Li Changxing, did you ever imagine this day would come for you? You find yourself unable to move, do you not? The brother and sister exchanged words with a sense of triumph. Li Changxing suddenly stumbled and swayed, collapsing into a chair. "What do you want?" he inquired, his expression drastically shifting. He was utterly drained of strength, indeed. He had been poisoned. Despite his vigilance, he had still fallen prey to the treachery. However, he soon realized that the heavenly demon relic was counteracting the malevolent energy, swiftly alleviating the effects of the poison. This was not an antidote, but rather a manifestation of his ability to harness his internal energy, gradually expelling the toxins through his skin's pores. For an ordinary individual, their techniques would have faltered long ago. Yet, Li Changxing possessed the heavenly demon relic. At this moment, beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. "You are skilled in martial arts, are you not? You are not entirely foolish. You certainly know how to conceal yourself." After Li Qiange finished speaking, she approached Li Changxing and began to explore him thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, not even the Rui Jingu Bang. Ultimately, she only discovered a pair of Nuwas Yin and Yang jade pendants, an unused human emperor's flag, and a considerable amount of silver notes. Li Qianga casually took the silver note for herself, brandishing a knife against Li Changxing's throat, demanding, "Speak. Where have you concealed your martial arts secrets?" Li Qianji reached out to draw the knife away and said, "Sister, there are numerous extraordinary skills in the world. One need not always carry them with oneself. Do not let the impulse to kill cause you to miss out on that enigmatic technique. When it comes to tormenting him, one must choose the right place. We cannot create a commotion here, lest we attract the attention of others in the inn." Li Qianga nodded and said, "Brother, let us take him back and interrogate him slowly." After all, given his status, the emperor would not genuinely pursue the matter even in death. Senior brother Qing Jian is set to inherit the title of crown prince and will eventually become emperor. This hindrance should not be allowed to persist. Li Qianji cunningly enticed. Your Highness, we are of the same kin. I too wish to avoid the treachery of brother turning against brother. Why not share with us the cultivation method you possess? In return, I shall grant you your freedom. I swear, if I do not release you, may I meet an untimely demise. Li Changxing let out a long sigh. By the time he spoke, he had regained his strength and his confidence. He scoffed. What are you so proud of? Are you not afraid of my retaliation? The brother and sister exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter, pointing at him. Li Qianga exclaimed with great pride, "This is an exquisite secret potion produced by the sacred land, effortlessly rendering one utterly powerless. Even those in the martial sovereign realm cannot withstand it. You claim you can resist, yet here you are, completely devoid of strength?" Li Qianji added, "Do not mention the martial sovereign realm. In the eastern continent, there exists a family renowned for their martial arts. Last year, during my travels, I encountered them, and they displeased me. Consequently, I administered a potent poison to the entire family. Even those in the martial lord realm were powerless to resist, and ultimately, all the women in that family met their demise at my hands." Li Changxing was left utterly astonished, genuinely taken aback. How could these two siblings, instead of feeling shame, take pride in their actions? Is this truly a world where the strong are revered? Li Changxing was filled with excitement and affection. The two siblings, observing the astonished expression on his face, mistook it for fear, becoming even more self-satisfied and increasingly arrogant. Ha ha ha, those who recognize the times are truly wise. If you submit to me now, you might suffer less misfortune. Ha ha, well said. Li Changxing also grinned menacingly in response. Li Qianji, filled with rage, raised his hand to deliver a slap, exclaiming, "You mere prince of a horse stable, what are you laughing at?" Suddenly, Li Changxing struck first with a sneak attack. With a swift motion, he deflected Li Qianji's hand and seized his throat with a vice-like grip. The reversal of demonic powers commenced, bloodthirsty and soul-searching, executed in a seamless series of moves. Li Qianji attempted to channel his energy in resistance, but it was futile. His vital essence was rapidly drained, leaving him a mere husk of skin and bones. Soon after, a remnant of his soul was drawn forth by Li Changxing. Li Changxing, imbued with vitality, radiated a crimson aura that shimmered around him. Li Qianga was astounded. Why had the poison, which had always proven effective, failed against Li Changxing? Brother. Li Changxing reached down and seized the discarded imperial flag from the ground, thrusting it forcefully into Li Qianga's screaming mouth. Li Changxing let out a sinister, cold laugh. Heh, is this really the best you can do? Chapter 29. This time, I choose the life of a demon god. Li Qianga was caught off guard, for these siblings had utilized this poison on numerous occasions without ever failing. Their confidence was palpable. Unfortunately, this time they encountered an insurmountable obstacle. As she watched her elder brother's vitality visibly wither, resembling a desiccated corpse, she let out a terrified scream. In that instant, Li Changxing swiftly brandished the emperor's banner and thrust it forcefully into her mouth, rendering her voiceless, her teeth shattering, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Nevertheless, as a practitioner of martial arts, Li Qianga promptly drew her twin swords, intent on battling Li Changxing fiercely. However, when her blade struck the staff of the emperor's banner, it could not sever it. Despite its wooden composition, it was more resilient than steel. Li Changxing scoffed coldly. What happened to your earlier arrogance? Go on, call out again. With a forceful flick, he sent the imperial flag swirling fiercely, casting Li Qianga aside. In a swift motion, Li Qianga produced a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a formidable aura emanated from him, indicative of his mid-stage martial master realm, as he launched a sudden, stealthy assault with the technique known as the Flying Rainbow Sword. Li Changxing was suddenly startled, swiftly dodging to evade this lethal strike. At that moment, he stood by the window, having regained his freedom, and the prospect of escape was within easy reach. Yet, unbeknownst to him, perhaps influenced by the recent bloodlust, all he could think of was exacting vengeance upon this pair of siblings. Otherwise, he would forever be pursued by the Li clan. After all, there is a saying, one can only kill thieves for 1,000 days. One cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Suddenly, with a flicker of remaining vitality, Li Qianji, still clinging to life, gathered his strength to utter, "Kill him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Skin him alive." To still possess the will to retaliate after having a piece of his soul drawn away is a testament to his remarkable resilience. Before Li Qiang could counterattack, Li Changxing struck first. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged a flurry of blows, each landing dozens in mere moments. Li Qianji's heart trembled violently, astonished by the swiftness of her opponent. Although she possessed superior cultivation, she found herself relentlessly forced to retreat. This disparity lay in their martial prowess. After 30 exchanges, Li Changxing deftly kicked her sword from her grasp, delivering a resentful slap to her chest. The impact echoed as she gasped. Li Qiang felt a tremendous shock as she fell heavily onto the wooden bed. In that moment, the barely alive Li Qianji gritted his teeth in anger, wondering how it was possible to lose like this. Had he known it would come to this, he should have incapacitated Li Changxing's limbs upon their first encounter. He had fallen prey to the same empirical errors of the past. Li Changxing leapt onto the bed, forcefully subduing her limbs. Dare you threaten my life? My father is a formidable warrior of the martial king realm. Even the emperor, you would show deference. If you act again, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. My family is filled with experts, and you, a disregarded prince, are as insignificant as an ant to be crushed. A resounding slap was his only response. As his hand struck, silence enveloped the world. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no turning back. In a vast world, where is there not a home? If the Li family cannot return, then they simply cannot. Rather than endure such indignity, it is preferable to embrace a life of madness. A pivotal moment in life. Is it? Observe how your demise is equally significant to my existence. Option 1. Exercise caution and secretly eliminate this pair of siblings, making every effort to conceal your actions and minimize the Li family's pursuit of you. Reward: the burning wood divine palm, a commendable martial art. Option 2. Submit to circumstances, acknowledging the formidable power backing the siblings, and opt for mercy. Rescue Li Qianji, striving for a peaceful resolution, sharing techniques to achieve reconciliation, thus securing a favorable position within the Li clan. Reward: the mysterious turtle garment, a suit impervious to blades and bullets. Option 3. Transform into a vengeful deity, retaliating in kind. If no one infringes upon me, I shall not retaliate, but should anyone cross me, they shall face annihilation. Await the arrival of their family and eliminate them all, demonstrating the prowess of a true prodigy. Reward: the Overlord's Ascendant Pill temporarily elevates 3 realms. What of the turtle? Li Changxing was enraged. He had been wronged to such an extent. Having departed from the imperial capital, savoring beef and sipping on fine wine, he was suddenly beset by robbers. In Li Changxing's eyes, there existed only 2 options, 1 and 3. You have compelled me to this. Li Changxing grasped Li Qiang's mouth with his bare hands, seizing her power. The sound of her muffled cries filled the air as she attempted to struggle, but her limbs were swiftly incapacitated by the emperor's flag. Intense pain streamed tears down her cheeks. Her vital energy was gradually siphoned away, rendering her increasingly feeble and stripping her of any capacity to resist. Suddenly, Li Qiang felt her entire body weaken, as her last remnants of strength were utterly drained. In despair, she was engulfed in terror, her eyes pleading for mercy. Without martial prowess, she was rendered helpless. Her years of dedication crumbled into nothingness. Do you now comprehend fear? Do you feel regret? She nodded incessantly, her gaze filled with desperation, unwilling to embrace death. Yet, Li Changxing mocked her, stating, "It is not regret you feel, but the realization of your impending demise." In the next moment, Li Qiang's mind faltered entirely, her body stiffening in terror. She beheld the unyielding malice in Li Changxing's eyes, understanding his formidable nature. He was a ruthless individual, offering no chance for survival, nor even a moment to plead for mercy. Li Qiangu wept, filled with profound regret. She realized that she should not have defended the second prince, repeatedly provoking Li Changxing. Had she refrained from such provocations, she would not have been stripped of her powers. Nor would her family have developed an interest in Li Changxing's martial arts, ultimately leading them to pursue him in secret. Now, she faced her impending demise. Memories of the past flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. She yearned for the chance to relive her life. Crack! The simple sound of a bone shattering echoed in the silence. Li Changxing concluded her life of sin. With a deep sigh, she murmured, "From now on, I shall not be as merciful as I once was." In that moment, Li Changxing extinguished the remnants of her former self, the self that had traversed through time. The self bound by the principles of honor and disgrace, and the 5 virtues and 4 beauties of yore. She resolved to actively adapt to the harsh realities of this martial world, a realm where it is either you perish or I do. Half an hour later, Li Changxing stood at the entrance of the inn, awaiting the return of Xiang Long, who had just completed his tasks. Are you waiting for someone, young master? I'm waiting for you, esteemed Grand Tutor, replied Xiang Long, his tone laced with trepidation. Given your exalted status, there is no need for you to wait. Enough of that. Let us relocate. There are pressing matters to discuss. Come. Xiang Long furrowed his brow, sensing a shift in the prince's demeanor. There was an alluring, yet commanding aura about him, accompanied by an unsettling hint of brutality and excitement. His unspoken actions rendered refusal impossible. Had the prince encountered some fortuitous event? I managed to acquire a few pouches of medicine, along with 5,000 taels in silver notes, he remarked with a smirk. Xiang Long's lips twitched. Who could possibly part with such a substantial sum? One could only speculate that someone had incurred the wrath of this prince, resulting in a hefty extortion of 5,000 taels. Yet, what concern was it of his? He dared not press for further inquiries. After the two departed, half an hour passed. The inn's attendant let out a piercing scream. In the previous chamber of Li Changxing, a withered corpse was discovered alongside a woman whose limbs had been cruelly severed, her body drenched in blood. Within moments, the family of Li Qiang arrived. All 6 of her siblings were present, accompanied by several trusted accomplices involved in this grim affair. The Li family ordered the inn to be sealed. When Li Wei arrived and beheld the tragic state of his youngest son and daughter, fury surged within him. Who did this? His roar reverberated, creating an overwhelming force that left the younger generation gasping for breath. A warrior of the martial king realm, he was truly terrifying. Yet, how could the dead respond to him? Beside him, his son Li Bufan examined the scene and said, Father, based on the innkeeper's description, it must be the crown prince. We must avenge our little sister and the 6th brother. Li Changxing. Li Wei couldn't believe it. Was the crown prince truly so formidable in his cultivation? There are remnants of powdered medicine here. It is the debilitating poison from the sacred land. Did my younger sister and the 6th brother use this poison against Li Changxing? The members of the Li family immediately comprehended the situation. They had encountered a mishap in the gutter. The reliance of these siblings on the medicine acquired from the sacred place was indeed excessive. Li Bufan analyzed, Father, it appears that we have failed to poison Li Changxing. This suggests that Li Changxing possesses the antidote or is impervious to the effects. Boom. A manhunt decree was issued. The entire city was to be searched. Li Wei, in a fit of rage, unleashed his fury, causing the inn to shatter and damaging numerous neighboring buildings. The news of the demise of 2 core members of the Li family swiftly spread, sending ripples of shock throughout the city. What is the background of the Li family? They are descendants of royalty, an ancient lineage of martial prowess, boasting countless capable individuals. Who would dare offend the Li family within the realm of Daiyu? Surely, one must be out of their mind to do so. However, when inquiring about the perpetrator, the information is scant. It is known only that he is a young practitioner of the demonic path. As soon as the Li family issued a manhunt, numerous individuals promptly responded, eager to heed the family's summons. After all, assisting them and incurring their gratitude is a most advantageous endeavor. Chapter 30. The Concealment of the Sacred Land of Yaoguang. Li Bufan's pure white portrayal. This individual is depicted as a practitioner of demonic arts, inciting the ire of both gods and men. It would be ideal for fellow practitioners to capture him alive. However, eliminating him during the capture is also permissible. A citywide lockdown has been enacted, with a thorough search underway. Those who capture him alive will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, along with a promise of favor from the Li family in the form of a martial arts manual from their esteemed collection. Delivering his corpse will yield a reward of 1,000 taels of gold, with the recipient allowed to choose any manual from the family's collection. Informants will receive 1,000 taels of silver, a letter of recommendation from a martial arts sect or sacred land, a weapon, and the option to select any manual from the lower tier of the Li family's collection. The conditions of this bounty are indeed generous. In the martial arts world, resources are often concentrated in the hands of the powerful, while ordinary individuals merely scrape by. Some have sought to gather detailed information about Li Changxing, only to receive a response from an unknown fanatic of the demonic path. The Li family has deliberately obscured the truth, fabricating a background for Li Changxing, causing his true identity to go unnoticed. This has transformed into a narrative focused on capturing a demonic fanatic and upholding justice. Li Wei sat within the Lord's residence, his countenance ominous. Those responding to the assassination order from the Li family included local martial arts clans, wandering martial artists who had journeyed to this place, as well as disciples from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground. With so many adversaries, Li Changxing found himself in an inescapable predicament. Cheng Shuang furrowed her brow upon seeing the portrait. Wasn't this Zhao Changxing, who had just been brought into the city today? No wonder he suddenly boarded my ship. Claiming to be seized by the urge to demonstrate his skills, when in truth, he was evading the Li family's pursuit. But how could he be so audacious as to dare to kill a member of the Li family? The Li clan was a prominent family in the eastern wilderness, having produced the renowned Wargodly Yuan. Meanwhile, her niece Qingying, upon seeing Li Changxing's likeness, felt a surge of concern. After all, while Li Changxing had conflicts with the Li family, he bore no enmity towards her. Why should she concern herself with the affairs of the Li family? Who could ascertain whether it was the Li family at fault or that illustrious young man? Yet, in truth, the concept of public virtue was seldom embraced, surfacing only in monumental disputes. The norm was one of favoritism and the veneration of the powerful. Aunt Cheng Shuang shook her head, signaling her maid to remain silent and feign ignorance. Li Wei, fueled by fury for his children, orchestrated a scheme both above and below, igniting a tempest of vengeance. In a fleeting moment, the atmosphere within Nanyuan City shifted dramatically, as nightfall gracefully enveloped the surroundings. The citizens of Nanyuan engaged in fervent discussions about the audacity of an individual who dared to lay hands on the members of the Li clan. With a powerful backing, the local officials of Nanyuan had become mere pawns of the Li family, allowing them to intrude upon the homes of the common folk at will. Moreover, any large gatherings of people were subjected to rigorous scrutiny. Li Bufan, accompanied by several constables, was conducting a meticulous search from house to house. The recent deaths of his brother and sister had ignited a profound fury within him. Yet, as he contemplated the transformation of a once feeble individual, returned from a savage tribe, into a formidable force capable of vanquishing peak martial masters through the mastery of demonic arts, a fervent enthusiasm surged forth. How could such a metamorphosis occur in merely a few days? The allure of appropriating another's power and wielding it as one's own was not only tempting but astonishingly effortless, devoid of any adverse effects. Such a supreme technique was known to but a few. Thus, his family had resolutely sealed their lips, shrouding the truth in secrecy, vowing to seize Li Changxing's unparalleled martial arts. With a creak, he pushed open the door of a ranger's lodge. This establishment comprised a modest cluster of wooden houses, rented to wandering martial artists. Whispers had circulated that a practitioner of the demonic path was hiding here. Were you the one who reported this? Indeed. I am but a humble rice merchant from the vicinity. Very well, lead the way. However, my lord, we had an agreement regarding the bounty. If I capture him, I should not be deprived of my reward. Only if you succeed in capturing him. Should you fail, would I not then offend a master of the demonic arts? The stakes are too high for me. I insist on receiving the bounty in advance. What master of the demonic arts? Merely a petty demon. My lord, do not jest. The city is in turmoil, and with the lockdown in effect, can he truly be just a petty demon? Li Bufan, filled with indignation, inwardly cursed the mercenary souls blinded by greed. However, with only a handful of households in this vicinity, any misstep could alert the enemy and render his efforts futile. He withdrew 500 taels of silver and declared, "This shall serve as a deposit. Should it indeed be that fiend, I shall pay you the remainder thereafter. If not, you must return it." The rice merchant accepted the money and gestured towards one of the modest residences. Li Bufan immediately instructed his subordinates to advance and encircle the area. Just as he was about to enter, the door unexpectedly swung open. Li Changxing strode out with an air of confidence. "Oh, who is this? Have you come to bring me money and weapons?" Li Changxing? You. Li Changxing's ostentatious display alerted Li Bufan to an ominous situation. He turned to find that the constables had been completely subdued by a group of martial warriors, who had also confiscated their weapons. These individuals were none other than the hired mercenaries that Li Changxing had employed with considerable expenditure in the imperial capital. Li Bufan swiftly produced a packet of antidote and consumed it hastily. "Did you truly believe you could incapacitate me with poison? Could I have possibly anticipated that you would pilfer Li Qianji's toxin? I had already prepared the antidote." Suddenly, a trap revealed itself beneath Li Bufan's feet, and he fell into it unexpectedly. He immediately employed his martial skills, attempting to scale the walls of the pit. However, as his hands and feet made contact with the muddy walls, he discovered they were coated in oil. This caused him to slip, resulting in a painful twist of his fingers before he fell heavily to the ground. The pit extended 5 meters deep. In the next moment, a massive stone, prearranged for this very occasion, was hoisted over by several martial attendants and was brought crashing down. The pointed end was laced with venom. A muffled cry of anguish escaped Li Bufan from below. Subsequently, the onlookers began pouring scalding hot water into the pit. Initially, the sounds of the martial artist striking the boulder could be heard, but soon silence enveloped the scene. Clearly, Li Bufan remained oblivious to the fact that the stone had been smeared with additional toxins. Even if he were aware, he would not have been able to respond calmly. Nor could he have stifled the poison with his internal energy. But how could he contend with the onslaught of boiling water? After a stick of incense had burned down, the servants cleaned the scene, as if Li Bufan and his companions had never been there. Li Chongqing collected the wealth obtained from these individuals, as it was prudent for him to retain control over the financial authority. Your Highness, the carrier pigeons from the capital have arrived. At this moment, the leader of the servant army, Kong Ding, approached with a birdcage in hand. These are the carrier pigeons raised by the Shen family, and Shen Weiyang indicated that they could be used for mutual communication. Li Chongqing took the letter and glanced at it. Some idle musings of longing made him smile. He did not truly believe that Shen Weiyang could genuinely fall in love with him, as he perceived their connection as merely a marriage of convenience. Nevertheless, it would be intriguing to observe her capabilities. Li Chongqing penned an account of his relentless pursuit by the members of the Li clan, curious to observe the emperor's response. Naturally, he harbored no expectations, having already uttered words of irrevocable severance. However, he would take pleasure in seeing Li Wei restrained and the hypocrisy of Empress Yu exposed. Releasing a homing pigeon, Li Chongqing turned to his entourage and remarked, "This endeavor has been quite successful. For the next venture, we shall proceed forthwith." The distinction between hunter and prey is not easily discerned. Li Chongqing's life choice involved the brutal slaughter of the Li Qiang siblings, alongside the cunning baiting of their family to come forth, only to face annihilation. This path is steeped in bloodshed. It was only after he had treacherously dealt with Li Bufan that he received his reward, a vial of the Overlord's Ascendant Elixir, containing 3 precious pills. This signifies he possesses 3 opportunities to masquerade as a humble creature while ensnaring his adversaries. In his possession is also the life-preserving blood demon, granting him the leverage for audacity, or rather, a chance for strategic gambit. Chapter 31. How should you explain Emperor Yu in the capital? A pigeon arrived at Shen Weiyang's new residence. Your Highness, a letter from the Crown Prince has arrived. Quickly, let me see it. Upon reading the missive, Shen Weiyang's expression shifted dramatically. In Nanyuan City, not far from the capital, the Li Wei family was secretly pursuing the assassination of Li Chongqing. Was this order from the second prince? Yet, the second prince had departed 3 days prior for the first sacred land and was absent from the capital. Could it be the emperor's command? How else could Li Chongqing, a scion of the Li clan, be hunted by his own kin? A sense of fear and anxiety gripped Shen Weiyang. This was the ruthless struggle for imperial power, a matter of life and death, devoid of any semblance of mercy. Although Li Chongqing did not request anything of her in his letter, nor did he seek help, merely recounting recent events, could she remain passive while her husband faced peril? If the emperor and empress cared not for the crown prince, then she would turn to the retired emperor. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Shen Weiyang's mind as she thought of the retired emperor, Li Chuangang, the mightiest swordsman of the Li clan in this era. A figure standing shoulder to shoulder with the sword saint of the first sacred land. Li Chuangang resided in seclusion at a humble abode behind the temple on the western outskirts of Daming Mountain. Such knowledge was not readily accessible to the average person. However, as the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, and with her grandfather once a general in the Yu dynasty and a former subordinate of the retired emperor, she had been there in her youth. Now, as the crown princess, no one could obstruct her path. Prepare the carriage. We are heading to Daming Mountain. Sighing. In the Yu dynasty palace, after the court had adjourned, Li Yuan felt a distinct lack of enthusiasm. His eldest son had departed, his wife had berated him before leaving, and now his second son followed suit. Indeed, I see. Li Yuan firmly believed he was in the right. His intentions were for the brilliant populace and for the greater good of the Diyu. Even though Li Chongqing had served as a hostage in the Yu dynasty for 2 decades and had rendered meritorious service, the principles of ruler and subject, father and son, must be upheld. What harm is there in enduring a little hardship if one cannot learn to please him? Such is the sentiment of a compassionate heart. Li Yuan took a swig of strong liquor, finding Zhao Xuanji's words utterly nonsensical. He was a father. Without him, where would that rebellious son be? What right did that wayward child have to oppose his own father? Was it not you who initially forgot about the crown prince? What sudden enlightenment are you claiming to have? Pretentiousness. Your Majesty. Suddenly, the chief eunuch, Sui, entered, announcing, the crown princess has unexpectedly gone to Daming Mountain. It seems she is in search of the retired emperor. The crown princess? Ah, the girl from the Shin family. Li Yuan recalled the noble house of Dinghua, renowned for its loyalty and valor, and felt a twinge of compassion. How could she neglect to pay her respects to me before engaging in idle chatter with the retired emperor? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a sudden surge of sword energy erupted from the rear of Mount Daming, piercing the heavens. A beam of glazed sword light ascended into the sky, causing a stir among the formidable powers, sects, and sacred grounds throughout the realm. Had the Sword Saint emerged from seclusion as well? What calamity had befallen the great you that compelled both the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint to reemerge? A single sword's radiance illuminated the 9 provinces, its energy stretching across 30,000 miles. Even that ancient figure from the Li family had reappeared, suggesting that the world was on the brink of upheaval once more. Quickly, summon our ancestors. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Li Yuan, lost in his own melancholy as a solitary figure, was taken aback. Just recently, the Blade Saint had returned to the world. And now it seemed his own father was also stepping out of seclusion. Curiosity gnawed at him. Unworthy son, come to me. A thunderous voice, imbued with the essence of the sword, resonated through the air. Such formidable warriors could traverse the skies and earth with ease. This transmission of sword intent could pierce the very soul, causing Li Yuan's heart to tremble. Without hesitation, he leaped forth, soaring on his sword, and soon arrived at the humble abode behind the temple on Mount Daming. Upon his arrival, Li Yuan was taken aback to find that Shin Weiyang had yet to arrive. Present instead were Zhao Xuanji and his father-in-law, Zhao Xingqiao. Li Yuan observed that the 3 individuals bore unsightly expressions, as if they had just engaged in a heated argument. He remarked, Your Majesty, you have returned. Zhao Xuanji let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Zhao Xingqiao, filled with dissatisfaction, retorted, Li Yuan, you have deceived us old fellows most grievously. Why have you concealed the existence of your eldest son all these years? Are you fearful that it would tarnish your esteemed reputation? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan realized it was indeed concerning the matter of Li Changshan. After sending his son away, why were there still so many issues troubling him? He remarked, Sword Saint, I did not wish to disturb your esteemed retreat. Furthermore, the crown prince is in good health, and there is nothing amiss. Li Chuanguang furiously exclaimed, Are you not even going to mention me, the Grand Emperor? How dare these mere barbarians take your own son as a hostage? What were you thinking? Does this befit your illustrious reputation as a god of war? Li Yuan retorted with a hint of irritation. Father, you were grievously injured by the barbarian demon and secluded yourself for a decade to recuperate. How could I possibly converse with you? Unfilial son, you dare to speak back? Li Chuangang suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, causing Li Yuan to stagger back 3 steps. In an instant, his father-in-law, the Blade Saint, also exerted pressure, unleashing a ferocious blade aura that rendered Yu Huang immobile, his feet sinking into the earth. He spoke in a low voice, Father, I have not wronged the crown prince. I neither stripped him of his title nor denied him the opportunity to earn military merit at the border. Where have I erred? Am I to be met with defiance? Li Chuangang retorted vehemently, Not a penny spared, not a soldier dispatched, and you expect a hostage who has suffered for 20 years to achieve military merit at the frontier? Whom do you think you are deceiving? Li Yuan, how could I have given life to such a rebellious son? That is my precious grandson. Had you informed me sooner, I would have charged into that barbarian tribe and rescued my beloved grandson. Zhao Xuanji interjected, Li Yuan, where is Chongqing now? I must go and bring him back. Li Yuan remained silent. The crown prince had stealthily left the city, journeying without drawing attention, and it was uncertain where he had gone. He did not dispatch anyone to search for him. As he could hardly be bothered with such a rebellious son, he wouldn't even spare a glance if the boy were to perish outside. He muttered to himself, in any case, he has yet to arrive in Yuzhou. Suddenly, from the secluded path nestled within the mountains, a beautiful maiden appeared. It was none other than Shin Weiyang, accompanied by several maidservants and attendants, along with a sword slave serving as their guide. The sword slave bowed and announced, Sword Master. A woman claiming to be the crown princess seeks an audience. Li Chuna was taken aback and exclaimed, My eldest grandson has already married? How is it that I was not invited to partake in a celebratory drink? The sword saint Zhao Shengqiao scolded. Am I the only one who has had the pleasure? What is it that your imperial son is up to? Li Yuan was so humiliated that he could hardly lift his head. Despite his authoritative demeanor before the court officials, he remained cautious in the presence of his two fathers. Upon meeting, Shen Weiyang immediately knelt and implored the Grand Emperor to spare the crown prince, appealing to their blood ties and beseeching him to refrain from sending members of the Li clan to hunt down the crown prince. Her words left everyone in a state of shock. Fratricide among kin? The crowd then turned their anxious gazes towards Emperor Li Yuan. Li Yuanren was rendered numb. He vowed that he had not dispatched members of the Li clan to hunt down his own son. Kneel. With a resounding clash, both the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint unleashed their power, although they were equally at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. The fury of these two fathers was palpable. Li Yuan found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, and with a thud, he knelt down. Zhao Xuanji, infuriated, dropped her precious pearls and struck him with a resounding slap. Li Yuan, how cruel you are. Indeed, to achieve your ambitions, you are willing to go to any lengths, even to the point of attempting to kill Chongqing. Chongqing is the flesh of my flesh, the fruit of my 10 months of pregnancy. He is my son. Li Yuan exclaimed his grievances, declaring, I did not. Crown Princess, why do you slander me? I swear by the heavens that I have not sent anyone to pursue the Crown Prince. Shen Weiyang presented a letter returned by Li Chongqing, stating, the Crown Prince has traveled to Yunzhou, yet he has also communicated with me via carrier pigeon. This pertains to a recent encounter he had in Nanyuan City. Zhao Xuanji took the letter and, upon reading it, was taken aback, exclaiming, it is the Li Qingji family. Could it be? Is it Qingjian? Li Yuan, where are the others? Li Yuan explained, on that day, after you left in anger, Qingjian said he would pursue you. Did you not encounter him upon returning from the sacred land? Zhao Xuanji felt as though the world was spinning around her. It must be that Chengjian, in his quest for the crown prince's position, had colluded with the Li clan to hunt down Chongqing. They were turning against one another. Why had it come to this? You are all cherished by your mother. The assembly fell into a heavy silence. This line of reasoning seemed plausible, though throughout history there have been instances of fratricide. Such acts are abominable and destined for infamy in the annals of time. As elder members of the family, could they not tolerate such an occurrence? Zhao Xingqiao scoffed disdainfully. Li Yuan, I have always looked down upon you for your lack of responsibility. Now, your insatiable lust for power reveals your failure in raising your children. If my two grandsons turn against each other and suffer any harm, I shall hold you accountable. With that, Zhao Xingqiao leaped forward, racing towards Nanyuan City, fearful that he might arrive too late and find his eldest grandson lost. Chapter 32. I have yet to exert myself, yet you have already fallen to your knees, sir. I possess information regarding the whereabouts of that demonic cultist. Where? Please follow me. Under the darkened sky and amidst howling winds, within Nanyuan City, a man donned in the attire of a martial arts practitioner cautiously approached the members of the Li family. Suddenly, Li Wei's hand shot out, seizing the man's throat. Angrily, he declared, do not attempt to deceive me. Tell me, are you not the ones behind these schemes to ensnare and murder? The martial artist, trembling with fear, stammered, Master, I am unaware. I am but a humble martial artist. How could I dare to act recklessly? Li Wei angrily hurled the man out. He had ceased to concern himself with any bounties or rumors. Once the bounty was issued, informants swarmed the vicinity. Even false reports were tolerable, at worst resulting in a futile journey. However, everywhere he turned, there were traps, leading to the demise of many. Nanyuan City was vast, and with the onset of night, the initial casualties made subsequent efforts increasingly arduous. The most troubling aspect was that these individuals systematically confiscated every weapon, piece of currency, and valuable possession from their victims, akin to the practice of plucking feathers from a passing goose. This behavior was emblematic of the prince's mannerisms. Consequently, the martial families were rendered hesitant to trust any reports. Li Wei gazed at his fallen child, his heart ablaze with an unquenchable fury. In that moment, he cast aside all considerations of kinship, royal lineage, and supreme techniques. His sole desire was to avenge his offspring. This was the last vestige of dignity for a father. However, as rage surged through him, a strange calmness enveloped his mind. He contemplated. Having amassed sufficient gains, there were limited avenues for their escape. The next course of action must be to depart from Nanyuan City. Li Wei summoned the city lord, commanding him to open the city gates as usual the following day, and to disseminate false information to confound the populace. This was necessitated by the unmistakable presence of Li Chongqing's entourage, which numbered in the hundreds. Even if they attempted to disperse and stealthily exit the city, Their ultimate trajectory would remain singular. At that juncture, a surprise ambush would be executed. In a desolate farmhouse somewhere within the city, Li Changxing counted the banknotes acquired from the slain pursuers. Indeed, there was no quicker means to wealth than through the act of taking lives and plundering. Of course, these individuals initiated the conflict, and Li Changxing merely acted in self-defense. Kong Ding approached and said, "Your Highness, the city lord's residents and the Li family have ceased their pursuit and have issued a proclamation to reassure the citizens. The city gates will open as usual tomorrow morning." With a slight smile curling at the corner of Li Changxing's lips, he realized that this was the only viable solution for Li Wei. The bustling population of Nanyuan City made it imperative for him to remain concealed. Prolonging the situation would inevitably draw unwanted attention from the outside world. It would be wiser to let him go and pursue him later. However, Li Changxing was not one to passively await fate. He would never allow those who were aware of his supreme demonic arts to live. He selected 5 of his most formidable servants. "Follow me," he commanded. As we charge in, Li Changxing acted decisively, leading a 6-member team straight to the Lord's mansion where Li Wei and the Li clan were temporarily residing. Upon their arrival at the entrance, the guards barked, "Who are you?" A resounding slap sent one of them sprawling. With a forceful kick, the grand door of the mansion was flung open. The occupants within were taken aback, astonished by the audacity of those who dared to kick down the door of the Lord's residence. Were they courting death? Li Changxing exclaimed loudly. "As a member of the Li family, I have severed all ties with you. Why do you still pursue me?" Suddenly, 2 swords shot out from an oblique angle, aimed directly at Li Changxing's vital points. It seemed that the guards of the city lord's residence acted swiftly and without hesitation, intending to capture Li Changxing immediately. However, having recently consumed a Bawang Qitian pill, his cultivation surged dramatically, nearing the early stages of the martial lord realm. The 2 swords swiftly struck his heart and throat, yet, protected by his true energy, they could not penetrate his defenses. How could this be? The assailants, donned in the garb of the Li family, possessed peak martial sect cultivation, a formidable force in any setting. Yet, their full-force assault felt as futile as striking a solid iron plate. Li Changxing's lips curled into a smirk as he deftly evaded their attacks, moving with an ethereal swiftness. With 2 swift strikes, he pierced the hearts of 2 members of the Li clan, causing them to fall lifeless to the ground. Behind him, Kong Ding and the others rushed forward, drawing their swords, searching for silver notes, and stripping the victims of their clothing and shoes, even inspecting their teeth for gold fillings. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, a testament to their seasoned experience. Li Wei, who had just emerged, watched in horror, his lips twitching. What barbaric behavior is this? Truly, he is a product of the savage tribes. Li Wei leapt into the air, his long sword carving a path through the atmosphere like a bolt of thunder. In an instant, his figure transformed into a butterfly adorned with streaks of lightning, conjuring an overwhelming sword momentum as the thunderous forces surged forth. He stood at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Li Changxing is merely a martial artist. If he dares to come, he shall certainly be slain. However, while Li Wei's anger burns, he possesses the capacity for rational thought. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignites in his mind. Wait a moment. Why would Li Changxing come here to seek death? Could it be that he has some hidden trump card? It must be so. Yet, what could that be that surpasses his own strength? Unless he possesses the fabled Overlord Ascending Sky Pill or the 9-turn Immortal Pill, which can dramatically elevate one's cultivation by 3 realms in a short span of time. However, such elixirs are notoriously difficult to concoct, as the required materials are exceedingly rare and the refinement process is exceedingly stringent. They have been lost to the annals of time for decades, existing only in legend. How could a mere barbarian prince possibly acquire them? Does he have allies? Li Wei surmised that Xiang Long must have enlisted the help of skilled practitioners from the underworld, eagerly anticipating a surprise attack. Consequently, he adjusted his strategy from close combat to a mid-range assault, while ensuring an avenue for retreat remained open. With a swift motion, the sword aura, infused with crackling thunder, surged forth towards Li Changxing and his 5 companions. At this moment, Li Changxing's body, influenced by the elixir, was ablaze with heat and brimming with power, yearning for release. He unleashed a seemingly unremarkable punch against the formidable sword thunder. What? Within the city lord's residence, all the masters stood in stunned silence. Before their eyes, that seemingly mundane punch shattered the renowned, indomitable sword thunder energy cultivated by the Li family's martial art. Moreover, Li Changxing's fist manifested an overwhelming force, striking back with a colossal fist. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Li Wei's attire, 5 paces away. Li Wei was still on guard against a sudden ambush from a master when he had no time to react. As a result, he could only watch as the formidable punch, imbued with unparalleled might, shattered his protective aura, causing his heart meridians to fracture inch by inch. Li Wei's 7 orifices bled profusely, and he was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a thud, he fell to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground. His gaze widened in astonishment as he stammered, You have concealed yourself well." In his final moments, he let out a roar of unwillingness, martial sovereign realm. With that, he lowered his head and met his demise. "My son." Suddenly, an elderly man with flowing white hair soared out from the city lord's mansion. One of the prominent members of the Li family, Li Qianji's grandfather, Li Weiyi's biological father, has made his appearance. Li Qian, a peak martial artist of the martial sovereign realm. Alas, he has only just arrived. Due to an unforeseen incident in the capital, he discovered that the Blade Saint, Zhao Shichao, had come seeking his grandson. The Blade Saint has always held the Li family in disdain and has even clashed with the Sword Saint. He shows no mercy to members of the Li clan. Thus, concerned for the safety of his descendants, he hurried over. Upon his arrival, he was met with the heartbreaking sight of his beloved son slain at the hands of the crown prince. How could he not be overwhelmed with grief? Li Chongqing sensed the formidable presence of the elder before him, a force far beyond his capacity to confront. He had merely achieved a temporary breakthrough through the use of medicine, a state that could only endure for the duration of an incense stick's burning. In stark contrast, the elder had genuinely cultivated himself to the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Retreating was imperative, seizing the moment while the elder was engulfed in sorrow. Li Chongqing altered his plan and instructed his subordinates to withdraw first. He made a beeline for the 3 sons of Li Wei, who had been watching the battle unfold. Upon witnessing their father's demise at the hands of the crown prince, they found themselves paralyzed in shock, utterly at a loss. Li Chongqing paused briefly before ascending the 3-story building, as if he had momentarily teleported to the rear of the trio. Upon witnessing this, Li Chen was both astonished and enraged. He bellowed, "Li Chongqing, wretched child, dare you? I shall rend your body to pieces." Li Chongqing growled menacingly, "How dare you attempt to take my life?" With a resounding clap, he delivered 3 swift blows, sending Li Chen's 3 grandsons tumbling from the loft, their hearts filled with dread. "No." Li Chen let out a mournful wail as he beheld the lifeless bodies of his 3 grandsons cascading down before him. Overcome by a profound shock, his vital energy surged uncontrollably, wreaking havoc upon the Lord's residence. The walls crumbled, and the building itself collapsed, as a tremendous shockwave flattened the Lord's estate to mere rubble. Li Chongqing, however, stood resolutely against the onslaught of this turbulent energy. An old scoundrel, a killer. It is an immutable truth that one who slays shall inevitably be slain. Do you not comprehend this principle? Impudent wretch, I shall take your life. Chapter 33. The Great Escape of 1,000 Miles. The demonic abyss in Nanyuan City. The wrath of Li Chun, who had lost all his descendants in a single night, unleashed a devastating force that shattered numerous buildings, igniting a conflagration. Flames surged into the sky, enveloping the surroundings. The populace was engulfed in chaos. Beneath the rubble of the city lord's mansion, the city lord struggled to emerge from the debris. Had he not possessed the strength of a martial king, he would not have survived the recent shockwave. Yet, as he gazed upon the old man and the youth before him, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Could it be that the so-called demonic cultists bore the surname Li? Was this not merely an internal affair of their own clan? They had all been deceived by Li Wei, used as mere pawns. Li Chen spoke in a deep voice. "Your aura is unstable, lacking the spiritual energy of a martial sovereign. You have temporarily augmented your strength through the consumption of special elixirs, but you cannot maintain this for long." Li Chongqing replied, "Your eyesight is commendable. The medicine I have consumed is the Overlord's Ascendant Pill, potent enough to vanquish your offspring. You deserve to die. Shouldn't you meet your end? You are even more deserving of death." Li Chen's hands transformed into claw-like appendages as he channeled his energy. His hair and beard danced wildly, and the surrounding air crackled with the release of his true essence, manifesting as streaks of lightning. It was as if the thunder god had descended, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. This was the Li clan's ancestral technique, possessing astonishing power. Li Chongqing surged forward, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and a fissure instantly formed beneath them at the point of impact. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, scattering electricity, while the surrounding ablaze structures were unexpectedly extinguished by the gusts of atmospheric pressure. After the collision of fists, Li Changxing became acutely aware of the formidable strength that comes with achieving the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Though he remained unscathed, he felt his vitality rapidly depleting. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his other hand, he unleashed a flurry of lime. Ah, scoundrel! Li Qin's eyes were immersed in quicklime, compelling him to tightly shut his eyelids. Just as he was about to circulate his vital energy to cleanse the lime from his eyes, a sudden clap rang out. Li Changxing seized the moment, delivering a powerful punch to Li Qin's solar plexus. Thud! Li Chun spat out blood, yet he endured the blow with his formidable physique. He then reached out with an empty grasp, for Li Changxing had already retreated after successfully landing his strike. He thought to himself, the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm is indeed formidable. You shall not escape. Li Qin suddenly opened his eyes, and with the circulation of his vital energy, he dispersed the lime within his sight. Upon seeing the position of Li Changxing, he immediately pursued him. Li Changxing, disregarding all else, recognized that the effects of his elixir would not endure for long. The peak of the martial sovereign realm was not merely characterized by formidable cultivation. It also encompassed unparalleled prowess in every aspect. As his surprise attack failed to vanquish his adversary, retreat became the only viable option. Preserving the Green Mountains ensures that firewood will not be lacking. Thus commenced a perilous contest of life and death. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground beneath Li Changxing. Fortunately, his agile movements allowed him to evade it by leveraging the surrounding urban structures. In the blink of an eye, the two fled from Nanyuan City. To the left lay the direction of Yunzhou, an easy path that would render them vulnerable to pursuit. To the right, however, was a majestic canyon, a chasm split by a sword during the fierce battle between the righteous and demonic forces of Ur. Filled with miasma and treacherous terrain. Fool, prepare to meet your demise. Behind him, Li Chun soared through the air on his sword, thunder rumbling as he left scorched earth in his wake. Yet, bolstered by the second tyrant sky pill he had consumed, Li Changxing moved with the swiftness of a meteor. Their speed surpassed that of the eagles soaring high above, for even with a deficit in cultivation, the techniques from the Void Demon God's art allowed him to outpace Li Qin on his sword. Li Qinwei found himself increasingly at a loss. Who is he? One of the prodigies of the Li clan. He began practicing martial arts at the tender age of 3, gained renown at 18 throughout the vast expanse of Dayu. Endured countless trials by 50, his name echoing across the world, became apparent at 80, and retreated from the world at 90. Now, at the age of 150, he stands at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, just a step away from the most formidable realm of martial emperor in the eastern wilderness. Yet, he struggles to catch up with a mere martial master. If word of this spread, he would be the subject of ridicule. Damn it, this life choice system did not inform me of the multitude of hardships that lay ahead. While others ascend to immortality or descend into darkness with a mere thought, I find myself a pitiful stray dog. Meanwhile, Li Changxing, who was ahead, cursed as he ran. Finally, after consuming the third Overlord Sky Pill, he reached the mountain entrance outside the canyon. Glancing back, he saw that Li Chun had been left far behind. Li Changxing plunged into the depths, vanishing from sight. When Li Qin arrived, his brow furrowed in concern. This place was known as the Demonic Path Gorge, carved out by the sword of the demon sovereign in ancient times. Countless souls had perished beneath its blade, their essence crystallized in the sword intent that lingered in the gorge. Furthermore, over the years, many adventurers had met their demise here, leading to an accumulation of vengeful spirits and frequent supernatural occurrences. It had long since become a realm of utter peril. How many sovereign ascending pills could this lad possibly possess? And his movements, so extraordinarily deft, where could he have learned such skills? Could it be that he has inherited a legacy and elixirs from some powerful being? The true word pill, the sovereign ascending pill. And those mysterious techniques, he seems to have stumbled upon astonishing fortune. Yet, as he ruminated, Li Qin's gaze darkened with avarice. Perhaps if he could uncover Li Changxing's secrets, he might surpass the Sword Saint and emerge as the strongest of the Li clan. With murderous intent surging within him, Li Chun directed his gaze towards the forested mountains. Speaking in a harsh tone, Li Changxing, your sins are egregious. Practicing demonic arts, do not presume that fleeing into the woods will spare your life. You cannot escape death. If you willingly surrender and relinquish all that you possess, I, as a fellow clansman, shall take you as my disciple, aiding you in securing your position as crown prince. Together, we shall dominate the world. Curse you, old wretch. I am here in the mountains, and should I see you again, I shall take your life. Li Changsheng retorted angrily, swiftly changing his position. However, as he traversed further, he noted that despite the dawn breaking, no sunlight penetrated the forest, and an eerie chill pervaded the air. Upon glancing upwards, he saw that while the tops of the trees were lush and vibrant, the lower trunks were withered and desiccated, forming a dense canopy that obscured the sky. The ground, however, was littered with bones, devoid of even the smallest creature. As he kicked aside a stone, a multitude of centipedes, scorpions, and other venomous insects scuttled away. What sort of cursed place was this? Li Changsheng mumbled a few words and continued onward. The efficacy of the Bawang Chi Tian pill would last for approximately half a stick of incense. He could hear the gentle murmur of the flowing stream. If he followed the river, he would surely reach the next village. However, as he walked, Li Changsheng arrived at the edge of a vast canyon. Hiss. This was indeed a marvel. The canyon spanned several dozen meters, with a pitch-black abyss beneath that seemed to have no bottom. It extended endlessly to the left and right, disappearing into the horizon. This was a miracle wrought by a single sword strike in the martial world. Suddenly, a low growl from a beast echoed behind him. Li Changsheng turned around and was taken aback to see a golden hound adorned with intricate martial arts runes. Following closely behind was the seemingly virtuous sword cultivator, Li Qin. With a swift motion, he enveloped the golden hound in a bag, transforming it into an adorable little doll. Humph. I have traversed the world for many years and possess at least 8 methods of locating individuals. It is not that I cannot catch you, but that I cannot pursue you. Do you truly believe that entering the Demon Path Grand Canyon will allow you to escape me? Ridiculous, ha ha ha. Li Changsheng, you have reached a dead end. My previous words still stand. If you pledge yourself to me as a disciple and surrender all the techniques, elixirs, and treasures you possess, I shall ensure your position as prince remains secure and, in due time, assist you in ascending to the throne. Li Changsheng retreated step by step, his expression grave. Li Qin, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, remarked, "You wish to leap down? I advise you to abandon that notion. Below lies a place notorious as the land of the lost souls, where countless spirits are condemned to eternal unrest. The malevolent spirits abound, and the atmosphere is thick with demonic energy. Even I would not dare to tread there lightly." Li Changsheng inquired, "What do you mean? Demonic energy soaring to the heavens? Countless vengeful spirits? Indeed, obeying me shall be your final act of survival." Chapter 34. The Shock of Emperor Yu. How could the crown prince master martial arts? In Neiyuan City, Zhao Xuanji and Zhao Shenchao hurried to the scene. Yet, they were ultimately a step too late. Li Changsheng had already fled beyond the city limits. The father and daughter surveyed the devastation surrounding the Lord's manor, a scene of utter ruin. Zhao Shenchao was filled with anxiety, while Zhao Xuanji maintained a semblance of composure. The crown princess had asserted that the crown prince was present here. They should inquire at the Lord's manor for more information. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, they sought news, only to be met by the charming maid, Jianqing, who led them to the Lord of Nanyuan City, who was still amidst the rubble. Zhao Xuanji asked, "What has transpired?" "Your Majesty, I have met with Her Majesty the Empress and the Sword Saint," the Lord of Nanyuan City replied, his expression weary. As he recounted the events leading to their current predicament, "The demonic cultivator spoken of by Li Qin is named Li Changsheng? Are you certain? Is there a portrait?" "Your Majesty," he continued, "the distance was considerable, and the light was dim, preventing me from discerning his features. I have seen a portrait book, but the Li clan has not circulated it widely. However, I can assure you that the name Li Chun cried out in anguish was indeed Li Changsheng. This is to show you the likeness, yet not to relinquish it, lest it serve as evidence." Zhao Shenchao scoffed. Li Wei and his son, along with many others, are dead. How could one capable of slaying a martial sovereign be defeated by a crown prince who knows nothing of cultivation? Zhao Xuanji responded, "Father, according to the Lord of Nanyuan, he utilized a special elixir to forcibly elevate his cultivation level." Zhao Shenchao laughed heartily. "My grandson is indeed resourceful. Li Wei and his son have committed treason. They deserve death. Daughter, we should not linger here. We must hasten to find Changsheng." As the news reached the imperial capital, Emperor Yu was left in a state of utter disbelief. Li Wei and his 6 sons have all perished? That is indeed the realm of the martial king. Li Chun is pursuing the crown prince. Can one truly defeat a martial sovereign at the pinnacle of their realm? Not at all. The crown prince lacks any understanding of martial arts, his vitality nearly depleted, and his limbs frail and feeble. This was determined when the crown prince returned, as his meridians and bones had been rendered useless by barbaric foes. Essentially, he is akin to a cripple. How much time has passed? Can the crown prince truly slay a martial sovereign? With a resounding thud, Empress Yu hurled the memorial aside, admonishing, "How can the crown prince, devoid of martial knowledge, take a life? Do you not understand the crime of deceiving the sovereign?" Beside her, the Grand Emperor scoffed. "It appears the crown prince has not confided in you. Dear Emperor, he harbors no trust in you as his father." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression darkened. The crown prince has encountered extraordinary fortune, yet chooses to remain silent. Is that his source of confidence? A heavy feeling settled in Li Yuan's heart, intensifying his dissatisfaction towards Li Chongqing. How could he deceive his own flesh and blood? Is he deliberately plotting rebellion? Li Chuangang inquired further. Was it your suggestion that Li Chun and his father and son, along with their grandson, covertly assassinated the crown prince? Or was it the second prince's counsel? Li Yuan's complexion turned even paler. He was utterly unprepared for this turn of events. He felt on the verge of collapse. Why? Despite the crown prince's departure from the imperial city, was he still beset by such troubles? He wished fervently that he had no such son. "Father, I have not." "Within the palace, you call me the Grand Emperor." Li Yuan fell silent, pondering whether this earnestness could indeed be deemed a legacy. He replied to the former emperor, "I truly have not." He believed that the prince's constitution would succumb to the chill of the journey to Yunzhou and meet an untimely demise. "Humph. You are merely wishing for the prince's demise, are you not? I believe that when the time comes, he shall return to seek my counsel. If it is not you, then it must be Li Changjian." That rascal sneaked out of the palace without a trace, perhaps secretly instigating his kin to turn against each other. "How have you raised your offspring?" "I am indeed burdened with state affairs. It is the empress who usually oversees such matters. Truly, one thing subdues another." Yu Huang dared not utter a word before his father. "Grandmaster Sword Immortal, my father is not in the wrong." Suddenly, Li Yuan'er rushed into the imperial study, her demeanor pitiful as she defended her father. "That prince, he spied on me while I bathed, reeking and lacking decorum, obsessed with wealth, utterly vulgar. Is it wrong for my father to let him pursue his desires?" The sword saint was taken aback. "He spied on you while bathing?" Li Yuan'er averted her gaze, realizing the gravity of her words. Yet, once spoken, they could not be retracted. With a steely resolve, she asserted, "Indeed. My father punished him to kneel for the duration of a meal, and in response, he dares to rebel against my father and my mother, even seeking to sever ties. What kind of reasoning is this? Can there truly exist a son who would defy his parents?" Bang! Li Chuanguang struck a resounding slap, sending Li Yuan'er crashing to the ground, leaving her dazed. Her grandfather, the sword saint, had never scolded her, let alone laid a hand on her. Yet now, for the sake of that brutish prince, Li Chongqing, he had resorted to violence against her? Li Chuangang exclaimed in fury. "Your mother has confided in me that simply because you harbor disdain for him, you conspired with the second prince, Li Chengjian, to bring him harm. Not only that, but you also commanded the eunuchs to humiliate him and forced him to reside in the stables. Do you think I have lost my wits?" Li Yuan'er's cheeks were flushed with a deep crimson, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears like tiny pearls. Yet, she felt no sense of wrongdoing. Instead, she believed that it was Li Chongqing's return that had disrupted her family's peace. Now, even her beloved grandfather, the Sword Immortal, had struck her. It was not she who was at fault, but rather Li Chongqing. Li Yuan'er had also entered her rebellious phase, crying and retorting, "He should never have returned. He should never have existed. Grandfather shows favoritism, and so do you." After uttering these words, she ran out in tears. Li Chuangang huffed in anger. "Look at this. I warned you not to marry Zhao Xingchao's daughter. She lacks the understanding of nurturing children, and the offspring she raises are unable to distinguish right from wrong. I advised you to take a concubine, to bear and raise more children, for abundance brings fortune. Yet you stubbornly refused, driving me to the brink of exasperation." Li Yuan responded, "Cheng Jian is indeed quite remarkable. I perceive that there exists considerable misunderstanding regarding this matter. It may not necessarily involve Cheng Jian at all. It is possible that the audacious actions of the Li Wei father and son are merely acts of vengeance. When I think of Li Qingjian, my instinct leads me to trust him. After all, I have watched those two grandsons grow from a young age. They are humble and courteous, possessing a noble spirit. In given time, they could achieve greatness. Regardless, we must first ensure the return of the crown prince. He must not fall into the hands of the first sacred land." With that, Li Chuangang ascended his sword and, with a swish, vanished like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, in the Eastern Palace, the second imperial concubine had been feeling listless and lacked appetite for the past few days. She calculated the days and realized that her eldest aunt had not arrived on schedule, though a few days' delay was not unusual. However, after that fateful night, her heart was filled with both fear and panic. Now, with news of Li Chongqing being hunted by the Li clan, if he were to perish, this secret would remain forever concealed. In this regard, Consort Su inexplicably hoped for Li Chongqing's survival. Despite the fact that the annoying crown prince still regarded her as his servant, was it her fate to be subservient, forever trapped in servitude? Her heart was a tempest, and she did not know how to face it. Suddenly, a palace maid approached, saying, "Your Highness, the crown princess requests an audience. Admit her." Shortly thereafter, Shun Weiyong arrived. Sister Su. Weiyong. Though they were old acquaintances, they had now become sisters-in-law, a truly wondrous twist of fate. Sister Su, I implore you to assist me. To help the crown prince. Weiyong, as a mere woman, how can I assist? I beseech you to persuade His Highness the second prince to spare the crown prince. Consort Su fell silent. The second prince could depart at a whim, and she had no means to reach him. Furthermore, their marital relationship was one of superficial affection. In reality, Li Qingjian had never regarded her as a person. Consort Su replied, "You may convey to the crown prince that the Supreme Emperor is safeguarding him. The Blade Saint and the Empress are also eager to bring him back, so you need not worry excessively." Upon hearing these words, Shen Weiyong was filled with joy. It appeared that her efforts had borne some fruit. "Thank you, Your Highness." She even bowed to Consort Su, whose status was beneath her own. Consort Su hurriedly stepped forward to support her. She could not bear such an honor. However, just as she reached out, a sudden wave of nausea overcame Consort Su. She felt as though she might vomit, yet nothing came forth. Onlookers were left astonished. Chapter 35. A Life Resurrected. A new choice awaits in the Demon Path Gorge. At the edge of a precipice, Li Chongqing spread his arms wide and plummeted backwards off the precipice into the abyss, embodying a resolute defiance that proclaimed he would rather perish than submit. Yet, as he closed his eyes and gradually descended, his actions appeared riddled with flaws in the eyes of Li Qin. So naive. Li Qin reached out with a powerful pull, drawing his body back and seizing his throat. "Ha ha ha, fool. Did you think I would merely stand by and watch you perish?" However, as he tightened his grip on Li Chongqing, he sensed something amiss. This individual felt strangely feeble. Suddenly, blood oozed from every pore of Li Chongqing's skin, as if he were on the verge of decay. Blood demon? Li Qin's expression shifted to one of horror. Legend spoke of a blood demon emperor, a master of unparalleled demonic arts, who refined blood demons from mysterious soil and essence to create lifelike avatars. This ancient and esoteric technique, long thought to be lost, had now resurfaced. His fervor for capturing Li Chongqing intensified. The Blood Demon Emperor was a formidable entity from a millennium ago, transcending the realm of the martial sovereign. Should he inherit such a powerful legacy, he would ascend to be the foremost individual in the eastern wilderness. Li Chun expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, you have inherited extraordinary power." But suddenly, a figure emerged from the earth beneath his feet. With a swift motion, a tattered sword was drawn, severing Li Qin's hand with a single stroke. Execution. With all his might, Li Chongqing brought down his sword in a sudden strike, channeling the last vestiges of his martial monarch strength granted by the elixir. The sword energy surged forth, stretching across dozens of meters. Boom. The sound of shattering rocks echoed around him. He had initially believed he could withstand Li Chongqing's ambush. However, to Li Qin's utter disbelief, the sword energy pierced through his protective aura, tearing apart the martial body he had painstakingly honed for over a century. He watched in horror as his arm flew away like a kite severed from its string, soaring towards the heavens. In that moment of tragic joy, he exclaimed, "I shall kill you." Li Chun was consumed by uncontrollable rage, while Zhou Tianjin faced an emotional collapse, his fury erupting uncontrollably. Thunderous roars cascaded from the heavens, striking the earth with tremendous force as bolts of lightning descended upon Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing endured 3 strikes, writhing in agony. In an instant, he sustained grievous injuries. For the effects of the Overlord's ascendant pill had waned. Ultimately, he remained merely a fledgling martial artist. He required time to develop. Yet these individuals would never grant him the luxury of growth, for they were consumed by fear of his potential ascendance. He rolled upon the ground, evading the descending bolts of lightning. Suddenly, Li Qin's arm descended before him, suffused with rich vitality. Li Chongqing reversed the demonic art, becoming insatiably bloodthirsty. After absorbing the power of that vital essence, the heavenly demon relic unleashed its energy in a frenzy, mending his injured body, and Li Chongqing regained half of his vitality. Unexpectedly, he also transcended to the mid-stage of the martial master realm. Indeed, the pinnacle of martial sovereigns proves to be a significant boon. Although his injuries improved, he needed to escape swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Chen, frantically staunching his own blood, unleashed a formidable sword energy, only to find it insufficient to vanquish Li Changxing. After absorbing his vital essence, Li Changxing's wounds healed rapidly. What manner of technique is this? Such grievous injuries, so easily remedied? Stand still, he exclaimed. His eyes filled with fervor and envy. However, Li Changxing hesitated no longer, leaping swiftly into the abyss of lost souls. Below, darkness enveloped him, and he cast a fire stick from his grasp. Following its faint glow, he nimbly leaped across the rocky outcrops of the cliff, evading a fall. After all, this was a world of martial arts. Who would perish from a cliff's edge? He danced upon the jutting stones for over a quarter of an hour before finally reaching the ground. When he landed, he found himself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. The air was filled with the mournful wails of the undead, and chilling winds swept past, capable of sapping his lifeblood, instilling a profound coldness within him. Though he had regained a modicum of strength, he remained ultimately frail from the lightning strike. Li Changxing found a stone pedestal to sit upon, gradually regulating his breath to restore his vitality. He also allowed the heavenly demon relic a moment to recuperate from its physical wounds. Meanwhile, he consumed 2 flatbreads to replenish his strength. Alas, this dog life choice system, should it not have bestowed upon me a life of ease and success? A life filled with extraordinary encounters, where I could flaunt my prowess wherever I went, ought to have been my fate. Yet now, I am not only a lost soul, but also ensnared in dire straits. Could there not be a more favorable selection? At this crucial juncture in life, please make a wise choice. Li Changxing found himself at a loss for words. Having just expressed his grievances, the system reappeared once more. Option 1. Drift downstream. Return to the imperial city, seek solace in my father's embrace, and resolve to amend my ways, becoming a dutiful and obedient son. Reward: Shintian battle garb, a set of battle attire. Option 2. Strive for survival against all odds, for my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Seek a means to endure within the abyss of lost souls. Reward: a vial of cheer-refining pill. Option 3. Escape the abyss of lost souls. Rendezvous with my subordinates at the appointed time and proceed to Yunzhou as agreed, astonishing all. Reward: the essence of my life sword, which can be refined into a spiritual sword of my destiny. It appears that I have truly reached a dead end in life. Li Changxing offered a bleak smile. The first path was clearly that of regret. Yet he never lamented his actions. A man of honor accepts his choices. To dwell on remorse would only lead to humiliation and oppression. Thus, he preferred to savor a fleeting freedom rather than endure a lifetime of confinement. Onward he pressed. The second path involved merely surviving within this abyss of lost souls. However, the third path was unmistakably evident. Li Changxing made an agreement with his subordinates in the city of Nanyuan that, in the event of unforeseen circumstances leading to their separation, they would reconvene at the next town, Wujia Fortress. Should he fail to arrive in a timely manner, his subordinates would inevitably suspect him to be deceased, causing the hard-won troop to disband. Furthermore, most of the military funds had been temporarily entrusted to Chief Minister Xiang. He certainly could not venture to Yunzhou alone. What news could possibly be coming from the imperial capital? Li Changxing harbored no expectations that his parents would care for his well-being, nor did he believe they would experience a pang of conscience and come to his rescue. He had no desire for such charity. He was fully aware that in his willingness to take lives, he had resigned himself to a fate of relentless conflict. What troubled him more was the possibility of the emperor's wrath falling upon Shun Weiyang, given their brief but meaningful connection. He found himself regretting the decision to send a carrier pigeon detailing his predicament back home. What was I truly anticipating? Li Changxing shook his head with a bitter smile. After a moment's respite, his eyes adjusted to the darkness of the abyss below. To his surprise, he could discern faint outlines of objects. Strange luminous stones surrounded him, revealing that the depths were not entirely devoid of light. Was this the lingering sword intent and malevolent aura left behind by a powerful practitioner of the demonic path? The celestial demon relic seemed to be remarkably effective. Li Changxing made an unexpected discovery. Here, the heavenly demon relic emitted energy at an accelerated and abundant rate, facilitating a swifter recovery of his injuries. Before him lay a stark expanse of white bones, all that remained of humanity. The environment was somewhat damp, prompting him to proceed with caution. In Nanyuan City, Li Changxing fervently immersed himself in gathering intelligence from various regions of the Great Yu. This demon path gorge was, in truth, a notorious burial ground. Each time the Yu dynasty faced betrayal, captured rebels were cast down to meet their demise. Additionally, those who succumbed to plague were brought here to prevent the spread of disease among the living. The souls of the deceased below were bound by the essence of the sword, unable to attain rebirth. As time passed, their resentment grew profoundly intense. Li Changsheng brandished his imperial flag, pondering, could this possibly refine my myriad souls, or rather, the imperial flag? Chapter 36. Is that the ancient sacred artifact, the imperial flag? With a fervent breath, the imperial flag danced in Li Changsheng's grasp, causing the surrounding vengeful spirits to tremble in fear, hesitant to approach. Such extraordinary weapons, like the imperial flag, require a foundation of true energy for their utilization. Once Li Changsheng infused it with his essence, the flagpole and the golden-hued dragon pattern seemed to awaken, voraciously devouring those lingering souls that could not flee swiftly enough. It is said that the wicked wield the righteous for their own purposes, while the righteous may exploit the wicked. Li Changsheng felt no burden with this weapon. He began to twirl it with fervor. A multitude of souls bound by the sword's intent were drawn towards him. Hurry forth. I am the crown prince of Dayu, filled with great compassion, here to rescue you from this abyss of demonic paths. Li Changsheng's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing in the depths of the abyss. It was fortunate that he possessed this extraordinary treasure. Otherwise, how could he confront so many restless souls? Each soul that drew upon him would drain his vitality, leaving him on the brink of death. Now, with the Emperor's banner in hand, the tables had turned, allowing Li Changsheng to absorb them instead. After a round of absorption, dozens of souls were ensnared within. The banner appeared to have expanded slightly. The souls within yearned to escape, yet their efforts were in vain. Without Li Changsheng's consent, even their whispers could not traverse the confines. Li Changsheng gasped for breath. In just a short while, his true energy had been nearly depleted. Forcing himself to activate the Emperor's flag, given his current martial artist realm, could only be sustained for a brief period. After meditating for a moment and relying on the celestial demon relic, which enabled him to cultivate his techniques continuously, he found his recovery to be significantly accelerated. Li Changsheng pondered the daunting task ahead. With his current efficiency, how many years would it take to replenish the Emperor's banner? The prospect of departing from the abyss seemed even more unattainable. He needed a strategy to enhance his productivity. With a single maneuver of the Emperor's banner, a multitude of souls was drawn forth. Strikingly eerie, their appearances were unsettling. Yet, Li Changsheng maintained control, proclaiming coldly, I am the crown prince of Dayu. How long have you been confined here? 5,000 years, came a voice, back when this place was still known as Dayu. 300 years, your highness. I am of Dayu, please save me. Can we truly escape this place after 3,000 years? After a series of inquiries, it was revealed that some of these souls had languished in captivity for an astonishing 10 millennia, including the first spirit to perish in the conflict of righteousness and malevolence. However, due to their prolonged imprisonment, they were eternally barred from rebirth, suffering incessantly from the piercing intent of swords, with the longest enduring torment for an entire decade. They could only recall the moment of their death and their identity at that time, along with an ardent desire for a chance to flee the abyss. I am the crown prince of Dayu. Submit to me. Join me in conquering and shattering all that stands in my way, and I shall restore your freedom. We are willing to follow the crown prince. These tormented souls, having endured years of suffering, did not hesitate to pledge their allegiance. Moreover, once they were absorbed into the Emperor's banner, their annihilation would be effortless for Li Changsheng. They possessed no alternative. At the very least, within the confines of the Emperor's banner, they would be free from the relentless torment of the sword's intent. Thus, he acquired his first batch of subordinates. Li Changsheng unfurled the imperial flag and commenced his descent into the depths of the abyss. Wherever he ventured, countless vengeful spirits lingered. Yet, those who lunged towards him were promptly ensnared by the loyal souls contained within the flag. After undergoing a transformative education within its confines, they all became formidable specters under Li Changsheng's command. For those who remained defiant, he directly refined and absorbed them, thereby enhancing the strength of the loyal souls. He bestowed upon the loyal spirits a name, the Great Yu Loyal Soul Legion. Consequently, Li Changsheng no longer needed to perpetually wield the imperial flag, significantly reducing his consumption of vital energy. He would only expend his essence when refining the recalcitrant souls. Nevertheless, as the malevolent spirits surged forth from the abyss, They were met with overwhelming fear, resulting in exceedingly rare opportunities for him to refine the unruly souls. Li Chongqing swiftly approached the banks of an underground river. Following the course of the water downstream would lead him away from this abyss. He brandished the imperial flag as the gathering of loyal souls increased, reaching a substantial number of 5,000. This was the maximum capacity, for the imperial flag had yet to be fully refined. Only after its complete refinement could the true might of the imperial flag be unleashed, revealing its normal form. However, to achieve this refinement, spiritual energy was required, which meant the transformation of vital energy into spirit. In the early stages of martial cultivation, practitioners focused on cultivating their vital blood and strengthening their bones. Li Chongqing, empowered by the heavenly demon relic and his bloodthirsty abilities, has transcended this stage with remarkable swiftness. He is now at the juncture of the Purple Mansion, where he accommodates true energy within his chi si. Upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, he shall undergo a transformative metamorphosis, cultivating the power of spiritual resonance, thus enabling him to wield sentient weaponry. However, these 5,000 loyal souls have been meticulously chosen, as those drawn into the Emperor's banner must compete for their positions, with the strongest claiming their rightful place first. Li Chongqing found a piece of wood and cast it into the stream, walking upon the water, with the imperial flag in hand, traversing the waves beneath the abyss of lost souls, which malevolent spirits would dare to approach. The army of 5,000 loyal souls surged forth, tearing them apart and feasting upon them. Furthermore, these loyal souls willingly followed Li Chongqing, radiating a golden hue akin to that of a banner. Beneath the depths of this dark abyss, they dispelled the shadows for Li Chongqing. The brilliance of the imperial flag soared ever higher, ascending towards the heavens. Above the demon path gorge, Li Chun had lost an arm and dared not descend. The malevolent sword intent would suppress his realm and aura, while countless restless souls would relentlessly tear him apart. It seemed that Li Chongqing had perished. However, it was evident that my lineage had also been exposed. It was imperative to depart from the Li clan. Li Chun turned around and perceived distant glimmers of sword and blade approaching. Could it be Zhao Xingqiao and Zhao Xuanji? Such pretenders of righteousness. They must have inferred that Li Chongqing had obtained a grand inheritance. If they truly cared for him, they would not have driven him to such desperation. Alas, he may perish in this manner, but it matters not. This vast canyon suppresses souls. When I return next, I shall bind his spirit and interrogate him thoroughly. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly fled the scene, for he could not allow Zhao Xuanji to capture him. In a brief span, the three arrived in a flash. Zhao Xuanji remarked, "A battle transpired here moments ago. The sword energy of a martial lord has spread before us. Where is he?" Zhao Xingqiao examined the ground and discovered a pool of blood resembling a human form. Blood demon? The legendary secret doppelganger of the Blood Demon Emperor? Father, let us find that old rogue Li Chen first. He is pursuing Chongqing. Has he already captured him? Daughter, do not be hasty. Observe. This severed arm belongs to Li Chen. That old rogue has not gained much. Yet, if Chongqing could sever an arm from Li Chen, does he not possess ample elixirs? How could he have acquired such treasures? That child likely returned with a fortune, having discerned your intentions without revealing them. Father, I was misled by Li Yuan back then. I shall no longer be partial. I regard all three children equally. You had best truly mean that. Suddenly, a golden radiance surged from the depths of the abyss, and a phantom of the imperial flag soared into the heavens. An ancient and formidable aura spread across the lands, with the spirits of heroes emanating golden light, resembling celestial warriors. Li Chun, who was fleeing, looked up in astonishment. The imperial flag? How can it be down there? Damn it! It must be Li Chongqing. He is still alive. How is it possible he has not perished? What kind of inheritance has he received? Even the imperial flag, such an ancient sacred artifact, is in his possession? Meanwhile, Zhao Xingqiao on the cliff exclaimed, "The imperial flag? An ancient sacred artifact? Are there still living souls below?" Zhao Xuanji glanced at the abyss of dead souls and said, "Father, what does it matter if treasures emerge? I only wish to find my son. I covet no treasures." Far away in the imperial capital, Li Yuan perceived the aura of the imperial flag emanating from afar. He too looked up in astonishment. The imperial flag? Surely a counterfeit. But even if it is a fake, who dares to raise such a flag within my Diyu territory? How absurd. Do they seek rebellion? Someone, go investigate at once. As news spread of the reemergence of the imperial flag following the release of the Sword Saint and Blade Saint, various factions across the eastern wilderness ignited with fervor. It seems an ancient sacred artifact has been unearthed. The Sword Saint and Blade Saint have taken the lead. We have suffered a loss. Not entirely. Du is not close by, and those two old men are longtime rivals. They will not yield to one another. With such a sacred artifact, unification of the realm is within reach. Chapter 37. The Rift Between Spouses. Should the eldest son be retained? What of Li Chun, Li Wei, and their direct blood relatives? They are all here, your majesty. Xuanji, behold, they are all slain. I refuse to witness those who conspired against my son. Execute them. Yes. Summon someone to imprison all of Li Wei's family in the dungeons. Yu Chao, the capital. Li Changsheng has vanished without a trace, while the emperor's flag has unexpectedly emerged, posing a significant threat to the reign of Empress Yu. Zhao Xuanji finds herself compelled to return and deliberate on countermeasures. Similarly, the second prince, Li Chengjian, was on a pleasure boat in Jiang'an, poised to engage in a profound discourse with a courtesan when he was abruptly summoned back by Li Yuan for confrontation. Li Chengjian protested his innocence, addressing his father and mother. Your Majesty, my dear parents, I assure you that I have not conspired with Li Wei and his son. I merely took a leisurely trip to Jiangnan. Li Chengjian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had gone out to indulge in pleasures, only to be apprehended due to the affairs of Li Changsheng. He pondered why Li Wei was so inept. If they were to take action, why resort to secrecy? If they were to eliminate Li Changsheng, he could ascend to the position of crown prince without any hindrance. Li Yuan also remarked, Your Majesty, I have dispatched individuals to search for the crown prince. Once he is found, he shall be brought back. Your Majesty, does this meet with your approval? Both my father-in-law and my father have been searching diligently as well. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. Li Qingjian lamented, Mother, do you still not believe in your child? Has your son ever deceived you? Upon witnessing her son's aggrieved expression, Zhao Xuanji found herself at a loss. Li Yuan remarked, I have summoned the National Master to divine for the crown prince. Perhaps we may discover a solution. The National Master of Dayu, who is also the tutor of the second prince, received the inheritance of witchcraft in his youth and possesses knowledge of certain methods of divination. Shortly thereafter, the National Master was summoned. Zhao Xuanji supported her forehead and inquired, National Master, have you discerned anything? The National Master replied, Your Majesty, this may portend great misfortune. What do you mean by that? The crown prince's fate is entwined with the misfortune of parents and siblings. If your Majesty insists on seeking the crown prince, not only will there be no fruitful outcome, but you may also suffer the consequences of his burdens. National Master, how can my son bring misfortune to his parents? The National Master raised his gaze, casting a glance at the second prince. The second prince, composed and self-assured, returned a knowing look. Indeed, this was a scheme he had orchestrated with the National Master. He harbored deep resentment towards Li Changsheng, believing that his presence jeopardized his own standing. Thus he sought to tarnish his reputation. The National Master continued, by analyzing the Crown Prince's birth chart. It is evident that the palace of the Crown Prince's star is in conflict with the imperial family. This is destiny, and it signifies calamity. Only by distancing himself from your Majesty can the situation be alleviated. Zhao Xuanji, filled with fury, retorted, Enough. Are you suggesting that I abandon my own flesh and blood? National Master, all I require is to know where the Crown Prince is located. The National Master responded, based on the astrological analysis. The Crown Prince may be found in the southeast, possibly near Wujiabao, or perhaps in Shuzhou. Shuzhou? Upon hearing this, the assembly reacted. Isn't that where the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to take place? Li Yuan remarked, Your Majesty, various factions across the lands are stirring restlessly, and there are rumors of the ancient sacred artifact, the Emperor's banner, resurfacing in the world. It is indeed a time fraught with troubles. I believe it is best to refrain from concerning ourselves with the affairs of the Crown Prince. Each generation has its own fortune. If he is unwilling to return, let him be. Furthermore, Zhao Xuanji has compared the location of the Demon Path Gorge and finds it plausible for it to manifest in Shuzhou as well. With a sudden determination, she halted her steps, swiftly took to the skies on her sword, and set off in search of Li Changsheng. Alas, Li Yuan, witnessing this, felt powerless to intervene. His dissatisfaction with Li Changsheng grew ever more profound. Li Yuanxin thought to himself, This ungrateful child. I ought to bind him and confine him to prevent him from causing further troubles, disrupting the harmony of our home. Suddenly, Li Chengjian stepped forward and knelt. Father, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is approaching. I have just recently broken through to the martial sovereign realm, and now I wish to perform well at the tournament. However, I lack a suitable weapon. Li Yuan beheld the exceedingly courteous second prince and nodded, saying, Indeed, I bestow upon you the sword of the late emperor. The sword of the late emperor? That was a blade possessed by the heirs of each generation. This sword, wielded by the illustrious ancestors of the Li clan, not only possessed formidable power but also served as a testament of identity and recognition. This signified that Li Yuan increasingly acknowledged his second son. Thank you, Father Emperor. The second prince exclaimed with delight, his heart surging with the thought, this imperial throne shall surely be mine. Li Yuanda remarked, I recently heard the delightful news of your wife's pregnancy. Since you have returned, do visit her promptly. In the future, refrain from indulging in frivolous escapades. The second prince was taken aback. His wife was expecting? When had this occurred? Why had he not been informed sooner? He quickly responded, Yes, father. I take my leave. The scene then shifts to the downstream river of the Devil's Canyon. Li Changsheng, brandishing the imperial flag, swept through the myriad of restless souls, surging forth from the chasms of the abyss. With a resounding crash, he stepped onto a wooden plank, racing across the torrent of a swift river. After days of relentless flight, his attire was somewhat disheveled, his hair drenched, and he bore the weight of time upon him. Before him loomed a sheer cliff of a mountain peak. With a mighty leap, he detached himself from the river and landed upon a sturdy tree. He gazed towards the summit, reaching for the seemingly attainable firmament as he spread his arms against the gentle breeze. For the first time since his rebirth, he savored the essence of freedom. At last, he was truly free. Li Changsheng let out a mighty roar. One day, when power is in my grasp, I shall eradicate all those who have wronged me. One day, when the dragon finds its waters, I will cause the Yangtze River to flow backward. With grandiosity, he shouted towards the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustration that had accumulated over time. From the imperial capital to this moment, he had tread cautiously, step by step. For a single misstep could lead to his demise. For countless millennia, mortals have contended through martial prowess, seeking the divine path. In the future, I too shall ascend that pinnacle, savoring the taste of standing atop the highest peak, looking down upon all other mountains with a sense of triumph. He expressed his inner turmoil with fervor. Li Changsheng stowed away the imperial flag and continued on his journey. As he traversed the path, he encountered a group of woodcutters and hunters. After inquiring, he discovered that ahead lay the Wu family fortress, a prominent estate of the local Wu clan. Completing his life's choices would yield rewards. Suddenly, the reward from Li Changsheng's life choice system manifested. This reward, which required prolonged effort, was slightly delayed in its dispersal. A hum resonated through the air as a cold light descended from the horizon, landing before Li Changsheng and merging into the ground. There, a dark red longsword emerged, its hilt adorned with black feather-like motifs. Li Changsheng exerted himself to pull it out, murmuring, Is this the fateful sword embryo? It is not yet fully formed. It requires further refinement to become an extraordinary sword. With ease, he swept aside a tree trunk as thick as a man, severing it at the waist. A rock was cleaved with a smooth incision, as effortless as slicing through tofu. A fine sword, indeed. But where is the scabbard? How am I to wield it without one? Such a miserly reward. This was a path to survival that he had fought for with his very life. Not even a scabbard to be had. Helpless, Li Changsheng picked up a rag along the way and wrapped the sword in it. The dark red blood sword was rather eye-catching, prone to drawing unwanted attention. He merely wished to remain low-key, to be an unnoticed presence. Before long, Li Changsheng arrived at Wu Family Fort, a bustling town nearby, thriving in commerce, developed by the Wu clan. To enter, one must pay a fee and submit to the city tax. In this martial world, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one may carve out their own domain. Outside Wu Family Fortress, Li Changsheng observed a caravan, which was, in fact, a ruse orchestrated by the esteemed Minister Xiong and his entourage. At that moment, Minister Xiong was filled with anxiety, having waited an entire day for the crown prince's arrival, which was long overdue. He was deeply concerned for the prince's safety, fearing that should misfortune befall him, all his efforts would be in vain. What fate would await the hundreds of soldiers under his command? Oh, Crown Prince, Minister Xiong lamented. Clutching a gourd of wine, what shall I do? Suddenly, Li Changsheng emerged from the shadows, startling Minister Xiong so profoundly that he trembled, causing the gourd to slip from his grasp. Li Changsheng extended his hand to catch it, laughing, in broad daylight. Has the Grand Tutor already begun to drink? Upon witnessing this, Xiong Long was overjoyed and immediately bowed, exclaiming, Your Highness, O dear old minister, I have awaited your presence with great longing. Li Changsheng assisted the Grand Tutor to his feet and inquired, "Why are there fewer people?" The Grand Tutor explained, "Some were apprehensive about the risks and chose not to accompany us. Thus they fled. In the end, only over 200 remain. However, rest assured, all 50 warriors are present. Moreover, all necessary supplies are intact, with no losses incurred." Li Changxing nodded silently, recognizing that having capable subordinates made tasks far easier to accomplish. After these experiences, they could be considered his trustworthy retinue. Li Changxing remarked, "It is of no consequence. Strength lies in refinement rather than in numbers. Let us enter the city." However, the esteemed Prime Minister Xiang expressed his concern, stating, "Your Highness, we cannot gain entry. The guardians of Wu family fort, fearing disturbances due to our numbers, have forbidden our entrance." Chapter 38. The brutal beating of a genius. I never endure denied entry. Why is that? It is said that the upcoming martial arts tournament in Suzhou requires all martial practitioners to compete against the descendants of the Wu family. The victors shall be granted free passage into the city, while the vanquished must pay double the city tax. Suzhou? The foremost martial arts tournament in the land? Li Changxing pondered for a moment. Clearly, the competition for the martial arts champion of the Eastern Wilderness was about to commence. This was a martial arts tournament exclusively for practitioners under the age of 25. Its purpose was unequivocal, to gain fame and establish a reputation. Li Changxing remarked, "In that case, let us proceed directly to Suzhou. If we set off now, we shall arrive by nightfall." With newfound determination, the group promptly dismantled their camp and set forth. However, after a short distance, they indeed observed over 100 individuals emerging from the direction of Wu family fort. At the forefront, a young man stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? Why do you appear here in such numbers?" "We are but honest citizens. Having never set foot in Wu family fort, what concern is it of yours? I suspect you are allies of the rebels. Seize them at once." With a swift command, the men from Wu family fort quickly encircled them. Li Changsheng was rendered speechless, clearly fixated upon the convoy of military supplies he possessed. Li Changxing maintained his composure and remarked, "We are merely merchants from afar. If the Wu family fortress refuses to engage and trade with us, we shall take our leave without further ado. There is no need for such hostility. We shall depart from your esteemed territory at once." The leader of the Wu family fortress, Wu Tianbao, remained unyielding in his stance. As the young master of the Wu family fortress, he had heard of the arrival of a group of grain merchants and planned to artificially suppress their prices by denying them entry into the city. However, this young master harbored ulterior motives and intended to resort to outright theft. "Your words hold no sway here. Seize them and take them to the authorities." With a clash, tensions escalated between the two parties. The esteemed Minister Xiang approached anxiously and suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps it would be prudent to reveal your identity. There are formidable individuals within the Wu family fortress. This man is the young master of the Wu family, renowned at a tender age for his exceptional talents and favored standing. Even if one could subdue the younger, the elder may prove to be a formidable adversary." Li Changsheng comprehended the background of his counterpart. However, on the very day of his rebirth, he vowed that from that moment forth, he would no longer endure. It was precisely at this juncture that the servant soldiers, untested by the baptism of blood, could hardly aspire to greatness. Witnessing the two in conspiracy, Wu Tianbao unsheathed his sword, threateningly inquired, "Do you wish to experience the edge of my treasured blade?" Li Changsheng withdrew his fateful sword and declared, "Is my blade not formidable? Attack!" In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The Wu family stronghold boasted a considerable number of martial artists, most of whom were at the Qi realm, possessing greater combat prowess. Yet, Li Changxing's side held the advantage in numbers, maintaining a stalemate for the moment. Ahead, an elder remarked, "Young master, this group of warriors is quite formidable. They may prove challenging. Should we retreat to summon some masters?" Wu Tianbao, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "A mere band of country bumpkins, do we really need to invite experts? I believe their leader is that swordsman. To capture the thief, one must seize the king. Watch me take him down." With a swift leap, Wu Tianbao soared into the air, gliding gracefully, his sword poised for a strike. Li Changsheng, consumed by fury, found it utterly infuriating that instead of seeking trouble with him, his adversary had the audacity to strike first. Clang! The clash of his life-bound sword against the opponent's weapon sent him reeling backward, forcing him to take a step back. A peak martial artist? Just one minor realm above him. The disparity was not insurmountable. In their initial confrontation, both immediately recognized the difference in their realms. Wu Tianbao chuckled, "Ah? You possess some skill, and this sword is quite impressive. It shall now belong to me. Xiang Taifu retorted, is your Wu family's stronghold merely a den of bandits? Must you rob those who pass by? Do you hold the laws of our dynasty in such contempt? Wu Tianbao laughed heartily. Laws? Even if this escalates to the capital? I fear not. The worth of my Wu family far exceeds that of you mere peddlers. It is only the weak who concern themselves with laws. The strong have always trusted in their own power. Li Changsheng, upon hearing this, praised, excellent, very well said. Wu Tianbao, believing he could provoke his opponent into a fit of rage, was taken aback when Li Changsheng remained unfazed. What is your status to act so presumptuously? Seize him at once. He bellowed, furious, as he brandished his sword and charged once more. Wu Tianbao's swordplay was bold and forceful, relying on sheer strength, perfectly aligned with his slightly superior realm. Yet, Li Changsheng excelled in finesse and cunning. With a swift maneuver, he gained an advantageous position. Suddenly, he struck like lightning. With a swift cut, the battle came to a sudden halt. The fateful sword essence cleanly severed Wu Tianbao's throat. What? Wu Tianbao's eyes widened in shock as he clasped his throat, blood gushing uncontrollably. He had never anticipated such a swift conclusion. Not only he, but the others present were equally astonished. Li Changsheng has made remarkable progress. While he previously only possessed a certain level of mastery, his recent diligence has led him to attain considerable proficiency in martial arts techniques. Young master! The members of the Wu family screamed in astonishment as they rushed towards him recklessly. Li Changsheng leaped aside, gazing at the sword embryo that had absorbed the blood of his foes. Clearly, the method of refining this sword embryo relied upon the nourishment of enemy blood. To halt killing with killing, to quell violence with violence, such is the path of this blade. The Wu family remained in shock over the demise of their young master. Li Changsheng, seizing the moment, urged his comrades to advance. Upon witnessing this, Kong Ding bellowed, let us fight valiantly for our master. The morale among the retainers surged, and they charged forth together. In an instant, the privately assembled warriors of the Wu family were scattered and fleeing in disarray. The ground was soaked in their spilled blood. Li Changsheng raised the sword of his destiny, which began to absorb on its own. As it drew in the scorching essence of his blood, the blade solidified further, and its slender form widened ever so slightly. The sword of Xiang Taifu, lacking a scabbard, sought a suitable sheath to accommodate it. Li Changsheng picked up the item and found it quite fitting. Then he smiled at Long. After a brief organization, they resumed their journey towards Shuzhou. Meanwhile, in Wujiabao, the lifeless body of Wu Tianbao was returned. The inhabitants of Wujiabao were engulfed in terror upon witnessing this grim spectacle. The lord and the young master have been murdered. Oh, who could have slain my son? In the territory of Wujiabao, who would dare to disregard my authority? Master, that group of merchants acted unreasonably. When we refused to purchase their goods, they attempted to forcibly sell them. The young master, unwilling to comply, was intercepted and subsequently killed. To evade responsibility, a servant had lied. Originally, it was the young master who coveted Li Changsheng's goods, but the narrative had shifted to one of coercion. Furious, the lord of Wujiabao exclaimed, this is outrageous. Immediately gather our forces and pursue them. I shall avenge my son. With this declaration, Wujiabao stirred with activity. Later that afternoon, the servant left behind to gather intelligence swiftly returned to relay the news. Li Changsheng was aware that the people from Wu Fortress were in pursuit, yet he remained unperturbed. However, Xiang Taifu and Kong Ding were filled with trepidation. Your Highness, the master of Wu Fortress stands at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Our numbers are utterly insufficient against him. Your Highness, perhaps I should lead a contingent to cover our retreat while you withdraw. He cast a glance at his two loyal subordinates. Li Changsheng reached out to touch the imperial flag tied at his waist, calmly stating, there is no need for alarm. We are in the right, so why should we panic? However, Xiang Taifu was growing increasingly anxious. How can one not be alarmed? Your Highness is a treasure beyond measure, and the journey to Yunzhou is long and fraught with peril. Just as he spoke, the people from Wu family fort caught up with them. Xiang Taifu was perplexed by Li Changsheng's intentions. Yet, should a confrontation arise, he would reveal his hand openly. The local gentry dared not act against the heir of the imperial family. In the next moment, a long spear shot forth from behind. Whoosh! In an instant, it struck down the pack horse, forcing the caravan to a halt. This weapon had been hurled with such force that it was akin to an arrow, revealing the extraordinary strength of its thrower. Li Changsheng's expression darkened. Chapter 39. Can you believe it? The emperor's banner is indeed so dominant. The sound of hooves echoed as a group of splendid horses approached Li Changsheng and his companions. At the forefront stood a man of imposing stature, resembling a fierce bear. With thick brows and large eyes, exuding an aura of arrogance. He gazed at Li Changsheng and inquired, "Are you the one who has slain my son?" Li Changsheng replied, "No." This abrupt denial left the people of Wujiabao utterly bewildered. Logically, one who dares to commit murder should anticipate the ensuing pursuit, should they not? Such a person ought to possess the courage to face the consequences of their actions. The lord of the fortress summoned a servant and inquired, "Is it him?" "Indeed, it is he," the servant confirmed. "With such audacity to act without accountability, what further excuses can you muster? You have come to my Wujiabao to impose your will and have slain my dear son. Today, I shall seek retribution." Li Changsheng once again refuted, stating, "I had no intention of selling goods. It was the young master of the Wu family who attempted to rob me. He sought his own demise, and thus, one could say it was akin to suicide. I merely provided him with a minor assistance." Upon hearing this, the fortress master of Wu cast a glance at the lying servant, who, filled with shame, averted his gaze from the master. Thus, the sequence of events unfolded. Consequently, the Wu family fortress found itself in the position of being unjustified. In these times, bandits are plentiful, and it is tacitly accepted that should a thief be killed during a robbery, the authorities will not pursue accountability, let alone the principles of chivalry in the Jianghu. Li Changsheng scoffed, "What now? Are we to engage?" Wu, the stronghold master, seething with rage, felt compelled to avenge his son, despite the lack of justification. He thundered, "You brat, seeking death attack." Observing the tense standoff, Chief Minister Xiang swiftly positioned himself before Li Changsheng, poised to divulge his true identity for self-preservation. Yet, Li Changsheng restrained him with a hand, declaring, "Minister, let us forego that identity. Mere ruffians, step aside. I shall handle this." The onlookers were taken aback. Was not the crown prince merely of martial master rank? His adversary was a peak martial sovereign. Had the crown prince lost his senses? Suddenly, Wu, the stronghold master, lunged forward, intent on swiftly subduing Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng reacted with unmatched swiftness, brandishing the imperial banner. The flagstaff transformed into a grand standard, and from within emerged the loyal soul army. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 loyal souls drained with the stronghold master, reducing him from a robust warrior to mere dust. The resolution was astonishingly swift. This, of course, was due to a strategy of surprise. Wu had not anticipated that a mere banner could be an ancient sacred artifact, nor that the loyal souls were anything but ordinary spirits. Before the others could recover from their shock, the scene had irrevocably changed. Li Changsheng once again waved the imperial flag, and the 5,000 loyal souls of his army unleashed a battle cry that pierced the very essence of the soul. In but a fleeting moment, the pursuing forces of the Wu family fortress fell entirely. This sight left the servant soldiers utterly astounded, and even Xiang Long was rendered speechless, taken aback for an extended period. In that instant, he realized he had scarcely grasped the true prowess of this crown prince of Dayu. The prince possessed formidable abilities indeed. Li Changsheng said, "Pack up and continue our journey." The attendants and soldiers promptly stepped forward to gather the spoils of war. After these two battles, they had come to admire Li Changsheng immensely, their loyalty now a natural inclination. In the imperial capital at the East Palace, Consort Su gazed at the sumptuous feast before her, filled with delicacies and rare treasures from both land and sea, yet found it utterly flavorless, yearning instead for sour fruits. However, she could only endure, allowing the imperial physician to take her pulse. Upon finishing, the physician rose and announced, "Congratulations to the second prince. Indeed, it is a sign of joy. The pulse is steady." Consort Su feigned delight, yet her heart remained as tranquil as an ancient well. This was the third physician she had consulted. Indeed, she was in good health. It was the second prince who bore the inability to conceive. But could she maintain this deception? She observed the second prince's expression, filled with uncertainty, and felt a surge of anxiety within herself. Li Chengjian was naturally perplexed as to why only his legitimate wife had become pregnant. He had indulged in a life of debauchery for years, yet none of the women he had entangled with had conceived. It was peculiar that it was Consort Su who had succeeded. "Your Highness, this is splendid. The medicine my father procured through intermediaries is indeed effective," she declared, promptly producing a packet of powdered medicine. This was a fertility remedy obtained by the Marquis of Julu from an unknown source last month, rumored to require the consumption by both partners to yield results. At the time, the second prince had not given it much thought, as he had seen the test subjects of the remedy experiencing enhanced vitality after consumption. He had casually incorporated it into his meals over the course of several days. Could it truly be effective? The second prince was both astonished and doubtful. Was this the remedy's doing? Astonished that he might finally have an heir, he felt relieved for the royal family, the Li clan, and the officials. Yet, he remained skeptical, recalling that during that period, he had also favored several palace maids, none of whom had conceived. Nevertheless, the second prince did not appear anxious. In this age of martial prowess, there were numerous ways to ascertain whether the child in Su's womb bore the lineage of the Li family. Once born, the truth would be revealed. For now, however, the second prince's expression shifted as he smiled, exclaiming, "Excellent, splendid. Ha ha ha, Consort Su has accomplished a great feat." It seemed as though she had successfully deceived him, and Consort Su breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, she had calculated the days, and she knew for certain that the child could not possibly be the second prince's. Fortunately, he was unaware of her menstrual cycle, or else her ruse would have been more difficult to maintain. She tenderly caressed her belly, thinking, "Child, my fate depends on you." After Consort Su became pregnant, the second prince immediately ordered special care for her, bestowing upon her a generous array of gold, silver, and jewels. Furthermore, his demeanor towards her grew considerably warmer. Anxious to ensure the safety of the fetus, before outsiders, they presented themselves as a loving couple. Consort Su feigned satisfaction, content to simply survive. After visiting his wife, Li Qingjian withdrew. He hastily summoned the national master and his father-in-law. With Consort Su's pregnancy, his future claim to the throne became even more secure. Yet, he could not allow Li Chongqing to return. He wished to ascend the throne with legitimacy, without any blemish. Let the blame fall upon his father. The national master and the Marquis of Julu exchanged glances. The fact that the second prince confided in them indicated he regarded them as absolute confidants. The Marquis of Julu had no need for further persuasion. Once the second prince ascended, his own status would rise in tandem. The national master, who had recently committed treason for the second prince, reaffirmed his loyalty, stating, "Your Highness, I have calculated. The crown prince's fate is unfavorable. His destiny is one of misfortune, marked by the sun sitting in conflict with its own elements, destined for a life of riches without fortune. Such individuals, despite their noble fates, often find themselves in a downward spiral, ultimately leading to a stagnant existence." The second prince rejoiced, for the national master's divinations appeared remarkably accurate. This implied that his own fate surpassed that of the crown prince. Li Qingjian declared, "In 3 days, I shall journey to Shuzhou. At this grand martial arts tournament, I am determined to establish my name and fortune." The recent favorable events only served to bolster his spirits. Just then, a servant hurriedly entered. Your Highness, urgent news from 800 miles away. A scout has arrived with a report." Li Chengjian perused the letter and remarked, "I have discovered the whereabouts of the crown prince. He is at Wujiabao, en route to Shuzhou." "Humph, my elder brother intends to participate in the prestigious martial arts tournament, hoping to challenge me for supremacy? He still harbors discontent." The Duke of Jilu interjected, "The crown prince lacks martial prowess. What purpose does he serve by going to Shuzhou?" The national master shook his head. "It has come to my attention that Li Chen's attempts to hunt down the crown prince have proven futile. I suspect there may be a formidable figure aiding him from behind the scenes. Alternatively, during his years in the wild tribes, he may have acquired the techniques and strategies of the barbarian warriors. Your Highness, I believe the crown prince is deliberately heading to Shuzhou to overshadow your achievements." Li Chengjian let out a derisive snort. "Preposterous. With the aid of my father, I have just ascended to the martial sovereign realm. Furthermore, having acquired the celestial emperor's sword, my strength has significantly augmented. There is no conceivable way I could be defeated by him. If he possesses any true ability, why would he require me to remain in the stables for half a year? Is he not merely relying on medicinal concoctions? Such substances are strictly prohibited in the martial arts tournament." Duke Jilu proposed, the crown prince concealing his identity and adopting such a low profile. "Is this not advantageous for our endeavors? I shall personally lead a few adept warriors to undertake this mission. Surely, we shall perform far better than that, Li Chun." Li Chengjian was overjoyed upon hearing this. His father-in-law had truly won his heart. "Father-in-law, is this for real?" The Duke of Jilu replied, "Your Highness, leave this matter to me. When you journey to Shuzhou, you shall undoubtedly receive good news." The second prince laughed heartily. "Excellent. 3 days hence, I shall depart for Shuzhou with concubine Su, and I hope to hear splendid tidings from you. father-in-law. Meanwhile, from behind the door, concubine Su overheard the trio's scheming and was taken aback. Her expression wavered between hesitation and conflict, and she quietly turned to leave. Chapter 40. This unfilial son will be the death of me. At Wu family fortress, white silk hung throughout the town. Dozens of women and children wept before the many empty coffins. Zhao Xuanji arrived upon hearing the news, intending to inquire with the fortress lord, only to be met with this tragic sight. Zhao Xuanji soared above Wu family fortress on her sword and inquired, I am Zhao Xuanji of the First Sacred Land. What has transpired here? How can anyone dare commit such a heinous act within the realm of Daiyu? Zhao Xuanji, revered and esteemed throughout the eastern wilderness, was quickly recognized upon her arrival. A woman clad in plain white mourning garments stepped forward. I am Wu Min, the wife of the Wu family fortress lord. My husband and son have been slain by treacherous villains. I implore your majesty to seek justice for us. Others echoed her plea. We beseech your majesty to act on our behalf. Zhao Xuanji produced a portrait. Is this the person? Yes, that is indeed him, cried an injured servant who leaped forth. He had originally been a mere lackey accompanying the Wu family's young master on a highway robbery, thus he recognized Li Chongqing. This servant distorted the truth, recounting his encounter with Li Chongqing and his companions. But Zhao Xuanji was aware that Li Chongqing was still in hiding, merely masquerading as a grain merchant. He would never truly sell grain, let alone coerce the Wu family into purchasing it. Enraged, Zhao Xuanji exclaimed, Do you not know who he is? He is the crown prince of Daiyu. You traitorous lot. Upon hearing this, the people of Wu family fortress were rendered speechless and ceased their lamentations. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Wu family ranks. Zhao Xuanji pointed towards the heavens, sending forth a decree to the First Sacred Land. Whoosh! When the decree reached the First Sacred Land, it caused a stir among all present. A decree from the Saintess? In the southwestern direction, the Saintess summons all masters of the sacred land immediately. The sacred bell of the land tolled. Dong, dong, dong. The bell chimed 9 times, signaling the most urgent state of affairs, summoning all martial kings to gather. Concurrently, they soared through the air toward Wu family fortress. Approximately half an hour later, colorful wings, transformed from spiritual resonance, rushed towards Wu family fortress. The inhabitants of the fortress stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such a multitude of martial kings and lords descending simultaneously. Above them, a dazzling display of lights and an overwhelming pressure rendered them weak, causing sweat to pool upon the ground. All hail the Saintess. The First Sacred Land emerged in full force, a grand display as they collectively bowed to Zhao Xuanji. Pointing downward, Zhao Xuanji declared, The Wu family stronghold has rebelled and pursued my son. They deserve death. Execute them. The martial artists around her echoed in unison. To them, Zhao Xuanji was not only the daughter of the Supreme Elder, the Blade Saint, but also the former Holy Maiden and the Empress of Daiyu. Moreover, she was a peak martial sovereign. Who would dare to harm her son? They might as well court death. Thus, they commenced their slaughter. In an instant, the Wu family stronghold became a river of blood. Those outside who wished to ascertain the situation were frightened into silence by the sight of the elite forces of the First Sacred Land. Fearing retribution should they show their faces, the lying servant was left until last. Zhao Xuanji regarded the trembling servant, who was so scared he had lost control of his bowels, and inquired, Speak, what transpired when you encountered the crown prince? The servant stammered. At that time, the young master sought to rob the crown prince's entourage, which led to the conflict. After that, the stronghold's lord pursued him and never returned, leaving only his garments behind. Humph, it was you who struck first. I have long been aware of the Wu family's propensity for ambushing passing merchant caravans. Were it not for the protection of Duke Julu, how could you have survived until now? Who initiated the attack? It was the crown prince who personally killed our young master, the servant replied. Zhao Xuanji felt a stirring within her. What was the realm of your young master? Peak martial master. Zhao Xuanji's heart leapt with joy. This implied that Li Chongqing's strength was indeed formidable. The thought that her son was not the worthless individual he appeared to be filled her with excitement. Surely, her son could not be a failure. Chongqing must have anticipated her neglect and sought to provoke her. Yet, why would he conceal his abilities from her? Chongqing, mother shall surely make amends this time. Moved by her thoughts, Zhao Xuanji felt an increasing anticipation for the true Li Chongqing. She instructed the disciples of the sacred land to return first and sent someone to the imperial capital to inform Emperor Yu of this delightful revelation, The crown prince not only understood cultivation but could also subdue peak martial masters. In the imperial capital, Emperor Yu had just finished his solitary lunch. He felt a certain agitation. The once harmonious family atmosphere had vanished, leaving him a true solitary figure. Now, the human emperor's banner appeared within the borders of Daiyu. Initially, he suspected it was a counterfeit, but as powerful figures from various factions began to emerge, he realized something was amiss. This might very well be a genuine ancient sacred artifact. If the human emperor's banner were to fall into the hands of other nations or factions, Daiyu would be in peril. He recalled the intelligence regarding the banner's appearance, and a troubling conclusion emerged in his mind. Li Chongqing had acquired the human emperor's banner. If this were indeed true, it would validate the divination of the national master, implicating him in the karmic consequences of opposing his parents. This rebellious son had hidden himself well. I should never have been deceived by his faade. Li Yuan recalled the day in the imperial court when Li Chongqing recited the frontier poem. The military song was filled with paternal affection, vowing to annihilate the barbarian foes and march forth from the passes, expressing that only on the battlefield would a father die. And there was no need for a horse's hide to wrap his corpse. Such a splendid poem, yet it was merely a ruse to deceive him into leaving the capital. It infuriates me to no end. Li Yuan suddenly slammed his palm onto the dining table, shattering it into fragments. Startled, the eunuchs and palace maids on either side fell to their knees, imploring, "Your Majesty, please quell your wrath." At that moment, a shadow guard presented a report. "Read it," commanded Li Yuan. A nearby eunuch unfolded the message and read aloud, "The crown prince has mastered martial arts, vanquishing the young master of the Wu family stronghold and annihilating the stronghold's lord." Li Yuan abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze ignited with astonishment. He inquired, "Isn't Wujiabeo a prominent family under the command of the Duke of Julu? I have long sought to bring them under my banner, and now I have the perfect pretext. However, they are indeed masters of the martial king realm. This ungrateful child has truly committed the crime of defying the sovereign." He called out, "Come forth, Your Majesty." A shadow guard materialized. Li Yuandao declared, "Draft an edict to transmit my imperial decree, commanding that the rebellious son, order the crown prince to disband his faction and return to the capital forthwith. I, the minister, shall comply." At the crown princess's residence, a distinguished guest has arrived, Lady Su. "Dear sister, hasten to inform the crown prince. He is in peril." "Sister Su, what has transpired?" Lady Su revealed the overheard plot concerning the second prince and her father, who conspired to assassinate the crown prince. The crown princess felt a chill run down her spine. Was the threat now so overt? Why would Lady Su, instead of aiding her husband or father, come to assist the crown prince? What benefit could this hold for her? Shen Weiyang, perplexed, asked, "Sister Su, why?" Lady Su placed a hand protectively over her abdomen and replied, "Their treachery knows no bounds. I cannot think solely of myself. I must also consider the child within me. The Empress is currently seeking the crown prince's return to mend the bond between mother and child. Should this conspiracy be uncovered, I wish to secure a future for my offspring." Upon hearing this, Shen Weiyang was deeply moved. Indeed, women may be perceived as fragile, yet a mother's fierce love knows no bounds. Lady Su, however, felt profound disappointment toward the second prince, who regarded her as less than human, and her father, who viewed her merely as a political pawn. In contrast, the unborn child represented her hope for the future. Furthermore, having become a servant of Li Chongqing, she understood that failure to cooperate would only lead to her own ruin. After addressing Lady Su, Shen Weiyang discreetly sent a message via carrier pigeon. A day later, in a small town outside Shuzhou, a messenger pigeon arrived at Li Chongqing's caravan. Xiang Long hurriedly took the letter and sought out Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing became aware of the second prince's decree, commanding the Marquis of Julu to dispatch skilled assassins to eliminate him. The intent behind this was to thwart Li Chongqing's rise to prominence in Shuzhou. He mused to himself, that servant, Consort Su, has proven to be quite timely in her actions. It was a pivotal moment in his life. Suddenly, the life choice system reappeared before him. Chapter 41. My life choice is to achieve renown. Choice 1. Evade the spotlight by abstaining from the martial arts conference in Shuzhou, taking the detour via the official road to Yunzhou, and journeying overnight to the frontier. Reward: the blueprint of the Mo family's flying chariot. Choice 2. Remain docile and seek clemency. Return to the imperial capital of Daiyu and live as a compliant prince. Reward: a piece of purple ironstone, a vital material for forging spiritual weaponry. Choice 3. Forge my own path. participate in the martial arts conference, achieve fame and fortune, and declare to the world that I, Li Changsheng, am no mere failure, but one of the contemporary prodigies. Reward, dragon essence. Upon contemplating these three life choices, one appeared cautious, a means to survive. The second seemed to advocate for a retreat, as if hiding would somehow remedy everything. The third path offered dragon essence, a true treasure forged by dragons. Creatures that genuinely inhabit this martial world, albeit their whereabouts remain a mystery. The dragon essence bestows extraordinary healing capabilities and significantly enhances one's strength. Even without the allure of dragon essence, I would never opt for the first two paths. Li Changsheng rubbed his hands together, a vision for the future blossoming within him. After savoring a piece of candied delicacy, he stepped outside. Before him were hundreds of soldiers engaged in rigorous training, honing their discipline and combat prowess. He had arrived in Shuzhou the previous day, yet refrained from entering the city, opting instead to rent a humble dwelling in a nearby township. With a comfortable sum of money at his disposal and attendants by his side, life was treating him rather well. Had he not become a thorn in the side of the second prince, he could have relished a tranquil existence here, dedicating himself to the pursuit of martial arts. After all, in this world, the power of martial prowess is paramount. Li Changxing inquired of Xiang Long, esteemed tutor. What course of action do you believe we should pursue next? The tutor replied, Your Highness possesses a strength that rivals that of the prodigies from certain sacred lands. I believe this martial arts tournament presents a rare opportunity to propel you to unprecedented heights and to redeem your past grievances. The tutor's words echoed the essence of his third life choice. Li Changsheng deliberately remarked, Yet, I am merely at the mid-stage of a martial artist. Not even a martial master. With so many prodigies and heroes, how can I possibly stand out? Xiang Taifu responded, Your Highness. The fact that you have been able to subdue the young master of the Wu family with your own martial prowess is a rare feat indeed. Furthermore, with the aid of the imperial banner, you have vanquished the Wu stronghold's master at the martial king level. This surely signifies the destiny that awaits you. I believe your chances of claiming the top position are quite substantial. Xiang Long paused momentarily and added, There will be a martial arts tournament held in Shuzhou City, gathering the talents of the eastern wilderness. The great you will also be dispatching a significant number of participants, and it is unlikely that any danger will arise. Moreover, Your Highness could participate incognito. Should you astonish everyone, it may sway His Majesty's heart. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing felt displeased. His aspiration was to achieve fame and success, not merely to evoke regret in his unworthy father. He held no interest in earning the approval of the Yu Emperor. Xiang Long continued, Your Highness, I have an old acquaintance in the Lord of Shuzhou City, Cheng Donglai, who is a trustworthy individual. Should you require assistance, you may seek his help. Li Changxing inquired, Is your surname Qing? Are you acquainted with Cheng Shuang from the Radiant Light Sacred Land? Xiang Long nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Cheng Shuang is her elder sister. The little girl you were teasing, Qing Ying, is the second daughter. It is quite a coincidence. The Radiant Light Sacred Land is situated within the Great Yu territory and is, by all accounts, one of the top 3 sects among the various factions of Great Yu. Li Changxing shook his head, declaring, Never mind, it suffices for me to enter the city discreetly. The Grand Tutor is here to provide support in case of unforeseen circumstances. Going to Yuzhou with a reputation is far preferable to arriving with infamy. Xiang Long responded affirmatively, Indeed. Li Changxing briefly instructed his companions before entering the city accompanied by his 3 loyal bodyguards, Kong Ding, Wei and Wu Wu. The ancient city walls, steeped in history, bore witness to the ebb and flow of wandering heroes and bustling merchants, while the outskirts were lined with numerous street vendors. He strolled freely through this charming water town. Li Changxing meticulously envisioned his future. Power, wealth, status, and beauty all shall be mine. This city of Shuzhou is the cradle of my entrepreneurial journey. An hour later, 4 individuals arrived at the bustling Taihu business district, where magnificent edifices stood shoulder to shoulder. Welcome to Inxian Tower. Gentlemen, will you be dining or merely resting? The enthusiastic waiter, despite being utterly exhausted from the past few days, greeted them with a warm smile. Along the way, Li Changxing encountered numerous prodigies of martial arts. Within and beyond the city, carriages and processions thronged the streets, parading as if a grand sporting event were underway, invigorating the local economy. Let us dine, Kong Ding remarked, and prepare some local delicacies. Li Changxing and his companions ascended to the 4th floor, securing a seat by the window that offered a splendid view of Taihu Lake, as well as a glimpse into the bustling market below. During their ascent, Li Chongqing noticed several martial artists engaging in transactions involving spiritual stones. These stones, a resource exclusive to those at the martial sovereign realm and beyond, were utilized to enhance one's spiritual resonance. Their value surpassed that of gold. Circulating primarily among high-ranking martial practitioners, with ordinary citizens rarely encountering them. Reflecting on his imminent breakthrough into the martial sovereign realm, he lamented the scarcity of resources for his continued cultivation. Once settled, the group surveyed their surroundings, ensuring they could make a swift escape if necessary. He pondered the wisdom of his decision to come to Shuzhou City incognito, having donned the attire of a wanderer and affixed a bushy beard, hoping to remain unnoticed. That accursed Li Chun would surely deduce his presence here. Moreover, with Duke Julu dispatching experts to eliminate him, he resolved to exercise utmost caution. Li Chongqing pondered for a moment before summoning the young attendant to inquire. When will the martial arts tournament take place? Sir, are you not aware? It is to be held 5 days hence. Oh, what delightful amusements can one find in the city in the meantime? Well, if you seek entertainment, you might consider visiting the pleasure boats on Taihu Lake, or perhaps participate in the poetry competition hosted by the Yuelu Academy. Should you excel in crafting exquisite verses, you are certain to capture the admiration of many young ladies, and your fame will surely flourish, along with the rewards from Yuelu Academy. Rewards? Now that sounds promising. Li Chongqing is not currently engaged in production and is lacking in various resources. Upon hearing of the rewards, how could he resist the temptation to seize an opportunity? He further remarked, aren't they all here to participate in the martial competition? Are these individuals so idle as to indulge in poetry? The young innkeeper chuckled and replied, Ah, esteemed sir, you are unaware. Since ancient times, literature and martial arts have been intertwined. It is indeed rare for a warrior to possess a wealth of knowledge. Surely, you would not wish to be ridiculed as a mere brutish figure, would you? This is precisely why we have organized this poetry event. Moreover, such gatherings attract many eligible young ladies from respectable families. It provides a platform for young men and women to ignite sparks of romance. Who knows? Some may even choose to remain in the Yu dynasty to serve the court. The innkeeper continued, Sir, the rewards from the Yuelu Academy this time are exceptionally generous, drawing talents and warriors from all corners, including distinguished scions and heirs of sacred lineages. The literary examinations are divided into 3 sessions and have only just commenced today, leading to a near depletion of paper supplies in the city. Furthermore, the esteemed maiden of the first sacred land, and Miaoshi, has also graced us with her presence. She is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the eastern continent, the pride of our deal. To catch a glimpse of the saintly maiden would be worth a lifetime of yearning. How exaggerated the admirers can be. Li Chongqing listened to the innkeeper's incessant chatter. Feeling utterly bewildered, his sole motivation was to claim a reward, yet the innkeeper failed to elucidate the matter. He dispatched Kong Ding to inquire further, who returned with news that the reward from the Yuelu Academy was 1,000 taels of silver, 100 spirit stones, and a rare herb capable of forging an extraordinary physique for martial artists. Having dined and refreshed himself, he felt content. Li Chongqing made his way directly to Yuelu Academy, as he had ample time to provide a modest shock to the literate minds here, drawing upon 5,000 years of history. Chapter 42. A poem emerges, astonishing all. Claiming the top position at Yuelu Academy, a large gathering of martial artists and talented scholars from various regions convened. Kong Ding remarked, Young master, I have inquired further. The topic of the first literary examination is to compose a poem about the peach blossoms at Teowan, adjacent to Yuelu Academy. However, there is a stipulation. It must be inscribed on a stone tablet using a weapon. Inscribing on a stone tablet with a weapon? Indeed. The emphasis still lies on the supremacy of martial prowess. Li Chongqing approached the stone inscription site, where a middle-aged woman of unremarkable appearance was vociferously protesting. How can you deem my poetry inferior? Do you possess any understanding of appreciation? It is so melodious. You are all illiterates. The inscription on the stone bore her whimsical verses. 1, 2, 3, for peach blossoms. 1, 2, 3, for bottles of flower wine. Peach blossoms are ever present, as is the wine, yet true understanding is hard to find, leaving one to merely gaze at the blossoms and the wine. Onlookers mocked the woman for her lack of education. However, Li Chongqing discerned a formidable sword aura emanating from her characters, revealing an extraordinary prowess in her calligraphy. She was indeed a master. Even with his profound comprehension of supreme magical arts, he found himself astonished by her technique. Fortunately, The Grand Martial Arts Tournament was primarily a gathering for the youth. Otherwise, before such a formidable individual, he would have had no chance to attain fame and fortune. Li Chongqing requested a stone tablet, only to discover it came with a hefty price of 50 taels of silver. Ah, indeed. No one rises early without the prospect of profit. He produced 100 taels. I wish to inscribe a poem. Here is 100 taels. Sell me this esteemed lady's stone tablet. What value does a mere poem hold? Here, take it. Humph, a bunch of simpletons. Kong Ding lifted the stone tablet while Li Chongqing examined it intently. From the intricately carved characters, a vision of the lady's sword dance flickered in his mind. The movements were fierce and merciless. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance reached his nostrils. It seems this young man possesses an eye for quality. However, given your appearance, it would be best not to embarrass yourself. They are merely looking for a reason to cause trouble, all for the sake of that 50 taels of silver. You are squandering your money. Thank you for the warning, esteemed elder, but I must also enlighten these illiterate fools, mustn't I? Ah, I do enjoy your words, young man. But what true skill do you possess? Let me inform you. That stone tablet is no ordinary piece. Without the power of the martial sovereign realm, you will not be able to inscribe anything upon it. Li Chongqing followed the direction of the other's finger and observed several martial artists laboriously inscribing characters on a nearby stone tablet. Each stroke was a considerable challenge, testing their own prowess. You, merely at the mid-stage of the martial master realm, face a daunting task. Clearly, the seemingly plain woman possessed remarkable strength, as she discerned Li Chongqing's cultivation level. Yet, Li Chongqing remarked, I am not so ungraceful as to embarrass myself. With that, he unsheathed his life sword and aimed it at the stone monument before him. The sword danced like a dragon, its cold radiance flickering, swiftly etching an entire poem titled Peach Blossom Temple. Moreover, the movement of the sword bore traces of the techniques employed by the woman moments prior. The woman raised an eyebrow, recognizing the imitation as an impressive feat. No, only a high level of comprehension could allow one to replicate her swordplay and spirit. Look. Another who can inscribe on this Hiji stone. Such formidable vital energy. Can someone at the martial master realm truly carve here? Is not this Hiji stone tablet intended to select the martial masters? Observe his poem. In no time, the poem Peach Blossom Temple was completed, drawing considerable attention. In the Peach Blossom Ditch lies the Peach Blossom Temple. Beneath the temple resides the Peach Blossom Immortal. The immortal plants peach trees, swapping blossoms for wine. Sober, I sit before the flowers. In drunkenness, I sleep beneath them. Half awake and half drunk, day after day, as flowers fall and bloom, year after year. As the woman recited these lines, she was instantly captivated. She gazed at Li Chongqing, astonished that this young man could inscribe characters at the martial master level, and found the poem quite commendable. In this era, many excelled in martial arts, and numerous could compose poetry. Yet few possessed both literary and martial prowess and were also handsome. She continued, May I grow old amidst flowers and wine, preferring not to bow before horse and carriage. Others may mock my madness. I laugh at their inability to see. Upon reaching the final line, the woman's face brightened, and she appeared somewhat entranced. Such a splendid poem. Truly splendid, she exclaimed. What a remarkable line. Others may mock my madness. I laugh at their inability to see. This poem resonates profoundly with Li Chongqing's current circumstances. To walk one's own path, undeterred by the winds of east, west, north, or south. Though the poem is replete with the fragrant words of flowers, peaches, wine, and intoxication, it carries no vulgarity. Rather, its strength penetrates the paper, awakening the reader. The martial artists gathered nearby, though unable to fully grasp its meaning, were nonetheless deeply impressed. Ultimately, the crowd continued to swell, sharing the poem among themselves. The scholars from the Yuelu Academy took notice, their expressions shifting as they hurried inside to summon their teacher for commentary. Upon reviewing the inscription, the teacher remained contemplative for a considerable time, then knelt down, gently brushing his fingers over the sword-carved characters, reliving the experience. He murmured, half awake and half drunk, day after day, as flowers fall and bloom. Year after year, what a splendid poem, what a splendid poem indeed. May I inquire your name, young hero? Li Chongqing proclaimed, My surname is Li. I have come to partake in the martial arts tournament, and with some leisure time, I have composed a poem to enliven the occasion. Young hero Li's verse undoubtedly deserves the top honor. Someone, please hang it up. At once, a member of the academy hastened to display the poem on the stone tablet. The long-suspended top-ranking poem finally found its rightful place. Envy stirred among the onlookers, prompting one to declare, What merit does he possess? How is my poem inferior? Why is his peach blossom retreat deemed worthy? Indeed, is he favored by you? Is there some hidden agenda? Why has the top ranking, which has lingered in limbo for so many days, only now received recognition? Do you not understand the principle that there is no first in literature and no second in martial prowess? Li Changsheng brimmed with confidence. In this grand era of martial arts, although a few poems enjoyed fleeting popularity, they paled in comparison to the exquisite essence accumulated over 5 millennia. The old gentleman, hands on his hips, leapt up and declared, "I was the top scholar in the early years of the Yuan Wu era, serving as the Grand Chancellor of Dayu for 40 years, with countless students under my tutelage. After 20 years of teaching, my ability to critique poetry reaches the heavens. Can I not pass judgment? What verse have you composed? Allow me to take a look." Upon uttering these words, it became evident that he was indeed a top scholar. Having held the position of Grand Chancellor for 4 decades and been a venerable educator for 20 years, a bystander from Shuzhou remarked, "Old Qing is a great Confucian of our Yu dynasty. Half of the scholars in Dayu are his disciples. If Old Qing deems it worthy, it must truly be exceptional." Indeed, this poetry competition had lingered for many days, with the top spot remaining unclaimed until today. Those lacking scholarly prowess were urged to read more, as those with brawn but feeble intellects often fell short. As Old Cheng spoke, the naysayers were rendered speechless, while many began to express admiration for the poem Peach Blossom Temple, soon drowned out by the praises. The old gentleman was immensely pleased with Li Changsheng's poem and promptly invited him as an esteemed guest to the next round of literary trials. The top poem from Yuelu Academy was also announced, garnering considerable attention. Among the crowd, an unremarkable woman repeatedly recited Li Changsheng's poem, gradually fading away into the throng. The poem was indeed splendid, and the author commendable. He was the one. This journey to the eastern wilds had proven fruitful. Meanwhile, within the crowd, an inconspicuous scout cast a lingering glance at Li Changsheng's departing figure before swiftly exiting the academy. Inside Yuelu Academy, a large gathering of refined martial artists convened. Despite their seemingly genteel demeanor, each possessed strength at the martial sovereign level, their ages closely mirroring that of Li Changsheng. They were undoubtedly among the elite, standing out in any sacred locale. However, Li Changsheng was distinct. His cultivation stemmed from the celestial demon relics and unparalleled demonic arts, whereas these prodigies had consumed ample celestial treasures since childhood. A small circle had formed among the attendees, resembling a social gathering, with all eyes gravitating toward a singular woman. Through overheard conversations, it became clear that she was the saintess of the first sacred land, Miaoshi. She was indeed a vision of beauty, captivating and radiant. Clad in a flowing azure robe, her figure was graceful, and even a hint of makeup rendered her otherworldly. The students of the academy circled around her, utterly enraptured. Li Changsheng cast a glance and became utterly absorbed, contemplating that this was nearly on par with his wife, Shen Weiyang. Suddenly, Miaoshi's gaze shifted towards him. The crowd instinctively parted, turning in unison to face Li Changsheng. And Miaoshi remarked, "Is this the esteemed young Master Li, who has just secured the top position in the first literary contest? I wonder if young Master Li has any insights regarding the second round of the competition?" Chapter 43. The Saintess invites you aboard the flower boat. Upon his arrival, Li Changsheng found himself under scrutiny. The second round of the literary examination featured the exquisite Zhonglong chessboard. This ancient board emanated a terrifying energy, captivating the mind in an extraordinary manner. An esteemed elder from the Yuelu Academy remarked, "This chessboard was left by the martial arts chess sage 5 centuries ago. Having encountered no rival, he spent an entire year meditating upon this board, attempting to unravel the mysteries of the Zhonglong chess formation, yet he himself could not transcend it. After another decade of contemplation, he ultimately met with failure, succumbing to bloodshed and death." Li Changsheng approached, feeling an overwhelming force that sought to ensnare his very mind. Were it not for the celestial demon's relic, he might have succumbed to the intricacies of the game. However, he promptly regained his composure. He inquired, "This chessboard seems rather peculiar, as if it intends to draw me into its depths." Upon uttering these words, those around him were taken aback, for they did not share such a sensation. They sat down naturally and began to play, yet none could triumph over this exquisite chess game, all meeting with failure. Amusingly, "Are you truly afraid? What could possibly be so strange about this chessboard? Indeed, everyone plays in this manner. Could it be that you do not know how to play? This would certainly explain things. If one were to candidly admit to their lack of skill, they might easily bypass this challenge. Alas, there is no need for further expectation. The one capable of unraveling this exquisite chess game has yet to make their appearance." Li Changsheng cast a disapproving glance at these individuals. Yet, he observed that Miaoshi maintained her solemn demeanor. She inquired, "Do you truly sense something amiss?" Li Changsheng remarked, "Indeed, it feels as though my soul has been lost. Fortunately, my reflexes are swift. Otherwise, I would have been drawn into the game on the chessboard." A passerby scoffed, "Do not heed his words, Farian." With a cold glance, Miaoshi silenced the bystander, who promptly fell silent. Miaoshi then addressed the elderly gentleman. "It appears that the second player has emerged." The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth." Although the young hero's cultivation is modest, his literary talent is exceptional, and his wisdom is indeed rare. The crowd looked on in astonishment. "What? Have we been mistaken?" And Miaoshi continued to elucidate, "Esteemed guests, this exquisite chessboard is a relic left behind by the chess sage, embodying the game of life and death, imbued with mysterious powers. Ordinary individuals who approach it will find themselves ensnared within the game. Only those possessing true wisdom can evade its influence." It became evident that Li Changsheng had spoken truthfully. The earlier mockers now found themselves in an awkward predicament, realizing that it was they who were lacking. And Miaoshi elaborated, "Only those who can maintain clarity of mind may engage in the game normally and unravel the intricacies of the exquisite chessboard. Yet, for 5 centuries, no one has succeeded. You inquire about the second player. What of the first?" The old man laughed heartily. "Why, that would be the current saintess of the first sacred land, Farian. However, she did not manage to triumph against the chess sage. I wonder, young hero, would you be willing to attempt it?" Li Changsheng possesses a modicum of skill in the ancient game of Go. However, when it comes to the intricate and sophisticated realms of the renowned Zhongluan chess game, he finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, he harbors a notion that the so-called mind-bending tactics may well be a manifestation of the specters of the deceased hidden within the board. Is this not akin to his own human emperor flag? The human emperor flag is indifferent to one's level of expertise. It claims all. If he could capture the spirit of the chess sage, the human emperor flag would gain yet another formidable ally. Li Changsheng took his seat and commenced the game. Upon settling down, his mind seemed to be influenced by an unseen force. The surrounding scenery transformed, transporting him into a realm reminiscent of an ink-wash painting. A world of water and sky. Before him lay a celestial chessboard and an ancient, venerable figure, the chess sage of 5 centuries past, whose soul lingered in the chessboard due to his unresolved quest to decipher the intricate chess formation that led to his demise. "Young one, join me in a game of chess," came a voice, deep and resonant, echoing through the air. In that instant, Li Changsheng felt the scenery shift once more. Finding himself atop a mountain, facing an elegant elder across a chessboard, Li Changsheng cast a glance at the situation on the chessboard. Perceiving that the white pieces were left with little hope for survival, the strategy of placing oneself in a desperate situation for a chance at rebirth had vanished. The game was replete with intricate exchanges featuring both mutual survival and the potential for resurgence, with a myriad of complexities unfurling like a blooming flower. Li Changsheng gazed for a while, feeling dizzy and disoriented. This deadlock is utterly confounding. Is this what they call the exquisite Zhongluan chess game? There is a possibility for revival here. A draw is out of the question. I choose to resign. Li Changsheng is not a Go master. It is already a challenge for him to comprehend the game. He cannot make a move without inadvertently trapping himself. The group of stones he played was surrounded, perfectly encased with 2 true eyes. In a moment of folly, he blocked himself, effectively encircling his own stones. Consequently, a large contingent of his pieces was captured. Why not contest? That vast, ancient voice resounded once more. Li Changsheng retorted with irritation, "Arguing is futile. Whether you contest or not, it remains a contest. Just finish your move swiftly." The chess sage lifted a black piece and gazed at the board, only to realize that there were no available positions left. Due to Li Changsheng's self-sacrifice, a vast territory had been vacated, rendering the situation suddenly ambiguous. The once cornered white pieces now found renewed opportunity for competition. This exquisite game of chess had been inadvertently disrupted by Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng also discerned the peculiar behavior of the chess sage. Upon a closer examination, it appeared as though a mere flick of the wrist had revitalized the game. The chess sage suddenly set down his pieces, overwhelmed with emotion. Gains are but losses, and losses are but gains. So it is. Marvelous, marvelous. With a hearty laugh resonating in the air, the chessboard vanished. The ethereal figure of the chess sage materialized before Li Changsheng, bowing gracefully. "Thank you, young friend. What a divine move you've made." and how splendid it is to engage without contention. I leave this world without regret. I possess little to offer you, but I bestow upon you this final essence of the martial sovereign's protective aura, hoping it may assist you. Suddenly, Li Changsheng felt his consciousness return. The chessboard released a torrent of energy, coalescing around his being. It formed a layer of protective aura befitting the martial sovereign realm upon him. Such a level of protective aura could not be breached by any below the martial sovereign realm, typically lasting for 5 days. Indeed, a modest gift. In the academy, the resounding laughter of the chess sage, echoing after 500 years, filled the air. Ha! A splendid game! My path is not solitary. The situation had been shattered. An opening created. Good heavens, has he truly broken through? Which sacred land does he hail from? Is he truly capable of such moves? At that moment, the radiant lady of the shaking light rushed out of the courtyard, gazing skyward at the dissipating energy, murmuring, "Great ancestor, you have finally found fulfillment. Yet, I can no longer hear your teachings." Meanwhile, Li Changsheng clenched his fist, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He had yet to claim the prize for the poetry competition, yet he had already acquired the protective aura of the martial sovereign. How delightful! With this newfound power, he felt unafraid of any realm beneath the martial sovereign. Li Yuan's arrival elicited a shake of heads. The venerable scholar of Yuelu Academy surveyed the chessboard, nodding silently. The exquisite intricacies of the exquisite chess game were indeed astonishing, and the resolution was unexpectedly remarkable. Young hero Li, you truly astonish us. I hereby declare that in the second round of the poetry competition, it remains young hero Li. Young hero Li. The final event of the poetry assembly will take place in 3 days, where you are to compose a poem or lyric with the theme of martial prowess. We eagerly await your magnificent creation. Li Changsheng remarked. Very well. The literati and warriors surrounding him all sighed, their gazes fixated on the enigmatic youth, curious about his origins and identity. However, despite their inquiries, they found themselves utterly at a loss. With the chess game unraveled, the crowd gradually dispersed. Li Changsheng was about to depart when suddenly, a woman from the first sacred land intercepted him. Young hero Li, the holy maiden requests your presence. This evening at dusk, we shall share drinks aboard the flower boat on Taihu Lake. Let us not miss this occasion. Li Changsheng's lips twitched. Had he become a target? Young men must truly take care to protect themselves while venturing into the world. Chapter 44. Why are you standing there in a daze? Undress. As twilight descended, Li Changsheng arrived at the flower boat on Taihu Lake as promised. His interest did not lie with the saintess, but rather in the knowledge that Duke Julu had dispatched assassins to eliminate him. As a pawn in the hands of the second prince, they were eager for his demise. Li Changsheng was certainly not one to underestimate the intelligence capabilities of his adversaries. In the martial arts realm, even in the absence of divine sight, there exist myriad peculiar methods to track individuals. Thus, he deemed it prudent to associate with prominent figures. Firstly, it would allow him to establish his reputation and prove his worth. Secondly, he was curious as to why the saintess had secretly summoned him to the flower boat. Of course, the term flower boat is a broad reference. Initially, it referred to luxurious vessels chartered by noble families for excursions, but over time, it took on a more flamboyant connotation, adorned with the allure of fireworks and willows. For the elite, this became a source of prideful conversation. In truth, there were also many legitimate boat excursions. The absence of life-altering choices was likely not a significant concern. As the sun set, the flower boats on Taihu Lake floated gracefully, with martial artists, scholars, and songstresses competing to outshine one another. Please, young Master Li, come aboard alone. Our master's servants, who are of no consequence, should not be denied entry. Gentlemen, it suffices for me to be accompanied by the few small boats nearby. Li Changsheng nodded, and with that, Kong Ding, Guoshen, and the others ceased to follow. He boarded the vessel alone, only to discover he was the sole occupant. As he traversed the deck and the narrow corridor, he beheld a spacious salon adorned with flowers, where the melodious strains of music wafted through the air. It was none other than Miaoshi, who had been playing the instrument. Upon catching sight of Li Changsheng, she ceased her performance. Young Master Li, please take a seat. Li Changsheng inquired. How did the saintess extend her invitation to me? If you do not elucidate, I dare not take a seat. And Miaoshi rose gracefully, her long, goose-yellow, cross-collared robe flowing elegantly, her ample bosom accentuating the garment. A belt cinched tightly at her slender waist. To his astonishment, she was barefoot, revealing a pair of pristine feet, adorned at the ankles with a red cord embellished with gold and jade. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, clearly styled to appear deliberately disheveled. One must concede that the classical beauty, the chivalrous maiden of the martial world, rendered Li Changsheng, accustomed as he was to extraordinary figures. Unable to find any rivals in this saintess, not even among the retouched beauties, save for his own wife, Xin Weiyang. Your Highness. And Miaoshi approached and unexpectedly performed a kneeling gesture of reverence. Li Changsheng was equally astonished, stroking the false beard upon his face. How could it be that he was so easily discerned? No wonder there was such initiative. It turned out his identity had been uncovered. How did you come to know of my true identity? The crown prince has scarcely changed since childhood. Or has your highness forgotten the little girl who played chess by the edge of the Qianlong abyss? Li Changsheng scoffed. I am no longer a mere prince. A prince is a prince, an immutable truth that no one can alter. Li Changsheng sat down with a thud, crossing his legs, and felt a considerable sense of ease upon having his identity uncovered. Get up, he said. Surely you did not invite me here merely to expose who I am? Speak your mind. And Miaoshi slowly rose to her feet. The slowness was palpable. Her collar was suddenly pressed down by the weight of her bosom, revealing a glimpse of snowy white skin. Hiss. Li Changsheng was taken aback, his gaze unexpectedly landing on her ample curves. He was momentarily stunned. Truly, the ancient times were preferable, devoid of constraints. What was naturally prominent was easily discernible. A beauty like in Miaoshi could only be described as a rare gem of the mortal realm. Li Changsheng found it amusing. No wonder even the waitstaff at the tavern claimed that a single glance was worth dying for. And Miaoshi rose to fetch some food and a little wine for Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng chose a seat by the window, facilitating his escape. Through the glass, he could see the boat gliding to the center of the lake, surrounded by the melodious laughter of swallows and warblers, which made his ears flush with warmth. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure darting past. Zhao Xuanji? He was perplexed by her methodical search through each flower boat, encountering resistance and even receiving a beating. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before her attention turned to his vessel. How did she arrive here? And with a companion? One might mistakenly assume they were apprehending a scandal. Li Changsheng harbored no desire to engage further with his biased mother. He would never grant her forgiveness. In times of his solitude and despair, she had turned a blind eye to him, and now that he had risen to prominence, she regretted her indifference. He immediately stood up, preparing to depart. Your Highness? And Miaoshi, who had just brought forth the peach blossom brew, inquired, Are you leaving so soon after your arrival? Li Changsheng said, Zhao Xuanji has arrived. I have no desire to meet her. I shall take my leave. And Miaoshi, astonished, replied, The esteemed goddess? Your Highness, we are already at the center of the lake. How can your small boat escape? Perhaps I could assist you in finding a hiding place. Li Changsheng remarked, Very well. Where's the wardrobe? I shall take a moment to crouch down. Yet, there was no wardrobe on the vessel, nor even a lower deck. Only a large wooden tub for bathing remained, still containing warm water. Clearly, and Miaoshi had just finished bathing prior to her meeting with Li Changsheng. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated from the bow of the ship. Zhao Xuanji had boarded. Upon learning that it was an nephew's vessel, I sought to inquire about an individual from him. And Miaoshi gestured towards the tub and said, Your Highness, if you do not mind the filth, why not take refuge inside for a moment? The water can mask your presence, and even an adept will not discern your aura. Li Changsheng felt there was no other way and decided to endure it. He directly leapt into the water bucket. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Xuanji entered. The attendant swordsman immediately began searching the ship without any regard for reason. Zhao Xuanji cast a glance and then noticed the emerging in Miaoshi. Goddess, I greet you, Junior. May I inquire whom the esteemed elder seeks? Alas, I am the only person aboard. Although both were disciples of the foremost holy land, Zhao Xuanji not only possessed greater strength but also held a higher status, her standing in the martial world being beyond compare. Zhao Xuanji questioned Miaoshi. It has been some time since we last met. Why are you alone steering the boat? And why have your subordinates followed in a smaller vessel? She continued. I heard that your family's precious chess game has been disrupted. Where are your guests? And Miaoshi replied, The esteemed guest had matters to attend to and departed. Oh, have you just bathed? Zhao Xuanji inquired. Indeed, I was just about to retire for the night. At that moment, Jianxin had completed a thorough search and found nothing. Zhao Xuanji approached in Miaoshi's quarters and playfully stirred the water in the bucket. The bucket was filled with fragrant flowers, and the dim light rendered the bottom of the water invisible to the naked eye. Failing to uncover anything, she turned back and said, As the holy maiden of the foremost sacred land, it is imperative to maintain your virtue before marriage, lest those vile men tarnish your purity. And Miaoshi extended her delicate arm, the mark of the silkworm still visible. Rest assured, esteemed goddess, I am aware. Zhao Xuanji remarked. The person I seek is my eldest son, who has recently been driven away by his majesty. If you happen to encounter him, please persuade him to return. Certainly. And Miaoshi responded. This is his portrait. Is he the young talent who composed the Peach Blossom Cottage? And Miaoshi gazed at the likeness, unmistakably recognizing Li Changxing. Yet she shook her head in denial. No, it is not him. If you see him, notify me immediately, Zhao Xuanji expressed, disappointment evident in her voice. After speaking, she turned to leave, and Miaoshi escorted her to the bow of the ship and then hurried back, exclaiming, Your Highness, your mother has departed. Li Changxing let out a long sigh as he emerged from the water, his head breaking the surface. It seemed quite different from what he had envisioned. Yet this was rather expected. As he stepped out, drenched to the skin, he was enveloped in the same floral fragrance that clung to Miaoshi. And Miaoshi remarked, Your Highness, why are you in a daze? Do take off your clothes. Isn't this uncomfortable for you? Li Changxing touched the water on his face and inquired, Do you have any garments to replace? And Miaoshi replied, Your Highness, how can you say such a thing? As an unmarried woman, I possess no attire suitable for a man. I shall send someone to procure a set, and it would be a perfect opportunity for your Highness to cleanse yourself thoroughly. Li Changxing found this agreeable and thus consented. Chapter 45. The Saintess's Small Request. What are you anticipating? In Shuzhou City, the Marquis of Julu arrived at the Taihu region accompanied by a cadre of assassins. The National Master's divination foretold that the Crown Prince was aboard a flower boat in Taihu within Shuzhou City. Search thoroughly. No vessel should be overlooked. Locate the individual. And once found, kill without mercy. The assassins swiftly plunged into the water, swimming towards the various boats on Taihu in search of Li Changxing's figure. Under the cover of night, Zhao Xuanji scoured each boat for signs of him. Meanwhile, in Shuzhou City, the Sword Saint stood resolutely on a pavilion. Not far from him, atop a high tower, stood the great Yu Sword Saint. Li Chugang remarked, Your Li family's reputation is truly commendable. Once I find Li Changxing, I shall alter his name to bear my surname, Zhao. Henceforth he shall be known as Zhao Changxing. With a hand casually placed behind him and stroking his beard, Li Chugang chuckled, unfazed by the provocation from his longtime rival. He replied, It is our Li family's honor to have such a firstborn grandson. It is not your Zhao family that has wronged him. Zhao Xuanji, having raised your 3 children in such a manner, your family bears the responsibility. Zhao Xinchao retorted, The failure to educate falls upon the father. I acknowledge my daughter's shortcomings in her upbringing. However, the predicament surrounding Li Changxing is a consequence of your son. Li Yuan's incompetence. Li Chang'an wished to avoid the futile quarrel of determining who was right or wrong. He remarked, As long as you acknowledge your guilt, that suffices. You ought to observe the exceptional talents participating in this year's martial arts conference. Have you not noticed? Humph, you seem hesitant to speak now, don't you? Zhao Xingchao, having made a snide comment, soon realized that many prodigies from various regions had gathered in Shuzhou over the past few days, accompanied by numerous influential figures. Although their presence was not overtly disclosed, the weighty atmosphere was unmistakably amiss. Particularly, the powers derived from certain unique bloodlines could not be concealed. Higher-tier martial artists possessed a certain intuition. The descendants of the Tianfeng lineage and practitioners of witchcraft were among those present, as well as several other unfriendly old-timers who had emerged from seclusion. It appeared that they were all drawn by the ancient treasure, the Human Emperor's banner. With the Human Emperor's banner manifesting within the boundaries of our great Yu, it rightfully belongs to us. Why should these individuals meddle? Upon hearing the Sword Saint's grievances, Zhao Xinchao burst into laughter, exclaiming, Li Chang'an, you seem more concerned about power than your own grandson. I assure you, the Human Emperor's banner rests with Li Changxing. Li Chugang remarked, Children may throw tantrums, yet inevitably, they return. However, these newly emerged prodigies pose a significant threat to the First Sacred Land, as well as to our Li clan. This transcends mere childish antics. Zhao Xingchao responded, Our First Sacred Land is safeguarded by Miaoshi. Who does your Li clan possess in this generation? In Taihu, Li Changxing instructed his subordinates to replace the water in the wooden tub, allowing him to bathe anew. He pondered the possibility of Zhao Xuanji arriving and forcibly taking him back. Would this not conflict with his quest for fame and renown? Despite their severed ties, why do remnants of the past still linger? The thought of returning fills him with dread. Perhaps upon his return, he would be confined. Moments later, a completely new set of garments was presented to him. Li Changsheng emerged from his chamber, clad in fresh garments, as the two resumed their seats. And Miaoshi urged, "Your Highness, why must you leave the imperial capital? Even the Empress has pursued you. I fear the Emperor will be concerned for your well-being. Is this the sole reason for summoning me?" "Not entirely," he replied. "In this world, how many children dare to defy their parents? Such behavior epitomizes disloyalty and unfilial conduct. And I worry that you may become the target of public scorn, facing dire straits in the future. One should not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their hardships. You must experience my trials. Your benevolence may not mirror mine. I comprehend your good intentions. Yet the depths of this matter are too profound for you to navigate. I counsel you to refrain from further discussion." And Miaoshi, momentarily silenced by his retorts, sighed, "Indeed. You are a gifted scholar. Your prowess in debate is remarkable. It appears I have been overly inquisitive." Li Changxing was not one to become irate with someone he had just met. He inquired, "Pray tell, what brings you to seek my presence? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Let tonight be regarded as a chance to forge a new friendship." And Miaoshi produced the exquisite chessboard from the previous game, stating, "This chessboard was bequeathed by my ancestors. Your Highness, did you encounter my forebear during the resolution of the game?" "Indeed, I did." The chess sage possessed an ethereal grace, exuding both refinement and elegance, and he departed with great joy. And Miaoshi continued, "In truth, this chessboard harbors another remarkable aspect. It ensnares the players within the illusory confines of the Taishu chess game once more." "Oh, and what of it? Was the Jinlong chess game not already unraveled?" "Your Highness may have unraveled the game, yet the chessboard has now ensnared you, rendering it unusable to others. Should one wish to utilize it anew, a second player must triumph over you first." "Oh, I see. So, in the end, I have unwittingly become a mere tool. That relic belongs to the chess sage. It rightfully belongs to its rightful owner." Li Changxing silently berated himself. "Indeed, why else would one invite you? What was I foolishly hoping for? Surely, a dignified saintess would not merely fall into my embrace after I resolve a chess puzzle or compose a poem. This matter is straightforward. I shall unravel it for you." Grasping the chessboard, an enchanting atmosphere once again enveloped the surroundings. Li Changxing once again entered the realm of the chessboard illusion. Only after he activated the chessboard could Miaoshi's consciousness enter. They casually engaged in a game. And it was evident that Miaoshi's skill was no match for his. With just a few moves, she was left utterly defeated. And Miaoshi had not anticipated Li Changxing's formidable prowess. However, in the end, he showed mercy, voluntarily conceding the game to allow her victory. Thus, this wondrous chessboard was returned to its rightful owner. "Thank you, Your Highness," and Miaoshi said, cradling the chessboard left by her ancestor. Now an object she could command with ease. Li Changxing remarked, "It is of no consequence. I have also gained considerable insight." He glanced at the time. The night had deepened. Having not encountered the assassins of the giant deer marquis, he surmised that he was safe for the evening. He stated, "Please take me ashore." Observing Li Changxing's urgency to depart without extending an invitation for a few games of chess, and Miaoshi felt a flicker of doubt. Did she possess no allure? Was she devoid of any charm? During the martial arts conference, the number of warriors seeking an audience with her was overwhelming. Those wretched men would employ any means to catch a glimpse of her. Why then was the crown prince disinterested? Just as Miaoshi opened her mouth to speak, a sudden splash resonated from outside. Subsequently, the voice of Kong Ding echoed, "There are assassins." No sooner had the words left his lips than the ship's window shattered. 4 drenched assassins clambered aboard. "We found him. It is indeed he. Attack." These 4 assassins were remarkably skilled. Upon confirming Li Changxing's identity, they simultaneously lunged forward with their swords. Instantly, the small flower boat's cabin was suffused with spiritual energy, and under the immense force of their assault, the vessel's structural integrity was compromised. In the blink of an eye, and Miaoshi had dispatched 2 of the assassins. "Martial Kingrealm," she exclaimed. "Ah, little girl, your prowess is commendable, yet you are no match for us." Despite her efforts to fend off 2 adversaries, and Miaoshi, sensing the disparity in their realms, soon found herself being pushed back. Meanwhile, Li Changxing remained as steadfast as a mountain. Clang, clang, clang. 4 consecutive strikes landed upon his martial emperor realm's protective chi. This was the final gift from the chess sage after completing the exquisite chess game. It had truly saved his life. The assassin's blows struck him as if against an iron plate, producing no sound. Wasn't he a martial master? The intelligence had been erroneous. Retreat. Realizing the situation was turning unfavorable, the 4 assassins attempted to withdraw. However, In the next moment, Li Changxing brandished the human emperor flag, his expression fierce. Attempt to flee? It is my turn now. Kneel before me. Chapter 46. Fight to the death. Never look back. Li Changxing had long anticipated the presence of assassins. However, he did not expect them to possess such formidable strength at this moment. There were, astonishingly, 4 of them at the martial king level. Merely summoning these 4 martial emperor experts would entail a significant cost. The human emperor's banner, the loyal soul army. The time has come. Strike. Li Changxing infused his true energy, causing the diminutive human emperor's flag to undergo a remarkable transformation as the 5,000 loyal spirits of the army surged forth. Beneath the moonlit night, a shadow of a chess piece emerged in the center of Taihu. The masters of Shuzhou, witnessing this spectacle, were all struck with awe. Each heroic spirit charged toward the assassin, effectively thwarting the various martial arts techniques that had been poised to strike at Li Changxing's vital points. The attacks from the loyal army, though seemingly ethereal, possessed a transparent quality akin to sword chi or blade aura, wielding lethal destructive power. While they could not contest the martial king realm, their sheer numbers allowed for a sudden ambush, catching the 4 martial king assassins completely off guard. However, unlike the master of the Wu family, they were quick to react. Despite suffering surprise injuries, they managed to escape with their lives. Yet, the realm of the martial world differs from the battlefield. In the martial world, one typically faces only a handful of adversaries, at most a few dozen. In contrast, the 5,000 loyal spirits elevated the stakes significantly. When one fell, another would immediately take its place, while the injured would retreat to the human emperor's flag to recuperate. 5,000 mere mortals would indeed be insufficient against the martial king realm, but these 5,000 loyal spirits were far from ordinary. They were formidable souls meticulously selected from the abyss of the dead, their previous resentment now transformed into overwhelming power. After a fierce clash, a small boat shattered, and 3,000 loyal spirits surrounded the 4 assassins, each sustaining injuries. Li Changxing, brandishing the human emperor's flag from a vantage point, coldly declared, "Who sent you? Speak, or you shall become sustenance for my flag." The 4 assassins, taken aback by the strength of this ancient weapon, exchanged glances and resolved, "Let us join forces and fight our way out." However, in the next moment, a dozen top-tier experts descended from the heavens, with those of the martial monarch realm appearing as mere juniors, while the blade saint and sword saint of the martial emperor realm presented an imposing spectacle. "Grandson, your grandfather has arrived," they proclaimed. "Which villain dares to commit murder within the borders of Daiyu?" Simultaneously, the sword saint and blade saint struck, effortlessly subduing the 4 martial king assassins with a single move. The battle concluded in that instant. As they unmasked the assailants, it was revealed that 2 were elders from the First Holy Land, while the other 2 were notorious demonic tyrants from the Eastern Wasteland. Li Chuangang exclaimed, "Zhao Shenqiao, how could one from the First Sacred Land act in such a manner? Are you intent on harming my beloved grandson?" This left Zhao Shenqiao bewildered. How could a formidable figure from the First Sacred Land indulge in such despicable acts? The underlying implications undoubtedly pointed to discord among brethren. In that moment, he was at a loss for words. However, below him, Li Changxing scoffed, "What is there to be surprised about? Whether it be the Li clan or the First Sacred Land, they all yearn for my demise. They desire my status as crown prince to remain vacant, so that Li Qingjian may ascend without challenge, silencing all who dare question his legitimacy. But I shall not yield. Spare me your feigned sympathy. You must be aware that I possess the emperor's banner, and you come for me because of it. I have proclaimed in the court that from this day forth, my ties with you are severed. Do not delude yourselves into thinking I would feel any gratitude towards you." Li Chuangang furrowed his brow, pondering the child's excessive anger. Zhao Xingqiao hastily interjected, "Grandson, I am your biological grandfather. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. These 4 individuals deserve to perish. I shall take their lives this very moment." With that, 4 lethal blades of energy were unleashed. The 4 assassins were instantly cleaved in 2, their blood staining the waters of Taihu. Li Changxing exclaimed, "I am on the verge of capturing them and interrogating the mastermind behind this scheme." "Why are you so eager to shield Li Qingjian from the truth?" Zhao Shenqiao hurriedly replied, "No, absolutely not." "Oh dear, how did things escalate so quickly? Daughter, you must swiftly clarify this to your elder cousin." Zhao Xuanji soared through the air on her sword. She gazed at the imperial flag in Li Changxing's grasp. He resembled a youthful hero, standing resolutely upon the battlefield, exuding an air of formidable authority. In that moment, it was impossible to reconcile him with the frail, worthless figure she had encountered just 6 months prior, who had returned from the savage tribes. Li Changsheng underwent a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, the imperial flag was surprisingly in his possession. This assured the future of her great Yu and its foremost sacred ground. Regret consumed her. She lamented having been deceived by Li Changsheng's acting prowess, for he was indeed a gem lost in the vast ocean. She regretted having been misled by that fool. Li Yuan, Your Highness, remained silent. Li Changsheng disdainfully gestured towards Zhao Xuanji and scolded, "What a persistent, vengeful spirit. If you would allow me to journey to Yunzhou in peace, I would refrain from saying more. Yet, time and again, you send assassins. And you lavish such affection upon Li Chengjian. Is my very existence a mistake?" "No, Your Highness, Mother is not," Zhao Xuanji implored. "Mother has always been concerned for you." "Concerned for me? Then why did you not even attend my wedding? If you truly cared, you would not have sent me to Yunzhou without a single coin." Such concern indeed. Zhao Xuanji attempted to draw closer, but was repelled by the loyal Soul Army. With a troubled expression, she said, "Your Highness, Mother truly means no harm. You must believe me, it was your father's command." Suddenly, dark winds swept across Taihu Lake. A chilling female voice echoed, "You remain unchanged, Zhao Xuanji. Always deflecting blame onto men. You are not at fault. After all, you bear the brunt of it all. You are the pure white lotus." "Who is it?" Zhao Xuanji glared in anger. Before her stood a water column from which emerged an unremarkable woman clutching a stone tablet. That tablet was none other than the poem from the Peach Blossom Abode, transcribed by Li Changsheng. Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhao Xuanji gasped in shock. "It is you? The demoness of the magic sect, Lung Qianxue. Do you dare set foot in Great Yu?" The demoness sneered. "Why should I not? Lung Qianxue goes wherever she pleases." Li Changsheng also recognized her. "Senior? Ah, my dear disciple, you ought to address me as master." "What master?" "You learned my swordplay in secret and inscribed this poem. That makes you my disciple." "Your casual acceptance of disciples is rather unorthodox, senior. I have always been informal in accepting disciples. It primarily depends on fate. You seem quite fitting. Your good intentions are appreciated, but I do not require a master." "Is that so? If you decline, this ravenous pack will take you away. And even the imperial flag in your possession will be seized. However, if you become my disciple, you shall have whatever you desire in the future." Li Changsheng would undoubtedly refuse to be easily swayed by the nonsensical tales of others. However, now that his situation has been laid bare, he shall confront it with equanimity. Li Changsheng raised the imperial flag, and the 5,000 loyal souls of the army emerged, encircling him. "Loyal Soul Army, heed my command," the general proclaimed. "To the death. We shall not retreat." "Understood." In the heart of Taihu Lake, golden spirits of the fallen heroes tightly surrounded Li Changsheng, poised for battle, ready to unleash their fury at the slightest command. Li Changsheng gazed upon the formidable experts surrounding him and declared, "When my soul is utterly exhausted, I shall destroy this human sovereign banner. The object lies in my possession. Those with the capability may come and claim it." Turning to the Empress of Dayu, he added, "There is no need for further words. I have long discerned your sentiments towards me over the past 6 months." Observing the palpable animosity radiating from Li Changsheng, Zhao Shenqiao and Li Chuangang stood in stunned silence. This was no mere grandson they had never met. He was clearly an irreconcilable foe. The two elders exchanged a wordless glance at Zhao Xuanji, perplexed by how the couple had treated Li Changsheng. It was utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, tears welled in Zhao Xuanji's eyes, her heart heavy with remorse. How had she, in the past, allowed things to unfold this way? Chapter 47, a scathing rebuke to Zhao Xuanji. The first challenge by the shores of Taihu, the Duke of Julu regarded the imposing figure of Li Changsheng, who stood defiantly before Zhao Xuanji and her entourage. Overcome with fear, he stumbled back and hastily retreated. How could this be? How could he possibly gain possession of the human sovereign banner? Cursed be this fate. The Sword Saint and the Blade Saint had both appeared. For experts at the Martial King level, did they have any idea of the stakes involved? I must promptly inform His Highness. In stark contrast to the fleeing Duke of Julu, numerous opportunists gathered by Taihu, drawn by the ethereal silhouette of the human sovereign banner, which soared into the heavens, casting a radiant glow that made Li Changsheng appear as a god of war. The atmosphere had grown tense. Stepping forward, and Miaoshi spoke. "Your Highness, there is no need for such anxiety. Within the realm of Dayu, who would dare to seize your human sovereign banner? Since you are here to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I trust that the Empress, the Sword Saint, and the Grand Elder will ensure your safety." Zhao Shenqiao promptly affirmed, The words of the holy maiden resonate profoundly. Should anyone dare to harm my grandson, I shall show no mercy. Li Chang'an cast a glance at the surrounding martial arts experts, urging them to reflect upon their own standing. Li Changxing let out a cold snort, remaining non-committal, and promptly took to the skies. He could not participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, he decided to depart swiftly. Logically speaking, being in the company of the Emperor's banner should have brought him fame and fortune, right? Suddenly, a young man obstructed his path. He scolded, "Crown Prince of Dayu? Why are you traveling on the same vessel as Farian?" Li Changxing proclaimed, "I have triumphed as the champion of the poetry contest and have also unraveled the intricate Zhongluan chess game. The celestial being, and has invited me for a drink. What of it? Are you envious? By what right do you question me? Step aside." The young man wore an awkward expression, casting a glance at Miaoshi. His admiration evident. It became clear, he was merely a sycophant. Suddenly, the young man lashed out with harsh words. "I am but her friend. I have recently heard of your reputation, Prince of Dayu. You are a man devoid of virtue, capability, achievement, and purpose, having committed heinous acts against palace maidens and assaulted imperial envoys. You brazenly intrude upon the court, a disloyal, unfilial, and unjust individual. A person of your character seeks to approach the celestial being, and your intentions are reprehensible. I fear that it may fall victim to your tyrannical influence and suffer harm." Li Changxing furrowed his brow, pondering, "Have I offended you in any way? Could this individual possibly be sent by the Duke of Jiulu or the second prince?" The slanderous remarks were alarmingly similar. You cannot compose poetry and unable to unravel the intricate game of Jinlong to catch up with the Miaoshi. Thus you resort to tarnishing my reputation. To such a man, and Miaoshi, do you hold any fondness?" And Miaoshi, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, was at a loss for words. She replied, "Your Highness, this gentleman is none other than the heir of the Tianfeng lineage, Dan I-Jin. His clan possesses the enigmatic martial arts of the Nirvana path, with astonishing bloodline power, and he has already reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. He is a formidable contender in this year's martial arts tournament. The Tianfeng lineage? A mysterious martial arts family with a legacy spanning over a millennium, yet located far within the Yin dynasty. It is said that those who cultivate to the utmost can achieve the phoenix's rebirth, restoring youth, extending lifespan, and even attaining immortality." Li Changxing scoffed. What nonsense about bloodlines. What breed of beast is he, that he must be concerned with breeding? Such obsession with lineage is laughable. Li Changxing's sarcasm elicited a wave of laughter from those around him. However, Li Chang'an and Zhao Xuanji furrowed their brows, for they deemed Li Changxing's remarks excessively audacious. The heir of the Feng lineage possessed a background of considerable significance. His guardians were two formidable warriors of the martial sovereign realm, individuals whom the Great Yu could not afford to offend lightly. This situation represented an undeniable diplomatic crisis for the Great Yu. Zhao Xuanji quickly interjected, "Your Highness, please refrain from uttering such words." Li Changxing expressed his disdain, saying, "So he can insult me at will? Was it not he who first uttered insults against me? What? Can a mere dog on the roadside insult me, the son of yours? I see now. No, Changsheng, those who bullied you, the Li Wei and his son, as well as the people from Wu family fort, your mother has avenged you. Thus, when it comes to this so-called heavenly phoenix lineage, are they so powerful that they can insult me without consequence, and I must bow my head and apologize, just as you sacrificed me before the savage tribes? Is that right?" Zhao Xuanji was left speechless by his retort. "Why do you not heed your mother's words? She only wishes what is best for you." Li Changxing did not believe a single word of what was said. He then turned to Dan Tai-Jin and inquired, "Will you step aside?" Suddenly, Dan Tai-Jin drew his long sword and declared, "Where are we? This is the place where every young warrior makes a name for themselves. Do you have the courage to come here, yet lack the bravery to spar with me?" Upon hearing Dan Tai-Jin's challenge to Li Changxing, the onlookers were all visibly stirred. Li Changxing's prowess rests only in the mid-tier of the martial master realm. In stark contrast, Dan Tai-Jin stands at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. One nurtured from a young age by rare and precious resources, the other raised amidst the brutality of a savage tribe. What miraculous outcome could possibly arise from such a disparity? Zhao Xuanji exclaimed, "Young Master Dan Tai, this matter is inappropriate. My son has just returned from the wilderness and is not adept in cultivation. Your mastery at the peak of the martial sovereign realm makes the outcome all too evident." Dan Tai-Jin retorted, "So he is afraid? Ha! Such a coward who flees at the first sign of trouble. I shall not be devoid of compassion. You may escape if you wish, for life is long, and there will be many opportunities to run." Li Chongqing, rather than being incensed, found himself intrigued. You elevate yourself by resorting to the trivialities of others. Do you lack the ability to articulate your own thoughts? Have I ever stated my intention to depart? I merely feel that wielding the imperial banner is an unearned advantage. Upon the mention of the imperial banner, Dantai Jin hesitated, contemplating retreat. The imperial banner was an ancient sacred artifact, unparalleled and certainly beyond comparison with the weapons he possessed. Dantai Jin then modified his stance, stating, "Indeed, I have trained since childhood, while you, a wastrel raised in a savage tribe, would render my victory hollow, inviting ridicule from the world. Then let us forego the imperial banner on your part and my life-bound sword on mine. Let us engage in a fair contest." How brazenly shameless can the scion of the Tianfeng lineage be? Suddenly, the demonic sect's enchantress, Lang Qianxue, interjected, "Are you not merely bullying the honest? Dear disciple, do not heed his words." Li Chongqing replied with irritation, "Senior, I never agreed to become your disciple." Lang Qianxue interjected, "The duration of your cultivation varies. But I possess a fair method. Let us compare our innate talents and see which is stronger, the celestial phoenix bloodline or the long-lost Xiaolei bloodline of the Li clan." Xiaolei bloodline. Li Chongqing was unaware that the Li clan possessed such a remarkable bloodline. It is no wonder that previously, Li Chun relentlessly pursued him, wielding his sword to summon thunder with an astonishing might. Even after consuming a pill that elevated his rank thrice, he could not prevail. Nearby, someone remarked, "In the past, Emperor, you had 2 sons. If the crown prince possessed the Xiaolei bloodline, would he have been made a hostage?" Another added, "Indeed, it is evident that the crown prince lacked talent, leading to his sacrificial fate. It seems that the descendants of the Tianfeng lineage are far more formidable." Li Chongqing, however, was rather indifferent to such comparisons. Yet, he was curious to ascertain the strength of his own bloodline talent. He replied, "Very well, let us compare." Due to the involvement of the enchanting demoness from the dark sect, the heirs of the 2 esteemed families found themselves engaged in a contest of innate abilities. Li Chongqing inquired, "How shall we compare?" Lang Qianxue produced an ancient bell and stated, "This is the sacred artifact of our sect, utilized to assess the aptitude and understanding of our disciples. It resonates a total of 9 times. Silence denotes an ordinary individual. 3 chimes signify excellence. 6 chimes indicate extraordinary talent, and 9 chimes are unparalleled in the world. To this day, in the eastern wilderness, there have only been 1 or 2 who have achieved the 9 chimes. I trust that those present are also familiar with our sect's sacred bell." Li Chuangang, Zhao Shichao, and others nodded silently. They were well aware of the ancient bell capable of measuring one's innate talent in martial arts. It seemed as though everyone shared an unspoken understanding, eager to witness the potential of Li Chongqing. It is worth noting that he had only returned to Dayu 6 months prior, completely unfamiliar with the ways of cultivation. Li Chongqing remained unperturbed. The number of chimes held no significance for him, for he was endowed with extraordinary gifts. He mused to himself, "It would be preferable if there were no chimes at all, allowing these bothersome individuals to depart and granting me the tranquility I desire." However, he was aware that he could ascertain whether he possessed the bloodline of the Xiaolei. Dantai Jin, with a triumphant smirk, proclaimed, "A talent test? Such trivialities are fit for a 3-year-old. What harm is there in repeating it? Allow me to demonstrate what true despair feels like." Dantai Jin initiated the test, his hand resting upon the enigmatic ancient bell. Dong, 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 dong. The bell resonated 6 times in total, its sound reverberating with a deafening clarity, reminiscent of an ancient and profound toll. The volume was so immense that it echoed throughout the entirety of Shuzhou, then across the vast expanse of Dayu, before finally subsiding. Dantai Jin, with his chin held high, reveled in his superiority, believing his talent was unparalleled among his peers. "It is now your turn, the discarded prince of Dayu. Individuals like you should refrain from standing alongside Farian, as you may tarnish her reputation." "How petty, the king of jealousy," Li Chongqing scoffed under his breath. He reached out to touch the ancient bell. Dong, 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 dong. Each chime surpassed the last in volume. The onlookers listened intently, their expression shifting from calm to sheer astonishment, for the number of chimes had exceeded that of Dantai Jin. How many chimes? 9 chimes? 9 chimes. Chapter 48. The 9-chime prodigy, contention from all sides. Dong, dong, dong. A full 9 chimes resonated, their sound transcending Dayu, reaching the eastern wilderness, the northern tribes, and the ancestral lands of the eastern sea demons. The entirety of the continent was made aware that a prodigious talent had emerged from the eastern wilderness. "This is impossible," Zhao Xuanji exclaimed in disbelief. In families with martial traditions, children typically undergo talent tests around the ages of 5 or 6. Though the methods may vary, the results are generally consistent. Li Chongqing had previously been assessed as merely above average. However, upon returning from his journey to the savage tribes, his innate gifts had astonishingly transformed. The ancient bell of the demonic sect, a sacred artifact of her dark order, had only appeared a handful of times in the eastern wilderness since antiquity, the last instance being over 10 millennia ago with the first emperor of the eastern wilderness. Now, her son possessed such extraordinary talent. It all made sense. No wonder he could swiftly ascend from a novice in cultivation to the mid-stage of a martial master in such a short span. Oh, Empress of Dayu, how could you allow the barbarians to take the crown prince as a hostage? Goodness, the talent of the Dayu crown prince is indeed terrifying, one in a myriad. Had he not been delayed in cultivation for over 20 years? It is unfathomable to consider how formidable he would have become had he been cultivating during those 2 decades. The Emperor of Dayu must be a fool to send such a gifted child as a hostage. Listening to the discussions around her, Zhao Xuanji felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. It turned out that the eldest son not only had to surpass the second son in talent, but was also endowed with exceptional gifts. How could she have sent such an outstanding son to the savage tribes? It was all Li Yuan's fault. Had he remained by her side, she would now possess a son of unparalleled talent, and she would not be subjected to other scorn. My dear son, you must forgive your mother. Meanwhile, and Miaoshi of the First Sacred Land also regarded Li Chongqing with newfound respect. She had not anticipated that he could not only compose poetry but also engage in chess and strategy, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits, with such high martial talent. Given time, he might even lead the Eastern Wilderness and become the new martial emperor. The ancient bell of the demonic sect resonated 9 times, astonishing everyone in the vicinity. A bolt of lightning illuminated the area around the bell, epitomizing Li Chongqing's bloodline of heavenly thunder. This indicated that his bloodline power was indeed formidable. The 9 chimes of the ancient bell were well-deserved. Li Chongqing remained composed, for he understood that his innate talent was not extraordinary. After 20 years of being a hostage, he had been rendered almost powerless. Upon his return to Dayu, Li Yuan had assessed his talent and bloodline, likely resigning to the fact at that time. His current prowess stemmed entirely from the Heavenly Demon Relic and the Heavenly Demon Transformation Pill. The latter had completely transformed him, while the former continuously released energy to refine his body. How could this not be advantageous? Now, how might I harness the power of this bloodline of heavenly thunder? Li Chongqing understood that the Li clan, as a martial arts family with a legacy spanning over a millennium, inherently possessed the ability to wield the power of thunder. If he could not harness it, would it not be a sheer waste? Surely, it was not mandatory to learn the Li family's techniques. Alas, it would be best to depart from this place and contemplate his next steps. He would rather rely on his own exploration to awaken this thunder power than resort to the Li clan's methods. Li Chongqing withdrew his hand, casting a glance at the dazed Dan Jin, and remarked, "It appears that someone's talent is rather mediocre. You have nothing more to say, do you? Your abilities do not merit a woman like Miaoshi. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance from her." Dan Jin's expression darkened. He had believed his own talent to be exceptional, only to discover the presence of a once-in-a-millennium genius. And Miaoshi's cheeks flushed, uncertain whether Li Chongqing was merely teasing her or subtly indicating his interest. Observing the exchange between them, Dan Jin's jealousy surged. As in Miaoshi was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wilderness, a pursuit he had engaged in for many years. Having been spoiled since childhood, he harbored a somewhat pathological desire for control, viewing in Miaoshi as his own. Dan Jin thought to himself, I cannot allow him to leave so easily. I must stifle his rise here and now. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted, belonging to a guardian. Young master, the crown prince of the great Yu possesses an ancient sacred artifact. How could our Tianfeng lineage lack one? Behold, the fire phoenix feather, as instructed by the clan head, to ensure the young master secures first place in the martial arts tournament. A gasp of astonishment resonated around them. The fire phoenix feather was a sacred treasure passed down through the Tianfeng clan, possessing immense power. Once projected, it would summon the phoenix fire soul, incinerating all in its path and allowing the wielder to manipulate it at will. Upon seeing that the family treasure had been brought forth, Dan Jin's confidence surged. He scoffed. Li Chongqing, now that we possess weapons of equal caliber, dare you face me in a fair duel? Those around them exchanged incredulous glances, deeming Dan Jin utterly shameless. It appeared that the Tianfeng lineage had invested heavily in this martial arts tournament, and it would not do to allow the great Yu crown prince an easy escape. This was a martial arts tournament. After all, conceding defeat was an option, was it not? To concede after being measured as an unparalleled prodigy? That would be a blow to one's pride. The demonic sect's enchantress, Lung Qianxue, stowed away her ancient bell. Her purpose in Su province was also to recruit disciples. Upon witnessing Li Changxing learn her swordsmanship from the steel she had inscribed at Yuelu Academy, she had developed a deep admiration for him. The earlier display of the ancient bell was merely to assess Li Changxing's talent. He was the perfect candidate for her disciple. She declared, "Dantai Jin, you have trained since childhood. My disciple has only just returned from the wilderness, having endured 20 years of hardship, and has only practiced for 6 months. Is this what you call fairness?" Dantai Jin, aware of his disadvantage, dared not retort. However, the guardian behind him interjected, "A true hero does not dwell on past glories. The martial arts tournament is taking place in the present. The competition lies in the now." The enchantress, Long Qianxue, interjected, "My dear disciple, let us not concern ourselves with him. Come, let us return." A voice from the first sacred ground shouted in protest, "Long Qianxue, do not recklessly claim relationships. That is my precious grandson. Li Changxing, should you be willing to join our great Zhou, His Majesty will appoint you as a prince consort. Come to our everlasting sacred ground, and you shall become the new holy son. I willingly relinquish my position as holy son." Wow. The various factions surrounding were all eager to extend olive branches to Li Changxing, attempting to recruit him. This infuriated Lung Qianxue, who scolded fiercely, "What are you doing? He is my disciple. Do not attempt to take him away." Li Changxing was at a loss for words. What was going on with this enchantress? He responded politely, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your appreciation. However, I currently have no intention of taking a master or joining any faction." Li Changxing glanced at Dantai Jin and said, "Allow me to first dispatch this obstructive toad." Li Changxing's determination was unexpected to others. Even if he chose not to compete, there would be no cause for concern. As a mere novice in the martial arts realm, the odds were evidently stacked against him in this unfair contest. The boy was simply too ambitious. While the gifted Dantai Jin could fully unleash the fire phoenix feather with his spiritual resonance, Li Changxing's imperial flag could not be completely liberated. This disparity was unjust. "You dare to insult me? That is tantamount to seeking death." Dantai Jin, infuriated by being called a mere obstruction and likened to a toad, seethed with rage. As the heir of the heavenly phoenix lineage, he was a prodigy wherever he went, a true dragon among men. Not just anyone could afford to insult him. In a fit of anger, he launched a surprise attack, pointing from a distance. Whoosh! A beam of chilling spiritual energy surged forth. Li Changxing reacted swiftly, evading the impending danger. Then, a tremendous sound erupted from the surface of Taihu Lake, followed by a resounding explosion. In an instant, the two combatants leaped gracefully into the air, skillfully navigating the lake's surface as they engaged in battle. Li Changxing summoned the imperial flag, commanding his army of 5,000 loyal spirits to relentlessly pursue and corner the elusive Dantai Jin. The overwhelming power of this weapon rendered the conflict akin to a father chastising his son, for the Tianfeng Ling was a lethal hidden weapon. Without this artifact, Dantai Jin stood no chance against the imperial flag. After exchanging dozens of blows, Dantai Jin found himself in a dire predicament. Suddenly, after enduring numerous attacks, he leaped onto a decorative boat, seizing the opportunity. Channeling his spiritual essence, he grasped the Tianfeng Ling and launched it with precision. In an instant, the Tianfeng Ling erupted into a fiery phoenix, illuminating the dark expanse of Taihu Lake. The flaming phoenix soared through the night sky, following the direction of Dantai Jin's finger as it hurtled towards Li Changxing. Li Changxing raised the imperial flag, channeling his magical prowess to elevate his momentum to its zenith. Loyal Soul Army, stand firm. 5,000 loyal souls roared in unison. Kill! Kill! Chapter 49. A battle to ascend to divinity, dragon essence shaping above Taihu Lake. Dantai wielded his bare hands to suppress the tumult, continuously channeling spiritual resonance to catalyze the heavenly phoenix feather. Meanwhile, on the left, Li Changxing brandished the imperial flag, his true energy almost at full eruption, as the 5,000 loyal souls engaged in fierce combat with the blazing phoenix. The heavenly phoenix feather, truly a sacred relic of the phoenix lineage, it exhibited formidable power. Even in the hands of a mere martial ancestor, it could contend with a martial king. Such is the might of a sacred artifact, capable of challenging beyond its tier. But could Li Changxing withstand it? Boom. After a prolonged standoff, a massive explosion erupted at the heart of Taihu. The shockwave surged, causing onlookers' garments to flutter wildly, while flower boats were swept ashore. The confrontation of the two ancient sacred artifacts resulted in a stalemate. Zhao Xuanji was astounded. A draw? The imperial flag hasn't even been fully unleashed, yet it prevailed? Zhao Shenqiao countered, not at all. The heavenly phoenix feather is also an ancient sacred relic, comparable in rank, and with the release of spiritual resonance, its power is amplified. However, the strategic utilization of the 5,000 loyal souls allowed the imperial flag to endure. The sorceress Lung Qinxue scoffed. Zhao Xuanji, are you blind? Clearly. Your son's techniques are superior. His endurance surpasses that of Dantai. Dantai's spiritual resonance has been entirely depleted, yet his true energy remains robust. Zhao Xuanji retorted, do not set your sights on my son. He will not take you as his master. At the center of the battlefield, the 5,000 loyal souls withstood the strike from the blazing phoenix, though the power of the dead souls was greatly consumed. Nevertheless, they had not completely vanished, each one, at the brink of collapse, was guided back under Li Changxing's command to the imperial flag. In the final moments, the loyal souls had just exhausted Dantai's spiritual resonance. The heavenly phoenix feather remained unscathed, but the 5,000 loyal souls could no longer continue fighting. They required spiritual nourishment to recover. The two men exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that even the ancient sacred artifacts could no longer be wielded. Whoosh! Yet, Li Changxing did not relent. He struck first, drawing forth his life sword and sweeping it across. Clang! Dantai immediately parried with his own sword. Dantai, having exhausted himself and wielding the heavenly phoenix feather, was now drained. Although his martial realm was superior, he lacked the strength to counter, relying solely on his physical prowess, which was insufficient against the still formidable Li Changxing. In disbelief, he exclaimed, how could you? Li Changxing possesses the celestial demon relic and is perpetually engaged in the cultivation of supreme demonic arts. Thus he naturally retains ample strength. With one sword strike after another, employing the series of sword techniques from the void demon divine art, he swiftly forced Dan Taijin to retreat in disarray. Ultimately, Li Changxing even tore apart Dan Taijin's garments, sending his hairpin flying off his head. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished, for Dan Taijin was a prominent contender in this year's martial arts tournament, a likely candidate for victory. Yet now, he was merely being toyed with by Li Changxing. Crown Prince of Daiyu, cease at once. The protector of the heavenly phoenix lineage promptly intervened to shield Dan Taijin, fearing that further mockery would extinguish the spirit of their young master. Li Changxing raised the corner of his mouth in triumph, questioning, so, can we still engage in a fair battle? At that moment, Dan Taijin appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray and his belt hanging loosely. A far cry from the dignified demeanor of a noble heir. Humph. Dan Taijin said nothing and turned to leave. This turn of his head signified an admission of defeat. Li Changxing let out a long sigh. He had exhausted much of his true energy and was nearing his limit. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. This battle had immortalized his name, elevating him to glory in the Great Yu, and he was ready to claim his reward. Dragon Essence. Suddenly, a dark red orb of energy manifested in Li Changxing's hand. The dragon essence had unexpectedly appeared before him. To avoid any further complications, he swallowed it whole. Upon consuming the dragon essence, Li Changxing's body erupted in a brilliant crimson light, and a faint red dragon silhouette spiraled out from him. With a thunderous roar, the absorbed dragon essence reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Before the onlookers could fully grasp the magnitude of Li Changxing's triumph over the celestial prodigy of the Tianfeng lineage, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Could it be that such a renowned genius of ancient times could achieve a breakthrough with such ease? Was it truly possible to ascend so effortlessly following a mere contest? The heavenly demon relic swiftly assimilated the energy bestowed by the dragon essence, while his flesh and blood absorbed and integrated the unique attributes it offered. By refining this treasure, he would acquire formidable regenerative abilities and significantly enhance his martial prowess. As his cultivation progressed, the temperature in the vicinity surged, enveloping Taihu Lake in a veil of mist that gradually surrounded Li Changxing. Suddenly, Zhao Shenqiao, Li Chenggan, and others descended around him, seemingly aware of his impending breakthrough, wishing to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, their concerns were unwarranted. During the absorption of the dragon essence, Li Changxing was protected by the martial emperor's aura, bestowed upon him by the chess sage within the rare chess game. This was precisely why he dared to break through in public. His earlier restraint was merely a sign of respect for his opponent. After a brief moment, Li Chongqing exhaled a deep breath, having successfully ascended to the martial sovereign realm. Of course, the rapid progression through two minor realms was only a fraction of the dragon essence's influence. The more significant transformation lay in the qualitative leap of his physical body, granting him the ability to heal. In this grand era of martial arts, those with extraordinary bloodlines were also endowed with regenerative capabilities. Yet now, Li Chongqing possessed the most potent ability and innate talent that surpassed even those born with such advantages. This was the true enhancement bestowed by the dragon essence. Envision a future where Li Chongqing engages in fierce battles, both parties emerging battered and bruised. Yet, while his adversaries languish, Li Chongqing steadily recovers, inciting dread in the hearts of his foes. As the mist dissipated, Li Chongqing found himself rejuvenated, sensing the spiritual essence at his dantian. Unlike true qi, this was not energy nourished by flesh and blood. It resembled a transformation of true qi into a higher form of energy. Li Chongqing raised the imperial flag, infusing it with a torrent of spiritual essence. The severely wounded 5,000 loyal souls found a moment of respite, reigniting their indomitable spirit and strength. Boom. One by one, the loyal souls reformed their ranks. Long live your highness. The army of loyal souls cheered in unison. Buzz, nourished by the essence of souls. The imperial flag was completely liberated. It transformed into its ultimate form, a dragon-headed pole, its tip resembling a long spear, adorned with peculiar engraved patterns. A larger banner unfurled, dancing in the wind, seemingly alive and vibrant. The loyal souls charged forth. Yes, your highness. Li Chongqing directly commanded the loyal soul army to clear the path. And then he departed. He had already achieved fame and garnered rewards. Oh, by the way, there remains the final challenge of the poetry competition, which requires composing a verse on the theme of martial prowess. Li Chongqing turned back to find a multitude of formidable figures gazing at him. However, their intent was not to take his life. Zhao Xuanji was still weeping, hoping that her tears might persuade this wayward son to return. Zhao Shenxiao, in a state of exasperation, racked his brain in an attempt to convince his obstinate grandson of his sincerity. Others present felt the urge to act, but hesitated, fully aware of the immense power wielded by the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint, given that they were still within the territory of the Great Yu. Stirring the wrath of the esteemed war god Li Yuan posed a significant risk. The very possibility of leaving Great Yu alive was in question. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to refrain from taking action. Li Chongqing observed these individuals, their cautious demeanor eliciting a sense of amusement within him. With grandiose spirit, he recited a poem inspired by the illustrious poet Li Bai, inserting it into the proceedings. May snow blankets the mountains in May. No blossoms adorn the chill. From the flute, the sound of willows bends, yet spring's colors remain unseen. At dawn, we battle to the beat of drums. By night, I rest with a jade saddle. I long to wield the sword at my side, to cleave through the palace gates. In the final line, he replaced Lulong with palace gates, conveying a clear intent. And Miaoshi, please take this poem to the selection. Should I emerge victorious at the poetry competition, do remember to reserve the reward for me. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 50. Yu Huang, astonished, recalled the second prince's sword under the cover of night. The news of Li Chongqing's extraordinary talent, marked by the resounding 9 chimes from the bell of the Demon Gate in Shuzhou, swiftly reached the imperial capital of Daiyu. What? That rebellious child possesses such a remarkable talent? Could it be that Lang Qianxue has deceived the world with a counterfeit bell? What? He wields the imperial banner? No wonder. No wonder. What? He has defeated the Tianfeng clan, who bore ancient sacred artifacts. The crown prince triumphed at the poetry competition in Shuzhou. One sensational piece of news after another cascaded in. The Emperor of Yu felt a surge of anxiety. The imperial banner. It is an ancient relic capable of summoning 1,000,000 heroic spirits to battle. A single man can lead an army. How could it have fallen into the hands of that rebellious child? No, it cannot be. The crown prince's talent is so exceptional. What on earth has gone awry? Upon his return, I feared that he was merely a trickster manipulated by the barbarians and specifically tested the prince's bloodline, which indeed confirmed it as mine. Yet, during the assessment of his talent, he was clearly of ordinary aptitude. How could this be? The emperor was elated. The imperial banner, an ancient relic, astonishingly belongs to the Li family. My Li clan shall rise. Li Yuan admitted his regret. He should not have expelled Li Chongqing from the imperial capital so hastily. Instead, he ought to have offered him a modicum of compassion. The Empress Yu promptly commanded, Summon the second prince, Li Qingjian. Yes. Before long, Li Qingjian arrived. Adorned in splendid robes, with the sword of the late emperor hanging at his side, constantly eager to display his favorite status. Father, did you call for me? Indeed. After much contemplation, I still believe that the sword of the late emperor does not suit you. What? Before Li Qingjian could react, the empress effortlessly drew the sword back to her. Li Qingjian's face turned pale. Today he had just hosted a grand banquet for his ministers, reveling in the company of esteemed officials and his kin from the Li clan. Suddenly, he was summoned by the emperor under the cover of night. He presumed it was an urgent matter and hurriedly made his way there, only to discover that it was a retraction of the imperial decree. You still claim to be a sovereign ruler? Yet, Li Yuan, with his thick skin, dismissed the gravity of the situation. For the high office was not a mere gift that could be rescinded at will. Li Yuan remarked, the martial arts tournament is imminent. Why do you linger here? Your lack of diligence and your incessant scheming with factions are disheartening. You have greatly disappointed me. Li Qingjian's mind was in a state of turmoil. What could have happened? It was as if he had been suddenly reprimanded without any apparent reason. Li Qingjian hastily knelt, stating, Father, I have not dared to neglect my cultivation for even a moment, and I am now at the early stage of the martial sovereign realm. Humph. What use is the martial sovereign realm? Li Yuan rebuked fiercely. At the age of 16, I had already entered the martial sovereign realm. That day, the prodigy of the phone lineage, Dantai Jin, has now reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Are you capable of battling him? Li Qingjian was so frightened that he dared not speak much. Li Yuan further remarked, just moments ago, the crown prince has already vanquished Dantai Jin. Even without striving for transparency, his name has already resounded throughout the world. Li Qingjian was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. He hurriedly exclaimed, the crown prince lacks understanding of cultivation, and the barbarians have not permitted him to practice. What grounds does he have? Fool. He has returned to Dayu for over half a year. Has he not had the opportunity to cultivate during this time? In just 6 months. Could he possibly defeat Dantai Jin? Li Qingjian felt that the intelligence was erroneous. Father, how credible is this news? It is undoubtedly true. If you do not believe it, you may go to Shuzhou and see for yourself. After dismissing Li Qingjian, the emperor summoned the Shadow Guard. Your Majesty. Li Yuan handed over the sword of the late emperor, stating, command the 5 divine generals to escort this sword to the crown prince. Inform him that I have forgiven him. Let him return. The Shadow Guard accepted the sword and replied, Your Majesty. The order to summon the crown prince back to court must be expedited. We cannot allow him to see it. Understood. After the Shadow Guard departed, Li Yuan pondered. By bestowing upon him the sword of the late emperor, that wayward son, the crown prince, should comprehend my intentions. Surely, he ought to harbor no further grievances. Meanwhile, as Li Chongqing departed Suzhou City, he was followed by numerous individuals. He was acutely aware that Zhao Xuanji would not relent until he was brought back. He merely refrained from provoking him, wishing to avoid unnecessary irritation. Their attempts to use force would be futile. For Li Chongqing possessed a vestige of the martial sovereign's protective aura, rendering him impervious to coercion. However, he found their persistent following quite irksome. Within the temporary estate, the servants were busy organizing provisions in preparation for departure. Xiang Long, observing the prominent figures outside the door, felt overwhelmed. Zhao Xuanji inquired, Minister, will the crown prince come out to meet us? Xiang Long replied awkwardly, Your Majesty. The crown prince has expressed his intention to travel to Yunzhou and will not return to the capital. As his advisor, cannot you persuade him to reconsider? Zhao Xuanji initially contemplated urging him to think of his parents but realized it would likely be counterproductive, so she refrained, feeling despondent. She continued, Consider the crown princess, who would abandon their bride on the first day of marriage to venture to the frontier. Xiang Long countered, Your Majesty. Is it not true that the crown prince has little choice? Remaining in the capital offers him no prospects. That was the case before. Now I stand as his support. How shall we address the matter of the second prince's pursuit of the crown prince? Such an incident is a misunderstanding. I am his mother. Would I conspire against him? If he would only come forth, I could clarify everything. Indeed, do our esteemed grandfathers not deserve an opportunity to meet him as well? Xiang Long glanced at the sword saint and the blade saint, astonished at how composed the 2 top-tier experts of Dayu appeared. The old minister resolved to make an effort. Inside, Li Chongqing was acclimating to the changes brought about by entering the martial sovereign realm. The transformation in the quantity of his true energy had induced a qualitative change, giving rise to spiritual resonance, and it seemed he possessed an abundance of it. If my conjecture holds true, What you have absorbed is exceedingly rare dragon essence. Li Chongqing cast a glance at the uninvited sorceress from the demonic sect, Lung Qianxue. She had somehow managed to evade the so-called masters outside and stealthily infiltrated his estate, insisting on taking him as her disciple. Li Chongqing was not intimidated by her and would naturally refuse. However, Lang Qianxue persisted relentlessly. When will you leave? Aren't you supposed to sever all ties with the Diyu royal family? If I depart, who will protect you? Do you have any idea how many formidable martial emperors lurk outside this town, all awaiting the opportunity to devour you? Li Chongqing indeed grasped this principle. He had not anticipated the emergence of so many formidable figures in Shuzhou. Regrettably, he had only attained the martial sovereign realm at this juncture. With a sigh, he remarked, "Otherwise, do listen. Are you speaking the language of mortals?" Long Qianxue was quite speechless and responded, "For an ordinary person of your age to reach the martial sovereign realm is already a remarkable feat, not to mention that you have consumed the dragon essence. You only broke through after defeating the prodigy, Dan Taijin. What do you call this? A heartless act. It aligns perfectly with my teachings." Li Chongqing's lips twitched slightly. He had achieved his renown by defeating Dan Taijin, which had earned him the coveted dragon essence. Lang Qianxue tapped a nearby stone tablet, remarking, "You still cherish the stone tablet engraved with my sword, betraying your hidden intentions. If your swordsmanship were truly commendable, you would not resort to pilfering my techniques. My intention was merely to delve deeply into the strengths of others. This is entirely distinct from seeking a master," he replied. Lang Qianxue was resolute in her decision to remain. Her presence at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was to scout for worthy disciples. After much effort in identifying a promising candidate, she was not inclined to relinquish her opportunity easily. "What do you mean? Do you have specific conditions for being a good disciple?" Li Chongqing remained silent, for he recognized that a pivotal choice in his life had once again presented itself. Option 1. To preserve his own safety, return with his mother, and become an obedient child, surrendering the emperor's banner in exchange for the stability of the crown prince's throne. Reward: 7 return fire elixir. Option 2. To break through the encirclement, facing the watchful eyes of numerous ancient warriors in the martial emperor realm, and carve a path to Yunzhou. Reward: supreme sword technique and exceptional swordsmanship. Option 3. To employ cunning tactics, deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea. Allow his subordinates to advance to Yunzhou while he remains in Shuzhou to eliminate the behind-the-scenes assassin, Duke Xuming of Jiulu. Reward: supreme sword path and exceptional swordsmanship. Ah! Li Chongqing was filled with elation. It was as if his thoughts had materialized, a fortuitous gift in his time of need. Chapter 51. Refusing the Imperial Decree. Composing a counterpoem. Li Chongqing is currently troubled by various factions. Undoubtedly, the Emperor's banner and himself have become the focus of attention. It must be acknowledged that had it not been for his maternal grandfather and paternal grandfather standing guard outside, he would not be enjoying such ease at present. Knock, knock, knock. The door resounded. "Your Highness, I seek an audience." Li Chongqing was aware of Xiang Long's arrival and intended to request the sorceress to retreat. However, upon turning around, he found that Lang Qianxue had vanished without a trace. He was perplexed. Indeed, she was a master of the demonic arts, possessing skills that rendered her presence utterly elusive and formidable. "Please, come in," Xiang Long said cautiously as he entered. "Your Highness, as per the knowledge of this old minister, both the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint are unaware of your existence. They wish for you to step forward and make an appearance. Moreover, it seems that Her Majesty, the Empress, also has matters she wishes to clarify with you." Li Chongqing reflected upon his current situation, realizing that he heavily relied on his maternal grandfather and paternal grandfather. It was indeed necessary for him to meet with them. He rose and walked outside the courtyard. There were quite a number of people outside, numerous experts from the First Sacred Land, led by Li Chang'an, the clandestine members of the Li clan. Upon seeing her son emerge, Zhao Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. "I did not come here to see you." Li Chongqing let out a grunt, then bowed respectfully before the 2 esteemed elders of his family, saying, "I pay my respects to the Blade Sage and the Sword Sage." Zhao Shengqiao replied, "Grandson, there is no need for such formality. We are family. While your mother may be somewhat unrefined, your grandfather possesses great understanding. It is perfectly acceptable for you to forego the imperial capital. Instead, come to our first holy land, and I shall immediately arrange for the Holy Son to yield his position to you." Li Chuanguang remarked, "Longevity. At that time, I was indeed unaware of your true identity. I was still in seclusion, recuperating from my injuries. By the time I emerged, you had already become a hostage for Dayu." Zhao Shenqiao retorted, Old fellow. How dare you utter my lines? Li Chuang, calm and composed, replied, Is that so? I am merely speaking the truth. Ultimately, this is a mistake. One that lies with your father and mother. Zhao Xuanji seized the opportunity to interject. The empress was also coerced. It was your father who acted at that time. Li Changxing waved his hand and said, Enough. If you wish to speak to me of these matters, it is unnecessary. I have never harbored resentment for being sent to the barbaric tribes as a hostage. As the crown prince of Dayu, I willingly made sacrifices for the diplomatic relations and peace between our nations. What weighs on my heart is that I have returned after 6 months. What have I gained? I have given so much, yet what have I received in return? I implore the empress to elucidate. Zhao Xuanji remained silent, her silence resonating profoundly. Zhao Xinchao hurriedly interjected. Grandson, we are all family. Let us discuss matters privately. He continued, If you feel wronged, know that we are here to ensure your fair treatment. Before he could finish, a sharp voice pierced the air. Suddenly, a Qing emissary arrived, accompanied by a formidable entourage of spirit shadow guards. They were the first group dispatched by the Emperor of Dayu, tasked with summoning Li Changsheng back to the capital. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the emissary recognized Li Changsheng upon arrival, having seen him clearly in the court that day. Long live the Sword Saint! Long live the Grand Emperor! Long live the Empress! The emissary proclaimed. Upon completing his announcement, he straightened his posture and addressed Li Changxing. By the mandate of heaven, the crown prince is summoned. He continued. We hereby convey the decree of the Emperor of Dayu, commanding the crown prince to disband his contingent, relieve General Filong of his duties, and return to the capital with the Emperor's banner without delay. This is the decree. Li Changsheng gazed at the imperial edict, a smile blossoming upon his lips. Li Changxing unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, blood splattering 3 steps away. Changxing, no, stop. In a single stroke, he cleaved the imperial edict in half, and the envoy delivering the decree was grievously wounded in the arm, crying out in pain. How dare you defy the edict in the presence of the Empress and the Grand Emperor? You are truly courting rebellion. Li Changsheng, His Majesty has already bestowed the sword of the late Emperor upon the second prince. Your days of ease are at an end. Empress, the crown prince is plotting insurrection. Zhao Xuanji was seething with rage. She recognized this envoy. He was a man of her second son, Li Qingjian, accustomed to arrogance. He was a poor choice for such a task. Furthermore, bestowing the sword of the late emperor upon the second prince before he had been formally declared heir was nothing short of provocation. Li Chuanwang was rendered speechless with anger. Li Yuan, that ungrateful son, does he even comprehend the gravity of the current situation? Li Changxing disregarded the expressions and attitudes of those around him. In a cold voice, he proclaimed, Return and inform Li Yuan that our bond is irrevocably severed, and we shall have no further entanglements. Zhao Xinchao, feeling urgency, had traveled a considerable distance and deemed that hesitation was unwise. It would be far more prudent to bring the individual back to the first sacred land for thorough guidance. Suddenly, he made his move, declaring, Grandson, come with me back to the first sacred land. Bang! In an instant, a formidable surge of pale golden aura thwarted Zhao Xinchao's grasp, sending him sprawling backward. What transpired? The onlookers were once again taken aback. Li Changxing chuckled heartily. I have unraveled the exquisite chessboard of the chess sage, and I am enveloped in a protective aura. Do you wish to capture me? It is an impossible endeavor. What is this? The dagger reveals itself at the end of the plot? I had thought you would genuinely respect me, yet here we are, resorting to force instead. For now, I may be inferior to you, but mark my words. When I surpass your prowess, The crowd stood in astonishment. The renowned exquisite chessboard possessed such remarkable mysteries. However, the protective aura would eventually dissipate, leaving uncertain how long it would endure. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves utterly powerless against Li Changxing, as they were merely at the martial emperor level. Li Changxing gazed upon the helpless crowd, his laughter echoing in the air, and he could not resist composing a poem. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers shall bloom, and all others will wither. The fragrant aroma permeates the capital, and the city is adorned in golden armor. Zhao Xuanji, upon hearing these verses, was utterly astonished. Her astonishment stemmed not only from the beauty of the poem, but also from its profound implications. How could such a remarkable son turn into an adversary? The others, too, were rendered speechless by their shock. What could have driven the esteemed crown prince to revolt? Changqing, what will it take for you to forgive your mother? Keep your distance, and I might contemplate the possibility of forgiveness. Changsheng, depart. I have no son like you. Li Changxing closed the door, his emotions remaining utterly unperturbed. The crocodile's tears held no significance for him. Let them wallow in regret. Gazing at the firmly shut door, Li Chugang and the others could only sigh. They had tried gentleness to no avail, and had also resorted to force, yet still, it proved ineffective. Why must the crown prince be so challenging to deal with? Li Chuangang remarked, I shall return and summon Li Yuan personally. You shall remain here, safeguarding the crown prince, ensuring that nothing goes awry. Understood, responded the skilled warriors from the Li clan who accompanied him. Zhao Xuanji inquired, Father, what shall we do now? Changshan's obstinacy is quite exasperating. Zhao Shenchao replied. His stubbornness mirrors your own. After all, he was insistent on marrying Li Yuan back in the day. A failure to nurture is a father's fault. He has not guided his son properly, and thus, he faces the consequences. Father, this is not the time for such discussions. You must think of a solution swiftly. As you witnessed earlier, I resorted to force, yet that martial emperor's protective aura, the chess sage is still my ancestor. I cannot wield strength against him. So, what is to be done now? We shall follow his lead. Judging by the attitude of our grandson, he does not seem entirely resistant to me. I have a plan. Upon returning to the estate, Xiang Long, with a heart full of complex emotions, asked, Your Highness, what should be our course of action henceforth? Li Changxing commanded. March immediately towards Yunzhou. Li Changxing issued a command and returned indoors to contemplate his strategies. Suddenly, the unremarkable enchantress of the demonic path appeared once more. As elusive as a shadow, arriving and departing without a trace. Li Changxing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He could indeed make use of her. So you possess protective aura. No wonder you have been so audacious all along. You little rascal, you truly have many hidden tricks up your sleeve. Long Qianxue, do you have a way to help me evade detection? To avoid the eyes and ears of everyone? Upon hearing this, Long Qianxue was overjoyed. She had been waiting for this moment. Of course, I may lack other skills, but I have quite a few when it comes to hiding. If you were to take me as your master, then Chapter 52 of the Hehuan sect would consist solely of you and me. If you can assist me in escaping, I might consider accepting you as my disciple. Upon hearing Li Changxing's words, Long Qianxue not only was not angry, but instead burst into hearty laughter. You are such an amusing individual, it is no wonder that Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji cannot tolerate you. They are rather stiff, after all. However, you merely wish to exploit the position of master to rid yourself of these people. Is that not so? How could I accept you as a disciple if you have so easily manipulated me? Li Changxing inquired, What skills do you possess? Long Qianxue, pinching her own face, astonishingly stretched her skin, declaring, I shall teach you the art of the skin of a person who comes and goes without a trace. The art of human skin? Leaning against the table, her body tilted gracefully, she asked, Surely, you do not believe I appear as I do now? With that, she turned. And in the swift motion of her turn, her attire fell away, revealing a pair of jade-like arms. In a flash, she transformed her humble garments into an exquisite scarlet dress devoid of sleeves. Gone was the ordinary appearance of a common woman. Her clear, bright pupils sparkled. Her arched willow-like brows framed her delicate features, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her flawless skin emanated a soft blush, and her thin lips resembled the tender petals of a rose. Her voluptuous figure boasted an alluring silhouette, captivating in its elegance. If the imperial concubine was a magnificent crimson peony trapped within palace walls, and Shen Weiyang represented the pure jasmine of a noble family, then in Miaoshi resembled the enchanting peony that one would hesitate to part with. In contrast, the enchanting Long Qianxue was akin to a blooming oleander, beautiful yet toxic. Long Qianxue tenderly caressed the skin she had previously displayed, her demeanor slightly deranged as she whispered, This is my mother. She passed away when I was 5. I cut her skin to commemorate her. Li Changxing was rendered speechless, harboring skepticism towards her words, for after all, a sorceress may very well be deceitful and testing him. Do you find me cruel? Every cause has its effect. Did your mother not love you? To which she replied, I cannot say. When my master brought me to her, she was already surrounded and slain by righteous experts. I merely wished for her to remain by my side eternally. So I preserved her visage. She was, after all, a woman deprived of love in her youth. While one might empathize with her plight, it remained intolerable for the people of this era. Yet, as Long Qianxue spoke, she secretly employed dark arts, intending to enchant Li Changxing. This rebellious youth was precisely to her taste. Not only was he handsome, but his unique status made him an even more delectable morsel. For reasons unknown. As Li Changxing locked eyes with this stunning sorceress, he felt disoriented, as if struck by an electric current. The energy of the celestial demon relic coursed through him, clearing his mind. What was happening? It felt reminiscent of the situation during the exquisite chess game. Could it be that Li Changxing was not foolish? He immediately deduced the reason behind her actions. The protective aura of the martial emperor's realm was impervious to anyone, yet her beguiling techniques were indeed formidable. He promptly feigned being enchanted, saying, "You could not partake in my past, yet I hope our future will weather storms together." Long Qinxue was elated, feeling she had the young prince of Daiyu under her thumb. Observing the smile on Li Changxing's face, which bore a hint of warmth, she was struck by his chiseled features that exuded both depth and tenderness. His youthful visage radiated a sense of admiration. Curse it! Such a handsome man was almost overwhelming for her. Lung Qinxue felt her resolve wavering, questioning whether her enchantment had been overdone, turning back upon herself. The heart she had frozen for a century inexplicably began to race. With her breath unsteady, she hastily diverted her gaze and composed herself in a serious manner. Why the sudden change from arrogance to deference? Is this a pretense? Damn, is this a rhetorical question? The enchantress crossed her long legs and ran her fingers through her flowing hair, reflecting, "I must admit, you do possess a certain charm." Damn, has my bewitching technique rebounded upon me? I am willing. Li Changxing responded directly, "I have yet to state my conditions. Nevertheless, I am willing." Are you unaware of the name of my sect? It matters not. As long as you are present, I shall be there too. Long Qinxue, resting her delicate chin upon her hand, listened to his words, which filled her with joy. Her enchanting secret technique was unparalleled, rendering her invincible. Li Changxing was unconcerned. First, he would deceive the sorceress and then proceed. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be the esteemed chief disciple of my sect of Yin and Yang harmony. Yet, this is not the end. Henceforth, I shall aid you in your cultivation. Li Changxing was drenched in cold sweat. What sect is this? Does the Harmony sect believe that merely adding the words heaven and earth can dispel misunderstandings about its name? Moreover, during this time, Li Changxing had been gathering information about the Eastern Wasteland. The Harmony sect is hardly a legitimate faction. Its reputation is so tarnished that it is on the brink of extinction. It is said that there are hardly any members left, and it will not be long before it is completely obliterated. As for the reason, it appears that the exclusive cultivation methods for male practitioners of the Harmony sect have been lost. This has resulted in the female practitioners becoming fiercer than tigers. While the male practitioners' bodies deteriorate day by day, their cultivation regressing with each passing moment, while the female practitioners grow increasingly powerful. You wish to assist me in my cultivation? Li Changxing remained skeptical. However, he was not anxious. He feigned agreement, intending to use Lang Qinxue to deceive those outside, and then he would cast her aside, thus securing his freedom. Li Changxing inquired curiously, "Master, how many members does our Hahuan sect have left?" Lung Qinxue smiled warmly at him and replied, "It is just the two of us now." She then added, "I have some human skin here. I will teach you the art of bone contraction and muscle transformation, and you shall don it afterward." Subsequently, Li Changxing acquired an unusual technique for the transformation of bones and muscles. As a warrior of the martial realm, he adapted swiftly to its intricacies, which bore resemblance to the art of bone contraction, yet demanded a meticulous regulation of vital energy and muscle, revealing profound mysteries. Under Lang Qinxue's guidance, within the span of half an incense stick, Li Changxing's skeletal structure morphed to resemble that of a young maiden, his garments hanging loosely around him. "Not bad. You possess quite the talent," Lang Qinxue remarked with a satisfied nod. She then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a set of human skin. Li Changxing acquired a piece of human skin, remarkably thin, reminiscent of luxurious silk that could be effortlessly folded. After meticulous processing, it bore no scent, subtly infused with the cool fragrance of a delicate maiden. "Is this the skin of a woman?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Only with the identity of a woman would others refrain from suspecting you." "Human skin? Ha ha ha, guess again. This is a realm of martial arts, where countless mysterious entities exist. Why would one require genuine human skin for such a trivial matter?" Li Changxing pondered for a moment and declared, "It is a fabrication. Human skin cannot endure for such an extended period, nor can it be this thin. Why do you not elucidate this to the world?" Lung Qinxue's expression faltered. For ever since she had acquired the ability to don the skin of others, every individual who witnessed her methods would label her as malevolent, a practitioner of dark arts, deserving of eradication. Li Changxing was the first to question the authenticity of the so-called human skin, and also the first to determine that it was indeed a counterfeit. "Lang Qinxue, with her delicate fingers resting on his shoulder, said, "Come, allow me to assist you. Please remove your garments." "Master, I implore you not to turn around." He replied, "Indeed, you have consumed more salt than I have rice. What is there to feel shy about?" With a mischievous smile, Lung Qianxue turned her back, hands clasped behind her, and secretly produced a bronze mirror. Li Changxing found himself at a loss for words. The sorceress's actions were utterly bewildering. Lacking the skill to swiftly don a disguise as she had demonstrated, he struggled to achieve the seamless transformation that Lung Qianxue had effortlessly executed. However, after considerable effort, he gazed into the mirror and beheld a reflection of an ordinary young girl. If he were to stroll down the street, one would find it nearly impossible to discern the truth. Suddenly, Lang Qianxue's hand caressed his cheek as she rested her head upon his shoulder, inquiring, "What do you think?" "My disciple? My methods are unparalleled in the world. Would you care to learn?" "I would," he replied. "Then tell me, what tribute will you offer to honor your master?" As night fell, Xiang Long commanded his retinue towards Yunzhou, while various factions were mobilized. Little did they anticipate that Li Changsheng had mingled among the townsfolk. Disguised as a frail woman, once the crowd dispersed, he cautiously emerged. Lung Qianxue remarked, "Disciple, you must return to the heavenly Yin and Yang Hawan sect to formally pay your respects at the ancestral spirit tablet to complete the initiation ceremony." Li Changsheng produced a slip of paper and stated, "Before anything else, I must travel to Shuzhou to find someone." This was the information his servant had uncovered in recent days. The Marquis of Jiulu was still in Shuzhou. It was that scoundrel who had sent assassins after him, employing 4 martial kings to ambush someone who was then merely a martial master. As long as this individual remained alive, he would not know peace. "Very well. I shall accompany you, but you must act discreetly." "Understood." The two then returned to Shuzhou. However, upon entering the city, they beheld a fiery phoenix soaring in the sky. As a prodigy from a sacred land lay defeated on the ground, a multitude of martial artists swiftly gathered around to witness the spectacle. "You have lost, Scion of the radiant light sacred land," a grim-faced Dant-I Jin declared as he descended amidst flames. "I may have lost, but you cannot claim victory over the crown prince of Dayu," the radiant light scion retorted defiantly. "You are not the first." "Silence." Dant-I Jin, infuriated, unleashed a punch that sent forth a torrent of fire, scorching the earth around him into charred remnants. The loquacious scion of radiant light fled in terror. After venting his frustrations, Dant-I Jin's expression darkened further. In recent days, he had relentlessly challenged various prodigies. But it seemed that someone had begun to spread the word that he could not defeat the crown prince Li Changxing, which he found intolerable. Subsequently, every defeated opponent of his would invoke Li Changxing's name to provoke him. Once or twice was bearable, but after numerous instances, Dant-I Jin was utterly exasperated. It infuriated him that Li Changxing had not only bested him but had also attained a breakthrough in the process, implying that defeating him did not require full effort. With a fierce determination, he vowed, "Li Changsheng, next time, I shall surely triumph over you." Li Changxing silently passed by, offering a moment of silent tribute. Following the information provided, he arrived at the station of the First Holy Land. The Great Deer Marquis was currently residing in this station, a clear indication of his intent to seek protection from the warriors of the First Holy Land. Moreover, entry to this station was strictly forbidden to those not affiliated with the First Holy Land. Li Changxing pondered how to gain entry when Dant-I Jin, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box, approached the inn's entrance. "I, Dant-I Jin of the Tianfeng lineage, seek an audience with Missin," he proclaimed. No sooner had he finished speaking than another young talent arrived. "I, Hanfeng of the ancient sacred land, request an audience with the esteemed Missin Miaoshi of the First Sacred Land." Upon observing, Li Changxing noticed that this individual had also arrived bearing gifts, clearly prepared for the occasion. Before long, another group of young talents appeared, each one in possession of presents. When rivals encountered one another, tension soared, leading to a fierce exchange of insults. Some even went so far as to engage in a contest right on the spot. Numerous disciples from the esteemed First Sacred Land emerged at the entrance of the inn to restore order. Li Changxing paid little heed to the jealous bickering of those around him. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was gathered at the front, he stealthily made his way to the back entrance. There were guards stationed at the front as well. "Little one," Lung Qianxue said, "after this is all done, you will come with me?" Li Changxing replied. Lung Qianxue then approached, casting her charm over the 2 disciples guarding the sacred ground. Subsequently, Li Changxing slipped inside. Observing him intently, Lung Qianxue pondered, "This fellow does not appear to be under my enchantment." Typically, those ensnared by charm lack such independent thought. Could it be that my allure has faltered? Impossible. How could it ever fail? The inn was expansive, resembling a vast courtyard. Li Chongsheng walked briskly along the corridor, quickly locating the men's quarters. Without even searching, he spotted Duke Jiulu, whose countenance was marred by sorrow. Just as he released a carrier pigeon by the edge of the corridor, sighing deeply, Duke Jiulu lamented his misfortunes. He no longer dared to leave the station of the First Holy Land lightly. He still needed to devise a way to apologize to the second prince. However, upon raising his head, he beheld Li Chongsheng. Who are you? If you are not a disciple of the First Holy Land, what brings you here? Li Chongsheng's lips curled into a smile as he swiftly charged forward, launching an upward offensive to seize his opponent. The Duke of Jiulu was taken aback, instantly raising his defenses. However, the Duke's own martial prowess was merely at the level of a martial master, and having neglected his training over the years, he quickly revealed a flaw to Li Chongsheng. With a surge of spiritual resonance, a gentle tremor erupted, sending the Duke of Jiulu tumbling to the ground. Li Chongsheng, with a forceful tug, twisted his hand behind his back. With a decisive jerk, a sharp crack echoed as he dislocated it. The Lord of the Great Deer, on the verge of a painful scream, found his mouth silenced by Li Chongsheng's hand, rendering him voiceless. As he struggled in vain, the Lord of the Great Deer endured the agony and inquired, "Who are you?" "Li Chongsheng," he replied. In that moment, under the astonished gaze of the Lord of the Great Deer, he raised his palm and struck towards the Lord's heart. The resounding clap was enough to shatter his courage. With a gasp, the Lord of the Great Deer coughed up blood, incredulous at the transformation that had taken place in just 2 months. However, just before his demise, he produced an iron ball and hurled it outside. A thunderous explosion ensued, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. This commotion was evidently a summons for others from the First Sacred Land. Li Chongsheng was not particularly concerned about being discovered by others. Rather, he wished to avoid attracting the attention of those from the Holy Land. He knew that if they caught wind of his presence, a throng of individuals would undoubtedly converge upon him. After executing his lethal strike, he intended to depart swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed commotion at the entrance. What was happening? There was a scuffle within. "Look, an assassin! Hurry, Farian is under attack. Farian, I come to your rescue." In an instant, a multitude of talented individuals, eager to gain an audience with the Miaoxiu, surged into the courtyard of the post station. Li Chongsheng found himself with nowhere to go, wandering aimlessly until he could no longer conceal himself, and he casually entered a room. To his surprise, upon entering, he beheld a Miaoxiu bathing in a large wooden tub. Though there was a screen between them, obscuring his view, and Miaoxiu raised her hand, summoning her sword to rest against Li Chongsheng's throat. In that instant, however, he grasped the blade, preventing it from advancing any further. "This young lady," and Miaoxiu remarked, peering through the screen at the girl before her, unable to discern her true identity. "Saint, a killer sent by the Duke of Jiulu has just fled towards your direction. Are you in any danger?" Hearing the chaos outside, she inquired. "Assassin? I heard outside that Duke Sumingxi has been killed. Was it you who did it?" Li Chongsheng nodded. At this moment, several disciples had already arrived outside the door, and Miaoxi hesitated for a moment. The death of Duke Ju was met with no emotional response from her. After all, she had been among those attacked on the day of the flower boat incident. She had heard Li Chongsheng analyze the assassins sent by Duke Ju. Later, upon encountering Duke Ju at the post station, she had been unable to take action due to her status. Now that Duke Ju was dead, she found it rather convenient. "Please come in." She gestured for Li Chongsheng to enter the barrel. Li Chongsheng hesitated for a moment, but soon realized that the crowd outside was growing increasingly restless. Various elites and prodigies feared for Miaoxi's safety and were intent on breaking through the door. With a firm resolve, he took a leap of faith and slipped inside. Chapter 54. The unwitting benefactor of the Celestial Maiden. The situation had escalated unexpectedly, leaving Li Chongsheng with questions regarding Miaoxi's assistance. However, clad in a human disguise, she remained unaware of his true identity. The likelihood of her aiding an unknown woman was uncertain at best, and Shinzi showed no reaction, prompting us to rush inside. Indeed, it was conceivable that Shinzi might have already been abducted. "Do not go too far. This is the territory of the First Sacred Ground, and you must not act recklessly," one declared. "You all seem to be dead, yet you linger. Quickly, let us charge forward. We are merely concerned for Shinzi's safety. Brothers, let us press on." With a creak, Miaoxi's chamber door was abruptly flung open. Clad in a screen, The gathered prodigies were met with the sight of Miaoshi, freshly groomed and impeccably attired, casting a cold glare upon them. The intruders were momentarily entranced by her beauty, akin to a lotus emerging from water, breathtaking in its elegance. She brushed her hair aside and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? You dare invade my quarters so brazenly? Do you truly believe I am without temper?" The crowd exchanged awkward glances, hastily explaining their concern over a supposed assassin and their fear for Miaoshi's well-being. "Forgive our intrusion. We only seek to ensure your safety," they implored. "I have not encountered any assassin. If there is one, they have likely departed elsewhere. You may search there," and Miaoshi retorted, visibly displeased by their unwarranted entry. Had it not been for their numbers, she would have relished the opportunity to strike them down. Dantai Jin presented a gift box, stating, "And Xianzi, I beg your pardon for the intrusion. I attempted to prevent them, but alas, I was outnumbered. Please accept this, a Lingzhou immortal fruit, which grants everlasting beauty. A gift for a fair maiden." Upon hearing the words Lingzhou immortal fruit, the crowd gasped. Such treasures were rare and invaluable. Consuming one would bestow eternal youth, surpassing even the most potent rejuvenation techniques. And Miaoshi frowned. She was reluctant to accept the gift, as it would imply an inextricable bond between them. She was no green tea girl, nor did she wish to accept gifts from these men without merit. "I appreciate your good intentions, young Master Dantai, but please take it back. Such a precious item is beyond my modest means," she replied. Dantai Jin, however, persisted, declaring that once a gift was given, it could not be retracted. He expressed a desire to spar with Miaoshi in the future. The others soon followed suit, offering elixirs, exquisite garments, and even spirit stones, a currency among warriors, more precious than gold. And Miaoshi felt a surge of unease. What were these individuals truly after? Even in the holiest of sanctuaries, she had never encountered such an obsequious man. After much persuasion, this group finally retreated, and Miaoshi let out a sigh of relief. As she closed the door and turned around, Li Changxing rolled out from beneath the bed. Naturally, he had not leapt into the grand wooden tub for bathing, as that would ruin the human skin. Just as he emerged, a sword was thrust before him. "The Crown Prince?" Li Changxing exclaimed in astonishment. "How do you know my identity?" The prince replied, "Even if you have donned a different guise, I can still discern the essence that lingers about you. Moreover, your sword is quite unique, making it easily recognizable." Li Changxing was compelled to tear away the human disguise, revealing his true visage. Furthermore, he released his contracted muscles, and his physique gradually returned to its original form. Upon recognizing Li Changxing, Miaoshi finally felt a sense of relief. If it were Li Changxing who had slain the Duke of Jiulu, and Miaoshi found it to be entirely plausible, a hired killer must anticipate the vengeance of enemies. In astonishment, Miaoshi exclaimed, "Your Highness, did you not travel to Yunzhou? How did you evade the watchful eyes of so many skilled individuals?" "I have my own methods," Li Changxing replied with a smile, glancing at the numerous gifts laid out on the table. "It appears that Farian is quite popular. Your Highness, please refrain from touching these items. I intend to return them." "Oh, is it that none of those prodigies or saints are to your liking?" "Your Highness," and Miaoshi's tone grew slightly urgent, "I am not an ordinary person. Moreover, as the holy maiden of our foremost sacred land, it is imperative that I maintain my purity and distance myself from other men until the engagement is confirmed." Upon hearing this, Li Changxing chuckled and approached Miaoshi, saying, "Then why do you not keep your distance from me?" And Miaoshi's delicate face flushed slightly as she replied, "Your Highness, you are indeed exceptional. You are the crown prince of Daiyu, while I am merely a commoner. A commoner dares not presume. Moreover, our first sacred land is inherently a force under the auspices of the Daiyu royal family." Li Changxing chuckled, "Am I truly special? Is it unreasonable for me to take a portion of these gifts for free?" And Miaoshi, however, was indifferent. "If your Highness desires them, feel free to take them. I shall merely deal with those individuals." Li Changxing was quite unreserved. He did not wish to take advantage of others. He produced the last true word pill and said, "I shall gift you this true word pill. Should you encounter a potential suitor, you may use it to test their character. Do not allow yourself to be deceived." And Miaoshi accepted the pill, her delight evident. Indeed, the gifts bestowed by the prodigies of the sacred lands were of great worth. Yet, she was not without her own treasures. However, this true word pill was something she had never possessed. In a world rife with deceit, it is difficult to discern the true nature of individuals. Especially for a woman of her standing, many coveted her, but how many treated her with genuine sincerity? This pill could serve as her ultimate test, rendering it invaluable. "Your Highness, it would be prudent for you to return to the imperial capital." "Why urge me to go back? I believed we had forged a friendship during our last encounter on the flower boat. Are you allied with them? Your Highness. Intelligence reports indicate that demonic forces have invaded Yunzhou, and the situation is currently chaotic. Oh, are you concerned for my safety? Your Highness, please do not jest. Very well. I shall take these 500 spirit stones, a bottle of ascension pill, Lingji grass, and 9-turn blood restoration pill with me. Your Highness, and Miaoshi expressed her unease. How could Li Changsheng be so resolute in his folly? Knowing full well the dangers that lay in Yunzhou, he still intended to venture there. Was he courting death? Moreover, with Li Changsheng's current talents, he could undoubtedly be a core disciple anywhere he chose. Yet, he had opted for the most arduous path. However, Li Changsheng understood well that for someone of his disposition, in this world, where is the smooth road? Which path is devoid of difficulty? Ultimately, all are choices in life. Choices are more significant than mere effort. Li Changsheng, engrossed in his own affairs, prepared to depart after having taken what he desired without cost. Suddenly, Miaoshi interjected. Your Highness, what of this Lingjiu immortal fruit? It is but a single piece. Perhaps you might keep it for yourself, as a young lady cherishes beauty. The Lingjiu immortal fruit not only possesses the ability to enhance one's appearance, but also holds the miraculous effect of augmenting one's magical powers. Why not share it with your Highness? With that, Miaoshi deftly struck with her sword, cleaving the Lingjiu immortal fruit in two. Li Changsheng gazed at the Lingjiu immortal fruit presented before him, a warm feeling blossoming within his heart. It seemed that, aside from Xiang Long, this Miaoshi treated him with the utmost kindness. Such a precious treasure. How could an ordinary person ever bear to share it with another? Clearly, in Miaoshi's heart, Li Changsheng held a significant place. Li Changsheng felt a surge of emotion, and Miaoshi truly embodied the essence of beauty in the eastern wilderness, possessing an unparalleled charm that made her utterly endearing. The two shared the divine fruit of the Lingjiu, but as soon as they consumed it, they sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, a wave of demonic energy surged within them, accompanying the celestial fruit. And Miaoshi furrowed her brow, realizing the grave danger. That wretched Dantai Jin had resorted to treachery. Your Highness, expel it quickly, she exclaimed, moving closer to attempt to induce vomiting in Li Changsheng. However, the celestial energy within Li Changsheng's demonic relic functioned normally, digesting the malevolent essence and transforming it into nourishing sustenance for the relic. It's all right. Huh, Your Highness? How come you are unharmed? And Miaoshi looked at Li Changsheng in astonishment, but suddenly her body weakened, and she collapsed into his embrace. Chapter 55. I swear I saw everything in the blink of an eye, and Miaoshi felt her vitality rapidly depleting, leaving her utterly fatigued. The flow of spiritual energy was sluggish, and a sharp pain lingered in her chest. Beads of cold sweat dripped from her as she lay in Li Changsheng's arms. With a feeble voice, she murmured, Your Highness, I am truly sorry. My momentary oversight has caused you trouble. Li Changsheng not only felt no sense of unease, but rather experienced a notable enhancement in his physical strength and spiritual essence. The ethereal griffin fruit was indeed genuine. However, the malevolent aura attached to the fruit was equally authentic. He remarked, Do not apologize just yet. How do you feel? How can I assist you in alleviating this? And Miaoshi responded, We need to summon the elder woman from the sacred land. Hurry, for if we delay, it may lead to dire consequences. The elder woman? The elders of the sacred land have all been summoned by Zhao Xuanji to monitor my retinue and have since departed. This is intolerable. That Dantai Jin must be scheming to secure the top position in this martial arts tournament through deceit. Cease your reproach for the moment. If you do not receive timely assistance, what will transpire? It could leave a lasting affliction. This malevolent aura originates from the demon clan's secret arts and can contaminate all it touches. Once in contact with tainted items, one may also become infected. Without the elder present, how can I aid you? How did your Highness resolve this? Well, I possess a remarkable technique and do not perceive any abnormalities. Li Changsheng concealed a portion of his thoughts. For him, the ominous aura of the heavenly demon felt less like a threat and more akin to a mere trifle, reminiscent of a small delicacy from the heavenly demon's essence. And Miaoshi implored, Your Highness, if you would be so kind, please absorb the heavenly demon's aura from my body and subsequently dispel it. At that moment, and Miaoshi's complexion had turned ashen. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Dantai Jin, who resorted to unscrupulous means in pursuit of the championship title at the martial arts conference. Reluctantly, she acknowledged that under normal circumstances, she would abstain from such entanglements. However, fate had led her to cross paths with Li Changsheng, the crown prince of Dayu. It is worth noting that the royal lineage of Dayu has a long-standing tradition of marrying the holy maiden of the first sacred land. Much like the current emperor and empress, Zhao Xuanji. They are a divine couple, celebrated for their monogamous bond, a tale cherished throughout the realm. As Li Chongqing prepares for his ascension to the throne, one wonders whether it will be him or the second prince, Li Qingjian. In comparison, Miaoxi found herself favoring Li Chongqing, as her initial impressions of the second prince during his training at the first sacred land had left her with a rather unfavorable view, perceiving him as superficial and hypocritical. She aimed to cultivate a cordial relationship with Li Chongqing, deepening their connection through subtle means, sharing the mystical Qianghua fruit during his moment of despondency, a gesture she believed would linger in his memory for a lifetime. Alas, her intentions were thwarted when the sycophantic Dan Tai Jin poisoned the divine fruit, demonstrating a willingness to go to great lengths. It was a tragic misstep, and Miaoxi clutched her heart, the piercing pain contorting her features in anguish. The taut fabric of her attire accentuated the contours of her figure, rendering her beauty breathtakingly exquisite. Li Chongqing hurriedly lifted the person onto the bed and inquired, "Farian, what should I do?" "Undress. Remove your clothes." "Ah? For you?" "Together." "Farian, this is the demonic aura of the heavenly fiend, not a potion for breeding." "Ugh. It hurts." "Farian, I haven't even begun yet." "No, your highness, it pains my heart. I lack strength. Please help me massage." "Ugh, it hurts." Li Chongqing, witnessing her distress as she clutched her heart and writhed upon the bed, disregarded any notions of propriety. He swiftly embraced Miaoxi, gently pressing against her tender heart. With a delicate yet firm touch, he released his spiritual essence, channeling vital energy to alleviate her suffering. With a sigh of relief, Miaoxi felt significantly better. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she averted her gaze from Li Chongqing and confessed, "Your Highness, my body has been plagued by malevolent energy, depleting both my vital and spiritual essence. I could not contain it, thus the pain was unbearable. But now, I feel much improved." Li Chongqing licked his lips and spoke. "Farian, I did not intend to offend." And Miaoxi gasped softly, but upon realizing that the pain was not caused by demonic energy overwhelming her, she shyly closed her mouth. She timidly said, "Your Highness, please save me." "How shall I save you?" "You must absorb the demonic energy from my body. And this process cannot be obstructed by anything, including clothing. You won't harm me afterward, will you?" "Your Highness, how could you say such a thing?" "To be saved by you, and Miaoxi feels immensely fortunate. Please, hasten to my aid. Otherwise, my future will be utterly ruined." Since she had spoken thus, Li Chongqing refrained from further words. He reached out and unfastened Miaoxi's waistband, revealing a white undergarment beneath. And Miaoxi seemed to understand that there was no choice but to take the step to avoid leaving a lingering affliction. Unfortunately, at this sacred site, there was not even a female elder present to help suppress the demonic energy. Encountering Li Chongqing, who could refine the demonic energy, was a stroke of fortune. If not refined in time, her path in martial arts would be irreparably destroyed. She could only hope that Li Chongqing would act as a gentleman and not take advantage of her vulnerability. If he did, she would have to accept it. And Miaoxi, overwhelmed by shyness, tightly closed her eyes, feeling the last piece of clothing being removed, and then she was pressed against Li Chongqing's bare skin. She could not discern whether her rapid breathing was due to the excruciating pain from the demonic energy or the anxiety brought on by their close contact. However, Li Chongqing soon began to channel his supreme demonic arts. His essence flowed into Miaoxi's body, locking onto the chaotic demonic energy. Utilizing the profound techniques of the Taisu demon god art, he targeted Miaoxi's meridians, gradually absorbing the energy. The demonic aura began to leave her heart and slowly transferred into Li Chongqing's body. And Miaoxi felt the demonic energy being drawn away and let out a long sigh of relief, then cautiously opened her eyes. She saw Li Chongqing seated before her, his gaze clear and focused, silently operating his demonic arts to assist her. And Miaoxi became entranced by Li Chongqing's handsome visage. Eventually, after completing the absorption and refining the demonic energy, both of them returned to normal. And Miaoxi suddenly noticed a blanket draped over her. When she looked up again, Li Chongqing had risen and donned his attire. "Farian, I deeply apologize. I swear, I did not see anything just now." And Miaoxi, blushing profusely, thought to herself, "I believe you not at all." He had clearly seen everything. Yet she replied, "Your Highness, please call me Sierra." Li Chongqing, with a calm demeanor and unflinching heart, asserted, "I truly did not gaze upon your form." Yet, his mind was utterly consumed by the enchanting figure of Miaoxi, a vision of exquisite beauty. In an instant, he found himself bleeding from the nose, the warmth surging within his nostrils. Hastily, he wiped it clean and clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. This is merely a side effect of dispelling the demonic aura." And Miaoshi could not suppress a smile. For her, preserving her maidenhood was a necessary sacrifice, for otherwise, the demonic energy would fully corrupt her body, making it nearly impossible to extricate herself, thus ending her martial path for a lifetime. In such a case, she would fall under the control of Dan Tai-jin, becoming his puppet. Given the circumstances, this outcome was indeed the most favorable. Through the screen, Li Changxing glimpsed a hazy silhouette donning her garments, and an instinctive rush of desire surged within him. A moment ago, he had nearly lost his composure, yet fortunately, he maintained his moral integrity. "I am grateful for your life-saving grace, Your Highness," he expressed. And Miaoshi, now fully attired, approached him and slightly bowed in appreciation. "Since all is well, I shall take my leave. However, do be cautious of the gifts others may offer you. That Dan Tai-jin, should you encounter him again, will undoubtedly seek to ruin him." "Wait a moment, Your Highness." A sudden pang of anxiety surged through Li Changxing's heart. Could it be that I am to be held accountable? After all, I have a wife at home, and my younger brother has a sous-fei to consider. "Your Highness, I humbly request a favor. At this moment, as the martial arts tournament is underway, Your Highness and I have yet to engage in a duel. I yearn for the opportunity to compete with you and ascertain a victor." Li Changxing contemplated for a moment and inquired, "What is your realm?" "I am at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm." "Such prowess? You wouldn't be considering taking advantage of a duel to eliminate me, would you?" "Your Highness, how could a mere commoner dare to entertain such thoughts? I merely admire Your Highness's formidable might when you vanquished Dan Tai-jin and wish to seek guidance on a few techniques. Then let us engage in combat amidst the peach grove at the Peach Blossom Temple to avoid drawing the attention of outsiders." "Very well, as you wish, Your Highness." Chapter 56. Confrontation with Farian, striking her into soft surrender in Suzhou City. At the Peach Blossom Temple, Li Changxing, who had just stepped into the martial sovereign realm, wielded his yet-to-be fully refined life sword embryo as he battled with Miaoshi in the forest. And Miaoshi launched a relentless assault, her sword slicing through the air like a nighthawk spreading its wings. Li Changxing had no time to react as the sword's edge sliced through his skin, followed by a relentless flurry of assaults that left one breathless. However, Li Changxing had absorbed the dragon essence. In a mere moment, his minor wounds had healed, and Miaoshi furrowed her delicate brows, recalling that day when she witnessed Li Changxing absorb the dragon essence with her own eyes. Such treasures of heaven and earth were indeed rare. This signified that without revealing her true prowess, she could not breach Li Changxing's defenses. Gripping her sword, she unleashed another wave of attack, her spirit transforming into frigid ice, causing the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. Li Changxing was taken aback. What transformation in martial arts was this? It was a manifestation of the 5 elemental changes that only a martial sect master could possess. The sword energy became increasingly sharp, while Han Shuang caused Li Changxing's vital energy to stagnate. The true spirit's 9 transformations were at play, and Miaoshi moved with remarkable agility, her swordsmanship becoming exceedingly profound. In contrast, Li Changxing appeared somewhat clumsy. This was due to his recent ascension to the martial sect realm, where the intensity of his spiritual resonance was still lacking, unless he resorted to using the Emperor's banner. However, as the saintess of the foremost sacred land, she undoubtedly wielded formidable weaponry. If a mere ordinary weapon could not secure victory, then he would inevitably face defeat. Li Changxing shifted his strategy to a defensive counterattack. Drawing upon the restorative power bestowed by Long Yuan and aided by the heavenly demon relic, he proceeded with a steady and deliberate approach. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of moves, their swordplay flowing like water, continuously evolving and adapting. Their techniques were a plethora of styles, ever-changing, devoid of fixed patterns or conclusions. This young man adapts remarkably swiftly. Meanwhile, perched atop the high walls of the Peach Blossom Temple, the recently arrived Lang Qianshui observed the fierce duel unfolding in the Peach Blossom Forest, nodding silently in approval. Although Li Changxing appeared to be at a disadvantage, he was, in fact, holding his ground. The more seasoned and adept in Miaoshi found her attacks unable to breach his defenses. As their strengths ebbed and flowed, this young man, fortified by Long Yuan and his innate resilience, rendered Miaoshi incapable of securing victory in this grueling contest. Yet, how could this rascal silently accompany the holy maiden here to determine their fates? Has he truly fallen under my enchantment? That seems implausible. My allure has never faltered. Could it be that he remains as tranquil as still water? He is already wed. How could he possibly retain an innocent heart? Oh, this disciple is truly a source of concern. I shall need to enchant him once more upon my return. After 1,000 exchanges. And now she still could not subdue Li Chongqing. She resolved to alter her strategy and summon all her strength. Your Highness, it is time to determine our victor. Let us raise the imperial flag. Li Chongqing's countenance darkened. The 5,000 loyal souls of the human emperor's flag were still in a state of recuperation. Their might diminished compared to their previous confrontation with the celestial phoenix feather. However, Miaoshi suddenly surged with formidable energy, awakening her bloodline's power and wielding a slender, frost-laden sword. Each of her strikes became immensely powerful, unmatchable by anyone below the martial king realm. With a hum, the human emperor's flag emerged once more, this time in a state of complete liberation. Although it lacked the full strength of the loyal souls, the flag had been nourished by spiritual resonance, enhancing its potency. With a mere flick of his wrist, the surrounding frost was forced back, and the peach blossoms of the entire orchard were swept up, forming a swirling vortex around the two. Bang! As the two clashed head-on, waves of spiritual energy rippled outward. Despite the disparity in their realms, the ancient sacred artifact still held the advantage, resulting in a stalemate. After dozens of exchanges, the loyal souls, despite their fatigue, suddenly surged forth, catching Miaoshi off guard and driving her to the edge of a wall. Li Chongqing seized the opportunity, his feet faltering momentarily before he surged forward, unleashing the vast resonance of his spirit with all his might. With a resounding clash, the spear atop the flagpole of the human emperor's banner struck the long sword held by Miaoshi, resulting in a stalemate between the two. The immense fluctuations of spiritual resonance immediately drew the attention of numerous martial artists from Shuzhou City, who swiftly gathered at the Taohua Temple. Look, the human emperor's banner. Li Chongqing? Hasn't he departed? A voice chuckled. What a clever ruse. Ignoring such trivialities, the crowd focused on the fierce encounter unfolding between him and Miaoshi. And Miaoshi faltered in her move, as the frost sword of the immortal and was indeed a rare and treasured blade, rivaling even some ancient sacred artifacts. As more spectators gathered, the tension in the air intensified. Li Chongqing fixated intently on Miaoshi, unleashing the full force of his spiritual essence. And Miaoshi, embodying the dignity of a warrior, was resolute in her desire not to succumb. She too exerted every ounce of her strength and resistance. Both were merely a breath away from victory. If they could endure just a moment longer, triumph would be hers. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Li Chongqing erupted in a tempest of lightning. As he channeled the Taishu demon god's art, an unexpected sensation coursed through him, igniting a power that surged from the depths of his being. This force, unleashed after navigating through the intricate pathways of his cultivation, was the manifestation of the Xiaolei bloodline. Boom! One of the most fundamental abilities of the Li clan, rooted in the eastern wilderness, is the Xiaolei bloodline. It was forcibly summoned without the aid of any specialized Li clan techniques. With a resounding crash, Li Chongqing's eyes emanated a violet lightning, which spread outwards. When it struck Miaoshi, her resistance due to the frost spirit's essence allowed only a minuscule current to reach her body. And Miaoshi suddenly felt a jolt at her chest, precisely where Li Chongqing had previously massaged her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she suspected Li Chongqing had done it intentionally. How improper! Your Highness, oh! Once more, a slight shock coursed through the center of her chest. The repeated jolts reminded Miaoshi of her earlier healing session, leaving her feeling exceedingly bashful. The competitive spirit within her began to wane. Yet, she misunderstood. Li Chongqing swore that he had merely triggered his own bloodline's power, which he could not control. Who would have imagined it would fortuitously land upon her chest? In a clash of formidable beings, it was merely a matter of will. Unfortunately, and Miaoshi's misunderstanding caused her resolve to falter, extinguishing her desire to continue the duel. Ding! The frost sword was sent flying, and the tip of the human emperor's flag pressed against Miaoshi's throat. She covered her chest with her hand, blushing, and said, Your Highness, you have won. Please refrain from shocking me further. Li Chongqing remained silent, contemplating. I have no intention of troubling you, so do not adopt that demeanor as if I were about to bully you. He lifted his gaze and noticed that the contest had attracted quite a commotion. In a hushed tone, he said, I must take my leave. Your Highness, please wait a moment. And Miaoshi produced a small pouch and remarked, I almost forgot to mention it to you. At the Shuzhou Poetry Conference, your Siege of the Frontier claimed the top prize. In May, the mountains are cloaked in snow, devoid of flowers. Only the chill remains. From the flute, the sound of weeping willows is heard. Spring's beauty has yet to be witnessed. As dawn breaks with the resounding drums, one finds solace at night, with a jade saddle. I wish to wield the sword at my waist, solely to cleave the palace gates, Your Highness. The final implication of this seems rather ominous. Li Chongqing reprimanded, You meddlesome one. Do you presume to teach me the art of poetry? Indeed. A mere commoner would not dare. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Li Chongqing received the reward for first place. He had not expected to obtain such an honor, demonstrating that Yuelu Academy holds a commendable reputation. The bounty included 1,000 taels of silver, 100 spirit stones, and a mystical herb capable of forging extraordinary physiques for martial artists. The banknote was singular, the spirit stones hefty, and there lay a dust-covered box containing the so-called mystical herb. It turned out to be the body-tempering Ganoderma, which aids martial artists in honing their physical forms. Generally scarce and of little market value, it is nonetheless a rare treasure. Coincidentally, Li Chongqing had already consumed the celestial demon transformation pill, rendering the body-tempering Ganoderma merely an ingredient in its formula. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Until we meet again. And now she seemed poised to say more. But Li Chongqing leaped away, vanishing behind a cluster of buildings. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. He has triumphed once more, first defeating Dan Taijin, and now besting in Miaoxi. This crown prince of Diyu is indeed a concealed talent. It appears that the Li clan of Diyu is poised to produce yet another god of war. However, I have heard that Li Chongqing is not favored. The real darling of the family is the second prince, Li Chengjian. Have you not heard? Li Chongqing writes rebellious poetry. He is certainly not one to be easily managed. There are intriguing times ahead. I foresee turmoil within Diyu. What concern is that to us martial artists? True. Yet even a fleeting glimpse of the fairy and would render one content to meet their end. Chapter 57. The Emperor of Yu rips apart rebellious poetry. A most heartless royal family. In the bustling streets of Shuzhou City, Li Chongqing ran while glancing back. Pursuing him relentlessly was Long Qianxue. Disciple, you truly have not fallen under my charm. You are disobedient, and your master must impose a punishment upon you. As Li Chongqing turned around, he immediately spotted Long Qianxue approaching. Realizing he was on the verge of being captured, he swiftly darted into a nearby brothel. Upon entering, he produced a recently acquired silver note worth 1,000 taels and declared, Prevent the women outside from entering, and all this money shall be yours. The madam, noticing the man's striking handsomeness and the woman's exquisite beauty, mistakenly assumed they were a couple. She mused that all men were the same. Even the most beautiful woman would eventually lose her allure over time. The madam replied, Rest assured, my lord, I shall take care of it. When Long Qianxue arrived and recognized the brothel as a place of frivolity, her cheeks flushed with indignation. You rascal, do you think master would fear such a place? It seems you require a lesson from me. With that, Long Qianxue swiftly followed him inside. Madam, your husband is quite occupied. What brings you here? The girls inquired. As several heavily made-up courtesans rushed forward to greet her, Long Qianxue found her view obstructed by these women, who were also getting a bit too familiar. Enraged, she unleashed her spiritual power, sending all the courtesans flying. As she ventured further in, she encountered yet another group of brothel girls. Madam, this is where you are mistaken. Since time immemorial, which man has not taken multiple wives? When men go out to have fun, they return home in good spirits, ready to treat you kindly. Begone. Long Qianxue had no time for the madam's twisted reasoning. However, amidst the throng of brothel patrons, after sending the obstructive women sprawling with a single blow, she found that Li Chongqing had mysteriously vanished. Unbeknownst to her, he had altered his physique and donned a human disguise, making his escape through the back door. Ha! Think you can control me? You are sorely mistaken. After escaping from the brothel, Li Chongqing was overjoyed. He spent lavishly to purchase a horse and gallop through the city gates, heading straight for the Devil's Gorge. The banner of the human emperor had now been completely liberated by the spirit of resonance. He could summon countless heroic souls to fight on his behalf. From this moment forth, he would embrace freedom. Meanwhile, far away within the grand palace of Diyu, Li Chunguang and Zhao Xuanji have returned for several days, and they have brought back 2 poignant poems. Li Yuan gazed at the 2 rebellious poems laid before him, his countenance darkened with an ominous gravity. He muttered, May I wield my sword, aimed solely at the imperial palace. This ungrateful wretch, does he dare to incite rebellion? He seized another sheet of paper and recited, When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my blossoms shall bloom, and 100 flowers shall perish. The fragrant aroma shall permeate the capital, and the city shall be adorned in golden armor. Truly, if rebellion is afoot, does he truly believe that I would refrain from vanquishing him? Li Yuan. in a fit of rage, tore apart the two copied poems, leaving a scattering of paper fragments in his wake. Now, the entirety of Dong Wang is mocking him. He, Yu Huang Li Yuan, is deemed incapable of raising his son, having created such a monumental farce. His son has turned against him. Yet, this father finds himself powerless to confront his own offspring. His authority has been challenged, and he wishes fervently to strike this rebellious child down. How infuriating! Li Yuan struck the stone table fiercely, causing a corner of the newly replaced tabletop to chip once more. This marked the third table this month. The eunuchs and palace maids beside him fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Recently, the emperor had been in a fit of rage concerning the crown prince's affairs, anger erupting multiple times. At this moment, the empress, Zhao Xuanji, who was sipping tea in the courtyard, shook her phoenix crown and royal robe and approached slowly. You are still here fuming. The current state of Chongqing is of his own making. Where have I erred? I act for the sake of the common people and to consider the greater good. Chongqing told me that he does not hold us responsible for sending him to the barbaric tribes as a hostage. His resentment lies in our failure to treat him properly upon his return. Have I not treated him well? A minor grievance, and he falters. He is not a child. The struggle for imperial power has always dictated a you die, I live scenario. Why can he not assist Qing Jian with diligence? As of now, Chongqing's strength likely surpasses even that of Qing Jian. We have both misjudged him. The Yu Wang has been rendered speechless. The true words pill, the human emperor's banner, and the 9 resonances talent all attest to Chongqing's exceptional value. How laughable that you still seek to control him. He is mocking us. Now that he has gone to Yunzhou, should he truly carve out a remarkable career for himself, I wonder how you will confront him. Li Yuan was left speechless in the face of the accusations. Clearly, he had been tormented to the brink of ruin by the barbarian adversaries. And even the most skilled healers had proclaimed that Li Chongqing would not survive for more than a few years. How could he have suddenly risen to prominence? Moreover, how had he managed to elude his grasp? Sighing deeply, Li Yuan reflected, ultimately, he is of the Li clan's bloodline. He merely sensed the injustice surrounding him. I have granted him fairness by providing him with the sword of the former emperor and securing funds from the Ministry of War on his behalf. Is that not sufficient? I simply arrived too late. No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy sentinel rushed in, exclaiming, Your Majesty, there is trouble. What has occurred? The crown prince has vanished. Did he not lead his retinue towards Yunzhou? The crown prince has executed a clever ruse, for he did not proceed to Yunzhou. Instead, he returned to Shuzhou, where he defeated the holy maiden of the first sacred land, and then he disappeared. Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji stood up simultaneously, exchanging a look of astonishment. How could so many masters from the martial emperor and martial sovereign realms possibly escape? Li Yuan was once again taken aback. What? He has triumphed over the holy maiden of the sacred land again? The prodigal's talent requires no further speculation. The crown prince must have encountered extraordinary fortunes. Perhaps even inherited the legacy of a great power. Suddenly, the supreme emperor Li Chang'an appeared. He admonished, the chaos we find ourselves in today cannot be excused. Your Majesty, this cannot be blamed on me. It is futile to assign responsibility now. The crown prince possesses the protective aura of the martial emperor. Left behind by the chess saint 5 centuries ago, no one can contend with him. I have already commanded the Li clan that, should the protective aura dissipate, they must immediately bring him back. The protective aura left by the chess saint? This ungrateful wretch truly has the luck of the gods. Emperor, you cursed. Li Chuangang turned his gaze towards Zhao Xuanji and remarked, Your Majesty, the crown prince has composed rebellious poetry, an act of treason that openly defies the royal family. Upon his return, place him by your side for proper guidance. If treated with fairness, he shall harbor no grievances. Having said this, he cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Xuanji and continued, You have been diligently attending to matters, having distanced yourself from any entanglements. Thus, refrain from wandering aimlessly. Zhao Xuanji, her expression inscrutable, simply responded, Understood. Li Chuna remarked, Although he possesses great talent, it is indeed a mistake to treat him differently. However, that is all in the past. The dignity of the royal family is not to be trifled with. If his mindset is not upright, then even the finest talent is rendered meaningless. I believe Qing Jian is a much better child. Li Yuan nodded. Indeed. Unfortunately, Qing Jian's talent pales in comparison to his. I possess a secret technique that can reverse talent, transferring his abilities to Qing Jian. Father, I propose we proceed with this plan. Once his streak of ill fortune runs its course, we shall capture him and educate him properly, and he will surely comply. Empress, do you have any objections? Zhao Xuanji, who had been silent, numbly nodded in agreement. This was a stark contrast to her earlier public plea for Li Changxing's return and her heartfelt apology to him. Was it all merely an act? Simultaneously, fully aware that he would not be spared, Li Changxing ventured alone to the Demon Path Grand Canyon. He raised the Emperor's banner and leaped into the abyss. When he emerged once more, the banner would be accompanied by tens of thousands of loyal souls. It would reveal whether he was a hero or a coward on the battlefield. Chapter 58. The Crown Prince captures the rebel army, now truly urgent for others. The Demon Path Grand Canyon was a place of certain death. Yet for Li Changxing, wielding the Emperor's banner, it was a tremendous boon. The banner had not fully unleashed its power, but as he traversed the canyon, all the restless souls were drawn to him. Moreover, in such an environment, the recovery of the loyal souls was significantly expedited. Any rebellious spirits that dared to attack Li Changxing were transformed into nourishment for the Emperor's banner, aiding the revival of the 5,000 loyal souls. In less than half a day, Li Changxing exited the canyon and rode towards Yunzhou. At this moment, the Emperor's banner had been restored and had even recruited an additional 30,000 loyal souls. They possessed no physical form, required no sustenance, and were utterly devoted. Each one could contend with a martial sovereign in fierce combat. They had but one request, that Li Changxing would grant them entry into the cycle of reincarnation in the future. In the wilderness, Li Changxing made an agreement with Xiang Long to meet at the Yunzhou outpost, outside Tianmen Pass. Judging by the time, it should be today. After slaying the Duke of Jiulu and departing from Shuzhou, he had acquired this supreme sword technique. It appeared exquisite. Indeed, the sword scriptures, being professional, differed significantly from the heart techniques. Each discipline has its own expertise, and this was undoubtedly more formidable. He needed to catch up with the main forces and study it thoroughly. It was quite uncomfortable not having anyone to attend to him these past 2 days. Li Changxing rode forth to a narrow valley entrance, observing along the way numerous dilapidated and abandoned grain carts, accompanied by several skeletal remains. This was an ancient and poorly maintained official road, where the trees lining the path had been stripped of their bark. Venturing deeper into the terrain, he soon beheld 2 factions engaged in fierce combat. One side comprised his retinue, led by 50 seasoned warriors, meticulously executing a defensive strategy. Bound to protect a substantial stockpile of provisions and wealth, his forces were unable to launch an offensive. Xiang Long, an elderly figure, was also unable to flee and required protection. The assailants, however, did not appear to be mere highwaymen. Rather, they were common folk wielding hoes and wooden clubs. Though these peasants were feeble in physique, they boasted superior numbers and possessed bows and arrows. Furthermore, this uprising of commoners had the audacity to employ smoke tactics. Having received news from Shuzhou City, the various masters had since dispersed. Indeed, it felt as if I were orchestrating events from afar. Nevertheless, I must hasten to elevate my own strength. The protective aura of the martial emperor realm had dissipated, and I could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. Li Changxing pondered to himself, casting his gaze upon the unfolding battle ahead. He mused, it appears there are merely over 1,000 of them. Do they intend to wear down my forces with this war of attrition? He did not comprehend the strategies of military formations, however, in this realm of martial arts. The strength of an individual warrior sufficed. Li Changxing seized his fateful sword and hurled it forth. A wisp of the soul trailed a crimson shadow. Supreme swordsmanship. Sword control technique. This was a newly conceived technique he had just refined, as the crimson sword light danced through the battlefield. Li Changxing did not resort to murder. Rather, he primarily inflicted injury. With his arrival, the 2 factions were torn asunder, and the intensity of the conflict significantly diminished. Xiang Long glanced over, filled with delight. Your Highness. Your Highness. Li Changxing slowly entered the battlefield, and the servant soldiers knelt down in reverence, exclaiming, We pay our respects to your Highness. He nodded silently and inquired, What is the situation? Xiang Long replied, Your Highness, we have encountered a group of rebels at Yuzhou and Tianmenguan. Li Changxing interjected, What treachery are you speaking of? Do you truly believe they would forsake their meager sustenance and risk their lives for such menial tasks? Observe their coarse garments and the crude tools they wield, mere plowshares repurposed as weapons. Each one of them is gaunt and emaciated. His words rendered Xiang Long momentarily speechless, leaving even the opposing forces in a state of bewilderment. The leader among them spoke, There is no need for such pretense. They address you as your Highness. Are you not the firstborn son recently retrieved from the savage tribes by the Emperor of Dayu? Li Changxing added, It was not a welcome. Rather, The Crown Prince returned of his own accord. I have heard that you composed 2 satirical poems. How is it that you are so well informed? This event transpired merely 4 or 5 days ago. I possess my own abilities. However, it appears that the rumor of Emperor Yu sending the Crown Prince to Yunsho for his demise is indeed true. Brothers, let us slay this Crown Prince without fear of retribution. The uprising soldiers raised their hammers, hoes, and sickles, chanting fervently, "Kill, kill, kill." Li Changxing sighed. Are you certain? Upon speaking, the imperial banner unfurled. The 30,000 loyal souls army assembled before them, each clad in armor, their ethereal forms radiating a golden hue, exuding an imposing presence akin to Mount Tai pressing down. The insurgents, upon witnessing this spectacle, recoiled several meters in fear. Just moments ago, they had boasted a numerical advantage. Yet that was no longer the case. The loyal souls army had the ability to soar, effectively sealing off all escape routes. Now it was the turn of Kong Ding and his retinue to laugh heartily. Rebels, do you not comprehend the might of our prince? Ha ha ha, surrender swiftly. Before the Crown Prince, you are not but insignificant. Although the insurgents were engulfed in panic, they maintained their composure, rallying around their masked leader. The leader of the righteous army proclaimed, fellow villagers, when we initially vanquished the government and commenced relief efforts, we had no choice but to take up arms. Foreseeing this day would come, it seems that day has arrived. He is the Crown Prince of Dayu. Slaying us would be a significant achievement, perhaps leading to his reinstatement at court, and thus he shall not spare us. The leader intended to deliver a stirring speech before committing to a fight to the death. However, Li Changxing interjected, did I declare my intent to kill you? If you wish to die, find a crooked tree to hang yourself from. Must you lead others to their demise alongside you? The leader of the insurgents scoffed, do you expect us to believe that you would spare us? Do you think us mere children of 3? Li Changxing remarked, I shall spare you, but under one condition. Upon hearing Li Changxing's words, the rebel forces found a flicker of hope for survival ignited within them. Li Changxing said, join me, and I shall compose a decree of amnesty to enlist you all. Upon hearing this, Xiang Long hastily replied, Your Highness, such an act of usurpation may lead to severe repercussions. The Grand Tutor interjected, is the crime of insurrection graver than that of treason? Both are equally grave, came the reply. Thus, Grand Tutor, from the moment I departed the capital, there has been no turning back. To return would mean the obliteration of my cultivation, reducing me to a mere shell of my former self. I would be placed under house arrest, and within a few months, news of the Crown Prince's untimely demise would reach the ears of the public, marking the end of my existence. Xiang Long fell into silence, having contemplated this path but never anticipating the Crown Prince's swift action. By the way, Grand Tutor, the Marquis of Julu has perished. I avenged you. Xiang Long's aging eyes widened in disbelief. The enemy who had brought ruin upon his entire family was finally dead. Though not by his own hand, he felt as though he had played a part in this retribution. His heart raced as he knelt down to express his gratitude to Li Changxing for avenging him. Your Highness, Li Changxing sighed, contemplating his return to Shuzhou City, harboring thoughts of aiding the old minister in his quest for vengeance. Otherwise, the identity of the Marquis of Julu, once back in the capital, could not be swiftly extinguished. Upon hearing Li Changxing's proposition, the common folk across from him began to murmur among themselves, uncertain of how to proceed. After deliberating with his followers, the leader of the righteous army proclaimed, if you urge us to submit, will it guarantee us a full meal? How can we trust that you are not deceiving us? The members of the Li family have never shown any concern for the lives of us commoners. Li Changxing waved his hand and commanded, distribute half of the provisions to them. As long as I have sustenance, I have no need to prove anything to you. Observing the provisions being brought forth by the servants, the populace could no longer restrain themselves. The first to disregard the leader's orders surged forward, followed by others who, fearing they would miss out, rushed eagerly to partake in the bounty. In a brief moment, the rebel forces transformed into a frenzied mob of starving citizens clamoring for food. The leader of the insurgents, witnessing this chaos, could only sigh helplessly, unable to restore order. They had been famished for far too long. With their retreat cut off by the loyal Soul Army, the rebels had descended into a state of desperation, overwhelming the provisions. He approached Li Changxing and knelt, asking, Your Highness, how shall you address our plight? Li Changxing remarked, I have declared that I shall not take your lives. A dynasty that cannot ensure its citizens are fed should not compel those who merely seek sustenance to their demise. The surrounding servants and the common people of the rebel army felt a sudden pang of emotion, their noses inexplicably tinged with sorrow. In the heart of His Highness, he harbored the plight of these ordinary folk. The servants, too, had ventured to follow Li Chongqing out of desperation, unable to secure 3 meals a day in the capital. Li Chongqing then declared, "Follow me, and I assure you that you shall have your fill. Are you willing to accompany me? Long live the Crown Prince!" Someone shouted. "Long live the Crown Prince!" The others echoed in unison. Soon, news of the pacification of the rebel forces from Yoli Yunzhu and Tianmen Pass reached the capital. "Long live the Crown Prince! Traitor, you have already chosen the path of death." Li Yuan clenched his teeth in anger upon receiving the news. Initially, if Li Chongqing had been disobedient, it could have been attributed to the tantrums of a child. To demonstrate the emperor's magnanimity, he would not resort to overly drastic measures. However, after composing rebellious verses, despite acknowledging his talent and offering him a chance at redemption, considering his 2 decades as a hostage was ultimately futile. Now, with shouts of "Long live the Crown Prince" and the unauthorized recruitment of rebel forces, he had crossed numerous red lines. This had already infringed upon the imperial authority and Li Yuan's own limits. This time, he did not erupt in rage, for he found himself compelled to seriously contemplate how to address the issue concerning the Crown Prince. In the imperial study, numerous ministers observed the emperor's somber demeanor. They were all aware of the concerns expressed by Emperor Yu. The Crown Prince had indeed crossed the line, necessitating corrective action. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince possesses only the cultivation of a martial sovereign. We need only dispatch a general of the martial king realm, or even a martial lord." To quell the situation, one minister proposed, "I second this. A martial lord is capable of traversing the skies and could return the Crown Prince to the court within 2 days." Suddenly, the second prince stepped forward, eager to accept the mission. His intentions were clear. He sought to achieve merit, with the Crown Prince now jeopardizing his own future. He no longer needed to fret about the succession. The accolades he would receive for this accomplishment would be substantial when he ascended the throne. Deep down, he resented the notion that Li Chongqing, deemed a waste, could overshadow him. What was this talk of the ancient bell's 9 chimes as a mark of talent? It was all a ruse. Defeating various prodigies was merely due to the ancient artifact, the emperor's flag. He could achieve the same. Observing the eager second prince, Emperor Yu recalled how the prince had accepted the return of the former emperor's sword without protest, remaining obedient. This pleased him greatly, prompting him to declare, as a son, "One should act thus. How can one constantly defy their forebears?" With renewed determination, Emperor Yu retrieved the former emperor's sword that he had not yet bestowed. "Very well. I grant you the immortal emperor's sword and order you to muster the troops of the Kueishing department. You must bring back the Crown Prince. No, that rebellious child." "I accept the decree," the second prince responded joyfully, realizing that the identification of the heir, the former emperor's sword, had fallen into his hands. The previous bestowal had been private, but now it was public, making it difficult to retract. The surrounding ministers, witnessing this turn of events, refrained from further comment, clearly recognizing the emperor's resolute determination. The Crown Prince's faction had thus fallen entirely from grace, while the political landscape of the Great Yu court remained unchanged. Meanwhile, within the household of Li Chongqing and Shen Weiyang in the capital, Shen Weiyang felt a wave of nausea at the scent of food, her appetite entirely absent. All she desired was some sour plums. "Your Highness, your condition." "Shook, quiet. We mustn't raise alarm." Shen Weiyang made a gesture for silence. Although she was the daughter of a noble family, her passion for medicine had been cultivated since childhood, rendering her quite knowledgeable about her own body. She was already aware of her condition. However, the situation concerning Li Chongqing had become exceedingly intricate, far beyond her initial expectations. Initially, she had sought to provide support for the Dingwa Marquisate, but circumstances had shifted dramatically. The Crown Prince was now rebelling and composing defiant poetry, leaving her uncertain about the next course of action. Based on past experiences, she could at least rely on the bloodline of the Li family within her womb to ensure her survival. "Sister." Suddenly, her younger sister Shenlan arrived. Upon entering, she exclaimed dramatically, "Sister, it's terrible. The Crown Prince is planning a rebellion." Shen Weiyang's expression changed. Had the Crown Prince truly reached this point? Yet in this martial world, the strong prevailed. How could the Crown Prince possibly contend against the formidable forces of the Great Yu dynasty? Not to mention that the Emperor Yu is none other than the Eastern Emperor battle god, with the Li family being the foremost sacred ground. Supported by numerous influential clans, pillars that were not easily shaken, the Crown Prince was utterly misguided. Shen Weiyang anxiously supported her forehead. Shenlan continued, "Sister, you should hastily request a divorce from His Majesty. The Crown Prince has always been deemed incompetent, and now he is even more so. Plotting rebellion. Truly a disloyal and unfilial individual. Shen Weiyang admonished, silence. He is not someone you can criticize so freely. Shenlan, perplexed, replied, sister. Why do you still defend him? If he truly cared for you, he wouldn't be contemplating rebellion. Shen Weiyang responded, I am not a parasite in his belly. How could I possibly know what he thinks? Just as the two sisters were conversing, a maid entered to announce the arrival of consort Su. Shen Weiyang sent her sister away, saying, Lan'er, you should return and inform our mother and grandmother that I am well. Shenlan, fuming, retorted, Sister, you are far too obedient. If it were me, I'd simply have the crown prince hung up and beaten until he behaved. How dare he rise against us? As soon as Shenlan departed, Su Fei arrived shortly thereafter. Although the news of the death of the Duke of Jiulu had already been conveyed, the identity of the assailant remained undiscovered. Due to her pregnancy, Su Fei was exempted from the customary mourning rituals, yet she still donned garments of somber hues. Her feelings towards her father, who had orchestrated her life and relentlessly compelled her to consume various dubious fertility concoctions, were devoid of deep emotional pain. At the very least, she would no longer be a puppet of the Duke of Jiulu's household. However, her concerns were now directed towards Li Changsheng. It was not merely the ecstasy of womanhood she had experienced that night with him, but rather the realization that the child growing within her was his. A peculiar thought began to take root in her mind. What if Li Changsheng were to suddenly emerge as a martial genius, transcending to the realm of the martial emperor, ultimately ascending to become the emperor of Daiyu, and she, in turn, becoming the empress, with her unborn child destined to be the crown prince? After all, it was widely rumored that the crown prince possessed extraordinary talent and was a prodigy in martial arts. When the two women met, pleasantries were exchanged. Su Fei remarked, Indeed, the nausea I experienced after consuming my sister's concoction has vanished. Su sister, your pulse appears stable. Simply be mindful of the cold and wind, and you shall not suffer any significant ailments. I am aware. However, I must inform you that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Shen Weiyang, is quite perplexed as to why Su Fei consistently presents herself with such apparent concern for him. Shouldn't she be pleased about the Crown Princess' misfortunes? His Highness Shen Weiyang dismissed those around him. It was only then that Su Fei spoke. His Highness is indeed in trouble this time. We must command Li Changjian to send the experts from the Kueishing division to retrieve the crown prince. Li Changjian led numerous experts at the martial king level and 4 formidable warriors of the martial lord realm. The Kueishing division is an institution of the Daiyu that recruits powerful martial artists. Only those of the martial sect are permitted entry, and the strongest among them can reach the martial lord level, with their numbers being significant. This implies that, in the eyes of the Daiyu court, the crown prince's trivial disturbances must come to an end. This is a world governed by martial prowess, where a single martial expert can easily overpower a well-trained army. You must inform His Highness at your earliest convenience. With that, Su Fei departed. Sister Su. Shen Weiyang rose, gazing at the departing figure of Su Fei, utterly bewildered. Sister Su is truly kind. Even after her father's demise, she shows no sorrow and still comes to deliver news. She dared not dwell further on her thoughts, knowing that understanding would lead to nothing but trouble. Hastily, she summoned a carrier pigeon to inform Li Changsheng. Her own future was now intertwined with his, and she hoped fervently that he would not encounter any unforeseen calamities. As night deepened, within the borders of Yunzhu and Daiyu, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The closer one approached Yunzhu, the more mournful the landscape appeared. The populace was displaced, merchants had vanished, and apart from the core strongholds, the surrounding towns within Yunzhu had been ravaged. Li Changsheng and others set up camp by a river valley. Xiang Long entered, holding a carrier pigeon. Your Highness, a letter from Her Highness has arrived. Li Changsheng opened the document and realized he had landed himself in a grave predicament. However, he had anticipated this outcome and remained unfazed. The 4 individuals from the martial sovereign realm posed a significant challenge. Yet, upon seeing this information, Li Changsheng found himself in a quandary. This was undoubtedly not an easy foe to confront. A pivotal juncture in life presents itself with 2 choices. Choice 1. As we are all of one family, forgive my youthful ignorance. I could submit to the Empress Yu and return to the capital, becoming a dutiful son. Reward, the 9 transformation golden pill, a remedy that can restore life as long as one draws breath. Choice 2. Venture elsewhere, seizing opportunities wherever they arise. Success would crown me as a hero, while failure would mark me as a notorious figure. Reward, the great wilderness spiritual pill, a premier elixir for cultivation. Choice 3. Establish a firm base in Yun province, gathering strength. I would inform the man on the imperial throne that should he continue to meddle, I would be compelled to rise against him in defense of the throne. Li Changsheng gazed at the life choices that had suddenly presented themselves, a shiver running down his spine. Is there truly not a single favorable option among them? Chapter 60. The Enchantress Master is irresistibly alluring. Is this the taste of a life of dependency? The bitterness he felt was more intense than that of bitter melon. Li Changxing found it difficult to recognize the system for critiquing life choices. Why not offer him some paths of comfort? The third life choice was to establish a stronghold in Yunzhou and command troops with dignity. He would inform the man seated on the throne that if he continued to prattle, he would mobilize forces to restore the rightful ruler. The reward for this choice was the purple astonishing profound art, an unparalleled dual cultivation technique. Yet, the allure of the reward was undeniably tempting. Li Changxing pondered. A supreme dual cultivation method? Does this imply that I must return to rescue Shen Weiyang? Within the tent, Li Changxing observed the recently subdued leader of the righteous army, the martial artist Han Feng, who knelt before him. He was a man of the martial world in his 30s, having lost his parents to famine. After honing his skills, he returned to his hometown. And unable to witness the suffering of the people, he led a rebellion, vanquished the officials, opened the granaries to relieve the disaster, and subsequently became the leader of the righteous army. Han Feng possessed the cultivation of an early-stage martial sovereign, marking him as a rare talent in martial arts. However, he was not particularly adept in combat. Rather, his strengths lay in the arts of witchcraft and sorcery, including divination, the spread of plagues, and the raising of insects. Your Highness, you may be on the brink of calamity. On a table within the tent lay a topographical map of Yunzhou, adorned with the hexagrams of tortoise shells and divination coins. Han Feng gazed at the divination results, noting that the same hexagram had appeared several times. Li Changxing replied, I am aware that the second prince has brought 4 formidable warriors from the Kueishing sect to apprehend me. It seems that your highness is quite well informed. Pray tell, do I possess any opportunity to turn the tide? The rise of genius and power is a dynamic phenomenon. Where there is peril, there must also be opportunity. Whether your highness can seize this chance is the crux of the matter. Li Changxing found solace in the saying, crisis, crisis. Where there is danger, there is opportunity. If he were to falter, he would accept the consequences, yet he firmly believed that defeat was not in his destiny. Are you familiar with the Lord of Yunzhou? Indeed. He is a tyrant, yet an exceptionally formidable guardian, who would go to great lengths to preserve Yunzhou, even at the cost of the lives of the nearby villagers, allowing the demonic forces to slaughter the innocent without intervention. Those who dare to defy him within the city face certain death. At this juncture, Xiang Long interjected. Yunzhou is vast, yet sparsely populated, with treacherous paths. Although the court allocates funds annually, after being exploited by the nobility, little remains. The court's sole demand of the Lord of Yunzhou is that the city remains unscathed. This remark served both as an addition to the discussion and a cautionary note for Li Changxing. Life in Yunzhou is rather arduous, and for various reasons. The court appears indifferent. He would not receive favorable treatment upon his arrival in Yunzhou. Han Feng further remarked, moreover, the Lord of Yunzhou is a member of the Li clan, and his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Li Changxing remained silent, finding himself in a predicament akin to being caught between a wolf and a tiger. Xiang Long suggested, Your Highness, why don't we make our way to Zhangzhou? The region is vast and abundant, rich in resources, and with the autumn harvest approaching, Li Changsheng, however, would not choose to roam about, plundering to amass wealth. That would truly make him a rebel. He yearned for a territory to settle down, to cultivate diligently. He sought to demonstrate to the people of the great Yu imperial capital that he, Li Changxing, was no inferior to their cherished second prince. He even aspired to challenge them. Otherwise, his 2 decades of living as a hostage would have been in vain. Li Changxing furrowed his brow deeply as he stepped out of the tent and approached a stream by the river valley. He contemplated his inclination towards the third option in life, not merely due to the dual cultivation technique, but rather because it offered a greater sense of dignity. His life, after all, was a tapestry woven by his own choices. Even the second path was fraught with thorns, and the first path held its own perils. In this tumultuous era of competition, one must either claim a seat at the table or inevitably find oneself served upon it. My dear disciple, you certainly keep your master on his toes, he mused. Suddenly, an irate, soft voice arose from behind him. Turning, he beheld a peasant woman approaching. Yet, As she spun around, she shed her guise, revealing an exquisite enchantress draped in crimson attire, Lang Qianxue, a breathtaking beauty. Li Changshen's lips twitched in disbelief. When had this woman managed to catch up with him again? It was truly absurd. Yet, Li Changxing remained composed and remarked, I am testing you. Only upon your successful completion of this trial will I consider accepting you as my disciple. Cold Qianxue, irked, reached out and pinched Li Changxing's ear, saying, You little rascal. Do not overstep your bounds. If it weren't for your modicum of talent and your somewhat presentable appearance, I would not possess the patience to engage in idle chatter with you. Now come, return with me to the Harmony sect. Li Changxing remarked, Master. A forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness. Yet, I observe that you, young one, possess a certain sweetness. Having utilized my services, do you now intend to flee? As you yourself have stated, within the realm of the Hehuan sect, it is merely you and I that remain. Does that not imply that wherever the disciple is, there too lies the sect? Upon hearing this, Lang Qianxue found a modicum of truth in his words, though not much. She replied, It is where the master resides that the sect flourishes. Do you seek to overturn the celestial order? Suddenly, Li Changxing grasped Lang Qianxue's delicate hand and said, Thus, master, am I not providing us with the necessary funds to rejuvenate our Hehuan sect? Lang Qianxue inquired, Pray tell, how do you intend to deceive me this time? Li Changxing smiled gently and remarked, Behold, Yunzhou City is indeed a splendid place. Once we seize it, we can rejuvenate the Hehuan sect and secure a place to call home. Lang Qianxue retorted, Do you think your grandfather and maternal grandfather are pushovers? In Shuzhou City, they refrained from taking action against me merely out of disinterest. Now that you have executed your cunning ploy to deceive them, it won't be long before they return. Li Changxing remarked, Master, you are unaware of certain matters. When I departed from the barbarian tribe, the savages intended to breach the treaty between our two nations and were preparing for a large-scale invasion of Daiyu. Therefore, I occupy this territory. As long as I remain within the bounds of Daiyu, the court shall not intervene. Upon hearing this, Lang Qianxue felt a stir of emotions within her. Is there truly such a situation? Li Changxing was certainly fabricating tales. How could he possibly know whether the barbarian would arrive? In a moment of inspiration, he conceived a brilliant solution to the troubles of his duties. The sorceress master was undeniably alluring, possessing a dual allure. Did not the second prince bring along a formidable expert from the martial sovereign realm? Then let us request the master's assistance. Is not the Lord of Yunzhou a powerful figure of the martial sovereign realm? Hence, let us summon the master aid. What an exceptional tool, or rather, what a splendid master. To partake in the master's bounty is not to be deemed as indulging in idle comforts. Master, I assure you, my intentions are sincere. Look at how I have even recruited so many for the Hehuan sect. Li Changxing pointed towards the camp ahead where the servant army was undergoing training. Upon hearing this, Lang Qianxue found his reasoning quite persuasive. If the identity of Li Changxing is utilized effectively, it presents a splendid opportunity to restore the glory of the Hetian Yin-Yang Harmony sect. The reason why the first sacred land has endured for a millennium lies in its support from the Daiyu imperial family. Should Li Changxing ascend to the throne, the Harmony sect would undoubtedly flourish and bring honor to its lineage. Have you had your fill of this yet? Li Changxing chuckled awkwardly a few times, releasing his grip on Lang Qianxue's hand. Master, what do you wash your hands with? They are so smooth. I am curious and would like to buy some for my wife. Your master is naturally exquisite. Lang Qianxue withdrew her hand but remained unperturbed. After pondering for a moment, she replied, Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more. Should you deceive me again, I shall not accept you as my disciple. You rascal, seeking a beating. Master, I was merely jesting, haha. The two exchanged glances and shared a smile, reaching a mutual understanding. Chapter 61. The Crown Prince has gained influence, and the northern barbarians have truly arrived outside Yunzhou City. Several flying swords soared through the skies. In the martial realm, the formidable could traverse the heavens and the earth. And these sword cultivators from the capital of Daiyu traversed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Li Changxing had just received the message from his master, Lang Qianxue, when a commotion erupted outside. Were they flying on swords? Was it a powerful warrior from the martial king realm? I suspect more than that. Quickly inform His Highness. Look, that attire belongs to the officials of the great Yukuation Yamen. What shall we do now? At the camp, the servants were busy stoking the fires and preparing meals. Upon witnessing the formidable presence overhead, they were filled with despair, realizing it was beyond their capacity to confront. Li Changxing, come out and accept the decree. In the air, Li Qingjian, standing upon the sword of the late emperor, held the imperial edict with a sense of triumph. In this struggle for imperial power, he ultimately emerged victorious without effort. Li Chongqing stepped out of the tent. With his master now in control, he no longer feared such trivial matters. What? My dear fellow, have you traveled such a distance just to grovel before me? Li Qingjian furiously rebuked. Even in the face of death, you remain obstinate. Listen well, do not say that His Majesty the Emperor has not granted you an opportunity. With a flourish, the banner of the human emperor was unfurled, exuding an overwhelming aura. The fully liberated human emperor's flag had absorbed an army of 30,000 loyal souls, now capable of contending with the martial king realm. Boom. The war drums resounded, and the attendant army swiftly transitioned into battle mode. Observing the actions of the second prince, disdain filled his heart, regarding Li Chongqing as exceedingly foolish. Did he truly believe that sheer numbers could intimidate? Foolish, Li Chongqing. Today I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a master of martial arts. Eliminate everyone else, sparing only his worthless life. The martial king realm expert beside him was poised to strike. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy erupted from below, enveloping the area in swirling black mist. Aha! Who dares to threaten my disciple? Long Chen-Chue's chilling laughter resonated, disorienting the second prince and his entourage. The sound of demonic essence? It was a demonic cultivator of the martial emperor realm. Someone recognized Long Chen-Chue's prowess. A martial emperor realm was more than sufficient to suppress them. This was the source of Li Chongqing's confidence. The second prince's entourage was left stunned. How could it have transpired so quickly? How had Li Chongqing recruited a martial emperor realm expert? Typically, in Dayu, recruiting a martial king realm cultivator required exorbitant offerings and frequent visits to woo them, akin to the treatment accorded to the leaders of the Kueisheng faction. Yet here was Li Chongqing, impoverished, yet supported by a martial emperor realm ally? Whoosh! In an instant, the black mist swept away. Li Chongjian, terrified, quickly covered his hands. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, he found himself unscathed. However, all of his subordinates had vanished without a trace. Thud, thud, thud. Subsequently, dismembered limbs and severed arms fell from the sky, landing beside Li Chongjian. Ah! His heart seized in fear. 8 formidable warriors of the martial king realm and 4 of the martial lord realm had perished in an instant? Was there not even a chance for him to flee? Long Chen-Chue, with a languid grace, strode forward while licking her fingers. Is this what frightens you? You are the leader of the Yin-Yang Hahuan sect, the greatest adversary of your mother. Ha ha. Long Chen-Chue, given your esteemed status, why do you choose to assist this useless prince? Turning her gaze back to Li Chongqing, Lang Chen-Chue replied with a smile, useless? Young man, what is your talent? She then produced an ancient bell used by the demon sect to test a warrior's potential. Li Chongjian extended his trembling hand, yet he dared not make contact. His innate talent was rather mediocre, and he often relied on consuming various rare resources to enhance his abilities. Lung Chen-Chue mocked him, saying, You do not even have the courage to test your own capabilities, yet you have the audacity to ridicule my disciple? You are nothing more than the worthless offspring nurtured by that old hag Zhao Xuanji, and you pale in comparison to the saintess of your esteemed first holy land. Li Qingjian shouted angrily, Silence! You shall not insult my mother. With a swift motion, Lang Chen-Chue delivered a resounding slap. Li Qingjian's teeth had been knocked out, rendering him speechless. Master, at this moment, Li Chongqing approached. Can you leave the next one for me? Li Chongqing gazed at the scattered corpses, his heart aching. Those were the sustenance for his imperial sovereign banner, the essence of his cultivated power. Although the influence of the celestial demon relic had enabled his body to establish a self-sustaining cycle for cultivation, he still felt that his progress was rather sluggish. Those dozen or so elite martial artists were splendid materials for absorption. If others were to learn of Li Chongqing's thoughts, they would surely be filled with dread. What kind of fiend was he? Cold Chen-Chue placed her hands on her hips and remarked, All right, next time then. This is your brother. How do you intend to handle him? First, I shall incapacitate him. Li Chongqing raised his hand, poised to render Li Qingjian powerless. Wait! Li Qingjian cried out in panic. Crown Prince, I am your brother. Crown Prince, I was wrong. I deeply regret opposing you. I offer you this sword of the heir apparent. I do not desire the position of Crown Prince. He looked upon Li Chongqing with a mixture of fear and feigned submission. Li Chongqing held the sword of the late emperor of Dayu, disdainfully remarking, You forced me to dwell in the horse stable and stoop beneath the eunuch's legs. And now you seek mercy? It is not regret you feel, but fear. With that, Li Changsheng prepared to raise his sword to strike him down. Li Chengjin screamed in terror, "Please do not kill me. Leave me as a useful pawn. I am in your hands. Father Emperor will not send anyone to hunt you down. He will only send envoys to negotiate with you." Li Changshen's sword, which had descended upon the second prince, gradually came to a halt. This seemed to bear some semblance of reason. There exists a hierarchy of importance. While vengeance holds significance, the execution of duties is equally paramount. Summon the guards and imprison the second prince, adorned with the Pai Pa bone. Understood. Li Changsheng effortlessly resolved the crisis and subsequently summoned Minister Xiang to compose an article concerning the Qing army. 2 days later, in the imperial city of Dayu, Li Yuan gazed at the memorial recently submitted, utterly astounded. 8 formidable warriors of the martial king realm and 4 of the martial sovereign realm. Such a formidable assembly could serve as the backbone of any mid-tier sect. With this many powerful individuals, they could traverse any region of the eastern wilderness with impunity. Initially, he had assumed that Li Changsheng was merely accompanied by a throng of subservient soldiers and a handful of righteous rebels. Even the mere dispatch of those at the martial king level would have sufficed. Yet, the second prince had also brought along martial sovereigns, all of whom have now perished. Who, pray tell, is the individual beside the crown prince? Your Majesty, we have no further news. This ungrateful wretch. It infuriates me. How dare he suggest that there are sycophants at my side, maligning his loyalty and virtue? We must rally our forces to protect the throne. Ungrateful wretch, ungrateful wretch. Li Yuan's anger surged as he struck the writing desk, shattering it into countless pieces. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath, the ministers in the imperial study urged. Their voices steady amidst the chaos. The situation, it seemed, remained under control, and a lesson must be imparted to this rebellious son. Li Yuan rose with an imposing presence, his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Given that Li Changsheng had the support of a martial emperor by his side, he resolved to dispatch a martial emperor of his own. In the eastern wilderness, the mightiest warriors were martial emperors, and victories in battles of equal standing were rarely won easily. Often, it was the advantage of numbers that determined the outcome. The Great Yu had stood tall in the eastern wilderness for many years, ensuring a steady availability of formidable martial emperors. Suddenly, a panicked eunuch rushed into the imperial study. Your Majesty, grave news. The 4 towns of the northern frontier are under siege by barbarians, resulting in countless deaths and the rampant looting of livestock. The borders are in a state of emergency. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and sat back down. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Grand General of the protecting nation, Duke Dingwu, shall enter the palace." Chapter 62. Master. I am but a child. Within the imperial study, Li Yuan was genuinely anxious. The matter concerning Li Changsheng remained unresolved. And now the barbaric tribes of the northern frontier had returned. Reflecting on 2 decades past, the presence of the crown prince as a hostage had maintained relative peace along the borders, facilitating considerable trade. However, the frigid lands inhabited by these barbarians were rife with demons and yielded scarce resources, resulting in a perpetual trade deficit. Yet, due to the Crown Prince Treaty, the opposing side had largely upheld their promises and refrained from breaching the borders. Now, their sudden aggression suggested long-standing treachery. Esteemed officials, what is your counsel? The Grand General of the protecting nation directly interjected, Your Majesty, we must go to war. For the past 20 years, our Great Yu has thrived and flourished, far removed from the dire straits of yesteryear. The Minister of Revenue countered, Your Majesty, we cannot engage in warfare. The realm has enjoyed 2 decades of peace. To plunge into conflict now would be folly. The Grand General replied, If we do not fight, how will the people of the border endure? Shall we relocate them inland? Is that not akin to abandoning our land? As military leaders, it is our duty to sacrifice our lives for the glory of Great Yu. The Minister of Revenue was interrupted, losing the opportunity to voice further objections. Li Yuan pondered for a moment and said, In recent years, peace has prevailed. Yet there has been a dearth of intelligence regarding the number of barbarians on that side, beyond their arcane techniques and combat strategies. How many masters of the martial emperor realm have they produced? Upon finishing his words, he directed his gaze towards Ding Wuho. The latter stepped forward and stated, Your Majesty, the barbarians have also been embroiled in internal strife. It is precisely due to the discord among the various minor kings that the barbarian king has been unable to mediate. This has prompted the minor king to march southward and raid the borders of our Great Yu. While there are indeed numerous formidable warriors under the Minor King's command, none have attained the martial emperor realm, to my knowledge. Oh, so there exists discord among them, Li Yuan remarked with delight upon hearing this. No one is an unyielding entity. If we can incite discord among them, we can alleviate our troubles. He was also troubled by the predicament of Li Chengjian being captured by the crown prince. It was a delicate situation. Surely that young man would not dare to harm his own brother. After all, blood is thicker than water. I shall grant you one more chance. Li Yuan suppressed his breath and resolved to reinforce the troops guarding the northern frontier, temporarily setting aside any troubles with Li Chongqing. After concluding discussions with the court officials, Li Yuan arrived at the rear garden, seeking to soothe his wife, Zhao Xuanji, persuading her to continue her efforts in bringing back Li Chongqing. The empress and the crown prince might also require his return, he noted. Bring him back? Would it not suffice for him to earn merit in Yuzhou? Must you insist on sending Cheng Jian to capture him? Now, with both of my sons absent, you turn to me for assistance? Zhao Xuanji harbored resentment. She believed she had tirelessly endeavored to maintain harmony within their household, yet Li Yuan continually exacerbated her frustrations. Li Yuan remarked, My actions are motivated by my concern for you and for Li Chengjian. Zhao Xuanji retorted angrily. Oh, so you compel the two brothers to become enemies. And this is all for my sake? You even resort to using your father to pressure me into fulfilling the roles of a dutiful daughter-in-law and an exemplary mother. You insist on considering Yuan's interests, forcing me to remain here to prevent me from wandering about and bringing disgrace to the Li family. Now, what brings you here? Li Yuan, pushed to his limits, retorted, What does it matter if you perform splendidly outside? It will not sway him to change his mind. By the time he returns, you will have forgotten that you ever had a son. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. You, Li Yuan. Zhao Xuanji seethed with indignation. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, yet found herself at a loss for a counterargument. It became evident that Zhao Xuanji's sudden realization was driven entirely by her desire to preserve her image as the benevolent mother, revered by all. After her public appearance, the entire DU was aware that the crown prince had conflicts with the emperor of Yu, not with her, the empress. Meanwhile, the empress was diligently striving to mediate the situation, even enlisting her father, the sword saint, from his seclusion. What a devoted wife, what a loving mother, such an emotional sight. Li Yuan remarked, I understand your anger regarding my failure to manage the situation properly. Yet how could I have anticipated that the crown prince would possess a master of the martial emperor realm? Presently, with Cheng Jian in his grasp, I must also address the affairs of the northern border while you seek to evade responsibility. Zhao Xuanji retorted with ire. It was the same back then as it is now. You should apologize to our son and acknowledge your mistakes. Perhaps he might reconsider his stance. Why do you not apologize to our son and admit your faults? The couple exchanged heated glances, neither willing to yield. Apologize? Admit fault? As parents, how could they possibly lower themselves to such a level before their own child? After their quarrel had subsided, Zhao Xuanji added, I shall persuade him to return. But you must ensure that the Li clan's members act discreetly, keeping me uninvolved. Li Yuan nodded, saying good. The day after Li Chongqing had kidnapped Li Chengjian, he awoke in his tent to discover that the rewards for his life choices had arrived. A tome of the Zikan Xingong lay in his hands. Elated, he realized this signified the alleviation of his current crisis. As he perused the text, he was astonished to find numerous postures and techniques suited for the bed. Yet, this was merely the surface. This dual cultivation method also encompassed internal martial arts, allowing for the harmonious convergence of yin and yang, fostering mutual advancement. It was indeed an excellent practice for couples, growing ever more potent with continued training. However, Li Chongqing felt no urgency to begin, primarily due to the absence of a partner. Furthermore, he had recently been devoted to mastering the supreme sword path, an unparalleled sword technique. In the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, mere mastery of realms is insufficient. It is essentially a clash of brute strength. One must understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens and individuals beyond individuals. Without skill, one is prone to misfortune. Li Chongqing had just begun to relish the experience, intending to delve deeper into his studies later. At that moment, the curtain was abruptly drawn aside, and a figure entered. Disciple, there are eunuchs outside looking for you. Oh. As Lang Qinxue stepped inside, she noticed Li Chongqing holding a tome of martial arts. She approached and snatched it from him, exclaiming, I was wondering why you took so long to emerge. What were you secretly perusing? Upon flipping to the first page of the Zikaxuan Gong, she was greeted by the image of a young man pushing a cart, which caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Having lived this long as a single individual, she had never encountered such scenes. What could be expected from the decline of the Huan sect? There were no male cultivators left, and the female cultivators were gradually departing. Had she not pilfered techniques from other sects, she would not have attained her current early-stage martial sovereign strength. But had she never seen such sights before? Long Qianxue did not cast the book aside. Instead, she continued to peruse the subsequent techniques. TSK, my disciple, you seem to be quite fiery, she jested. No, master, it's not. Li Changxing wished to provide an explanation, yet he was abruptly pressed onto the bed by Lang Qianxue's foot. Her gown cascaded down, inadvertently revealing her exquisitely slender and fair legs, a sight of breathtaking beauty. He averted his gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Meanwhile, Lang Qianxue continued to peruse the contents, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed as her tongue absent-mindedly brushed against the corner of her mouth. She inquired, now, do enlighten me, how did the long-lost techniques of our Tian Dian Yang Huan sect come to be in your possession? What did Li Changxing say? Surely, he could not admit to a flaw. Lang Qianxue, with her delicate brows furrowed, lowered her posture, her chest slightly heaving. Her charming yet frosty visage conveyed a profound seriousness. Clearly, she held great concern for the martial arts techniques that had been lost to their sect for many years. If you cannot elucidate, then I shall have no choice but to request your assistance in my cultivation. Li Changxing's lips twitched as he gazed upon his master. A figure of slender grace and skin as smooth as jade. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, well, it was at the Li residence. Indeed, I stumbled upon it in the library of the Dayu Imperial Palace. Cold Qianxue furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought. The Li family? That Li family? No. Why would it be the Li family? Humph. The debts of your house shall be repaid by you. Li Changxing exclaimed with enthusiasm, Master, let us retaliate together and march upon the capital. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the enchantress Lang Qianxue leaped onto the bed, pinning Li Changxing down. With a sly grin, she lifted his chin and declared, retaliate? First, let's collect some interest. My dear disciple, possessing this technique signifies that you can assist me in transcending the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. This shall serve as a punishment for your Li family. Li Changxing was uncertain whether this enchantress was genuine or merely pretending. He feigned ignorance, saying, Master, I am still just a child. Cold Qianxue replied with a teasing tone, a child? Master, I adore children the most. Chapter 63, The Hypocrisy of Zhao Xuanji and the Prince's Scheme's Little Brat. Do you have any idea of the power possessed by the two primary techniques of our heaven and earth Yin-Yang Huan sect? Li Changxing gazed at his seemingly ravenous master, shaking his head vehemently. Long Qianxue elucidated, in our sect, males cultivate the purple deception profound art, while females practice the harmonious union technique. As a couple, they can progress together and also train in the union swordplay. Should they achieve a modest level of success, they can establish a foothold in this grand martial world. You might presume that we, the disciples of the harmonious union sect, are a group given to indiscriminate relationships. However, our sect explicitly stipulates a monogamous system, fostering mutual advancement and strictly prohibiting polygamy or polyandry. Li Changxing inquired, is it truly so easy to fall into madness? To which Cold Qianxue replied, not exactly. Rather, it is the jealousy and rivalry that often incite conflict, leading to mutual hatred and bloodshed, which could ultimately result in the destruction of the sect. She shook her head, adding, while there are indeed commendable examples, the adverse ones far outnumber them. Li Changxing remarked, thus, this cultivation method should not serve as the foundation for our sect. Master, I propose we incinerate it. Kindly return the method to me, so I may embody its principles through my actions. However, Lang Qianxue not only refused to return it, but also tucked it into her bosom, with her chest thrust forward towards Li Changxing. One might mistakenly assume she intended to nurse him. If you dare to take it, then I shall return it to you. After all, it is merely a manual for male practitioners, and it holds no value for me. Ultimately, it is just the two of us remaining in the sect. Li Changxing gazed at the audacious Lang Qianxue, unable to suppress a swallow. It was no wonder she was dubbed the Enchantress. Her allure was simply overwhelming. Such a figure would undoubtedly be rejected by conventional feudal morals. Yet, who was Li Changxing? He was not like the dull-witted Li Chengjian, bound by rigid rules. You may have pilfered my techniques first and hidden them away, but I shall reclaim them nonetheless. Just as he was about to reach out, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Xiang Taifu and Han Feng entering. The two had intended to urge Li Changxing to step outside to receive the edict, as someone had come from the capital. Li Chengjian, imprisoned against a pillar in the camp, was creating quite the ruckus. However, upon their entrance, they witnessed Li Changxing's hand moving toward Long Qianxue's ample bosom. Seeing this, Xiang Long hastily covered his eyes, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I seem to have suddenly developed an eye ailment and can no longer see." Ah, Han Feng, equally mortified, stumbled backward, hastily retreating. They both observed their superior's clumsy display of acting. Li Changxing unceremoniously pinched the slightly protruding pages of the collar with his fingers. With a swift motion, the cultivation method was extracted, causing the delicate flesh on Long Qianxue's chest to quiver slightly. "Master, you have stated yourself that this is meant for male practitioners. It would be of no use to you." Li Changxing grasped the cultivation technique and hurriedly made his way outside. As he observed Li Changxing's retreating figure, the depths of cold Qianxue's dark eyes suddenly gleamed with a crimson light. "My dear disciple, you are truly a treasure." Outside the encampment, Li Changxing beheld a phoenix carriage, accompanied by numerous eunuchs and martial artists from the Li clan, including several at the martial emperor realm. In truth, Li Changxing was not entirely stagnant, however. The vastness of Yinzhou posed a considerable distance to Yinzhou City. The large entourage made swift progress impossible, resulting in 2 encounters with the imperial officials. Fortunately, with Li Qingjian in hand, the formidable warriors of the Li clan refrained from rash actions. They were acutely aware that Li Changxing was protected by the martial emperor expert, the enchanting Long Qianxue of the demon sect. Should conflict ensue, they knew Long Qianxue would facilitate Li Changxing's escape, making pursuit arduous. A direct confrontation was not a prudent strategy. At that moment, Zhao Xuanji descended from the phoenix carriage. A crimson carpet unfurled, and the exquisitely beautiful and regal Zhao Xuanji approached the encampment. The servants and soldiers were all aflutter with excitement. What were their identities? Mere wandering warriors of the martial world, yet they were graced with a glimpse of the empress's stunning visage. The sight of Zhao Xuanji's delicate and pitiful demeanor was truly captivating. Li Changxing expressed his frustration, questioning, "Why do we not engage directly despite the presence of so many formidable experts from the Li clan?" Zhao Xuanji responded, but she was abruptly interrupted by Lang Qianxue, who cast a spell and exclaimed, "Enough? Zhao Xuanji, how despicable you are. You flaunt your pity daily, while your own son is being bullied to such an extent. You remain indifferent. What a fade." Zhao Xuanji retorted, "Lang Qianxue, keep your distance from my son. Changsheng, this woman is not virtuous. She is a demoness of the dark arts. Do you wish to descend into the abyss of evil? You are being hunted by Li Chun and his ilk, and your mother has sworn to annihilate Li Qin's entire family for you. When you faced adversity at Wu Family Fortress, your mother obliterated it for your sake. All I desire is for you to return to my side so that I may cherish you." As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes. She gestured towards the formidable experts from the Li clan, stating, "They were sent by your father, and I am powerless to impede them. Yet, as long as I am here, I will ensure your safety." Li Changxing, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation, inquired, "Is Shun Weiyang well?" Zhao Xuanji replied, "Certainly. My mother has always taken great care of her daughter-in-law, ensuring that she suffers no harm whatsoever." Li Changxing replied, "Oh, I had thought she was already deceased. You did not resort to kidnapping her to coerce me into exchanging for Li Qingjian?" Zhao Xuanji's expression was awkward, after all. She is the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. The Duke's family was specifically chosen by the Crown Prince for marriage, sanctioned by the Emperor. After the wedding ceremony, you vanished without a trace, and to outsiders, that young lady from the Shun family is undoubtedly a victim. Have you come to retrieve Li Qingjian? Indeed. Changsheng, as long as you are willing to return to your mother's side, feel free to propose any condition. She truly cannot bear to be without you. Very well. If you pass my test, I shall return. Li Changxing's lips curled into a smile, leaving those around him perplexed, uncertain of the intentions concealed within his enigmatic demeanor. Li Changxing subsequently commanded his men to set up 2 cauldrons of oil, one to the left and the other to the right, both heated to a seething temperature. Above the cauldrons was a wooden platform, ingeniously designed with a mechanism that, when pulled, would cause the platform to collapse, sending anyone standing upon it plummeting into the boiling oil below. Li Changxing stood to the left, while Li Chengjian was bound on the right. Zhao Xuanji, witnessing this scene, understood immediately. Was this not a choice forced upon her? "Changxing, why must you coerce mother?" On the surface, Zhao Xuanji appeared tearful, yet internally, She raged with indignation. Li Changxing remarked, "If you prefer not to choose, you may leave now, and I shall guarantee the safety of Li Chengjian." Yet, Zhao Xuanji remained motionless, offering no response. Lung Qianxue sneered, "Zhao Xuanji, departing as the soul means to preserve both of your sons. Or perhaps you are awaiting the moment when Li Changxing plunges into the cauldron. Rendered incapacitated? Your heart truly knows no bounds." Zhao Xuanji retorted, "Which, did you instruct my son in such malicious tactics? Do you delight in my humiliation at the expense of my children?" Nevertheless, she still did not depart. Zhao Xuanji implored, "Changsheng, this cannot be real, can it? Do not act so childishly. Who would willingly inflict harm upon themselves?" Suddenly, a servant soldier hurled a turkey into the boiling cauldron, producing a sizzling sound. In mere moments, the turkey was cooked. Zhao Xuanji's countenance turned ashen. The cauldron was indeed genuine. "Bind me," she commanded. Instantly, the surrounding servant soldiers bound Li Changxing tightly. Onlookers gazed at the two cauldrons, bubbling ominously, left to ponder Li Changxing's thoughts. Zhao Xuanji felt a surge of panic. What was she to do now? If both of her sons were to fall into the boiling oil simultaneously, whom should she rescue? Li Changxing proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, it is still not too late for you to depart with your companions. I shall ensure the safety of Li Chengjian." "No, I must bring you back, Changsheng," Zhao Xuanji insisted, unable to leave. "Release." With that command from Li Changxing, the situation intensified. Li Changxing and Li Chengjian found the wooden planks beneath their feet suddenly springing open, plunging them simultaneously into a cauldron of boiling oil. Chapter 64. Capturing the Mother Empress Alive, the Prince Consort's Night Visit. At Li Changxing's command, the boards beneath the brothers gave way, sending them both into the scorching oil. Earlier, they had thrown in 2 live chickens as a test, confirming that this was not vinegar, but indeed a pot of hot oil. Zhao Xuanji's expression changed drastically as she leaped forward, darting into the camp to catch her descending second son, Li Chengjian. No one attempted to hinder her actions. Meanwhile, beneath Li Changxing, the pot of oil was kicked aside by Lang Qianxue, leaving him unscathed. "Chengjian, my child, are you hurt?" Zhao Xuanji exclaimed anxiously. Enveloping the frightened Li Chengjian in her embrace, her hands frantically searching his body, fearful of any burns. Yet, only after rescuing her second son did she realize this instinct came naturally to her. She cared more for her younger son than for her elder. She quickly turned and said, "Changxing, cease this folly. Such tricks hold no significance. You are both equal in my heart. Do not let that witch, Lang Qianxue, deceive you. I know with her assistance, you will come to no harm." Before her words could fade, Li Chengjian suddenly brandished a bamboo skewer, exhaling a cloud of poisonous mist towards Zhao Xuanji. "Cough, cough. What is this?" Zhao Xuanji gasped, shocked. "Chengjian, why would you poison your mother?" However, Li Chengjian abruptly broke free from his bindings and stepped back, tearing off the human skin mask that concealed his true identity. The person beneath the mask was the genuine Li Changxing. Conversely, the figure facing him, who had been mistaken for Li Changxing, was merely a small soldier with a physique and voice resembling him. "What?" Zhao Xuanji staggered, feeling dizzy. She glanced left and right, coming to the realization that she had been outmaneuvered. She was well aware of Lang Qianxue's infamous tactics. She once bore the moniker of the Faceless Witch. Lang Qianxue possessed the uncanny ability to craft various human skins, creating illusions that were nearly indistinguishable from reality. Since Li Changxing successfully persuaded Lang Qianxue, how could he overlook such exceptional craftsmanship? He apprehended Li Chengjian, anticipating that the Deyu would send individuals to seek retribution. Consequently, over the past few days, Lang Qianxue has been crafting human skins for the two of them, facilitating their escape should the need arise. The rumors circulating about the creation of these human skins suggest that it necessitates the cruel act of flaying. In truth, it does not require the actual peeling of skin, but rather employs a unique elixir for its formation. These slanders serve merely to tarnish Lang Qianxue's reputation. Thus, the true purpose behind the farcical oil pot act was not to ascertain which son Zhao Xuanji cherished more, but rather to ensnare Zhao Xuanji herself. Upon inhaling the toxic mist, Zhao Xuanji realized it was no ordinary poison. It was the lethargy powder provided by Lang Qianxue, which would render even a martial sovereign powerless for 12 hours after just a whiff, unless one possesses the strength of a martial emperor. Self-cultivation to dispel its effects is impossible. The earlier charade with the oil pot was merely a ruse to lure Zhao Xuanji into the camp. With an expression of fury, Zhao Xuanji exclaimed, "Changxing, you deceived me? I am your mother." Li Changxing remarked, "When I first returned to the capital, residing in the stable and subsisting on spoiled food. How could you forget that I am your son? Zhao Xuanji, filled with indignation, retorted, Are you unable to get past this hurdle? Are you not well now? Mother. Mother never wished for such a circumstance to occur. Indeed, this obstinate refusal to acknowledge her faults is emblematic of the true Empress of Dayu. Had you chosen to depart earlier and abstain from this trial by fire, I might have regarded you as merely an inadequate mother. Yet now, you remain solely the Empress of Dayu, Li Chongqing stated coldly. Zhao Xuanji's pupils constricted. Had she erred once more? In that era, Dayu faced adversaries from all directions, and the situation was perilous. Li Yuan decided to send her eldest son to the barbaric tribe as a hostage. Though her heart ached at the thought, she ultimately resolved to let him go. Later, as peace reigned in the Great Yu, worry for her son consumed her, prompting her to contemplate venturing deep into the barbaric lands to visit him. However, her younger son, Li Chongjian, and her little daughter, Li Yuaner, fearing she might never return, wept and implored her not to leave, which softened her heart and prevented her from undertaking the journey. As time passed, she grew accustomed to the life of a family of four, relishing in the grace of motherhood and the privileges of her elevated status. Embracing a life seemingly devoid of blemishes. 2 decades slipped by like the swift passage of time, and she had forgotten that she even had an eldest son. When he returned, a wave of anxiety washed over her, as she feared he might tarnish the pristine image she had cultivated. Citing illness as an excuse, she entrusted Li Chongjian with the responsibility of handling the situation. Subsequently, when the Emperor of Yu contemplated deposing the eldest in favor of the youngest, she recognized the inherent injustice but chose the path of silence. Time and again, her reluctance to confront the reality pushed her son further away. Yet, what could she do? She was not the emperor, and her eldest son proved to be disobedient. Bring forth the Empress of Great Yu and confine her. Administer her medication regularly. Li Chongqing's words pierced Zhao Xuanji's heart. The servant, observing the decorum befitting a queen, invited Zhao Xuanji into the camp, subsequently confining Li Chongjian under a soft form of house arrest. After enduring several days of hunger, upon seeing his mother enter, Li Chongjian rejoiced, exclaiming, Mother, you have come to rescue me. I shall slay Li Chongqing, that scoundrel, who has deprived me of sustenance for 2 days. However, his joy swiftly turned to despair as he beheld Zhao Xuanji, shackled and bound, positioned opposite him. Li Qingyan was utterly stunned. Mother, how dare he handcuff you? Is he rebelling? Outside the camp, the skilled members of the Li clan, upon witnessing the Empress poisoned and captured, realized the gravity of the situation. One of the Li clan's experts inquired, Elder, shall we rush in? The elder shook his head. We must tread carefully. With both the second prince and the Empress in the hands of the crown prince, it would be unwise to act hastily. If we were to lose the Empress as well, we would have no justification to offer. What is there to fear? Even a tiger does not harm its mother. And besides, the Empress has committed no offense against the crown prince. All he desires is the throne. Then, Elder, shall we summon the second prince's consort? Before long, a carriage arrived before the elder of the Li clan. Your Highness, though this elder had already attained the martial emperor realm, he still bowed to Consort Su. Consort Su inquired, Gentlemen, please rise. What should be our course of action in this dire situation? Consort Su had come at her own behest. Zhao Xuanji mistakenly believed she was worried about the second prince. It is only natural for a wife to be concerned for her husband, even in her pregnant state. And she sought to maintain harmony. She thought she could rescue her son, Li Qingyan, and thus agreed to let Consort Su accompany the group. Once they had rescued Li Qingyan, they could reunite, which would indeed be a heartwarming tale. However, in truth, Consort Su was genuinely worried about Li Chongqing and wanted to catch a glimpse of him. She did not want her child to grow up without a father. Elderly, feeling a sense of unease, remarked, The Empress has fallen victim to the prince's treachery and has been captured. At present, we must deliberate on how to respond. Within the carriage, Consort Su inquired through the curtain, Esteemed sir, for the safety of the second prince and her majesty, I believe a direct assault is unwise. The ministers echoed her sentiments, stating that the prince is accompanied by formidable sorcerers. Should we attempt a forceful approach, he may harm the second prince and escape, which is a scenario we wish to avoid. As for the servants and common folk, the prince would disregard them entirely. Thus, have you summoned me to persuade the prince? Indeed, we implore you, Consort Su, to exert yourself on our behalf. While you engage in discussions with the prince, we may infiltrate the camp to rescue them. Gentlemen, how confident are you in this endeavor? We are fully assured. Once we secure the release of the second prince and the empress, we shall promptly come to your aid. A cold smile crept across Consort Su's heart. This was indeed a plan that sought to exchange her for the second prince and the empress. Little did they know. Consort Su was already aligned with Li Changxing. Very well, she replied. Please make the necessary arrangements. That evening, Master Xiang entered and announced, Your Highness. The second prince's consort requests an audience. Li Changxing was taken aback. How could she have come here? He allowed her to enter on her own. Chapter 65. Consort Su accomplishes great deeds, and furthermore, she hopes for more affection in the future. On a moonless and blustery night, Li Changxing beheld Consort Su within the confines of the tent. She appeared as delicate and exquisite as ever, adorned in a pale yellow palace gown, exuding an even greater charm befitting a favored consort. Humph, you possess quite the audacity to venture into such a place. Your Highness, I am with child. What do you mean? A child? How absurd. Who knows whether the child is mine or someone else's? The Li family possesses a secret method for bloodline verification, and any offspring can be tested in due course. And what of it? Therefore, Your Highness, you must not lose. Li Changxing was rendered speechless. This woman had indeed become his servant. Very well, she truly deserves to be called my servant. Come here, kneel as you approach. Su Fei offered no resistance. Crawling on her knees to Li Changxing's feet, Li Changxing grasped her cheek, observing her pitiful demeanor, and remarked, It appears that you are a person of your word. Willingly becoming my servant. Su Fei lifted her chin and replied, Thanks to Your Highness, I have now secured a position within the palace. The second prince dares not mistreat me. As long as I bear the offspring of the Li family, my life is assured. I am willing to save your life. Li Changxing said, tossing her aside with force. But is that all you came here to say? Su Fei, having been roughly thrown, emitted a delicate hum of embarrassment and continued, Your Highness, outside, the skilled members of the Li clan intend to advance and take you back. Furthermore, I overheard a conversation between the Empress and them. Once you are captured, they plan to use a secret method to transfer your talents to the second prince, rendering you an ordinary person destined to remain by the Empress's side. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing's body trembled with trepidation. Would this not render him a mere shell, incapable of cultivating martial arts? In this grand era of martial prowess, what significance would life hold without the ability to train? He had believed that, despite his parents' apparent favoritism and their disdain for his rebellious behavior, they still regarded him as their flesh and blood. To his astonishment, he realized that in the hearts of Li Yuan and Jiaosu New Jersey, he held no status whatsoever. Merely because he had utilized the ancient bell of the Hahuan sect to reveal his extraordinary talent, achieving 9 resonant chimes, he was deemed unworthy of such a gift. Everything seemed to revolve around Li Changjian. Li Changxing was filled with fury. He had long declared the severance of ties. Yet the Li clan continued to covet his imperial banner and innate talents. What an absurdity! Li Changxing was filled with indignation. They were still using the guise of family ties and remorse to deceive him. Just look at Zhao Xuanji. Her tearful demeanor was utterly perplexing. It was fortunate that Li Changxing possessed a hardened heart. Had it been softer, he would now be on the path to his demise in the capital. The mere thought of the second prince's arrogant attitude ignited his fury. When had they infiltrated? It must be imminent. Your Highness should prepare at once. Li Changxing nodded silently, acknowledging that the strategy of taming Su Fei was indeed astute. It had allowed him to foresee numerous impending crises. Well done. I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. Consider what you desire, and upon my return, I shall grant it to you. With that, Li Changxing exited the tent. He sought out Xiang Long and Lung Qianxue to discuss strategies. 2 martial masters from the Li clan had infiltrated, and this was no trivial matter. Lung Qianxue could manage at most one of them. Should the Empress and the second prince be rescued, they would lose their absolute leverage. After all, the mere presence of Su Fei was insufficient to compel the Li clan to abandon their intent of capturing Li Changxing. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Long devised a plan and proposed, Your Highness, if the Li clan's experts have indeed infiltrated to rescue someone, we could disguise our soldiers with human skin masks and swap their attire to create confusion. When the time comes, they may rescue the wrong person, remaining oblivious. And the second prince's consort would fall back into our hands, granting us greater leverage. Li Changxing found this strategy to be quite commendable. Master, you must remain occupied for a while longer. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. Once this matter is settled, you can expect a fitting reward from me. Indeed. When the time comes, please do not hesitate to express your desires. I shall fulfill them to the best of my abilities. With the inclusion of Long Qianxue, it became exceedingly simple to create a counterfeit. The title of the Thousand-Faced Sorceress is not merely a moniker used in the martial world. It is a name bestowed out of fear and reverence. Soon, they found a woman from the peasant rebel army whose physique closely resembled that of Zhao Xuanji, and Long Qianxue skillfully crafted a disguise for her. Once the task was completed, Li Chongqing nodded in satisfaction and returned to his tent. Upon his arrival, Su Fei, who had been seated, immediately knelt before him. He glanced at her, extended his hand to assist her up, and said, "Su Fei, you have distinguished yourself in this endeavor. Speak, what reward do you seek? It is an immense honor to serve your highness. I only hope for your continued affection." "Affection? What manner of affection do you desire from me?" Suddenly, Su Fei clung to Li Chongqing, her soft form pressing against his back. "Your highness, you are all I have. Your highness, I long for your affection." Li Chongqing turned around and grasped her hand, pressing her beneath the tent. "Is this not a journey of 1,000 miles?" he inquired. "Yet, I am but your servant, your highness. Be it 1,000 miles or even 10,000, I shall accompany you." Li Chongqing found himself at a loss for words in response to her remarks. Indeed, when a woman takes the initiative, men often find themselves sidelined. "Your highness, besides myself, I possess no other support. All I desire is to survive, to strive for life. Have I committed any transgression?" After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, a cacophony erupted within the tent. "There are assassins. Quickly, apprehend the intruders. Form a formation and charge." It turned out that two masterful warriors from the Li clan, clad in nocturnal garb, had come to raid the camp but had been discovered. If they could secure Zhao Xuanji and the second prince, their scheme would succeed. Ensuring the safety of Zhao Xuanji and the second prince would allow them to subsequently eliminate Long Qianxue and conveniently abduct Li Chongqing back to the imperial capital. The plan was exquisitely crafted. Alas, a traitor had emerged among their ranks. Two formidable masters of the Li clan seized a man and a woman, both unconscious, and leaped into the air, ready to take flight with their ethereal wings. However, halfway through, Long Qianxue unleashed a palm strike from a distance, creating a powerful wave of energy that instantly halted the pair in their tracks. The adept warriors of the Li clan, fearing for the safety of the second prince, hastily evaded confrontation. Cold Qianxue erupted into laughter, inquiring whether they had captured a real person or merely a decoy. "Have you not learned from Zhao Xuanji's lesson?" she taunted. Upon hearing her words, the Li clan's experts were taken aback, quickly holding their breath and reaching to tear away the masks from the faces of the two individuals. To their astonishment, they discovered two commoners beneath the disguises. Realizing they had been deceived, they furiously cast the impostors aside. With hundreds of tents encircling the camp, locating the genuine queen and the second prince proved to be a daunting task, one that Cold Qianxue would not afford them the luxury of completing in peace. Having fallen for the ruse, should they simply resort to killing? Yes, they would eliminate the witch and use her as leverage against the crown prince. The two martial sovereigns were incensed. Were it not for their reservations about the repercussions, they would have charged forth without hesitation. As Cold Qianxue observed the two formidable foes advancing towards her, she summoned her flying sword, channeling her spiritual energy into a radiant arc as she soared into the air. "Seize him, capture him, and the crown prince will be rendered powerless," they shouted. "Witch, do not flee." Suddenly, descending from above, Li Chongqing emerged, supporting the second prince, Li Chongjian. "Halt! Otherwise, I shall sever one of his fingers." Upon witnessing this, the adept from the Li clan was compelled to halt, questioning, "Have we been deceived by yet another charlatan? This is outrageous." Li Chongjian bore a deep gash upon his thigh. "Ah, I am truly Li Xiantian, the esteemed elder. I am Chongjian. Save me, I implore you." Upon hearing Li Chongjian's cries for help, the formidable members of the Li clan were filled with fury and indignation. "Li Chongqing, you turn against your own kin. I shall expunge your name from the family registry. I care not. The Li family shall have no claim over me, for I, Li Chongqing, shall forge my own path. You, a prince devoid of decorum." With a swift motion, Li Chongqing inflicted another cut upon Li Chongjian's other leg, blood splattering upon the ground. He spoke coldly, "If you do not depart immediately, I shall render him incapacitated. Let us see how you will report to Li Yuan." Li Xiantian was taken aback and exclaimed, "Halt. Your Highness, regardless of your words, you are still a descendant of the Li clan and a member of the imperial lineage. Bearing the identity of the great Yu royal family, what is it that you truly seek? This mutual destruction serves no purpose and will only render us the laughingstock of the world." Li Changxing proclaimed. Return and inform Li Yuan to issue a proclamation of self-penitence and extend his apologies to me. Henceforth, I shall sever all ties with the Li clan of Daiyu. With that, I released the two individuals. Chapter 66. The Regret of Emperor Yu and the Issuance of the Proclamation of Self-Penitence. Your Highness, your demands are excessive and contravene the tenets of ethics and propriety. Li Changsheng, sensing the idle chatter from the elite of the Li clan, issued a direct command. Release the arrows. Swiftly, a barrage of crossbow bolts flew towards the two individuals. Although they were formidable warriors of the martial emperor realm, they were acutely aware of the delicate situation. The capture of two impostors had inevitably sealed their fate. Zhao Xuanji had yet to reveal herself, while the infamous Long Qianxue, known as the Mistress of 1,000 Faces, had crafted countless deceptive personas. Indeed, there are moments when brute force cannot resolve every dilemma. The two masters of the Li clan exchanged a glance, deciding to depart for the time being. With the formidable adversaries of the Li clan repelled, tranquility once again enveloped the camp. Li Changsheng returned to the tent and beheld Su Fei, bound with her clothing straps. Su Fei inquired, Your Highness, will you release me to return, or shall I endure the harsh conditions here? You should know what to say. Su Fei replied, I shall simply claim that I have been wronged by Your Highness and then hasten back. Li Changxing did not respond to her remark, but instead inquired, How is Shen Weiyang? Is she well, considering her delicate condition? Su Fei expressed her uncertainty, as she refrained from engaging with Shen Weiyang unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, Li Changxing summoned someone to escort Su Fei back. At the entrance of the valley outside the camp, Li Xiantian welcomed Su Fei's return. We have failed in our duties. I ask for your forgiveness, Su Fei. The crown prince is exceedingly cunning. Gentlemen, there is no need for such lamentation. The situation is indeed complex. Let us return to the capital and await His Majesty's decree. However, the queen has been captured. This is a grave offense. Then we shall return to the capital discreetly, ensuring that no information is leaked. Otherwise, must the second prince endure such physical torment? Li Xiantian let out a sigh. He was adept at committing acts of violence and arson, yet the art of negotiation was truly beyond the capabilities of a mere warrior. He pondered, how could this prince be so cunning? Surely, he must have learned such treachery from the barbarian tribes. If it were just him alone, Li Xiantian felt a profound sense of frustration. As a formidable master at the martial emperor level, how could he possibly be unable to subdue a mere martial sovereign? After much contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced to the suggestion of Lady Su, dispatching individuals to keep watch while he covertly returned to the capital. With the ethereal essence of spiritual energy transforming into wings, Li Xiantian swiftly made his way back to the imperial palace of Daiyu. Li Yuan is troubled by the turmoil in the northern territories, while the eastern line of the Great Feng dynasty grapples with flooding, resulting in numerous frictions with Daiyu. Compounding his concerns, the recently concluded Grand Martial Arts Tournament crowned the first saintess, and Miaoxi, of the foremost holy ground. Ironically, and Miaoxi had been defeated by Li Changsheng. The prince, possessing such formidable prowess, should indeed take pride in his abilities. Yet, the predicament lies in the fact that the prince is now openly challenging him. With each incident the prince instigates, Li Yuan's frustration intensifies. How could he be so exceptionally talented? Li Yuan laments his earlier misjudgment. However, out of pride, he refuses to acknowledge his errors. Regardless of his capabilities, what does it matter with such an attitude? Rebellious son. At this moment, your mother must have apprehended you. Right? As a rebellious son, you dare not act against her. After all, I have always been the one to play the villain. Suddenly, a shadow guard arrives. Your Highness, Elderly has returned and requests an audience outside the palace. Oh, which rebellious son has been captured? Summon him. However, Li Xiantian and his brothers enter. Kneeling before Li Yuan, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, Where is the Empress? And what of the crown prince and the second prince? Li Xiantian recounted the situation. Li Yuan was rendered speechless with anger, inwardly cursing Zhao Xuanji for being a foolish woman, easily deceived. She was well aware that Long Qianxue was a cunning individual, and yet Li Changsheng, mingling with her, had also become shrewd. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Li Yuan inquired quietly, How does the crown prince refer to that enchantress? The crown prince calls Long Qianxue master. Unfilial child, do you intend to descend into the path of darkness? Li Yuan was infuriated upon hearing this. He paced back and forth, for it was indeed a tumultuous time, and his household was burdened by a rebellious son who hindered their progress. What did he demand? The crown prince insisted that His Majesty issue a self-reproaching edict and apologize to him. Following this, he sought to sever all ties with the crown prince, vowing never to send anyone to entangle with him again. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan fell into a profound silence, as if struck dumb. To be candid, he felt a deep sense of regret. He lamented having been deceived by a mere frontier poem. The martial anthems, which should resonate with the tenderness of a paternal lullaby, only echoed the words of a wayward son. Li Yuan was consumed by an unparalleled fury. His aura surged forth, the mightiest warrior of the eastern wastes, unleashing a tempest of wrath that threatened to rend the heavens asunder. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger," implored the surrounding eunuchs and ministers, their voices rising in a chorus of counsel. Li Yuan felt a tumultuous surge of blood and energy within his chest. How could he possibly remain calm? The crown prince had audaciously commanded him to issue a self-reproach edict. This was not merely an act of overstepping authority, nor simply a profound disrespect. It was tantamount to rebellion, a direct assault on his very backbone, a means to humiliate him before the entire realm. The illustrious reputation he had maintained for decades as the foremost warrior of the eastern wilderness, the esteemed emperor of Dayu, was now on the brink of collapse. To make matters worse, his wife and children were under the control of Li Changsheng. He was genuinely apprehensive that Li Changsheng might commit a heinous act of treachery. If that were to occur, the disgrace would be laid bare for all to see, rendering him utterly vulnerable. "Announce the arrival of the national master," he commanded. "As you wish." The national master approached the emperor, his martial prowess evident as he discerned the turbulent state of the emperor's energy and the instability of his inner breath. It was clear that the emperor was struggling to regain his composure. The national master spoke. "Your Majesty, please take care of your health." Li Yuan supported his forehead, reclining on the dragon throne, and inquired, "Master of State, do you possess a method to discern the fortune of the crown prince?" The Master of State retrieved the tortoise shell and the half-moon divination sticks, meticulously comparing them with the crown prince's birth chart. He then commenced the ancient practice of divination. "Anamimomi, Anamimomi." As the Master of State recited the age-old incantation, he shook the tortoise shell, and the divination sticks cracked one by one. Observing the results, he proceeded with the interpretation. The Master of State proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the crown prince shall receive external assistance, and the royal court shall flourish. The auspicious time is at hand. Unless faced with formidable forces, it shall be challenging to suppress him, even amidst the most perilous of circumstances. He shall find a way to survive." Li Yuan fell into silence. Thus, to deal with the crown prince would be to act against the current, necessitating a far greater effort than what would typically be required. While metaphysics may appear elusive and unreliable, the sorcery of the national master has, on several occasions, aided the fortunes of the great Yu. Therefore, his words carry substantial weight, differing from the nonsensical collaboration with the second prince last time. This instance pertains to a serious divination through genuine sorcery. The Empress Su entered the hall. Moments later, she knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have heard of your deep affection for your husband, prompting you to approach the crown prince to plead for the second prince's reprieve." "Indeed, Your Highness," she replied. "But the crown prince refused, leaving me powerless." "What did he say to you?" The Empress Su felt an inexplicable flush rise to her cheeks, yet thankfully, her lowered gaze concealed her unusual reaction. She responded, "The crown prince expressed that he feels undervalued and desires to carve out his own path, to prove his strength. He also mentioned his ambition to cultivate himself into a formidable warrior." Li Yuan fell into a momentary silence before inquiring, "Do you believe the crown prince genuinely harbors treasonous intentions?" Su Fei felt a stir in her heart. How could Li Changsheng have disowned the inquiries posed by Emperor Yu? On that day within the tent, Li Changsheng had entrusted her with certain matters. Should she return to the emperor, she was prepared with responses. "Your Majesty, I am unaware." However, the crown prince mentioned that if Your Majesty does not fulfill his desires, he intends to eliminate Cheng Jian. "I beseech Your Majesty to save Cheng Jian." Li Yuan, upon listening to the words of Consort Su, surmised that the rebellious son still harbored grievances regarding the favoritism shown towards the second son. Whether he truly intended to revolt remained uncertain. Rather, it appeared to be a manifestation of rebellion. Sighing, Li Yuan contemplated the hardships endured by Li Changsheng and the savage tribes for 2 long decades. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes with a newfound resolve. "Summon the courtiers, draft an edict." The assembly was taken aback. Was the emperor truly prepared to issue a self-accusatory decree? Such an action was no trifling matter, akin to striking one's own face, a fact well known to all regarding the emperor's vanity. Nonetheless, a self-accusatory decree bore its merits. Firstly, it demonstrated the emperor's steadfast commitment to the nation and its people as a declaration of diligence in governance. Secondly, it served to alleviate various tensions, whether between ruler and subjects, civil and military officials, or among social classes. Thirdly, it could win the hearts of the populace, stabilizing the realm and fostering a harmonious and progressive atmosphere. However, Li Yuan found himself in a position of reluctance. Should he delay further? The prospect of fratricide loomed ominously, a scandal of monumental proportions. I shall dictate, you shall inscribe. Since my ascension, my actions have been reckless, causing distress across the realm, and I cannot retract them. From this day forth, any actions that harm the people or squander the nation's resources shall be abolished. In this time of folly, I have neglected the crown prince. Achievements have gone unrewarded, mistakes unacknowledged, resulting in estrangement between father and son. Henceforth, I shall bear the blame and seek forgiveness from the crown prince. Upon reaching this point, Li Yuan cast a glance at the poised and elegant chief eunuch. Pen in hand, he continued with a measured tone, however, the crown prince is the heir to the throne, possessing virtue and sharp intellect. He must be diligent in preparation for the future succession. Should he refuse to return to the capital to assume regency, I shall still confer upon him the title of General Filong, assigning him to defend the borders and protect our homeland. After Li Yuan and the other officials completed their writings, they presented them before me. Upon review, I affixed the imperial seal. Li Yuan spoke again. The crown princess enters the palace. Chapter 67. What to do when my master always attempts to ensnare me. I pay my respects to your majesty, the crown princess said, kneeling before Li Yuan. Now that she had assumed the title of crown princess, she referred to herself as your humble son. As the crown princess, Shen Weiyang felt a profound sense of apprehension, uncertain of how the emperor would address her situation. She had an inkling that it was somehow connected to Li Changshan. Her only hope was that the Shen family would remain unscathed. Li Yuan remarked, regarding the matters of the crown prince, I trust you are well aware of them. Li Yuan raised his hand to interrupt Shen Weiyang's words, saying, take this decree of self-criticism to him and convey that the crown prince of Dayu will forever belong to him. The blood of my lineage courses through his veins, an unbreakable bond. His tumultuous actions have garnered my recognition. Thank you, your majesty, Shen Weiyang replied. Li Yuan continued, Shen Weiyang, you are the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, with your father and brothers having made significant contributions to the nation. You ought to embody the spirit of a woman who stands equal to men. Currently, both the empress and the second prince are being forcibly detained by the crown prince and cannot return. It is imperative that you find a way to persuade the crown prince to release them. Otherwise, prolonged delays will lead the public to accuse him of disloyalty, unfilial conduct, and injustice, which would not bode well for him. Fortunately, the situation remains under my control, and few are aware of the circumstances. I fear that any delay may incite unforeseen changes. Shen Weiyang reflected, the public is already voicing such accusations. Who has incited this? Is it not the second prince? Is it not your majesty who has indulged him? Regret now? No. Is it concern instead? Yet, she replied, yes, your majesty. Having accepted the edict of self-reproach, Shen Weiyang did not anticipate being assigned a significant role. Soon after, accompanied by numerous skilled individuals at Kueishan Gate, as well as eunuchs and palace maids dispatched by the palace, a grand entourage set forth towards Yunzhou. The following day, a carrier pigeon arrived. Li Changxing immediately discerned Li Yuan's next course of action. It appeared that the emperor, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, was inclined to reconcile with him, even extending an invitation for him to return and assume the role of regent. Should he decline, the plan would revert to keeping him in Yunzhou. The notion of regency was undoubtedly a ruse. However, presenting Li Changxing with a choice on the surface indicated a thawing in their relationship. Of course, it was more likely a strategy to expedite the return of the empress and the second prince. After all, the incident involving the crown prince's abduction of the empress and the second prince remained a closely guarded secret. If it were to become widely known, it would undoubtedly transform into a scandal of monumental proportions, leading to considerable embarrassment. Seeking to deceive me into returning, are you? Nevertheless, the emperor's acknowledgement of his missteps serves as a testament to the significance of the empress and the second prince in his heart. Li Changxing gazed upon Zhao Xuanji and Li Qingjian, mother and son, within the confines of the tent. Both had consistently and methodically consumed the cartilage powder, yet remained unable to free themselves from its grasp. Li Chengjian's complexion was ashen. 2 days prior, he had been stabbed twice and now trembled incessantly from the agony. Zhao Xuanji closed her eyes and sighed. Changxing, if only your mother had treated you with a bit more kindness back then, perhaps you would not be in this state. It is difficult to say. If given a second chance, she would indeed show you affection. Even now, it could be possible. However, you must not continue down this path. I have already declared my intention to sever ties with you. It was Li Chengjian who first sought me out for trouble, and it is you who relentlessly pursued me. Changsheng, your brother seeks you merely to take you back. Yet, what shall we say of his collusion with the Duke of Jiulu to assassinate me in Shuzhou? Li Chengjian was taken aback. That was not my directive to the Duke of Jiulu. Rather, it was the Duke's own initiative to curry favor with me. I had no part in it. Enough of this nonsense, Li Changxing interjected. I shall not believe a single word you utter. Just eat your meal. And once you have finished, return. Li Changxing stepped out of the tent, casting a final glance at the meal. Li Chengjian, who had been famished for many days, was already devouring the food ravenously. Little did he know that the meal contained a type of parasitic insect known as the intestinal goo. A gift obtained from the rebel leader Han Feng. Han Feng was adept in the arts of sorcery, divination, and the application of curses. Li Changxing was reluctant to simply let Li Chengjian go, so he sought counsel. Consequently, Han Feng proposed the use of a controlling insect. This particular insect was mild in nature, posing no harm to the body under normal circumstances, capable of coexisting with its host, and even alleviating minor gastrointestinal ailments. However, this insect was sensitive to a specific sound produced by a flute. Upon hearing it, the insect would become agitated, resulting in excruciating pain for the host. Furthermore, if it remained within the host's body for over a month, it could not be safely extracted. This strategy was akin to cutting off the enemy's supply line, effectively resolving Li Chengjian's predicament while transforming him into a valuable asset. Upon returning to the camp, Li Changxing exhaled deeply. If the message from the carrier pigeon sent by the crown princess was accurate, he had, at last, gained a slight advantage in his confrontation with Emperor Yu, allowing him a period of stability. Suddenly, his master, Long Qianxue, entered the room. Ah, master, why is it again beef tendon soup this evening? He inquired. Master, it seems you are already burdened with the affairs of state even before ascending the throne. Li Changxing was rendered speechless. Ever since Long Qianxue discovered his dual cultivation technique, the Zikaxuan gong, she had taken to preparing bullwhip soup for him every night, whether it be pig, deer, or cow whips. He could hardly fathom where she procured such luxurious ingredients in the sparsely populated Yunzhou. Master, I believe our Hehuan sect should take in more disciples. Having only one disciple makes me anxious. Long Qianxue giggled. What is there to fear? Are you afraid that master will consume you? Your matters will soon be resolved. We will reach Yunzhou City within a day's journey. I envision establishing a most magnificent sect there. Ah, master, should not the construction of a sect be situated upon a mountain? A mountain? Would you prefer to cultivate mosquitoes or snakes and vermin? You have never lived on a mountain. It is stifling and dull, devoid of even a single soul to converse with. Li Changxing remarked, to my knowledge, the First Sacred Land and the Radiant Light Sacred Land also have their sects and powers situated upon the mountain. Long Qianxue responded, you seem to be aware of only one aspect, and not the other. These sacred lands themselves occupy prime locations of geomantic significance, around which towns have been established. Now, it seems that only you and I remain in our joyous union sect, with just a solitary man and a solitary woman establishing a sect upon the mountain. Are you not concerned that your master might consume you? Li Changxing watched as the enigmatic Long Qianxue drew closer, offering a dry chuckle before hastily averting his gaze. This sorceress master possessed a temperament that was as unpredictable as it was perplexing, oscillating between flirtation and frigidness, making her exceedingly difficult to comprehend. However, one thing was certain. She was undoubtedly employing her enchanting arts. This was evident every time she engaged him in private discourse. Li Changxing's mental fortitude wavered. Reminiscent of the legendary game of chess played by the saint of chess, Zhenlong. It was only thanks to the Tianma Shali that he managed to regain his composure. Truly, she was a sorceress, exceedingly perilous. After averting his gaze, Li Changxing mused to himself, I must exercise caution, refraining from indulging in carnal thoughts, lest I fall into my master's trap. Meanwhile, the countenance of Long Qianxue fell as she turned away. Puzzled, she contemplated. This makes no sense, absolutely no sense at all. After enduring so many lashes, this robust and vigorous body should have succumbed long ago. Moreover, With my bewitching arts, how could my disciple remain unenchanted? Could he truly possess the legendary purity of heart, impervious to temptation? No, that is inconceivable. A cat with 3 legs is rare. A man who does not stray? My master once declared such a being to be non-existent. It seems I must employ some methods. I refuse to believe that with my techniques, this mere disciple could resist my allure. Chapter 68. The Cow Whip. The deer whip is inferior to the tent. Within the following morning, the emperor's edict of self-reproach arrived. The eunuch, delivering the decree, read it aloud in front of Li Changsheng. Although he had anticipated this moment, it was still striking to hear the once mighty Li Yuan finally acknowledge his mistakes. Li Changsheng felt a sense of satisfaction within. Your most favored second son has now fallen to such depths, while I, whom you least expected, have surpassed your expectations. Li Changsheng did not wait for the eunuch to finish reading the edict of self-accusation before taking it himself to peruse. Although it was labeled as a self-accusation, its sincerity was questionable, serving primarily as a means to secure Li Changsheng's release. He inquired, "Did Empress Yu send you?" The eunuch replied, "In response to your highness. The crown princess has also arrived." Li Changsheng was taken aback, raising his gaze to behold the crown princess behind him. Yet, she was accompanied by martial arts experts from the Kueisheng sect, who guarded her as she approached. Was this not a subtle hint? "Your Highness." Shen Weiyang had not seen her husband for several days, and her expression was filled with fervent emotion. Li Changsheng said, "Follow me inside. Others may wait outside." Upon entering the tent, Shen Weiyang immediately leaped into Li Changsheng's embrace. "Your Highness, I have missed you dearly. But why must you come? Was it that Li Yuan who compelled you?" Shen Weiyang shook her head. "The Yu royal family has extended an invitation to me, yet I longed to see you. So I came of my own accord. Moreover, I bring you delightful news." With that, Shen Weiyang took Li Changsheng's hand and placed it gently upon her abdomen. Li Changsheng raised his eyebrows, sensing a unique flow of vital energy and blood. Shen Weiyang was pregnant. They were expecting a child. The saying goes, "A moment of passion during spring nights is worth 1,000 gold." And indeed, after that night of fervor, Shen Weiyang had conceived. Li Changsheng mused to himself, "The probability of my winning is exceedingly high." He gently caressed Shen Weiyang's belly, still early in her pregnancy, with her abdomen not yet noticeably rounded. Shen Weiyang remarked, "Your Highness, you are the second person to know about this child." Li Changsheng's heart was a tumult of emotions. His connection with Shen Weiyang was not profound, as their relationship was primarily driven by mutual interests. Yet, she steadfastly insisted on her role as his wife. One could not help but feel a tinge of appreciation for her unwavering commitment. She truly embodied the adage of marrying a chicken, following a chicken, marrying a dog. Following a dog, an epitome of tradition that brought a tear to his eye. It is worth noting that during this period, Li Changsheng engaged in actions that defied conventions, provoked imperial authority, and trampled upon the bottom line of Emperor Yu. She likely bore considerable pressure as well. Suddenly, Li Changsheng embraced her tightly. In that moment, he acknowledged Shen Weiyang as his wife. "Stay with me. I will take care of you and the child." Shen Weiyang trembled slightly, obediently resting in his arms. Tears streamed down her eyes, as this affirmation signified her long-awaited recognition. However, she replied, "Your Highness, with so many people in the Duke of Dinghua's household, if I do not return, my grandmother, sister, and sister-in-law will worry about me." Li Changsheng remained silent, fully grasping the implications of the situation. If Shen Weiyang could not return, the Duke of State's residence would undoubtedly face severe consequences. It was a tragic thought that the venerable matriarch of the Shen family, having witnessed her father, husband, son, and grandson sacrifice themselves for the great Yu, might see her twilight years stripped of honor due to his actions. Ultimately, he recognized his own inadequacy. Standing alone against the entirety of the great Yu, he felt exceedingly insignificant. He could devise strategies to capture the empress and the second prince, and his blood ties could ensure that the emperor's men would not pursue his demise with full force. Yet, he remained merely a humble martial master, unable to sway the vast expanse of the great Yu. In this era dominated by martial prowess, strength reigned supreme. Li Changsheng gently caressed her back and said, "Until I reach the martial emperor realm, I cannot return. Once I go back, I shall be placed under house arrest." Shen Weiyang replied, "Then your highness should not return. I can take good care of myself and the child alone." Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. Yet, this was ultimately not a sustainable solution. He declared, "Weiyang, grant me a little time. I shall return to the capital before the child is born. I will not allow anyone to bully you and our child." "Your highness." Xin Weiyang raised her head, her eyes brimming with affection. Your words are more than enough. The two locked gazes, their hearts entwined, a moment thick with emotion. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Coincidentally, during this time, Li Changsheng had endured numerous lashes, a form of reciprocal punishment. His anger surged, and he swept his wife into his arms, heading for the bed. Your Highness, I am newly pregnant and unstable. I understand. I shall be gentle. Your Highness, Before long, the tent was filled with soft, muffled sounds. Those outside felt a deep embarrassment. The Crown Prince had abandoned everyone to explore the depths of life with the Crown Princess. What could they do but wait in silent anticipation? Outside the tent, Lung Qinxue, listening to the alluring sounds, stole a glance. Oh, instantly, her face flushed crimson as she hurried away, her mind plagued by the vivid imagery that lingered. Though she was a master of the demonic arts, a witch from the Hahuan sect, she was not as young as she appeared. In fact, she was of the same generation as Zhao Xuanji, yet remained untouched. Should this be revealed, her peers in the demonic realm would mock her as a disgrace to the Hahuan sect. Fuming, Lang Qianxue clenched her teeth. That insufferable brat. All the pig, cow, and deer whips I crafted have gone to waste. How could he resist my charms when he has already lost his innocence? Where did I go wrong? Could it be that I am dressed too warmly? Ever since Li Changsheng had evaded her enchantment in Shuzhou, she had been filled with indignation and confusion. Why was it that someone of such low cultivation could evade her allure, which had previously ensnared all others? For a martial artist, understanding one's techniques is crucial, otherwise, one risks suffering dire consequences. An hour later, Xin Weiyang emerged from the tent, her cheeks flushed and a smile illuminating her face. She accompanied Li Changsheng to the tent where Zhao Xuanji was being held captive. Zhao Xuanji had been on a hunger strike for several days. Yet her high cultivation and ample vitality mitigated the effects. She aimed to leverage her abstention to compel Li Changsheng to release her, while also fearing that the food might be poisoned. It must be said, Zhao Xuanji was quite astute in this regard. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Xin Weiyang, she inquired, Crown Princess, has His Majesty conveyed any imperial edicts? Xin Weiyang explained the situation. Zhao Xuanji was taken aback. His Majesty issued a self-punishing decree? My apologies for your plight, Your Majesty. Li Changsheng remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, you all are a family, except for me. Zhao Xuanji responded, Your Highness, you shall come to regret the actions taken today. Li Changsheng scoffed. You have not expressed any remorse. Why should I? Zhao Xuanji continued to argue her case, asserting, as a mother, where have I erred? Should I feel regret? I am not merely your mother. I am also the mother of Qingjian and Yuaner. Crown Prince, your selfishness is astounding. Yes, indeed. Everything you say is correct. Li Changsheng was disinclined to engage in further conversation with her. Releasing the two of them was the only way to escape the pursuit of the Diyu court, thus granting him complete freedom, rather than a penance edict. This could be perceived as a certificate of trade for his liberation. From the moment he encountered Emperor Yu to the present struggle of wits, he had not only attained personal freedom, but also eliminated the looming threat from the Diyu court. These were not the rewards of a dutiful son, but rather the hard-won gains of a rebellious one. Naturally, such matters would remain unknown to outsiders. The emperor would surely go to great lengths to suppress any rumors. To the public eye, he would still appear as a petulant prince who had run away from home and composed subversive poetry. Outsiders might commend Emperor Yu for his magnanimity in tolerating such a defiant prince, all the while speaking ill of him behind his back. Yet, none of this held any significance. When the day came for him to once again ascend the capital, eminent scholars would undoubtedly advocate for him. Subsequently, Li Changsheng released Zhao Xuanji and Li Qingjian. Before parting ways with Xin Weiyang, he gifted her a serpent-shaped flute. This object could control Li Qingjian and serve as a means of self-preservation in times of danger. Furthermore, Lady Su could be trusted. Suddenly, Xin Weiyang turned around. Realization dawning upon her. No wonder Lady Su had been seeking her out so frequently. It turned out that this was all part of Li Changsheng's scheme. Her husband was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Chapter 69. Disciple, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Having received the Edict of Self-Penance and the Imperial Decree, he watched as Xin Weiyang and the others departed. Li Changsheng finally found relief from the torment of pursuit. The Emperor of Dayu acknowledged his identity as the Flying Dragon General of Yunzhou and ceased to interfere with Li Changsheng's endeavors in the region. Li Changsheng was not apprehensive about the Emperor's potential change of heart. An emperor who lacked such credibility would inevitably face widespread scorn. Moreover, with the northern barbarians wreaking havoc, Emperor, you had little time to concern himself with such matters. Thus, Li Changxing set forth with his entourage directly towards Yinzhou City. Yinzhou City, the sole bastion against the demonic forces, stood as the most prosperous and affluent locale in the entire province. Its vast expanse housed a population exceeding 700,000. From the exterior, the city walls loomed majestically, impenetrable as a fortress. Within, the towering edifices with their soaring eaves and ornate corners thrived in bustling commerce and flourishing industries. Crucially, Yinzhou City controlled 3 spirit stone mines. These spirit stones were essential for high-level martial practitioners, particularly those at the martial king realm, who required them in substantial quantities. They were vital for breakthroughs in cultivation and the forging of divine weapons, serving as invaluable currency. Due to the need to fend off the demonic tribe, a significant portion of the annual spirit stone yield was siphoned off. The financial ledgers were perpetually dual-faceted. Although this was not a closely guarded secret, the imperial court had yet to substantiate any claims against the lord of Yinzhou City. The lord of Yinzhou, Li Wugua, had already received intelligence that the crown prince Li Changxing was imminently arriving in Yinzhou City. The court had dispatched the crown prince, which displeased Li Wugua greatly. He cast the intelligence report aside with disdain and berated his subordinates. Li Yuan, the scoundrel. We had an agreement that I would govern Yinzhou. Yet now he sends someone as an imperial envoy? What nonsense of father-son discord is this? It seems he aims to reclaim Yinzhou City, coveting the 3 spirit mines. To rationalize sending someone in, he is even willing to part with his own son who has just returned. Very well, Li Yuan. You have not forgotten your intentions towards me. Had I known back then in the family, I wish for him to come and never return. I am on the cusp of a breakthrough into the martial emperor realm. I cannot afford any missteps. Haha, the city defender of Yunzhou, Li Wugua, along with all the city's defenders, extends a warm welcome to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Half an hour later, Li Wugua stood outside Yinzhou City, lined up to welcome the arriving General Fai Long, the Crown Prince Li Changxing of the Great Yu Dynasty. Lord Li greeted with a smile, charming and endearing. Li Changxing, mounted upon his steed, offered a subtle nod. Generally, there is no need for such formalities. When one considers it, we are both scions of the Li clan, akin to brothers. The safety and well-being of the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Yunzhou City over the years have relied heavily upon you. Generally, you are indeed a great benefactor. Upon hearing this, Li Wugua found it difficult to pinpoint any faults and remained quite courteous. He mused to himself, this prince is quite different from the rumors. Polite and possessing remarkable talent, his future seems boundless. However, it is said that he wields a royal banner and is accompanied by a protector of the martial emperor realm. There are also whispers of a demonic enchantress, though their veracity remains uncertain. Due to the limitations of the feudal dynasty, the dissemination of information is not well developed. Consequently, the intelligence regarding Li Changxing after his entry into Yunzhou is rather scarce. The most comprehensive information is held by the Great Yu Court. Yet, the court has utterly botched the mission to apprehend Li Changxing, losing a son and a wife, and subsequently issuing a self-reprimanding edict. Such an embarrassing affair would undoubtedly lead Li Yuan to meticulously suppress the news. Therefore, the versions that have circulated are rife with discrepancies. Although Yunzhou City is nearby, even the intelligence network of City Lord Li cannot obtain completely accurate information in a timely manner. Thus, Li Wugua's knowledge regarding Li Changxing remains limited to the circumstances following his departure from Shuzhou. Shortly thereafter, Li Changxing, along with Leng Qianxue, Xiang Long, and Han Feng, were invited into the city lord's residence. Li Wugua hosted an extravagant banquet, inviting musicians, singers, and officials of all ranks to honor the arrival of Li Changxing. Subsequently, he arranged for the Eastern military camp to be allocated to Li Changxing. After all, Li Changxing arrived bearing the imperial edict as the Flying Dragon General, and legally, he was a prominent general under Li Wugua's command within the military camp. However, after the feast, when Li Changxing brought his men to the Eastern military camp, they found it to be nothing more than a desolate expanse. Moreover, it was situated quite far from Yunzhou City, not a desirable location at all. Han Feng expressed his discontent, stating, "Does Li Wugua intend for us to fend for ourselves? This is a blatant disregard for the crown prince." Xiang Long, stroking his beard, remained remarkably composed. Glancing around and feeling the soil, he remarked, "Though it may be an empty lot, this land is arable. There is a water source nearby, and a forest not far off from which we can procure timber. It is indeed a fine place." Han Feng countered, "But how can such a place be suitable for His Highness to reside? Li Chongqing was unperturbed and replied, "The Grand Tutor speaks rightly. It is merely a matter of constructing houses or military camps, which ultimately concerns a few coins." Xiang Long calculated internally and remarked, "Your Highness, our funds are rapidly dwindling. Although we have submitted our memorial, the court will not disburse military salaries. However, I believe it is still necessary to document our situation." Li Chongqing was well aware that their finances were nearly exhausted. "You may decide, Grand Tutor," he said. "This land can be cultivated. We shall sustain our troops through agricultural means. I will impart additional martial arts techniques, which can serve as a substitute for military pay, allowing us to endure for another 6 months. I will devise a solution." Furthermore, he suggested selecting individuals with superior aptitude for specialized training. Xiang Long nodded silently, recognizing that aligning with the crown prince would inevitably present challenges in their entrepreneurial endeavors. Han Feng, once the leader of a righteous army primarily composed of farmers, had managed to evade the court's military suppression and had transformed into a soldier, a commendable outcome indeed. Their previous misfortune stemmed from a lack of arable land. Had they possessed land, who would have chosen to be rebels? Now, with a substantial tract of land at their disposal, it felt akin to a windfall. Xiang Long and Han Feng proceeded to arrange matters accordingly. Li Chongqing arrived at the banks of a small river outside the military camp, where he awaited the emergence of the life choice system, hoping for some rewards. Yet, there was none. Selling martial arts techniques? Li Chongqing now possesses the supreme sword Dao, a pinnacle of swordsmanship scripture. Even if it were to be sold piecemeal, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Should he choose to excise the most exquisite portions for sale, it would equally yield substantial returns. However, this path appears somewhat akin to draining the pond to catch the fish, and it cannot be sustained for long. Chongqing. Suddenly, a soft and melodious voice, akin to a gentle caress, reached his ears, belonging to his master. Li Chongqing felt a tremor coursing through his robust frame. His enchanting master had arrived once more, intent on employing her beguiling arts upon him. "Master, what is it?" he inquired. "I require your assistance in my cultivation," she replied. "Ah, but, master, I have yet to refine the Zikan Shandgong, not to mention the nature of our relationship." Long Qianxue giggled, her delicate fingers playfully swirling upon his chest. "What are you thinking? Am I truly such a frivolous person?" Li Chongqing felt a tickling sensation on his chest. He quickly evaded and said, "It is a misunderstanding on the part of the disciple. How may I assist you in your cultivation, master?" Suddenly, Long Qianxue leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Then come to my tent tonight, heh." Li Chongqing felt his ears burning with heat. This saccharine voice, accompanied by a sultry breath, was utterly intoxicating, wasn't it? "You claim not to be practicing the purple enchantment profound art, yet you exude such alluring charm. Is this not akin to hiding 300 taels of silver in plain sight?" Li Chongqing turned around and, with a solemn expression, said, "Master, I am currently entangled in mundane affairs." However, before he could finish, Lang Qianxue's figure transformed and vanished without a trace. "I shall wait for you," echoed in the air, the only remnant of her presence. Li Chongqing was rendered speechless. What was his master up to? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? As Long Qianxue departed, she hummed to herself, "Very well. Tonight I shall surely succeed in employing my enchanting arts to bring this little disciple completely under my spell and vindicate the name of my demonic allure." Chapter 70. The Shame of the Hawan Sect? Strike through, the contrasting master. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of the tent, Long Qianxue rarely adorned her exquisite visage with light makeup, donning a red garment that bared her shoulders. The hem of her skirt was also removed, accentuating her fair and shapely thighs, drawing all eyes to her. The tea kettle wafted with the delicate scent of musk. I refuse to believe that even a mere child cannot be seduced. Long Qianxue, fixated on captivating Li Chongqing, sought to redeem her past failures. As a sorceress of the demonic path, her ability to enchant had extricated her from countless predicaments, allowing her to dominate numerous valiant heroes. If she failed to ensnare Li Chongqing, once his cultivation advanced, she would have no further opportunities. In the realm of demonic arts, strength reigns supreme. The strongest dictate the terms. Given Li Chongqing's current cultivation level, akin to a resounding ancient bell, it would not be long before she could no longer suppress him. Thus, it was imperative to enchant him while he remained in a state of lesser strength. This fundamental difference was lost on Li Chongqing, who approached his interactions with Long Qianxue through the lens of mutual benefit, aligning himself based on pragmatic interests. In contrast, Long Qianxue operated under a paradigm of dominance and seduction. "Master, Your disciple has arrived, came Li Chongqing's greeting from outside. Startled, Lung Qianxue hastily removed her garments, particularly the glaring golden undergarment, which now hung conspicuously on the semi-transparent screen. With a gentle leap, she plunged, unclad, into the bathing tub. Come in. Li Chongqing entered the tent, believing it essential to clarify to his master that he was not a man of frivolity, despite occasional lapses into casualness. However, this was a crucial period for embarking on his venture, as he faced the scrutiny of the Dayu court and the oppression from the Lord of Yunzhou. He hoped for his master's understanding. Master, how could you? As Li Chongqing entered, he beheld the hazy silhouette of his master behind the screen. The graceful curves and delicate figure evoking a sense of ethereal allure. One might mistakenly assume it to be a vision of indulgence. What is it, my disciple? His master inquired. Bring me my robes. Li Chongqing swallowed hard, turned his head, and retrieved a set of garments. Not this one, but the one displayed on the screen. Can you not even manage such a trivial task? Li Chongqing pondered. Master, must you be so ostentatious? You are indeed playing with fire. He touched the golden yellow garment. Hissing, it's still warm. Have you just emerged from the water? He took a step back, approaching cautiously, and extended his hand to offer the attire. Master, I believe this is inappropriate. With a splash, Lang Qianxue rose from the wooden tub, followed by the rustling sound of her dressing. The sight stirred a heat within Li Chongqing. What could possibly be wrong? Disciple, has your filial piety waned? Are you fatigued by merely handing your master his clothes? Or is it that you cannot relinquish your princely dignity? Suddenly, a delicate jade arm draped over Li Chongqing's shoulder, and Lung Qianxue's head leaned in closer, carrying with it a faint fragrance of blossoms. Li Chongqing said, Master, as a passionate young man, I find it difficult to restrain myself under such circumstances. Is that not precisely the point? The master replied, Those who lack self-control are most susceptible to her enchanting allure. Cold Qianxue felt a surge of delight and said, Then do not hold back. Release your desires. Their gazes locked in a moment of unspoken understanding. Li Chongqing felt a sudden wave of dizziness, as if some enchantment were influencing his will. However, as the heavenly demon relic began to circulate, he swiftly regained his clarity, as if untouched by any external force. Clearly, he had been beguiled once more, which ignited his irritation. If cold Qianxue were to persist in this manner daily, he would find himself quite displeased. It was essential for cold Qianxue to understand that it was Li Chongqing who had taken her as his master, both through gentle persuasion and firm submission. If this continued every day, he genuinely feared that he might unwittingly become prey to an insatiable predator. Li Chongqing suddenly grasped Lung Qianxue's hand and remarked, Master, you are being disobedient once more. Lung Qianxue was taken aback. She vowed that he had exhausted all his efforts in the art of seduction. First, he set the mood. Then he crafted the surroundings, and finally, he was willing to shed his outer shell to create the impression of having just bathed. Li Chongqing, once again ensnared by her beguiling arts, could he possibly resist the allure and not succumb to becoming her obedient puppet? Yet, what could explain the firm grip on her wrist? In an instant, Li Chongqing's other hand encircled her slender waist, and with a swift motion, he guided her onto the bed. Lung Qianxue felt the world tilt as she found herself pinned beneath Li Chongqing. Was it not so? Lung Qianxue believed she had the upper hand, wielding her enchanting powers. Why, then, did she suddenly feel as if she had transformed into a helpless lamb? Smack! Suddenly, her pert backside was met with a resounding slap. Master, how can you be so disrespectful? She exclaimed. Oh! A shiver ran through Lung Qianxue's delicate form, at her age. It was the first time someone had spanked her, especially her own disciple. Those who were aware might say her seductive skills were lacking, while the unaware might think she was an old cow grazing on tender grass, sparing none, not even her own student. What are you doing? Lung Qianxue protested, attempting to push Li Chongqing away. Yet, as the shame of the Hehuan sect weighed upon her, she recalled her early days when she was but an innocent girl, brought into the sect by her master. Eventually, it had been just the two of them left. Though she was familiar with the dual cultivation techniques, she had never practiced them, let alone experienced intimacy or even dated. A sense of guilt washed over her, as if she were taking advantage of Li Chongqing, mingled with the shame of relishing the moment with the youthful lad. In this tumultuous state of mind, Lung Qianxue felt her body grow weak. Alas, she had encountered a man she could not easily manage. Li Chongqing grasped Lung Qianxue's chin, gazing intently at her exquisite beauty. Master, I never knew you could be so proactive. You compel your disciple to consume bull, pig, and deer whips daily. It is quite distressing. Perhaps I should seek your guidance on our sect's supreme secret techniques, and this evening, we might explore the depths of intimacy together. A flush crept onto Long Qinshue's cheeks as she shyly protested. What are you talking about? This is not the time for such frivolities. I am your elder. You should behave accordingly. But did you not encourage me to embrace my desires? Hence, I have come forth. With that, Li Changshan's hand, still holding her chin, began to descend ever so slightly. Gulp. Long Qinshu swallowed hard. That insufferable little finger was making her neck itch. Her mind became a muddled mess, her heart racing. It felt as though she was being enchanted by her own disciple. She was on the verge of succumbing. This should not be happening. With a determined shove, Lang Qinshu pushed Li Changshan away and swiftly employed her technique to flee. Upon witnessing this, Li Changshan smiled with delight, realizing that his master possessed quite the contrast. On the surface, he appeared flamboyant and indulgent, yet in reality, he remained rather conservative. However, he failed to comprehend that Long Qinshu felt her attempts at seduction had faltered, leaving her vulnerable to being captivated by Li Changshan instead. Overwhelmed by shame, she felt utterly mortified, her flight prompted by the fear of being ensnared by her own beguiling powers. Li Changshan shook his garments and remarked, "Humph. Let's see if you dare to employ your seductive arts against me in the future." After saying this, he turned to leave, only to suddenly notice a manual beside his master's bed. The harmony of heaven and earth technique? Is this not another dual cultivation method of the Hahuan sect? One practiced by women? Li Changshan opportunistically seized the moment and took what he desired, leaving his master to fret alone. As long as Long Qinshu remained sufficiently occupied, she would have no time to enchant him. Li Changshan returned to his tent and discovered Han Feng awaiting him outside. "Your Highness." "Oh, Han Feng. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Upon entering the tent, Han Feng spoke. "Your Highness, I have just conducted a celestial observation and discerned a significant calamity star encircling you." "A calamity star? What does this signify?" "It suggests that in the days to come, your Highness may encounter perilous situations that could threaten your very life." "Oh? In what regard?" Chapter 71. The Peril of Dayu. Must I rely on that rebellious son again? Dayu, the imperial capital. After several days of recuperation, Li Chengjian's health had improved. Had it not been for the emperor's suppression of the news regarding his attempt to capture Li Changshan, only to be thwarted by the crown prince's abduction, he would not have felt such humiliation as the Prince of Dayu. Presently, he faced the internal threat of unemployed bandits and the external menace of northern tribes. The emperor also chose to ignore Li Changshan for the time being. "Father Emperor, you are far too lenient. What nonsense is this about the crown prince? This brother of mine, when he struck me, he did not regard me as kin. My father should depose him and reduce him to commoner status." "Father, you are mistaken." Li Qingjian vented his frustrations with vehement curses within the prince's palace. Yu Fei, who was calmly indulging in pastries while nurturing her pregnancy, cast a cold glance in his direction, sensing his increasing ineptitude. No matter how biased emperor you may be, the crown prince remains his flesh and blood. As the despised crown prince grows more capable and his influence expands, the once favored second prince becomes increasingly ineffectual, tipping the scales of power. Yu Fei remarked icily, "I have heard whispers that the former allies of the crown prince are stirring once more from the ashes." Li Chengjian habitually raised his hand to strike. "Did I ask you anything? You dare to interject here. Your father has passed away, leaving no one to suppress the crown prince's faction." However, before the harsh slap could descend, Consort Su, with her belly prominent, cast a resolute glance in his direction. "Go ahead, strike me. One slap, and I might miscarry." "Li Qingjian, let me remind you, that package of medicine my father procured is all but consumed. With his death, there are no more remedies. If I lose this child, how will you explain it to His Majesty?" Li Qingjian gazed at Su Fei, then glanced at her belly. Ultimately, he refrained from taking action. Indeed, this child now served as a safeguard for his status. Li Chengjian furiously exclaimed, "You wretched woman, leave at once." Naturally, Consort Su had no desire to linger. In fact, she felt a sense of relief. After more than 5 years of marriage to Li Chengjian, for the first time, she could hold her head high without the fear of his violent wrath threatening her very existence. In the past, her only recourse had been to plead for mercy, and Li Qingjian, considering her father's stature as the Marquis of Jiulu, would spare her life. Now that her father had passed away, she had found a new protector, freeing her from the need to appease the second prince. Just as Consort Su departed, a eunuch approached. "Your Highness, grave news has arrived. The 6 towns in the northern frontier have fallen, displacing 300,000 citizens. The enemy forces are advancing towards the North Gate. His Majesty is convening the ministers for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjian felt an even deeper sense of gloom. Why was it that as soon as Li Changxing returned, those brutes could not remain still? If the emperor was preoccupied with the ongoing conflicts in the northern borders, how could he possibly attend to the burgeoning threat posed by Li Changxing? With his extraordinary innate talent evolving, would he not become uncontrollable? No, I cannot afford to be idle. I am now blessed with wealth, allies, and the favor of my esteemed parents. How could I possibly fail? Li Cheng established a carved path, the imperial carriage and the study of the emperor. Li Chengjian arrived at the imperial study. Li Yuanzheng was deliberating state affairs with his ministers as the 6 garrisons in the northern frontier had fallen, tightening the front line. This was an exceedingly perilous situation. Should the North Gate be breached, the barbarian forces would surge forth, threatening the capital. At present, the hawks of war were enveloped in silence while the doves clamored incessantly. The recent mobilization of over 100,000 troops, including tens of thousands of low-ranking warriors, had resulted in their complete annihilation. The enormity of this loss nearly caused Li Yuan to faint. Although it is said that in an age of martial prowess, the strength of individual warriors determines outcomes. When the number of top-tier fighters is balanced, soldiers can play a significant role in attrition. However, news arrived from the barbarians that a martial saint had emerged beside their young king. The last appearance of a martial saint in the eastern wilderness was over 3,000 years ago. This was a matter of profound significance that sent shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness continent. At the moment Li Yuan read the battle report, he felt as if the heavens of Daiyu were collapsing. Even if he were to ascend to confront the martial saint, victory was far from assured. If he, the foremost warrior of the eastern wilderness, were to falter, the collapse of the realm would be an inevitable certainty. Perhaps, should the crown prince return to serve as a hostage? Suddenly, an elderly minister proposed this notion. The raucous atmosphere in the imperial study fell silent. Clearly, this was an implausible suggestion, uttered only to elicit derision. Yet, all present recognized a critical issue at hand. Li Changsheng has been of paramount importance over the past 2 decades. Without his steadfast existence during these 20 years, how could the northern frontier of Daiyu enjoy such tranquility? Li Yuan's complexion flushed, not with anger, but with shame. Yet he spoke. Is it possible that our grand nation of Daiyu cannot find a person capable of resolving this predicament? The ministers remained silent. Before the war, both the hawkish and dovish factions held confidence. However, upon realizing that their adversary boasted a martial sage, all fervor for battle waned. Suddenly, another minister suggested, "Shall we consider sending the second prince this time?" At the entrance, Li Changjian, who had been eavesdropping, instinctively recoiled and hastily gestured to the eunuch carrying the palanquin. Quickly, let us return to the first sacred land." Li Qingjian was utterly terrified. He genuinely feared that he would be summoned to the negotiation table. Was that savage tribe even fit for human habitation? Just by observing Li Changxin's return, one could discern the wretched life of servitude he had endured for 2 decades. Within the imperial study, Li Yuan's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea. Why must a prince always be used as a pawn for negotiations? The humiliation he faced 20 years ago was still fresh in his mind. He scoffed. Is there truly no alternative to negotiating through hostages? At this moment, a minister spoke up. "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the marauders' incursions at the borders are motivated by greed. It would be more prudent to establish an annual tribute to foster goodwill and avert conflict. Once our dynasty produces a martial sage of formidable strength, we can settle the matter decisively. Tribute? Wouldn't that amount to paying protection money? Would the Great Yu then be condemned to live in perpetual scarcity? Currently, the Great Yu is beset with a multitude of unemployed drifters, a plight stemming from the lack of work. Yet, it is certainly preferable to the prospect of the savages encroaching upon the capital." Li Yuan pondered deeply before responding. "Very well, send someone to negotiate. For the time being, they would dispatch envoys for peace talks, yet it remained a mere stalling tactic. In this era dominated by martial prowess, safeguarding one's territory ultimately necessitated the presence of supreme warriors. Suddenly, a minister stepped forward and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have a plan that can ensure the safety of the Yu without concern." Li Yuan inquired, "Speak." The minister replied, "Currently, the eastern wilderness is the limit of the martial realm, the martial emperor's domain. Yet, throughout the ages, it has been widely acknowledged that the martial emperor's realm is not the ultimate boundary. It is merely a threshold that human effort cannot surpass. However, Those endowed with sufficient talent may indeed transcend to the martial sage level. I believe that His Royal Highness, having demonstrated a talent of 9 resonances with the ancient bell of the demonic sect, should be nurtured with the full strength of the nation, enabling him to achieve the martial sage realm at the earliest opportunity. Another minister concurred, stating, I second this notion. Furthermore, the prince possesses the primordial sacred artifact, the human sovereign banner, which is a divine blessing for our great Yu. Li Yuan's lips twitched in disdain. He inwardly cursed, you bunch of inept fools. Can none of you devise a worthy plan? Are you unaware of the strained relationship I have with the crown prince? The last self-reproach edict was humiliating enough. Fortunately, the news was suppressed and did not spread widely. Now, you wish to cultivate the crown prince with such focus? I cannot bring myself to lower my dignity in such a manner. Even if I were to set aside my pride, would the prince truly trust me? Am I to rely once more on that rebellious son? Yet, this path does appear to hold some promise. Chapter 72. The Crown Prince should return. Your Majesty regrets in the eastern outskirts of Yunzhou City, the military camp is under the management of Xiang Long and Han Feng. The auxiliary troops have begun cutting timber and constructing the camp, while also settling those unwilling to serve in the military, cultivating fields, and procuring seeds for planting. Everything is gradually falling into place. However, the lack of funds remains a persistent issue. One cannot simply exchange the scarce spirit stones for currency, as that would severely hinder future cultivation. Moreover, I too require sustenance and shelter. I must find a way to generate income. Furthermore, how can I hope to revive the heavens and the Yin-Yang Harmony sect without sufficient resources? Although there were initial suspicions of deceiving Lung Qianxue, the two of them have since shared experiences that have fostered a deeper understanding between them. Li Changxing discovered that Lung Qianxue was not the malicious and venomous person he had initially perceived. Instead, she possessed a certain charming contrast, constantly attempting to flirt with him, only to be startled away by his boldness. Of course, Li Changxing remained oblivious to the fact that Lung Qianxue was merely disheartened by her failure to captivate him. Primarily, he was not inclined to release his master, a tool for his ascension to the martial emperor realm. One day, Li Changxing approached Lung Qianxue and said, Master, I find myself perplexed regarding certain aspects of swordsmanship, and I humbly seek your guidance. Since her prior unsuccessful attempts to enchant Li Changxing, Lung Qianxue had developed a slight apprehension towards him, fearing that she might lose herself in her affections. Such an outcome would not only disgrace the Harmony sect, but also serve as a cautionary tale for practitioners of seductive arts. She turned slightly to the side, avoiding direct eye contact, and said, Ahem, would you perform a dance for me? Li Changxing brandished his fated sword, skillfully executing the newly acquired techniques of the supreme swordsmanship. Li Changxing's technique seamlessly integrates body movements, footwork, and swordsmanship. He wields his sword with the grace of a dragon in flight, his movements as swift as lightning, his footwork agile, and his body supple. The power flows through the sword's edge, and his spirit penetrates its tip. After observing this extraordinary sword technique, Lung Qianxue furrowed her brow, captivated by its intricacy. She pressed him with fervent inquiries. Where did you acquire such swordsmanship? Ah, it must be from the Great Yu's library. Li Changxing replied, attributing it to the imperial palace of Great Yu out of habit. Lung Qianxue remarked, This is the sword technique passed down from the sacred land of Lishan. It is said that half of its teachings have been lost, and few are those who can master it. You have learned it in its entirety. Should you encounter individuals from the sacred land of Lishan in the future, you may find yourself subjected to scrutiny. Li Changxing pondered to himself that he would henceforth claim to have learned in the wild tribe, allowing them to interrogate the people of that tribe. Your skills are commendable, though you appear to be a novice, somewhat lacking in finesse. What is it that you do not comprehend? It is merely that during the sword dance, I sense a faint current, elusive and beyond my control. It is imperative to elevate my vitality and spirit, along with my inner rhythm. As a descendant of the Li clan, it is quite normal for you to possess the Xiaolei bloodline. However, it seems that what you possess is not the complete Xiaolei bloodline at present. Master, what does this imply? Lung Qianxue, with her arms crossed, turned to the side and remarked, In truth, many years ago, your Li clan produced a martial saint, whose Xiaolei bloodline astonished the entire eastern wilderness. Regrettably, subsequent generations have been unable to harness this bloodline's power. Yet, a millennium ago, a master from the Li family devised a unique technique that could evoke the bloodline as strength, manifesting the might of thunder. The outside world believed the Xiaolei bloodline of the Li clan had resurfaced. In reality, it was merely a crude imitation, The true Xiaolei bloodline does not require any technique. It emerges naturally. Thus, even within your clan, including your father, Emperor Yu, none possess the authentic Xiaolei bloodline. Listening to Long Qinyue's explanation, Li Chongqing suddenly realized that he no longer required any techniques from the Li clan to harness the true power of thunder, thus saving both time and effort. However, Master, I feel that each time I strike, this force becomes uncontrollable. Cold Qinyue analyzed. This indicates that your bloodline is, for some unknown reason, in the process of restoring the Xiaolei bloodline. In such a situation, if there were special herbs, such as the body-refining spirit mushroom, it might yield miraculous effects. Li Chongqing felt a stir within his heart. Could it be the celestial demon relic? This relic incessantly emanated energy, akin to a heartbeat. Indeed, the body refinement Lingji. Wasn't that what Li Chongqing had acquired during the poetry conference in Shuzhou? At the time, he deemed it worthless, but it seemed he had been woefully ignorant. Truly, his master was an invaluable resource, almost like a living encyclopedia for him. Li Chongqing returned to the newly constructed coach's cabin. He located the body-nourishing spiritual mushroom and consumed it directly with water. As the spiritual mushroom entered his system, its medicinal properties swiftly manifested, causing his vitality and blood to surge fervently. Li Chongqing had previously consumed the TNM transformation pill, which had revitalized his frail physique, transforming him into an ordinary human. However, unbeknownst to him, his body still harbored latent potential. Suddenly, as he was refining the elixir, a powerful current surged through his body. He abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled like lightning, and drew forth his life sword, soaring out of the house. He then executed the supreme sword technique once more. With a thunderous roar, streaks of lightning accompanied the sword's trajectory. A simple stroke of the sword manifested the might of a full-force attack, shattering trees and fracturing stones. This power was indeed twice as formidable as before. Upon concluding his swordplay, Li Chongqing compared his previous attempts and realized that the TNM relic was aiding in the restoration of his primal Xiaolei bloodline. While the body-refining Ganoderma was accelerating this process, he estimated that after a period, he would be able to fully harness the complete power of the Xiaolei bloodline. A surge of joy welled up within Li Chongqing. For now, he realized that he could pose a threat to his adversaries at the martial sovereign level without the need for the emperor's banner. Just then, Xianglong approached and said, "Your Highness, another envoy has arrived from the capital." Again, Li Chongqing replied with dissatisfaction. Xianglong clarified, "They do not come to incite trouble. Rather, they bring gifts. They also mentioned that the emperor has some words to convey to your Highness." Li Chongqing felt a stir within his heart. He was indeed in need of funds. Had the emperor sent him money? What could this signify? Perhaps it would be wise to assess the situation first. Li Chongqing emerged from the military camp and beheld several eunuchs accompanied by an official from the Li clan. "Your Highness," they bowed gracefully in unison. "Feel free to express your thoughts, Your Highness. His Majesty is aware of your diligent efforts in safeguarding the borders and has specifically instructed us to deliver 30,000 taels of silver as military pay." Li Chongqing understood. The dog emperor was attempting to curry favor with him. Regretful, perhaps, Li Chongqing remained unhurried and inquired, "Is there anything else to say?" The court official responded, "In reply to His Royal Highness, the Emperor has remarked upon your exceptional intellect and rare ambition, noting your significant contributions to the Great Yu. He expresses profound satisfaction and pride in your role as the Crown Prince. He has also advised you to refrain from overexertion and to take care not to exhaust your health." At that moment, a chuckle erupted from the assembly. Not from Li Chongqing, but rather from the astute Grand Tutor Xiang, who discreetly covered his mouth with his sleeve, clearly skeptical of the emperor's sentiments. It appeared that the emperor of Yu had begun to regret the pressure he had previously placed upon the crown prince, now seeking to ease the tension in their relationship given the prince's commendable performance. Before Li Chongqing could utter a word, a life choice system unexpectedly materialized before him. Key life decision. Option 1. Reunite and reconcile. After all, he is still a father. Embrace your father once again. Return to the capital to assist Li Yuan in resolving the predicaments of the north, and present the imperial flag to exemplify filial piety. Reward. Celestial heart pill, which dispels all poisons of the world. Option 2. Expel the imperial envoy and resolutely refuse forgiveness. One must possess integrity and understand that spilled water cannot be retrieved. They do not acknowledge their mistakes, but rather, they are simply facing difficulties. You remain the same familiar instrument. Reward. Comprehensive map of Yunzhou's mineral deposits. Option 3. Be a little proud and demand more. Showcase your talents to attract your parents' attention. Let your father love you once more. Reward, tortoise breathing pill. Li Changsheng, upon witnessing this choice, was filled with fury. Was there even a need for deliberation? Even a fool would comprehend the appropriate course of action. Once indifferent to my affections, now they lament their decisions. Offering 30,000 taels in a bid to mend our fractured bond? Familial ties cannot be bartered. They are not commodities to be purchased at will. Begone. Chapter 73. Li Yuan, in a frenzy, pondered how the predicaments of the great Yu had any bearing on him, the crown prince. Would the prince accept no remuneration? Would he command their return without sustenance? What would he survive on? The bitter winds of the northwest? It was nonsensical. Calculating the funds the prince had previously swindled in the capital, he must have exhausted them by now. Without resources, how much longer could that ungrateful wretch persist? This disobedient son, who failed to grasp my earnest intentions, was he determined to push me to the brink? Is there such a filial son as you in this world? In the capital of the great Yu, Li Yuan, beleaguered by the relentless assaults of the northern barbarian tribes led by the young sage king, was astounded to learn that Li Changsheng had rejected the 30,000 taels meant for military expenses and had mocked him for his misguided familial affiliations. Li Yuan was utterly provoked, consumed by impotent rage. Very well, you think you have grown wings, but when you can no longer afford a meal. I wonder how you will manage with so many mouths to feed. Li Yuan was also filled with rage. Utterly at a loss when faced with this obstinate and unyielding offspring, he had completely forgotten that he initially intended to deceive him into returning, with the ulterior motive of transferring Li Changsheng's talents to Li Qingjian. It was as if such thoughts had never crossed his mind. In a fit of rage, Li Yuan swept his hand across the table, sending all the dishes crashing to the floor. He repeatedly called out unfilial son 3 times before he ceased. Yet, Li Changsheng remained obstinate in his refusal to return, leaving Li Yuan at a loss for ideas. Not to mention the emergence of rebel forces and bandits in the southern regions of Dayu, the situation was increasingly tumultuous. Tensions along the eastern front with the Defeng dynasty were also on the rise. The most formidable challenge was not the myriad kingdoms of the eastern wilderness, but rather the fact that Dayu was now confronted with a martial saint, a formidable being not seen in a millennium. Though it might be bearable to exchange currency for a fleeting peace, there must be a long-term solution. Why did that unfilial son possess such extraordinary talent? A twinge of jealousy stirred within Li Yuan. If only his own potential were slightly greater, he might have had the opportunity to transcend to the realm of the martial saint. Yet, one cannot dwell on ifs, all is determined by fate. At this moment, within the foremost sacred ground of Dayu, the Grand Elder, Blade Saint Zhao Shengqiao, had returned, following his previous journey to Shuzhou. Where he had been outwitted by Li Changsheng's cunning ruse, he encountered several ancient figures from various sacred sites, engaging in mutual exchanges of skills. It was during this time that Zhao Shengqiao received news of a martial saint emerging from the northern barbarian tribes, a revelation that sent shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. It had been an exceedingly long time since a martial saint had graced the land. Countless ancient figures remained stuck at the martial emperor realm, unable to break through, while the newer generation had also stagnated at the same level. Nearly a millennium had passed without a martial saint's arrival in the eastern wilderness. This unprecedented shift was bound to alter the dynamics of the eastern emperor's territory. Thus, Zhao Shengqiao, along with Li Chang'an and other formidable figures emerging from Shuzhou, hastened back to their sacred grounds to strategize. Li Qingjian returned to the first sacred land, observing the respectful demeanor of the disciples from various sacred territories towards him, which filled him with satisfaction. He certainly preferred not to become a hostage in the barbaric tribes, and was relieved to have escaped back to the safety of the sacred grounds. Moreover, Zhao Xuanji had been recuperating here ever since her release. Mother, have grandfather and the elders been deliberating over the formidable martial sage for 3 days and nights without reaching a conclusion? The existence of a martial sage carries immense significance. It is only natural that they discuss how to confront such a presence, especially since that martial sage belongs to another faction. Mother, why do you not return to the palace? Zhao Xuanji sighed. Would you have me endure your father's ridicule? With his temperament, he always believes himself invincible and capable of resolving any issue. Given that I was captured by your elder brother, returning home would only bring shame. Li Qingjin fell silent, uncertain how to respond to her words. He consoled her, saying, Mother, it is all Li Changsheng's fault. He has learned nothing but selfishness growing up in the barbaric tribe. Unlike me, my heart only aches for you. Zhao Xuanji looked at her youngest son, who was eagerly massaging her shoulders and displaying his endearing charm, and found his words much more pleasing. If only Li Changsheng could be as filial, how wonderful that would be. My Chungjian is so well-behaved. I have not spoiled you in vain. She then inquired, now that your father is sending envoys to the northern borders to seek peace, it is merely a temporary measure. The crux of the matter is that our great you must discover a genius capable of breaking through to the martial saint realm in the future. As her words faded, a radiant light emanated from the first sacred ground, signaling the gathering of its disciples for a martial arts assembly. Zhao Xuanji promptly led Li Qingjian to the grand hall of the first sacred ground. By the time they arrived, numerous disciples and masters were already present. Among them were 7 or 8 formidable martial emperors, with the least impressive being elders at the martial king level. Zhao Xuanji inquired, "Father, have decisions been made?" Zhao Xingqiao nodded silently. Once everyone had assembled, the master of the sacred ground, Tianyi Dao, also known as Li Hongkong, commenced the assembly. Li Hongkong was a member of the Li clan, a cousin of Li Yuan, and a disciple of Zhao Shiqiao, indicating the close ties between the Li clan and the first sacred ground. Li Hongkong remarked, "I believe everyone is aware that the vast army of Du, numbering over 100,000, has been entirely annihilated by the martial experts surrounding the small king of the barbarian tribes." A profound silence enveloped the room, not merely due to the staggering loss of life, but because of the implications concerning the martial saint realm. This incident marks a significant upheaval in the eastern wilderness. After deliberating with the esteemed elders, I concluded that should the Du court be unable to withstand this assault, our first sacred land may need to relocate. Conversely, if Du manages to repel the barbarians and secure a peace treaty, that martial saint may very well enter Du territory, posing a dire threat to us all. The leader of the sacred land paused momentarily and declared, "Should Du come to an agreement with the barbarians, our sacred land shall develop a strategy for the creation of artificial warriors, enabling us to seize the initiative." The assembly fell silent again. This strategy entails the creation of artificial champions, wherein the members of the sect would forfeit their freedoms in love and marriage, instead opting for the pairing of strong bloodlines to beget an even stronger progeny. For it is known that the higher the cultivation of a warrior, the greater the innate talents passed on to the next generation. While this may seem a matter of youth, the true implications remain uncertain. At this moment, in the eastern outskirts of Yunzhou City, a military camp has taken shape, thanks to the diligent efforts of the servants and soldiers. It has even attracted some landless refugees from within the city. For those who enlist are guaranteed sustenance, which still holds considerable allure in this region. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng publicly declined the 3,000 taels of military funds offered by the Emperor of Yu, causing concern among senior generals like Kang Ding and Han Feng. Does the crown prince still possess funds? Without money, who would work for you? Yet, indeed, Li Changsheng does have resources. The comprehensive map of mineral deposits in Yunzhou is the reward for his second option. This map delineates over 20 mines of various sizes around Yunzhou City, sufficient for Li Changsheng to sustain himself for several lifetimes. How many of the feudal dynasty's subjects possess the ability to detect mineral deposits? Most rely on sheer chance and luck. Now, with Li Changsheng presenting such a detailed geological map, Xiang Taifu was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Your Highness, heavens above! How on earth did you chart such an extensive map of mines? This is an inexhaustible fortune." Lung Qianxue gazed at the map with gleaming eyes, for it revealed several spirit stone mines. Her cherished disciple had indeed not deceived her, as he strives to restore the former glory of the Yinyang Hahuan sect in Yunzhou. Li Changsheng pointed towards a nearby silver mine and declared, "Tomorrow, we shall commence excavation." Chapter 74, Li Wugu's Unnecessary Schemes. Utilizing the allure of beauty 30 miles from the eastern military camp, a silver mine was discovered in the outskirts of Yunzhou. In this border region, the most significant location was Yunzhou City, where villages were scarce within a 100-mile radius. Thus, this discovery felt akin to a windfall from the heavens, unchallenged by others. Even if the emperor were to learn of it, he was preoccupied with the plundering by the northern barbarians, leaving little concern for Li Changsheng, who seemed distant and inconsequential. Once the servant soldiers unearthed the silver mine, Li Changsheng felt a sense of relief. There were numerous other mines depicted on the map. Just this one mine was sufficient to secure his wealth. However, he planned to stabilize the mining operations and amass sufficient riches before recruiting soldiers and building an army. Li Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Long Qianxue gazed at her disciple with a sense of wonder, marveling at his miraculous resilience and the bright future that lay ahead. "Master," he declared, Once the silver mine is fully operational, I shall construct a grand palace for the Hahuan sect, where you can reside in seclusion, safe from harm. With a playful tug on his ear, Lang Qianxue leaned closer and teased, "You mischievous rascal, are you planning to keep your master as a captive canary? I shall be the one to devour you first." Li Changsheng, unperturbed, grasped his master's hand and leaned in closer, proclaiming, "Master, I am the epitome of filial piety. Why not allow me to serve you tonight?" "Oh." Lang Qianxue was taken aback. Gazing at Li Changsheng's chiseled features and piercing gaze, she felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. "Master, there is no need to employ your enchanting arts on me any longer. The moment you beckon with a mere finger, I shall belong to you." Alas, the enchantment had once more faltered. Startled, Lang Qianxue pushed Li Changsheng away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly retreated. "This cannot continue. I shall inevitably fall victim to my own charms. I have already mastered the art of allure." Watching his shy master depart, Li Changsheng chuckled softly. He understood that while his master appeared frivolous and unrestrained, she was, in truth, quite sensitive to such provocations. Upon returning to the military camp, Li Changsheng resumed his practice of the supreme sword Dao. This discipline proved to be even more intricate than the techniques inherent to the unparalleled demonic arts, with each move embodying the pinnacle of lethality. As dusk approached, a visitor arrived at the camp. "Your Highness, the city lord has prepared a banquet in your honor." Li Wuguo invited him for a drink. The two have no grievances between them. It would be detrimental for him to act against Li Wuguo. Could it be that he seeks to foster a closer relationship with me? Li Changsheng, possessing the imperial banner, felt no fear. Should he be unable to prevail, the loyal souls of his army would undoubtedly safeguard his retreat. He addressed his subordinate, the officer Kong Ding, saying, "Should my master return, inform her of my whereabouts." "Yes, Your Highness," Kong replied. Subsequently, Li Changsheng set forth with a few close attendants. Upon entering Yunzhou City, he was immediately struck by its opulence and prosperity, a place crafted from the wealth of the entire prefecture. At the estate of the city lord, Li Wuguo, accompanied by local officials and martial families, extended a warm welcome along the streets. Upon dismounting, Li Changsheng clasped his fist and said, "Esteemed guests, I appreciate your patience. Please, let us proceed inside." Within the city lord's mansion, Li Wuguo took the opportunity to introduce Li Changsheng to various officials and prominent families, while also attempting to forge connections. In terms of familial hierarchy, the two shared a close bond within the Li clan, being akin to that of a granduncle and nephew. However, Li Changsheng discerned that Li Wuguo harbored disdain for the avaricious Yu Huang. He had also heard from the esteemed Xiang Taifu that Li Wuguo was a young talent who had experienced conflict with Li Yuan, yet was unable to triumph over him, leading to his unfulfilled aspirations as he remained stationed at the borders of Yuzhou. Li Changsheng regarded Li Wuguo with a sense of awe. He was at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, surrounded by a group of fiercely loyal subordinates. Should Li Yuan meet an untimely demise and Li Chengjian ascend to the throne, this uncle would certainly not heed his nephew's counsel. As for him, he remained indifferent to the trivial matters of these individuals. After several rounds of wine, and while observing the dancers, a remarkably enchanting young woman entered the room. Clad in scant attire that barely concealed her upper and lower regions, the rest of her skin gleamed like fresh snow. Her flawless poise and graceful movements were indeed a visual delight, complemented by her stunning beauty, a true paragon of allure. However, having been accustomed to the presence of exquisite beauties, Li Changsheng had grown somewhat immune to such sights. Meanwhile, the dancer cast her gaze towards him as she performed. As Li Changsheng savored his drink, he marveled at the scene before him. Could it be that Lord Li intended to employ the charms of a beautiful woman for his own ends? What was his true intention? Once the dance concluded, Lord Li introduced the enchanting performer. "This lady is an orphan, affectionately named Qian. From a young age, I have raised her as my adopted daughter in my household, where she has mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Today, upon hearing of the esteemed guest's arrival, she insisted on presenting a dance as a tribute." Upon hearing this, the officials collectively expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "We are truly fortunate to bask in the presence of the Crown Prince. Indeed, without the Crown Prince, we would not have had the privilege of witnessing such exquisite grace. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness." Thus, the officials found themselves inexplicably offering their congratulations to Li Changsheng. Lord Li then said, "Qian, offer a cup to His Highness." The young lady Qian, who had not even mentioned his name, approached Li Changsheng with a gentle demeanor, softly declaring, "I humbly present a cup to His Highness." Li Chongqing understood that this was an attempt to curry favor with him on behalf of his woman. However, his situation hardly warranted such flattery from Lord Li. Moreover, his reputation was far from commendable. He was known to be a ruthless individual. Yet, ever since his arrival in Yunzhou City, Li Chongqing had observed that the city lord wore a facade as charming as that of a smiling tiger. Li Chongqing gazed at the wine brought to his lips. The captivating beauty presented before him, and the alluring cleavage accentuated by her bent posture. One could only wonder how many men this professional songstress had devoted herself to. Li Chongqing is not one to indulge in every delicacy. He raised his wine glass, gestured slightly, and said, "I find myself somewhat unable to handle my liquor. I must take my leave." Lord Li hastily rose and said, "Your Highness, I have much to discuss with you. Given the long and treacherous journey ahead, would it not be prudent for you to stay the night in my eastern chamber? I shall have Qian attend to your comfort." Indeed, such an offering of a maiden reveals that your actions are destined to prevent you from assuming the mantle of a fated protagonist. Li Chongqing was oblivious to the intentions he harbored as he turned and embraced the young lady Qian, saying, "Would it be agreeable for Miss Qian to accompany me back?" Li Wugao let out a cold snort in his heart. It seems even the extraordinarily gifted prince cannot escape the allure of desire. He cast a glance at Miss Qian, who understood his meaning. "Prince, perhaps it would be best to stay for the night, allowing me to fulfill my duties as a host. After all, a military camp is hardly a suitable environment for a lady's presence." Li Chongqing, feigning a frivolous demeanor, remarked, "Ah, the night has fallen, and my eastern suburb military camp requires the presence of His Highness for protection. Miss Qian is just the perfect companion to warm the bed of the prince." He pushed aside Li Wugua and then took Miss Qian by the hand, leading her away. After all, if he did not take this lady, he feared he might not escape this banquet of peril. Such conduct would surely invite gossip about the prince. "This behavior is unseemly, Your Highness." Lord Li and the officials behind him were earnestly persuading, yet in truth, they merely watched as Li Chongqing departed. Upon leaving the lord's residence, Li Wugua's expression returned to its cold demeanor. He turned back towards the room, while the surrounding officials and heads of martial clans bowed and followed suit. As Li Wugao strolled along, he chuckled, "Ha ha ha, a sick courtesan has him in such a frenzy. Soon, our esteemed crown prince of Dayu shall undoubtedly contract that venereal affliction." Clearly, they were all privy to the underlying plot. The objective of this evening was to ensnare Li Chongqing. An official beside him remarked, "My lord, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Li Chongqing may indulge fervently tonight. Yet by dawn, he shall hasten to the city in search of a remedy." Laughter erupted around them. In due time, the entire city would be aware of the prince's dalliance with prostitutes, leading to his disgraceful infection. Ha ha! Li Wugua felt a sense of triumph. The most skilled strategy in warfare lies in subduing the enemy without engaging in battle. His territory was suddenly confronted by a prince, which undoubtedly displeased him. However, rather than confronting this challenge openly, he resolved to act discreetly. In Chapter 75, the essence of the demonic path is revealed. One initially hopes for harmonious coexistence. But should you choose to act unkindly first, do not blame me for my subsequent lack of compassion. Within the carriage, Li Chongqing had bound the rather charming young lady Qian, harboring no fondness for Li Wugua in his heart. "Your Highness, what crime have I committed to deserve such treatment?" Qian questioned in bewilderment. "Didn't he, the prince, eagerly wish to possess me?" Li Chongqing, with a cold glare, demanded, "Speak. What is the purpose of Li Wugua sending you?" "Your Highness, I merely admire you," she replied timidly. "It seems you will not be honest without a show of blood." With a swift motion, a tattered cloth was tossed aside, revealing 3 tormented souls wailing for mercy. They were the eunuchs and others who once tormented Li Chongqing. "Or shall you join them as a wandering spirit?" The young lady, pale with fear, pleaded for her life. "Your Highness, I am also a victim of circumstance. I will speak. I will reveal everything." Li Chongqing finally picked up the rag. He disdainfully remarked, "Such a ploy of seduction is evident even to a fool. Now, reveal your identity." Miss Qian replied, "Your Highness, I was sold to a brothel at the tender age of 10 and began entertaining clients at 16, which has now been 3 years. Not long ago, I fell ill and was purchased by Lord Li, who compelled me to serve you. Otherwise, he would have taken my life." Indeed, a grand conspiracy lay beneath the surface. Li Chongqing inquired, "Where is your father?" The response came, "Due to the hardships of life, my father succumbed to the vice of alcoholism. It was during that dire time that he sold me to a brothel in exchange for money to buy liquor." "And what of your mother?" he asked. My mother, unable to endure my father's incompetence, left us in our early years. Are you the only one in your family? I have a younger brother and sister at home. My father initially coerced me into the brothel, believing it would help provide for my siblings. Li Changsheng scratched his forehead, feeling as though this script bore an unsettling familiarity. Have you fallen ill? He inquired. Your Highness, how many of us courtesans can expect a fortunate end? Many of my sisters succumbed to illness within just a few years. But do you not realize, he warned, that poisoning the crown prince is a capital offense? Miss Chan-Chan's expression turned sorrowful as she replied, Your Highness, do you think I can survive without agreeing to Lord Li? In truth, even if Lord Li does not purchase me, my days are numbered. The fates of courtesans are all the same. With that, she began to weep, her sobs echoing her despair. Li Changshen's emotions were intricate, reflecting the harsh realities of life. Although Yu had proclaimed a period of peace and prosperity for the past 2 decades, the common folk still endured considerable suffering. He remarked, Your ailment can be cured. Once healed, you should what an honest man. Miss Chan-Chan shook her head, saying, As a withered flower, how could I bring misfortune upon a virtuous person? If your Highness would spare my life, I would willingly submit to your command. Li Changsheng remarked, Then live well and extol the virtues of this prince. Who knows? In the future, it may be this prince who inherits the great legacy. Having clarified the reasons, the more Li Changsheng pondered, the more anger surged within him. Here I was, extending my goodwill in response to an invitation, yet you arranged for me to be served poison instead. Is this truly the manner in which Li Wugua treats his guests? Li Changsheng has not committed any wrongdoing against Li Wugua. It seems that in order to maintain peace, one can only suppress Li Wugua. Li Wugua possessed only the strength of a martial lord, yet he held the esteemed position of a high-ranking official in the frontier, bestowed upon him by the emperor himself. Behind him stood numerous relatives from the Li clan. Without justifiable cause, he could easily invite calamity upon himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and an enchanting figure slipped inside. Li Changshen's hand rested upon the banner of the emperor, and only upon recognizing his master, Lang Qianxue, did he feel a sense of relief. Master, could you not call out? You frightened me. Is that so? Lang Qianxue replied, her voice rising slightly, accompanied by a delicate breath. Li Changsheng fell silent, exasperated. Here you go again. Do refrain from batting your eyelashes. Your charms hold no sway over me. Lang Qianxue cast another glance at the bound maiden, Chan-Chan, and remarked, You certainly know how to have fun. I heard you visited Li Wugua's residence, and I was quite worried about you. Yet, it seems you have abducted his adopted daughter instead. Have you turned this journey into a game of bondage? Li Changsheng remarked that her true identity was that of a courtesan afflicted with a venereal disease. The cold and aloof Qianxue, who had intended to flirt with the girl, was so startled that she leapt away and seated herself beside Li Changsheng. It was evident that she was frightened, fully aware of the shame associated with the reputation of the Huan sect. Li Changsheng said, Master, do not look down upon the young lady. Have you heard? A father who succumbs to the bottle, a mother who has abandoned them, and younger siblings in need. Such are the unfortunate souls who evoke sympathy. Yet, Lang Qianxue possesses little compassion. She continued, Therefore, is this a trap devised by Li Wugua? A deliberate attempt to bring you harm? Li Changsheng nodded. I was contemplating the means of vengeance. It seems that none from the Li family possess good character. Their schemes are indeed insidious. Fortunately, my disciple, you did not let your lower instincts dictate your actions. Master, please do not scold me as well. Good disciple, you are not of the Li family. You belong to your master's clan. Come, vengeance cannot wait until the morrow. I shall lead you back to exact retribution. What is a mere martial sovereign to fear? Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. His master had indeed been quite kind to him. Master, the background of Li Wugua is rather formidable, making it difficult to approach. Are you afraid that the great Yu court might come knocking at your door? If you possess reason, what is there to fear? Do you not comprehend the ways of the demonic path? It is all about having a clear and resolute mindset. If you are bullied, should you simply endure without retaliating? Li Changsheng immediately declared, Of course, I shall not endure this any longer. I have been awaiting your arrival, master. You have arrived late. Turning to the coachman, he commanded, Turn around. Ha. Excellent. This is the mark of a true disciple of the heavenly Yin-Yang Harmony sect. With the formidable support of the martial emperor realm's Lang Qianxue, Li Changsheng felt assured of victory. Otherwise, relying solely on himself would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. The carriage made its way back to the city lord's mansion of Yinzhou. Suddenly, a fierce sword chi descended from the heavens, shattering the main gate of the mansion. The guests within the mansion, still present, were taken aback. They beheld Li Chongqing returning, wielding the banner of the human sovereign. Li Wuguo furrowed his brow and said, "Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Has my daughter failed to serve you in any regard?" Li Chongqing spoke coldly. "Are you referring to Miss Qian? She is but a courtesan, coerced and enticed by you to masquerade as a virtuous woman, and she even attempted to infect me with her affliction. It has all been revealed." Li Wuguo's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Qian behind him, thinking to himself that the wretched girl was utterly incompetent. He then spoke, "It is a misunderstanding, Your Highness." Suddenly, Lung Qianxua lunged forward with her sword, exclaiming, "You speak too much, according to the laws of the Yu dynasty. Poisoning the crown prince is a capital offense. Thus, you must die." Li Wuguo's countenance darkened. The martial emperor realm? It is indeed true that the crown prince is accompanied by the thousand-faced sorceress. As he evaded, he spoke, "Your Highness, I am a high official of the frontier court. Should anything happen to me, how will you confront the invading demon army?" Li Chongqing remarked, "Is this truly your justification for attempting to poison the crown prince? Very well. You have chosen the path to your own demise." Pressured against the wall by a strike from Lung Qianxua, Li Wuguo, filled with both urgency and fury, exclaimed, "Crown Prince, we are of the same bloodline. How can we resort to violence over a mere woman? Let us sit down and discuss this matter calmly." Suddenly, a multitude of figures clad in black emerged from the city lord's residence, all elite assassins sworn to the service of the city lord, each possessing strength at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, coming forth to shield the city lord. The sound of marching boots echoed as a large contingent of soldiers arrived outside. The atmosphere was charged with tension, for Yunzhou City boasted an army of 100,000, which was Li Wuguo's greatest source of confidence. Li Wuguo felt a shiver run down his spine. The crown prince was indeed excessively bold. Even if he had seen through his treacherous scheme, was it necessary to be so violently confrontational? However, with the emergence of Li Chongqing and the imperial banner, a resonant hum filled the air, liberating the essence of the spirit. 30,000 loyal souls surged forth. And he coldly proclaimed, "What punishment awaits those who conspire to murder the crown prince?" In unison, the 30,000 loyal souls echoed, "Kill, kill, kill." Chapter 76. I wager you dare not kill me, crown prince. You, who colludes with the enchantress to assassinate the court officials. Li Wuguo intended to berate Li Chongqing further, seeking to claim the moral high ground in the ensuing discourse. However, Lang Qianxue surged into the throng like a specter, impenetrable to any obstacle that stood in the path of a martial emperor. She advanced directly before him, delivering a swift kick. Li Wuguo, despite his utmost efforts to resist, was ultimately forced back, his protective aura shattered as he collided with a segment of the wall. Although he commanded an army of 100,000, breaching the confines of this modest lord's manor proved nearly impossible. Li Chongqing, having endured enough of their humiliation, decided to no longer tolerate it. The 30,000 loyal souls of the army charged towards Li Wuguo. Li Wuguo's numerous subordinates, along with the heads of the martial arts families within Yunzhou City, also lent their assistance, simultaneously directing their efforts against Li Chongqing. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Chongqing exclaimed in anger, "Are you plotting a rebellion?" A voice countered, "Did you not declare your severance of ties with the Li family?" Laughter erupted. "Well said. So this is the rationale behind your scheme to ensnare me?" The individual continued, "Indeed, they have procured a sickly courtesan to present to Li Chongqing, intending for him to contract an illness, suffer humiliation, or even face death." Suddenly, the loyal souls of the emperor's banner unleashed a tempest of thunder and lightning. Even Li Wuguo, who was being restrained and struck by Lung Qianxue, was taken aback. How could the bloodline of the thunder of the heavens be unleashed without employing the Li clan's techniques? Unless, had they returned to the ancient ways? Li Wuguo was profoundly astonished. The Li clan had not possessed such a complete lineage of thunder of the heavens for over a millennium. If this were to reach the Li family, it would be catastrophic. Li Chongqing was reluctantly treated as a regent, akin to a retired emperor. It was evident that with the endowment of the Shaolei bloodline, the strength of the loyal spirit army, under his command, had significantly increased. Among those warriors supporting the city lord, many were at the level of martial kings. Yet, even they dared not provoke the banner of the human emperor, enhanced by thunder and lightning. Essentially, the loyal spirit army was intricately linked to the banner of the human emperor, forming a part of an ancient weapon. Thus, When Li Chongqing channeled energy into the banner, it was tantamount to bestowing the power of thunder upon the loyal spirit army, all while maintaining a low consumption of spiritual essence. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Boom, boom. In no time, the city of Yunzhou, shrouded in darkness, was illuminated by the radiant spectacle of 30,000 loyal spirits aglow with electric light. Warriors and curious onlookers alike rushed to witness the commotion. Gazing at the towering banner of the human emperor, Li Wuguo felt an overwhelming envy. Had the banner been in his possession, he would not have feared Li Yuan and his son. Li Wuguo bellowed furiously, Li Chongqing, you and your son are performing a deceitful act, attempting to swindle my Yunzhou city. Yet, his opponent was the formidable Leng Qianxue. Unperturbed by his accusations, Leng Qianxue understood the importance of capturing the mastermind. Subduing Li Wuguo would bring the chaos to an end. Nevertheless, Li Wuguo was no ordinary foe. As a high-ranking official and a peak martial artist, he could withstand several blows, and he possessed a remarkable set of defensive armor. Clad in this formidable gear, he endured numerous strikes, still able to flee and hurl insults. Amidst the tumult of battle, Li Chongqing commanded the loyal Soul Army. Charging forth valiantly, his banner raised high, he proclaimed loudly, I am the Crown Prince of Dayu. Today, I shall expose the city Lord Li Wuguo's collusion with the demonic forces and treason against the nation, ruthlessly oppressing the common people. A reward of 10,000 gold pieces shall be granted to anyone who brings down Li Wuguo. Li Wuguo was so enraged that he spat blood. Where did he betray his country? Li Chongqing, you are severing your own path. In the past, no matter how you caused a ruckus, Li Yuan would always accommodate you. However, Yunzhou City was a decision made internally by the Li clan to be given to me. If you attempt to drive me away, this matter with the Li clan is far from over. Li Chongqing scoffed, declaring, if it is never-ending, then so be it. I fear not. Or I would not have come. Observing the 30,000 loyal spirit soldiers charging towards the city lord's mansion, the martial artists within Yunzhou City felt their blood surge with fervor. Most of them were common folk from various counties and towns within Yunzhou. However, due to the overwhelming might of the demon clan, city lord Li Wuguo had confined himself to a corner, resulting in countless citizens losing their homes. All dissenters faced the ruthless slaughter at the hands of Li Wuguo, for in Yunzhou, he reigned as an autocratic ruler. This arrangement stemmed from communications within the Li clan. As the emperor was backed by the esteemed martial arts family, the Li clan, naturally, the tyrannical reign of Li Wuguo incited dissatisfaction among the populace. Now, with the crown prince and the city lord in conflict, opportunists sought to seize their share of the chaos. Li Wuguo had been operating in Yunzhou City for many years, gathering a multitude of followers. However, the crown prince possessed formidable masters at the martial emperor level. These powerful figures were predominantly under the control of the Dayu court. Those who defied management met with brutal fates. Moreover, within the realm of Dayu, the Li clan boasted an even greater number of martial emperors. Thus, typically, regional officials at the martial sovereign level could act with impunity. Yet, the crown prince had unexpectedly appointed a master of the demonic path at the martial emperor level as his mentor, which caught Li Wuguo off guard. Particularly, when Li Chongqing unleashed the Zioa Lei bloodline, it instilled fear in the martial families that had previously supported him, causing them to withdraw. Whispers began to circulate among them. Why are you working so hard, Master Fang? I'm merely putting on an act, Master Liang. Indeed, it was true. As they watched the internal strife within the Li clan, the smaller families chose to remain uninvolved. They believed that a simple apology would suffice, allowing City Lord Li to bear the brunt of the consequences while they remained in the shadows. Yes, we must not provoke that demonic woman, Leng Qianxue. One slap from her would be enough to bring us to our knees. With the crown prince displaying such remarkable talent, should a confrontation arise, if the crown prince survived, none of them would escape unscathed during the inevitable reckoning. Conversely, if the crown prince perished, their fates would be equally grim. None were foolish, each calculating their own interests. After much deliberation, the heads of the martial families allied with the city lord's mansion began to distance themselves. However, as these martial families withdrew, the city lord's mansion found itself in dire straits, unable to withstand the onslaught. The loyal Soul Army stationed at the city lord's gate stood as an impenetrable barrier. The reinforcements arriving to assist struggled to intervene in the fierce conflict among such high-level warriors. Ultimately, Li Chongqing seized the opportunity and, in tandem with Leng Qianxue, launched an assault on Li Wuguo. Li Wuguo beheld the duo, a pair of lovers, seamlessly united in combat, and furiously exclaimed, "Crown Prince, How can you associate with the demonic forces, bringing disgrace to the noble path of martial arts? With a swift motion, the Emperor's banner nearly extracted Li Wuguo's very soul from his body. He vehemently shouted, "Prick up your ears, you dog. For this esteemed individual is the master of the Crown Prince of Daiyu, not a sorceress of the dark arts." Lung Qianxue giggled playfully indeed. "Once my disciple ascends to the throne, I shall be the imperial teacher." With a resounding sweep of her sword, Lung Qianxue sealed off Li Wuguo's escape route. In that instant, Li Changsheng commanded the loyal Soul Army to charge forward. Li Wuguo was violently thrown outside the city, his disheveled hair a testament to his distress. Regret flooded him. Had he known the Crown Prince was so merciless, he would have refrained from employing such underhanded tactics to test him. Had he foreseen this, he would have seized the Crown Prince at their first meeting and confined him, with no escape in sight. Li Wuguo gritted his teeth and unleashed the power of his bloodline, the thunderous bloodline. However, this power was incomplete and required specific techniques to harness effectively. Nonetheless, in an instant, the martial artist Li Wuguo transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Li Changsheng. This surge of bloodline power even caught Lung Qianxue off guard for a moment. "Seize him." He reached out, believing that if he could strike Li Changsheng, he would turn the tide in his favor. Yet, as the imperial banner struck, Li Changsheng's expression shifted dramatically. "Son?" No, it was the face of a skin mask. Li Wuguo realized that Lung Qianxue had crafted the skins of his entire family. Li Changsheng, resembling his son, startled him greatly. In that fleeting moment, Li Changsheng seized the opportunity, swiftly sidestepping to evade a lethal strike. Countless loyal souls surged forward. Li Wuguo realized he had missed the most opportune moment. He intended to employ his martial arts to escape, but suddenly found himself immobilized. In horror, he turned back, only to discover that his lower body had not followed. PFF. Li Wuguo spat out a mouthful of blood. Indeed, he had just evaded Lung Qianxue with an astonishing display of speed, relying on the power of his bloodline. However, in her desperation to save Li Changsheng, Lung Qianxue had unleashed a powerful strike that severed Li Wuguo's waist. How could this be? Was he truly destined to perish in such a manner? Suddenly, Li Changsheng grasped his head with one hand, a sinister grin stretching across his face. "It has been a long time since I indulged in such a grand feast. Stealing your power. Bloodthirsty, soul harvesting." Chapter 77. The Frantic Empress Yu and the Profiteering Crown Prince. The severed Li Wuguo felt his entire essence being drained away. How can your dark arts be so effortlessly effective? He pondered, even in his last moments. Typically, techniques that siphon one's power come with significant repercussions. Why was it that Li Changsheng's method bore none? Yet, he could no longer dwell on these thoughts, for his soul had been extracted and cast into the imperial sovereign banner. Li Wuguo, having suffered a grievous wound to his waist, was on the brink of death, while Li Changsheng, after a brief moment, succumbed as well. Yet, during this fleeting interval, he sensed an immense surge of spiritual energy being assimilated into himself. His dantian, the reservoir of vital energy, expanded significantly. He also felt an eruption of spiritual resonance enveloping his entire being. The celestial demon relic was fervently consuming and absorbing the spiritual energy, concurrently channeling the profound Taishu demon god technique. Li Changsheng planted the imperial flag and then sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. With his master by his side, he felt unafraid. Cold Qianxue, witnessing his sudden immersion into cultivation, immediately recognized his intent to break through and stood guard beside him. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Yunzhou City surged forth, their hearts ablaze with rage upon discovering their lord's demise. The formidable warriors from the martial clans, shocked and incredulous at the death of Li Wuguo, found themselves grappling with the unfathomable audacity of Li Changsheng. How could he possess the temerity to slay the lord of such a crucial border stronghold, even as a prince? Though this was a realm governed by martial prowess, where individual strength often dictated the outcome. The ongoing tensions at the border between Daiyu and the demonic tribes had rendered Li Wuguo indispensable. Among the 100,000 soldiers, at least 30,000 were unwaveringly loyal to Li Wuguo. Upon witnessing his murder, their eyes turned bloodshot, vowing to avenge him. They formed ranks and charged forth. In the open terrain outside the city, these soldiers finally had the opportunity to engage in battle. The loyal Soul Army assembled, ready for combat. Suddenly, from beside Li Changsheng, the imperial flag surged forth, calling forth a multitude of loyal soul soldiers. The clash between the two factions was imminent. Under the cloak of night, the air outside Yunzhou City thickened with the scent of blood, gradually transforming the ground into a river of crimson. In the latter stages of the conflict, Xianglong arrived with the servant army to provide protection. However, the presence of the servant army was rendered unnecessary. A single imperial flag sufficed. As dawn broke, the 30,000 loyal Soul soldiers continued to fight to the death, their feet surrounded by mountains of corpses. The loyal Soul army, comprised of souls of the deceased, could not be exhausted nor killed. Only those at the martial sovereign level or wielding special weapons could inflict harm upon them. Yet, most of the border soldiers were merely at the martial master level, despite being an exceptionally elite force. The slaughter remained predominantly one-sided. Any formidable martial artist considering intervention was reminded of the ever-watchful cold Qianxue, a martial emperor in her own right. It was not until nearly 10,000 soldiers had perished that the others finally ceased their assault. Were they now convinced? Li Chongqing awoke from his meditative state, rising against the dawn, soaring gracefully through the air while casting his gaze upon the soldiers below and the citizens gathered at the city gate. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Li Chongqing, suspended in midair. A warrior of the martial king realm. How extraordinary! Was it not stated that the crown prince had only just attained the early stages of the martial sect? Even the most gifted prodigies, trained in the renowned sacred grounds since childhood, seldom reached such heights. Li Chongqing had indeed reached the martial sovereign realm. Yet he had absorbed the final remnants of Li Wuguo's power from the martial monarch realm, enabling him to ascend to a new level. The ethereal resonance surged forth, transforming into spiritual energy. This energy enveloped his entire being, granting him the ability to soar through the skies on a sword or traverse the heavens. A martial king, the emblem of a superior martial artist. The soldiers of Cloud City stood in disarray, leaderless and uncertain of their next course of action. Within the city lord's manor, Li Wuguo's eldest and second sons were present, yet they too found themselves at a loss. At this moment, Xianglong stepped forward, proclaiming, Li Wuguo, under the guise of a banquet, plots the assassination of the crown prince. This is an act of treason. The crown prince is wise, and those uninvolved may be absolved of guilt. Suddenly, the eldest grandson leaped forth, exclaiming, I, Li Wenchu, am willing to submit to the crown prince. Witnessing the eldest son surrender, the others lost their fighting spirit, discarding their weapons and erupting into tears. Observing this, Xianglong approached and advised, Your Highness, it is my counsel that we place all individuals within the city lord's manor under soft confinement, and those of exceptional martial prowess should have their abilities stripped away. The loyal kin of Li Wuguo must be executed one by one while they are still complacent. Otherwise, we shall face endless repercussions. This was indeed a complete reshuffling of power. Li Chongqing did not